Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. Man, we got a lot to get to today. We're going to repurpose a lot of what we heard from Nick Caserio yesterday. I was hearing a lot of it on the station after we were done, Seth, so that was good. I feel like that means we did good work yesterday with the Texans GM.
No, Nick dropped some nuggets that were very intriguing that, you know, he wasn't going to go into in any more detail, but when you sit back and reflect on it, just like this whole fact that basically players will double-cross and go back on commitments during that legal tampering period. And now it's just left to our wide-open imaginations to figure out exactly who screwed whom and when and where, and how can we take it out on them in the future? Damn it.
Yes. Yeah. I heard the afternoon guys yesterday. That's actually a lead into something I want to talk about in the next segment. But I heard, in fact, Ben, let's call an audible here. If you got, just let me know. Get in my ear when you got Caserio 6, because that's what Seth's talking about, of players changing their minds. But the afternoon guys, I was listening to them yesterday. So I was walking to my local tavern. And here's the cut Seth's talking about. There's a lot to get into with some of the things Nick had to say yesterday. It was a fun conversation. But Nick talked about, kind of just dropped in that, yeah, guys changed their minds during that legal tampering period. And he said that he alluded to the fact that this year they'd seen that more. So we asked a follow-up question to that, like, hey, we've seen guys change their mind publicly. Yeah. We've seen, like Eric Kendricks this year changed his mind. To go to the Cowboys, and we asked him as a follow-up, does that happen a lot more behind the scenes than we see out in public?
This year it just seemed like there was a little bit more, well, a player seems like he's going one team, and then actually it's a little bit different. And it's never done until it's done. So, but I would say, in all fairness, once you have an agreement in place, I mean, we work with a lot of really good agents, and there's a mutual, I would say, understanding and trust that's in place. But in the end, if a player has a change of heart, despite how mad or emotional you may feel, in the end, the player has to do what he feels is in his best interest, and we have to be respectful of that. So I wouldn't say that it happens all the time, Sean. I would say this year it just seemed like there was a few more situations where that popped up, and you just have to be prepared for it. But in the end, the player has to make the decision that they feel is best for their individual situation, and we're certainly respectful of that. And if that's the case, then you have to move on to the next player.
Okay, this led to rampant speculation. Could he be alluding to somebody in particular? The afternoon guys thought that it was Saquon Barkley. If he were referring to somebody, that's who it would be. Yeah.
Right, and because I was kind of in the mode of wondering if maybe Danielle Hunter had backed out with somebody else and come to the Texans. Because that was, it seemed from the way it was reported that it was a little bit of a shock to the Texans that Danielle Hunter was available. That's why they'd gone out, look, they had signed Nico Autry, who is an end. Yes, he can play some tackle on passing. He's a defensive end. And then they're in the process of trading for Eric Armstead, defensive tackle, when all of a sudden Danielle Hunter came available. I don't know exactly how you'd phrase it. So I was in that mode. And yeah, after the show, I thought, oh, all right. The way Nick was talking about it and saying, well, you've got to respect that. It sounds like the Texans at some point had to say, all right, well, this guy's moved on. Was it Saquon Barkley? I think my gut all along has been Saquon Barkley wanted to go to Philadelphia, but just was floating things towards the Texans to amp up his perceived value.
Okay.
All you need is the perception that one other team is in on you, and maybe they flirt with you a little bit, and that gets the Eagles to do something kind of uncharacteristic for them, which is to spend relatively large money on a running back.
They've not done that in a long, long time, since the DeMarco Murray days. So, it was interesting speculation, led into a conversation that we'll hear bits and pieces of in the next segment between Clint and Ron. It definitely, the Danielle Hunter thing is interesting. That cut made it sound like the Texans were on the wrong end of guys changing their mind.
Yeah,
they were on the business end of that. So, so we'll get to that.
I guess who else could it be that they were linked to?
Well, I wonder if Armstead is, if there was anything that had to do with the whole Armstead sequence of events that something might have unraveled.
Maybe Eric Armstead was okay with the trade somehow, and then all of a sudden wasn't. And that's different because that's not a free agent, but that's teams don't like to trade for guys generally unless they know the guy wants to come there.
I was thinking with Armstead more, Seth, that Armstead was cool with the trade, obviously, because the trade was all done. In comes Danielle Hunter, and it seems like the salary cap, then there was an issue, and so the trade unravels. But they still trade Malik Collins, and if you remember that day the Texans traded Malik Collins for a 7th, it did seem peculiar. But the thought was, from everybody, seemed to be like, well, Eric Armstead's just going to sign with the Texans tomorrow, and all's going to be well in the world.
Right.
I could see where maybe a 3-year, $51 million offer from somebody might scuttle something the Texans thought they had a wink-wink on.
This is like a beautiful girl from a small town who's gotten engaged to her high school sweetheart her senior year in high school. Then all of a sudden she goes off to State U.
Yeah, man.
And lo and behold, wow. She's got way more options than she thought she did.
I'm
Some
hot?
of them are way better looking. Their daddies are way richer than the daddies of your fiance.
Did not know I was
happen.
Didn't know I was hot.
Eric Armstead got out on the open market and was like, I had no idea.
I would love to come to your frat party, Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
She's got to come back. He's got to come back to Houston to go to prom.
Yeah.
And put on a good show and everything before he goes back to his dirty secret lover, the Jaguars.
We'll get to plenty of Nick Caserio today on the show. We've got some Nico Collins from Texans All Access on the show. Will Anderson was on Texans All Access yesterday too. He was great. He's always great. The Texans had a new uniform leak happen yesterday. I'm just kind of sitting there having a nice afternoon beverage, doing a little show prep outside. It was a beautiful day here yesterday, and popping up on my timeline, all of a sudden I get tweets, is this it? Is this the uniform? There are people really upset.
Questioning it?
Questioning it,
this
yeah,
is it?
yeah.
Oh,
questioning
okay.
it. And so I clicked on the tweet, and I looked, and it was a picture of one of the models they had sampling the uniforms. There's 4 different uniforms. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn by saying that. There's 4 different uniforms. And we all decide non-disclosure. So I know you guys are going to text in specific questions. We can't answer them. But we can address what was leaked. And what was leaked yesterday was one of the models standing in a sort of a barren warehouse environment, which was the room that they walked us into, actually, at the Post. It was kind of an empty warehouse because they were doing a shoot there that night of actual players wearing the uniform. So
they're doing a gritty, we're taking it to the streets type of photo shoot? Okay.
Yeah. What I would assume when we see the final results will be professional lighting, proper dimming of the warehouse environment, etc.
Yeah.
This was just one of the models who, by the way, in a normal setting, like at a bar or something, the dude probably has a perfectly great body. But as far as being someone wearing an NFL uniform, you may as well put that thing on me. So
I don't know. This guy's pretty built.
But compared to Derek Stingley, I mean, he's wearing Stingley's number. That ain't Derek Stingley, right? We can agree on that.
Right, yeah. I think it's more about the lighting.
It could be.
Well, no, you know what it is, though? It's the lighting, and it's the fact that the uniform's baggy.
Yeah.
It's just not – it's not the best. This is not the way you would expect to see. If I'm going to see a brand-new uniform, usually it gets perfect lighting. Yeah, it's perfectly tailored, all that stuff, and this is not that.
This is not
so
that.
It just looks like some dingy old second, the what do you call it? Consignment shop.
It looks like it looks like somebody got a Texans uniform for Christmas and decided to wear it in their garage, and they took a picture of it. So I love the chess move from the Texans, though, specifically Cal McNair. Cal McNair goes on Reddit and basically says, you know what? We saw the uniforms leaked. How about we see what they look like on Tank and Nico instead? And the lighting is better. They're inside one of those glass cages that you do a shoot like this in. And it's Tank and Nico, who are 2 of the cooler, more athletic guys on the team. Lo and behold, voila, the uniforms, in my opinion, looked way more badass. The one complaint that I saw from people, and this is just the one version that's leaked, The one complaint I saw is they look too much like the Falcons uniforms.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I can see that now. I wish nobody had said that.
It's a
now
darker.
I can't unsee it.
It is a darker blue. It is a blue that is closer to black.
Yeah, it's almost black. I definitely, if I were in my closet, I would be asking Brandy, like, is this blue or black?
Can you turn the light on,
Tell
please?
me, please.
Yeah.
I'm comparing it up to other blue stuff and everything, and it can't tell.
Right.
Yeah, again, I don't know. I feel like that's more of an issue in the leaked photo than in the professionally done photo. I felt like that was, okay, that's maybe a deeper blue, but it's certainly not black. Yeah, I'm not a great uniform connoisseur. I'm partial to like the badass matte helmets and a lot of the stuff that Baylor and the Oregon Ducks do. Like somehow they take the most obnoxious color in the palette, the neon green, and turn it into a cool ass thing. So I just like that it's different. Yeah. Like honestly, I've become way more of a connoisseur of font than I ever thought I would be. There's something about this new digital age where now we all care about font.
Yep.
I like the font of the letters on these jerseys. So I approve the font.
Do you like the numbers?
Yeah, that's what the font would be.
Okay,
yeah.
you just said letters. I didn't know if you said you liked the
Did
letters.
I say letters?
You said letters, yeah.
Well, Sean, I'm talking about font.
Yeah, don't get chippy with me. You said letters.
What the hell? Stop trying to steer the conversation away from font, Sean.
I will say
we've got font at 8. We've got font at 9.
We've got
we've got font at 10 today.
The lead is a size 72 font. This is my last ad on the uniforms is
font.
My favorite versions were not the ones that leaked. So I think there's in my opinion, there's more really good stuff to come down the road in April when they do the reveal. So stay tuned.
Hey, by the way, we do need to get on Reddit more.
Yeah,
I remember. Yeah, they've got pretty good discussions on there sometimes. Every time I go to Reddit, what you got it on your list?
My list of to-dos, Reddit.
Well, you know what? I don't think it's on my tab. It's weird because every time I go to Reddit, Texans Reddit, I'm like, oh, there's some really good points on here. Like there's people bringing up good questions, but then I have never added it to my show prep tab on my bookmarks. So I'll add that to my bookmark folder right now.
Yeah, it's on my tab of things that have been on this piece of paper for 3 months. I write Reddit hey, all I mean is get on Texans Reddit and do some things on there.
Yeah,
and
put it on your show prep tab.
Still sitting right there. I will. All right. So we are off and running. If you didn't get to see the uniform leak, you can go to I know the station has it on our Twitter feed. It's on my Twitter feed as well. At Sean T. Pendergast, at Sports Radio 610, so you can check it out there. All right, so you heard the cut from Nick Caserio yesterday about guys maybe changing their minds a little bit more this year. The afternoon show speculated might have been Saquon Barkley. Total speculation. That led to a conversation about the Eagles and the Texans and have they improved. Clint Stoerner's a real killjoy, man. I needed a Nick Caserio MFer to get me fired up again. Yeah. So we'll have that coming up for you next. So Yellow Rose Distillery, yellowrosedistilling.com is
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It's different, man. It's real different, man. You get excitement in the fans, man, talking about the Texans, and OTAs, a free agency, man. You see the excitement for next year, man, and it's setting the tone, man. It's boiling the pot for next year, man. Can't wait to be a part of it.
Yeah, that's Nico Collins, Texans All Access yesterday. We got more Nico on the show a little later on. But that was, I think that's the general feeling is like there's a lot of excitement. The team's made some improvements. There's still more work to do, but you got the cap space to do it. Clearly, they're still taking big swings. I think even losing out on Keenan Allen late last week has got people a little bit juiced to know that, okay, they still got a few more clubs in their bag they haven't used yet.
Right, Texans, there's moves that can happen, that can come. The thing with Keenan Allen, it was a good reminder that, look, it's not just the list of free agents that you have to think about.
Yes.
There's other veterans on some of these teams that are still – some of the teams that are in uncomfortable cap positions that still also have to clear room to sign their rookies and account for injuries and everything. This might be a more active year than most as trades have become more and more common in the NFL, especially between marquee players. Remember – I mean, some of the trades like A.J. Brown or ones like that, it's not like they happen immediately in the first week of free agency.
Yeah.
It's over the course of this entire offseason.
Yeah. I mean, the A.J. Brown one happened literally the night of the draft, like 2 picks before the Titans were picking. So it can happen anytime. So I'm excited. Nico's excited. People are excited. So I'm walking down Westheimer, going to my favorite watering hole over there on Sackett, Lizards, to bring my laptop there, do a little show prep, enjoy the day. And I'm listening to The Drive, first segment, and I got my AirPods in, I'm listening, and they played the cut from Nick that we played in the Open about players changing their minds. And the two of them speculated, Ron and Clint, that maybe if Nick was talking about somebody in particular, it was Saquon Barkley, which led to Clint laying out why the reasons why Saquon may have chosen Philly over Houston, if indeed he had Houston in his crosshairs and he changed his mind. And one of the things he dropped in there was that the Eagles are a more Super Bowl ready team. They're closer to being a championship level team. And in my mind, I'm going, I don't know, man. They look pretty dysfunctional at the end of the year. Like, Nick Sirianni looked pretty dumb at the end of the year. They lost to Tampa Bay by 4 touchdowns in a playoff game at the end of the year.
They looked wholly incompetent by the end of the year.
Yeah.
There was just no other way to put it. Offensively, defensively, they were an absolute train wreck.
Yeah.
I was a little bit shocked that Clint was as emphatic as this.
Well, Clint kind of did a drive-by with it, like, and Saquon and the Eagles are more Super Bowl ready, and he went to like 3 other reasons. And I was proud of Ron because that perked Ron's ears up, obviously, because he followed back up with Clint and said, so the Texans aren't in the Eagles class.
Like, if you're sitting there weighing a lot of different things, if you're Saquon Barkley, and then it came to, all right, who do I think I can win a championship with or have the best chance to win a championship with? With the coach, with everything, you think the Eagles are more equipped?
Without a doubt. I mean, you just look. I mean, they've got a strong core of players, or a strong foundation, if you want to talk about put it that way. They've got superstars across the board. They've done it somehow with paying their quarterback a boatload of money. Yeah, I firmly believe that the Eagles are more of what we saw through 12 weeks of last year and the year before than they are what we saw at the very end of last year, depending on how somebody sees it. But to me, either way it goes. I think the Eagles are
really
absolutely
okay. I mean, he's pretty firm about it. Like, there's no waffling there with Clint. He thinks the Eagles are more Super Bowl ready than the Texans are.
I think the biggest difference with the Eagles, they bring in Bryce Huff. They might lose Hassan Reddick. Who knows? They bring in Devontae Parker. Saquon Barkley's a big ticket item.
Sure.
It really is more about Kellen Moore, the offensive coordinator, to me, than it is anything else. Because last year, you saw in the playoffs, or just even in the regular season games. What was the prime? Did they have a Christmas Day game or whatever it was? Maybe a New Year's Day game in the regular season. There were just no options for Jalen Hurts. It was a high school offense in a lot of ways. And I honestly, Saquon Barkley getting dropped into that offense from last year, I don't know how well he would have done. Because they just relied on running backs to beat NFL caliber defensive players to the boundary, and that doesn't happen. So it'll be different with Kellen Moore, and I know Cowboys fans will wonder exactly how much better it could be. It'd be a little better than what it was, perhaps. And the other side is defensively. They've got an actual defensive coordinator in Vic Fangio now.
Yeah.
Remember, they finished last year with Matt Patricia, who might be the worst person in the history of football to try to do a mid-season coordinator change, because the way those defensive backs were talking about it from the Eagles, it's like, well, we had to learn all new terminology and everything. Mid-season? Matt Patricia, what is wrong with you and your comprehension of human beings? Why do they keep putting this IT guy in charge of the human resources department? What the hell? What the hell is wrong with you, Eagles?
Yeah.
What the hell is wrong with you, the Patriots? What the hell is wrong with anybody that lets Matt Patricia continue to do these things?
It's wild.
So they do have an actual defensive coordinator now in Vic Fangio. And I think people have trumped that up a little too much because Fangio, they'll say Fangio was coaching for them 2 years ago when they went to the Super Bowl. He wasn't. He was a consultant. So he hasn't really had hands-on experience with this defense. But he's 400 times better than Matt Patricia.
Yeah. Well, and I think what you're thinking of, Seth, is with about 6 weeks to go, 5-6 weeks to go in the season, back-to-back weeks, they lost 42-19 to the 49ers, 33-13 to the Cowboys. Yeah. So that's and they lost 5 of 6 to close out the season. I think the thing too that maybe, I don't know if Clint was ignoring it didn't get brought up. They watched a lot of leadership walk out of the building with Jason Kelsey and Fletcher Cox retiring. That cannot be ignored. So I'm cool with arguing the Eagles are more ready for a Super Bowl than the Texans. What with the Eagles having been to one in the last 2 years, I was surprised how emphatic Clint was about it, and I was a little surprised that Clint, when the follow-up from Ron was, okay, I mean, Ron's like, at least the Texans have improved, right? Like, they're a better team than they were at the end of last season.
You think the Texans are a better football team now than they were when the season ended? Like, we look at it, obviously, that's almost not fair. Let's look at it. The healthiest part of the Texans, when they've got Tank and they got Nico healthy and everything, you think that right now, like I do, I think they're a better team right now than they were last year. Even at the healthiest point, the team that did what they did, I think they're better. Do you think they're better right now?
No, the Texans?
You don't think the Texans are?
No.
Really? With the additions they've made defensively, Hunter, I know they've had some losses, but you don't think overall they're better at running back?
No.
I think they improved over Blake.
You had a double-digit sack pass rusher when the season ended. You had a linebacker that was covering folks vertical in the pass game and was capable of getting 19, 20 tackles in a game. You had a number 2 corner that was dependable. No, man, I don't know. I think now again I'm gonna continue to lean into this. I think the Texans are incomplete.
Okay, I agree with that. Clint, they replaced
Daniil Hunter.
They replaced those guys. Like they had Grenard. They got Hunter. They had Cashman. They got Azeez Al-Shire.
I think the one really valid point is that they don't have a starting cornerback right now opposite Derek Stingley. They have guys that might work into that, but really nobody that you could put in Penn right there as a starter. I think the part that I just don't worry about that right now is there's probably about 10 guys out there that are interchangeable, available cornerbacks in free agency that are not getting the offers they thought they were going to get, or they're just kind of trying to find the right fit. We're into that second tier of free agents, and Steven Nelson is one of them. I fully 100% expect that the Texans will make a nondescript signing of a guy who maybe he still has a name like Xavier Howard, but he's still in that same bucket of guys like Steven Nelson, and so I'm just not worried about that.
Yeah, I'm not either. That's like when I look at the improvement of the Texans. If Ron were to have asked me that question, I would have said undoubtedly they've improved. If you look at the guys that have left, have they been replaced with guys who are better football players? The answer is, by and large, yes, they have. I mean, Joe Mixon's better than Devin Singletary. Daniil Hunter is better than Jonathan Grenard. Azeez Al-Shire is better than Blake Cashman. I know it's close, and I know you can make arguments either way. Danico Autry, however we look at him, entered into this matrix. He is he improves the defense. Now, the interior on the defensive line, I guess you could debate productivity and whatnot, right? Like Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins were productive football players for the Texans. I don't know that they've replaced necessarily that box score productivity with those guys. I guess the question becomes, are the guys they have better fits for what D'Amico wants to do? And B, are there other guys still out there on the market that you could, are there other solutions out there that are available that we think the Texans are likely to use to plug into to second cornerback, to interior of the defensive line, maybe another wide receiver, whatever the case may be.
Right. Well, and and Clint had also questioned whether or not they had a starting defensive tackle on the roster now.
Yep.
And you made a good point, which is like when Nick was talking about Fatukasi or Tim Settle or whomever else that he brought up the total number of starts those guys had, where you don't do that with Daniil Hunter because obviously he's a starter. That's not the bar. I disagree with Clint on that. I mean, I appreciate the distinction, but I do think it's worth mentioning. Like, every Super Bowl team has guys at various positions who are journeymen.
Yeah.
There's not a single Super Bowl team or champion that's got Pro Bowl performers at every single position.
That's right.
Like, that's one of the parts that's maybe hardest and most difficult to do as a GM, is to fill out those spots on a championship caliber team where they are just Jags. Remember the Texans. The Patriots ended up going to a Super Bowl. It was the Super Bowl that they lost it was the Super Bowl versus the Rams, with like 6 guys from the Texans roster.
Yeah.
Guys the Texans had cut.
That's right.
So you don't have to be chock full of all pros. And I do think that Fatukasi was like a named starter for the Jaguars. Spent an entire season starting for the Jaguars. It wasn't like he was an emergency replacement or not.
He's paid like a starter there.
Yeah,
sure.
They've got guys who can start at defensive tackle, but they obviously would prefer an upgrade like Eric Armstead. But that's just not. If it doesn't happen, I'm not going to panic over that.
Yeah.
As long as the guys are just competent and can cruise along at defensive tackle.
Yeah, I think the Texans are better, and I think the spots they still have to fill, there's plenty of solutions out there, and they've got the resources to go get them. And I trust Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans in finding the right guys to do that.
But I do agree. I agree with Clint that if you look at the roster, the Eagles are more stacked. And it's just that they were so miserable on both offense and defense at the end of the year. It's hard to overlook that. The coaching change is really what matters. Whether Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio make enough of a difference. Yeah. The other side of it too is just like Fangio can make a difference in the secondary. Mm-hmm. The Philadelphia Eagles front is scary as hell. Yeah. They make life miserable and that's bona fide and that's shown. Their issues were in the secondary last year. But yeah, I don't agree with Clint that the Texans aren't
improved.
Not just better. I think they're substantially better through free agency.
I do too, man. He bummed me. He bummed me out when I was walking over to Lizards. I'm like, damn, because Clint's got good opinions, and I'm listening to this, and I'm going, man. Bummed me out. You know what I needed to do? Seth, I needed to listen to Nick Caserio call Danico Autry a JYD and an MFer just to get me fired back up again.
Specific to Danico, I mean, this guy's a badass. I mean, this guy's a junkyard dog. Like, if you go into a dark alley, like, you want this guy behind you. Like, this is a bad MFer. I mean, and a really good football player who cares about football. And we've had to play against him over the last couple of years and, Tennessee, and then he was in Indianapolis. But glad he's on our side, and we're excited about what potentially he could bring.
Take that, Stoerner. We got Danico Autry, bad MFer on our team.
I'll tell you honestly, and I've told you this before, this isn't hindsight or anything. D'Amico was asked about Blake Cashman in one of the press conferences towards the end of the season, and one of those classic questions like, hey, can you talk about how awesome Blake Cashman has been? And honestly, compared to what D'Amico usually does in those situations, he kind of punted on it. Mm-hmm. He said some requisite nice things about Blake Cashman. And Cashman, his performance, I think it was because of injury, but still, nonetheless, it trailed off at the very end of the year. Mm-hmm. And I think that Alshire is just more of D'Amico's type of guy. Yeah. Cashman's very rangy, and I'm not saying this to bash Cashman at all. I think Alshire is just a different type of defensive tackle. I think there's an element of physicality to his play that is a lot more like old school hard-ass football, and I think that's what D'Amico liked. As Nick said, they tried to get Alshire last year and didn't get him, so they landed him this year instead.
Yeah, Nick, we asked Nick about Alshire. I'm not going to play the whole cut here, but he did call him, what did he call him, Coach Cully?
Football playing Jesse.
Called him a football playing Jesse. Aziz Alshire. Football playing Jesse, baby. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That was fun listening to those guys yesterday. Go back and forth on that. Good job, Ron and Clint. Let's get to headlines. Uniform leak for the Texans. Big Astros target off the table. We will get to that. So a little bit of bad news for the Stros yesterday. Maybe, depending on what aisle you want to shop in. So we'll have that for you coming up next in headlines. Stay there.
Hey, baseball season is coming up. You know what that means. It's also truck season. If you're looking for a brand new Silverado, there's no better place to go than Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland.
division.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to it. Today's headlines. Let's start with the Texans. Nick Caserio was on with us yesterday. We'll get to some of the updates he had on players, injured players, a little later on in the show. We've got some good Caserio stuff coming top of the hour. But here was his update. I think one player that a lot of people have questions about because, A, pretty important draft pick, first-round pick in 2022, and B, he's just been off the grid all season. Kenyon Green, soon-to-be third-year guard out of Texas A&M. Here was the update from Nick Caserio on Kenyon Green yesterday.
Yeah, honestly, KG is probably as far along as he's been at any point. So, he's dealt with a lot, and I think he's excited about the offseason here. So I think this will be the first really offseason that he'll actually have the opportunity to train and actually go through an offseason program. So certainly moving in the right direction, doing some things outside the building that are hopefully helping him become a better football player. So, as long as they work hard, as long as they have the right attitude, as long as they show up, as long as they're diligent and consistent, they're going to improve. And in terms of when they're on the field, we'll do what's best for the player. We'll do what's best for the team with really the eye. The most important thing is kind of making sure that they're ready to go for training camp when we need them. So we'll go through the spring. And once we get a little bit closer here, I think the official offseason program starts April 15th. So we'll kind of see whoever shows up, where those players are at that time. And then as we get into May, we'll kind of see what sort of progress they've made.
So he had a similar answer to Tank Dell, and there's been video of Tank that surfaced of him running around doing stuff on his healed broken leg.
Yeah.
It sounds like they're going to take it. I'm basing this on the answer about Tank and the answer we just heard with Kenyon Green. It sounds like they're going to be pretty conservative with these guys, at least early on, in terms of participating in things in the spring.
Yeah, I think also, I think there might be a part of that too with Tank Dell when Nick says, that they're going to be, not to read too much into media reports or what have you. I think with Tank Dell, he's the kind of guy that they might have to chain down to the training room table to keep him from going out and doing too much. They just want to be sure that he's on whatever schedule they've set. There's nothing worse than when a player gets an unrealistic date in his mind, and that's how he's going to prove the world wrong. Remember when RG3 advertised the date he was going to return from surgery?
Yeah.
It's awful, because if there is a setback or something, then all of a sudden you start making bad decisions. And I think with Tank Dell, he's going to be super eager to get out there and do everything with everybody else. And they're going to have to lie to him, Sean. Just like you do with your dog when you say you're going to the park, but you're actually going to the vet.
Going to the vet?
They're going to be like, hey, you want to go to practice, Tank? And they'll throw him into a van and then go force him to watch the newest Fast and Furious movie.
He'll be looking out the window all eager. Yeah.
Like, how come we're going this far up Kirby? Where's what's? We got new facilities, Tank. That's it.
Doing too much is what got his leg broken. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Also with the Texans yesterday, we'll hear more Caserio at the top of the hour. Also with the Texans yesterday, we know that they're unveiling new uniforms. It's going to happen in April. One of them was unveiled yesterday via a leak on social media. The initial leak was one of the models they had wearing the uniform at the reveal, the private reveal they did for some of us in the media last week. And while this was clearly a human being who was in shape and probably you'd want on your team in a 5K, he's wearing the number 24. He did not look like Derek Stingley Jr.
I think you and I differ. This is nothing to argue about or anything. I just think it was more the lighting and the jersey fit more so than the guy. I'm looking at the guy, and I'm like, that. If you told me that guy was an NFL player, I would totally believe it.
Really?
I like for the sake of this guy's feelings, I don't want him to hear that Sean Pendergast was bashing him about his physique. He's pretty muscular. He's got a good set of tattoos.
Yeah, no, I said he's an in shape human being. Yeah,
he's in better shape than like Deion Sanders was in terms of just how he looks.
Okay.
He looks more physically imposing than Deion Sanders. So it was more like it was a crappy photo.
Yeah.
It looked like somebody took it with their phone off the side, not with the lighting and everything. So when you've become accustomed that when you get a first glance at a jersey, it's like under pristine conditions in a studio with professional lighting, and this looked like somebody that had just gotten home from high school football.
Right. So Cal McNair then on Reddit decided to release a photo like the type that you're talking about, Seth.
Yeah.
Cool lighting, nice poses. Tank Dell and Nico Collins wearing the uniform, not somebody else. I wonder if they had dropped that photo first, what the reaction would have been. That photo might have actually helped. The initial leak might actually help the second photo. Like, oh my God, these actually look super badass. I don't know.
There's almost I don't know. Like, I think whenever you do anything with apparel, has anything ever been released where there was like 100% approval or
No,
like
no,
70% approval?
Of course
They're
not.
pretty polarizing,
Yeah.
and a lot of people are going to be underwhelmed no matter what.
Yeah.
If you do something bold, then there are going to be a lot of people who are flat out offended by it. I think that this is honestly, it's more change than I anticipated. Because remember, the last time we heard about a Texans uniform change, it was that they had added a Texans logo to the rear panel.
Yeah.
Above the nameplate.
Tiny one.
Yeah. So I'm kind of been conditioned for like, what's it going to be, a slightly higher thread count? I don't know.
Yeah.
What's the change? There's a lot of change. They changed the font. They changed that swirl on the shoulder pads. The helmets are different. The colors are different. I like it. It looks way more modern.
Yeah.
You know, for whatever that's worth, I'm no fashionista when it comes to football uniforms, but it looks way more modern and new, which is good.
I've seen all four, and I will say, in my opinion, the best is yet to come. That's all I'll say about that.
Okay. Yeah.
The Astros will not be acquiring Blake Snell. Blake Snell is going to be a New York Giant. That'd be fun. San Francisco Giant. 2 years, $62 million. With an opt-out after the first year. So he, by and large, gets what he wants. He reportedly was looking for 66 over 2. He gets 62 over 2. I would imagine, Seth, with some of these guys, we may see this with Jordan Montgomery, too, soon.
Yeah.
Like, they just want to... They want to get into a camp. You know, they want to get onto a team and get going with the season.
Especially as a pitcher.
Yeah.
I mean, your whole routine, no matter what, it's never the same doing it on your own at a facility. Even if you got professional guidance, you need that pressure of being around other professional athletes.
Yeah.
And it's a weird feeling when you're trying to do it on your own. The Padres, quite a few notable additions in free agency. I told you the other day, I never know quite how to feel about the Padres. I think I stand back now impressed.
Well, Snell's going to the Giants. He was on the Padres.
Giants. I apologize.
Yeah.
Giants. Sorry.
Yep.
Because Logan Webb, they've got Logan Webb paired up with him too. So this is a little bit like Verlander and Garrett Cole when you had Cy Young candidates 1 and 2 stacked up back to back.
I think that's a good thing for teams too. That internal competition's good. The Astros got shelled yesterday by the Nationals, and Christian Javier was not good. 4 2/3 innings, gave up 5 earned runs, 3 hits, 4 walks, 1 strikeout. So the Framber's not been great in the spring. Javier's last bit of business here, not that great. Hunter Brown's been really good. But Blake Snell, in the short term, might have stabilized some things for the Astros, but he will not be an Astro. Other news in the NFL, quick updates on things. Chase Young, Seth, is going to be a New Orleans Saint. 1 year, $13 million for Chase Young, which is right about when I know I'd kind of sprinkled in Chase Young as a possibility for the Texans. The only thing I wanted Chase Young on was a 1-year deal where he had to prove a few things. That's what New Orleans gets him on that. I think it's a good deal for New Orleans with Chase Young.
For New Orleans, I don't know, like without checking in on their cap situation fervently or anything, the fact that they can sign a 1-year guy for $13 million feels like progress for the Saints.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing that they don't necessarily always have the flexibility to do.
Mm-hmm.
So when you get multiple years out past paying Drew Brees an absurd amount of backloaded money, you can start to operate more of as a normal franchise, even though I know they had to maneuver to get where
they're getting their debt cleaned up. They're getting their credit cards cleaned up.
This feels like they went out and lease themselves a vehicle with their newly found credit rating.
Right.
You're like, okay, we're not ready we don't qualify for the house of our dreams yet or anything, but we can lease a reasonable vehicle.
And continue to build our credit. Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe next year they make a signing of a guy for 2 years. You never know.
Chase Young is like one of the souped up Hyundais.
Yes. On a lease.
When Hyundai started making nicer cars, and you're like, Hyundai.
Hey. What do you think about this Hyundai, Mackie, huh?
There's LeBron James driving a Hyundai. I'm not buying it. You shouldn't be selling it.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Leighton Vander Esch retires after 6 seasons. That's about it for the news.
Leighton Vander Esch was 6 seasons?
6 seasons.
God, it felt like 18, didn't it?
It did.
It was just so much. Because he was injured as much as an 87-year-old.
He was.
And like trying to walk up 3 flights of slippery stairs.
Yeah.
Every time Leighton Vander Esch went on the field, it was like, Grandpa, hold on to your hand railing.
Well, it is, and it's neck injuries
sod.
that are getting him, too. No kidding. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Coming up on the top of the hour, we'll circle back to Nick Caserio. The 2022 draft class is looking pretty promising after the rookie years of all these guys. Where are we at with them now? I think Nick Caserio dropped a hint on one of them and a direct answer on another player that if they can get their groove back, it would be really nice for the Houston Texans. We will have that for you from the Texans GM coming up next. But first, I want to tell you, Berkeley Eye Center. Berkeley Eye Center.
exclusive contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast, on a Tuesday. We had Nick Caserio on yesterday. So the class of 2022, the draft class, they're all coming up on year 3 here. And I think we feel good about Derek Stingley Jr., and I think we feel good about Christian Harris. And then after that, man, it is a lot of wild cards. We heard from Nick in headlines on Kenyon Green. Sounds like Kenyon Green is progressing well physically. We'll see. He gets his first real training camp without rehabbing an injury as an NFL player, as Nick pointed out, so that's good. I'm honestly, Seth, I don't know where you are on Kenyon Green. Like, at this point, I hate to say this, and maybe some of this has to do with the fact that the team has turned the corner and they're a good football team now. But if a Kenyon Green doesn't work out, he doesn't work out. That's where I am with it right now. Like, it's, I've kind of written him off. But if he comes back and he comes back to be a starting left guard for this team, then I will be perfectly happy with that.
No, yeah, I'll be perfectly happy. I just don't think that he's somebody you can bank on right this moment.
There you go. Yeah.
For purposes of both play and health. For a young guy, he's just been consistently and constantly injured. It wasn't like it was one injury that he was struggling to come back from. He's missed time from multiple different injuries. He's had various surgeries. And there is a chance that maybe his whole anatomical chain had gotten screwed up because you're a little off balance because your knee is hurt. Then you end up getting a concussion. Then you end up hurting your shoulder. When everything's out of whack. Yeah. So there is that chance, and I'm not saying it's impossible by any stretch of the imagination. I still, though, also think that you can't just assume, okay, well, now Kenyon Green's healthy and we're good to go there. We feel comfortable at left guard. I think left guard, I think you can feel somewhat confident in Juice Scruggs at center, but you don't know for sure until you get it. But one of those two positions between center and left guard, there's potential for big headaches this year.
Yeah.
If they don't really get great performances out of Kenyon Green, Patterson, Kendrick Green, Juice Scruggs, those 4 guys are under a lot of pressure to just step it up a notch or 7 this offseason.
All right, other members of the class of 2022. Look, I was coming into last season thinking Jalen Petrie is going to take a big step. He did some good things his rookie year. He had some things he knew he needed to improve upon. And I think he, by and large, went backwards in his second year. So it's led to a lot of questions from people about, okay, do they need to get a safety now? And I think the answer is yes, you do. I maybe not to replace Jalen Petrie, but I think you just need more depth at that position because Jimmy Ward gets hurt a lot, and you need Jalen Petrie to play better. He got benched in Week 16. So maybe if you were wondering where Nick Caserio at least still values or how much he still values Jalen Petrie, I thought a hint was dropped yesterday, Seth, when we asked Nick about the trade with Minnesota back to the 42nd overall pick. And Nick went ahead and listed a bunch of guys who in recent years have been drafted in that range near 42. And here was the list.
When you go back specifically to, let's call it that area, over the last few years, guys like Petrie, Maffei, Brisker, even last year, Laporta, Mayer, Bergeron, Musgrave, Branch, Jaden Reed. So I would say you look at those football players who have really made a significant impact on their football team.
Okay. So, he's dropping Petrie in a group of players that have had a, quote, significant impact on their football team.
Right, and I think it's, if you look at Nick and where he comes from and kind of the reputation for the Patriots and the way they scouted, they tried to focus on what guys could do and think about, okay, what's the role for this guy? And when you look at Petrie, there's simply a lot of things that he can do.
Yes.
And I think last year, in a lot of respects, just as D'Amico said it was like Christian Harris's rookie year last year, and Christian Harris is a guy that started off, I was getting nervous about Christian Harris in the first third of last year's season. Then all of a sudden things started clicking for him. And I think Jalen Petrie, who, remember, didn't really play safety in college, it was really these last couple years with Lovey, and then last year learned how to be a safety, a genuine safety for the first time in his life. And I'm just hoping that with the entire offseason to think about things and digest. And then also, honestly, getting better pass coverage from the linebackers to make the safety's job a little bit easier.
Sure.
That's gotta be something that comes along too. Because one thing, if you think about those San Francisco teams, this goes, and honestly, this goes back to pre-D'Amico and back when Vic Fangio was the defensive coordinator and he had 2 stud linebackers. Those 2 linebackers in the middle of your defense, when they can cover the way that those 2 different generations did with the 49ers, it makes everybody better. The safeties can play deeper. The cornerbacks have more of a bubble underneath, and the Texans just didn't get that last year. So Jalen Petrie needs to improve himself, but he's got to get some extra help from the linebackers.
Yeah, I think if I'm reading one more thing into that cut we just heard from Nick, like anybody who's waiting for like a Justin Simmons signing, Simmons reportedly wants like good starters level money at safety.
Yeah.
Like if anybody's waiting for that to be the next big Keenan Allen type swing the Texans take, I think that cut says everything you need to hear right there. Jimmy Ward's still on this team, and he's viewed as a leader on this team. And Nick still values Petrie, it would appear, pretty highly.
It's also, I think safety is like cornerback at this point, where there are just a boatload of free agents who are out there and available. And the safety position, teams kind of look at it like this these days. There's the guys who are just commodities, and then there's a super select group of super athletes.
Yep.
But the guys that are commodity guys, like there's not anything that really sets one apart from the other. And I think a lot of teams are looking at Justin Simmons and wondering, all right, you're going to be 31 this year. Is this where and you took it looks like there's a little bit of a decline last year. We don't want to pay premium dollars for somebody that might officially be on the backside of their career. So that's why I'm not panicking about safety, and I'm not panicking about cornerback, because I think they're going to have plenty of options for months here.
Yes.
Including after the draft, there might be somebody that's willing to shed a current guy on their roster too.
Yep. Class of 2022. We heard about Kenyon Green. He's progressing well. We know how Nick thinks about Jalen Petrie. Dameon Pierce, who was the face of that class after the season was over in 2022. Hell, he was the face of the team after the season was over in 2022. It's crazy how much more star power exists on this team. But Dameon Pierce, Seth, you asked Nick yesterday, can the light go on here for Dameon Pierce, who admitted that this adjustment to Bobby Slowick's system was a really, really difficult thing for him towards the end of last year. He admitted that on the postgame show with me and Clint. Can the light go on for Dameon Pierce in year 2 of the system?
I'd say specific to DP. DP's a great player. He's helped us, win a number of football games. He's got good skill. I think, we've all been in the league and seen the league now. You need 2 good backs. So Damien's good back. He has good skill. So once we get started here in the offseason program, we'll see what improvements a player can make. A lot of this is about individual ownership and the fact that, Damien was honest enough and accountable that he wants to improve and get better. It says a lot about who he is. I think that's the mindset and the type of people that we want to continue to have in our building. So DP is going to help us win football games, and glad DP's here. Got a great attitude. He's been in the building here, over the last few weeks. We have a number of players. Honestly, we have like 25, 30 players that are in the building working on their own volition, preparing for the start of the offseason program. So it's a credit to them. But I think DP's excited about the offseason, and everybody should be excited about the offseason just in terms of their individual improvement and just try to become a better football player, because that's what this is about.
So he's getting an opportunity, basically. That's...
Yeah. I think that the one thing that it's impossible to put stats on it or anything, but that really mattered last year, and I know that it matters partly because, the offensive coordinator talked about this, was just that Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach, had never really been in a system like this. And there's a lot of cohesion and communication between the offensive line and the running back, which sounds obvious, but in this system even more so, because everything's shifting and changing as from pre-snap to the snap to as the play goes on. That guys really got to be on the same page. And I think when you saw the run game improve over the second half of that season, it wasn't like everybody came along with with the improvements at the same pace, but there were wholesale issues the entire first half of the season. There were a lot of guys that needed to pick up this system. I think it's very possible that Damien did just need a full offseason to digest everything and to sit and see and understand, okay, here's the good snaps, here's the bad snaps, how are we going through how you're making your reads, and he might very well just click. And I don't know if that's something they'd be able to see in minicamp or in training camp until you get to the preseason games. I'm not sure, but I think Chris Strausser having a second year in the system as offensive line coach could perhaps be the biggest difference in a lot of the running game, even above and beyond Joe Mixon this year.
Yeah, I'm rooting for Dameon Pierce. I think them not only bringing in Joe Mixon but giving him a 3-year extension, I think probably is a fairly good indicator of where the team is on Dameon Pierce right now. I mean, I think Nick's answer was an honest one there, which is they really like Dameon a lot. He's going to get an opportunity. He's a good football player. And Nick didn't say this, but in that answer, but we all know Dameon himself admitted it. Last year was really hard for him. Some players pick up systems easier than others do.
I'll tell you what, too. It's not the best example to use because this is a guy that picked up an outside zone running system very quickly. But Derrick Henry, it wasn't really until his 4th year in the league that he genuinely took off into being a premier running back when Arthur Smith took over. But, so Derrick Henry is a guy that showed plenty of promise, but those first 2 years, he rushed for 490 yards his rookie year, 744 yards his second year, got over 1,000 his third year, but it was nothing spectacular. It was a little bit of a slow burn and then also finding the right system for him. So with Dameon, just keep in mind that those first 2 years just aren't always indicative of everything that's to come. So Dameon got off to a very fast start. It kind of hit a wall his rookie year before he got injured because things weren't going so hot. But just that frustrating second year doesn't slam the coffin shut on him, I don't think.
Yep. We asked Nick Caserio about some of the moves that were made during the offseason, during this past week or so, that people had the most questions about. Seth, you asked him, did the Malik Collins trade, that sequence of events where it looked like reportedly there was a trade ready to go, Collins for Armstead with the 49ers, and then that didn't go through because Danielle Hunter entered the mix and his big salary. But they still traded Collins to San Francisco for a 7th-round pick. Did that whole sequence of events go as planned?
I think every situation is different. It's always a case-by-case situation. I'd say in the Malik situation, there actually had been different types of interest in the player at different points, going back to last year and then even during the course of the season. But, we felt that, keeping Malik on the team last year was the best thing for us, and he helped our football team and did a number of good things. So our job is to evaluate and assess and listen. That's part of my responsibility to the organization. That's my responsibility to the staff. And in the end, take the information and then ultimately whatever decision you make, you're comfortable with whatever the result is, whether it's releasing a player, whether it's signing a player, whether it's trading a player. So I would say in Malik's situation, I'd say there's an opportunity for him to go to a great program or great organization with Kyle and John, and then we felt in the end that was probably the best thing for him and the best thing for us, so that's why we made the decision that we did with his situation.
Okay.
I think that I reading into that and also just, understanding that, look, the Texans tried to get Eric Armstead in here, different type of defensive tackle than Malik Collins. Malik Collins is a bit more of a upfield, rush the passer, shoot a gap type of guy. Eric Armstead can do both, but there's a much higher level of physicality and then also I think a much more natural ability to absorb double teams and stuff like that out of Eric Armstead. The part that's interesting is that Malik Collins, If you listen to that last bit and think, all right, well, it looks like they were probably going to try to work. Obviously, they were trying to work Malik Collins out. They obviously tried to swap him out. At some point in this offseason or next year, they were probably going to try to deal Malik Collins. And once the cat was out of the bag and Malik Collins would have known that they were going to try to trade him man for man, it just for the sake of doing the right thing and also upholding whatever deal they already had with the 49ers, it's not pleasant, and it's not the way you would have chosen it, but I can see why they just went ahead and let the 49ers, who may have made other plans already based on their thoughts that they were going to lose Eric Armstead. I'm not that worried about it. The part that kind of concerns me is that Malik Collins was extended last year.
Yeah, a year ago. Yeah.
After DeMeco Ryans was already the coach. It was right at the end of minicamp.
Yep.
This is why Steven Nelson, we did the math and matching up when Steven Nelson said he got angry. It was right after Malik Collins had gotten extended.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess if you spin it this way, which I choose to do right now, last year DeMeco and Nick didn't understand yet exactly, what types of players DeMeco wanted, or maybe DeMeco had misjudged Malik Collins and what he could provide or what have you. But the fact that they extend him, I hope is like a mistake that they wouldn't make now moving into the future.
Yeah.
Like maybe in this course of the year of Nick and DeMeco watching Malik Collins having discussions about why they would prefer somebody else instead, that, okay, you learn that lesson and you don't go extending guys that you're trying to get rid of a year later already.
Yep.
And it's not like Malik Collins all of a sudden changed his playing style or something.
Right.
It was a known quantity who and what he was as a player, which is a fine enough player, but not quite what D'Amico's looking for.
All right. We normally on Mondays do Acknowledge Me around this time in the next segment. There was a major, drastic Acknowledge Me oversight that I had yesterday that I will acknowledge in the next segment. So we will do that and a whole lot more. Got more Caserio to get to on the show as well. He was good with us yesterday, so we will get to more from the Texans GM as we roll on here. On a Tuesday on Payne and Pendergast, I want to tell you right now about Dr. Ben Salento. Yeah, that noise right there, that's me. A long time ago, probably.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. All right, so about this time on Monday, we do Acknowledge Me, where we acknowledge big performances from over the weekend, maybe just acknowledge people who just deserve to be acknowledged. And this wasn't a performance over the weekend. This was news that came down at like 10:15 on Friday after Seth and I got off the air. So there was plenty of time over the weekend for me to wash this out of my brain, and I did forget. But I feel like when one of the all-time greats retires, even though he's not a Houston Texan, I'll acknowledge. Aaron Donald?
Acknowledge me.
Retired on Friday. I would say the main thing, to me, J.J. Watt and Aaron Donald are the two greatest defensive players of probably the last 15 years or so. I think where Aaron Donald probably gets the jump on J.J., Seth, is Aaron Donald he was a rock. I mean, he was able to stay healthy pretty much for that entire time since he came into the league in 2014. J.J. obviously had several seasons after 2015 where he was dealing with losing nearly full seasons due to injuries at times. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think they're both great players. They're different players, but I think injuries were the separation between the two.
It is interesting if you look at just head-to-head comps for like the conventional stats. JJ ends up ahead of Aaron Donald in a lot of respects, like almost every respect other than total games played. It's like average player value, which is kind of a wonky stat. But JJ had 2 interceptions. Aaron Donald had 0. That's not a conventional D-line stat. But if you look at sacks, JJ only edged out Aaron Donald by 3.5 sacks. And, like, JJ played fewer games. It's just that Aaron Donald had them all in one contiguous block instead of kind of having off seasons and injured seasons and what have you.
Yeah.
Tackles, JJ. This is the difference for me with JJ and Aaron Donald. And not that I want to, I'm not trying to bash Aaron Donald or anything. They're both great players. But JJ had 449 total solo tackles in his career, or Aaron Donald had 340. And usually I don't like looking at tackle totals. Sometimes that can be a little deceptive. The way JJ played compared to the way Aaron Donald played was that Aaron Donald did pick and choose his spots a little bit more scientifically than JJ that was just 1,000 miles per hour all the time. But that's about the only difference. Like Aaron Donald, he was an absolute machine. He was an absolute machine who could have played nose tackle if he decided to bulk up, which would have been a lot more fun for him. But instead, after Nolan Naraki had said in his draft breakdown a decade ago that Aaron Donald's frame was maxed out because he was small, that he'd probably go in the 4th or 5th round. So he was projected to go in the 4th to 5th round. He was short and scrappy. He was instinctive. He was highly productive, all of that. But unfortunately, he just does not look the part because he's too short. Okay. He's got marginal height and frame. It's nearly maxed out. His hands are more active than strong. Could play with more power and pop. He was overpowered in the run game. He was ground up by double teams. He gets snared and controlled by bigger, longer blockers. This guy's a bum. There's Aaron Donald. What the hell? He'll be lucky if he goes in the 5th round.
What's crazy about that Nolan Naraki, for those who don't know, he did scouting reports on draft prospects a long time ago for NFL.com. What's crazy about that isn't like the observations on Aaron Donald's physique or his build or maybe the struggles that he had at times. It was that he projected him as a 4th or 5th round pick. Despite all those things, the Rams still took him 13th overall in the draft. Like most NFL people saw past the physical, I'll call them limitations, but the physical inadequacies, to see that he'd be a good player.
That's where being 6 foot tall isn't as big a deal, as long as you make up for it somehow. Like Byron Murphy has that same knock against him. Mm-hmm. You got to be able to make it up somehow, some way. Ed Oliver had that same knock against him, and it took Ed Oliver a few years to really figure it out, to where he could turn his shorter height into a strength. But yeah, the biggest thing about Aaron Donald, I think, that you couldn't have predicted was that he did transform his physique. He was, like I said, he could have weighed 345 and been a really good nose tackle. Like Jerry Ball was that height and was a really good nose tackle. because he was in college. He was actually super strong against the run and double teams and everything, and he looked a little bit pudgier.
Yes,
he was a little bit smooth. You know, his arms there wasn't a lot of definition. Or
so
anything.
was JJ, by the way. Like,
yeah, they had their baby fat. Yeah, and that's where I guess with both those guys, with Aaron Donald and JJ Watt, you can never really predict who's going to get maniacally obsessive about their preparation. And Aaron Donald was maniacally obsessive about his physical workouts and preparation.
Yeah.
So he got rid of that baby fat and he was just chiseled and became that special type of athlete. If he had stayed the same dude as he was in college and just kind of kept drinking Iron City beer or whatever from
Manny Brothers sandwiches. Yeah,
he looked a little bit like a Northeastern guy. You know, he had to get all Cali'd out, and it changed him.
So prediction time: does Aaron Donald get smooth, to use your word again, or does he stay in the maniacal physical shape that he's in?
No, he is a little bit like a retired gymnast. You know, those 4'10" women. It's hard if they gain like 10 pounds. It looks like they've bulked up, and they've got muscular physiques to begin with.
Right.
So it's hard for some of those women to keep as lean. Yeah, I could see Aaron Donald doing that.
Yeah,
because he's got by NFL defensive lineman standards, he's kind of built like a stocky little gymnast.
Got the frame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maurice Jones-Drew, like Maurice Jones-Drew he looks happy.
He does look happy.
He's a short running back.
Watching the NFL Network during free agency, I'm like, that dude looks happy right there. I can't believe he used to run so fast.
Aaron Donald's so obsessive about his workouts. I'm guessing that he's probably already he might be down to 265 already.
Yeah.
Like he's going to push the envelope in that direction and see how totally shredded he can get.
Yeah.
The first time we see him in public, we're going to be like, okay, maybe you might have dialed up the diet a little too much there. Let's get back to human size.
Congrats to Aaron Donald on a phenomenal career. First ballot Hall of Famer, easily 5 years from now. Have you seen these L'Jarius Sneed to the Colts rumors that got debunked yesterday by Schefter? I think Diana Rossini, there was a local writer in Indianapolis also, who said that the Colts and the Chiefs were pretty far down the road on a trade for L'Jarius Sneed, cornerback for the Chiefs, who's been franchise tagged, wants to be the highest paid cornerback in football. The Chiefs are fine with him playing on the franchise tag, but they've given him permission to seek a trade. And there were a bunch of rumors over the weekend that he was getting pretty close to becoming an Indianapolis Colt, which I would not like because that would make the Colts a better football team. He's a good player, L'Jarius Sneed. So that was over the weekend. Adam Schefter was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, and this always makes for great audio because it involves the Colts and it's McAfee. Schefter not only kind of told everybody to slow down on L'Jarius Sneed, he said there are no conversations going on right now.
Diana Rossini, I believe, obviously formerly of your insider team over there at ESPN, now at The Athletic, she's saying that she's hearing the same thing. I'm pretty zeked up. I'm sneaked up, if that's the case. If we're doing it, is that happening here in Indy?
The two sides, quote unquote, haven't had any conversations.
Dest.
Colts and Chiefs.
Oh boy, Dest. It's complete horse.
Is that real? So that was yesterday.
100% not happening. Now, could that change? Could that change? Sure.
Bomb.
But no, that's not happening, Pat. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well,
it doesn't sound like you're sorry,
man.
I keep forgetting that Pat wants that to happen.
Oh, yeah.
He's a Colt.
He doesn't mind
He's a Colt for life. I wonder, that's... I wonder what Schefter has never learned his lesson about saying that things won't happen. Yeah. And then he said, okay, that could change. Yeah. So he's gotten himself into a nice little spot where, okay, he's saying that it's never going to happen. If it does happen, well, things had changed. I'm always skeptical when somebody reports that there have not been talks, because all that means is that somebody told him that there have not been talks.
Yeah.
So I don't know. This is a war between two nugget hussies at this point, with Adam Schefter basically questioning a report of Diana Rossini saying something had happened. Somebody has told Schefter that it hasn't happened. Schefter doesn't frame it that way necessarily, but he's calling out Diana Rossini's report, whether it says her name or not.
I'm going to take up for Rossini here, because remember Rossini was the one that reported about Zach Wilson getting chippy about taking over as the starter again with the Jets.
Yeah.
And a lot of people gave her some grief over that, and that turned out to be true. So that's It's a rough look to report that a team is down the road on a trade, and now another nugget comes out saying there's never been any talks. Like somebody's totally wrong here.
Schefter, I believe, reported that Joe Mixon had been released. Didn't say he was going to be released. He said he had been released by the Bengals.
Yeah.
I'll double check myself on that. Okay. But he did report that Joe Mixon was going to be released, and then the classic thing happened where a team like the Texans says, "Hey, wait a second, before you release him, how about we just cut out the middleman here and let's do this ourselves?"
Oh yeah.
So I don't know. It's. But I'm happy if L'Jarius Sneed doesn't go to the.
No, I choose to believe Schefter's report because that's the one that benefits the Texans. I don't want L'Jarius Sneed on the Colts. I think that would be depending on what the offer is. I don't know that they're offering a first for L'Jarius Sneed. Carrington Harrison is the afternoon host on our sister station, which is also 610 up in Kansas City. He's pretty plugged in, and he said a couple things I can report / confirm regarding Sneed. No team has made an offer of a second-round pick yet to the Chiefs. Sneed's desire is to become the highest-paid corner in the league, and that's been the major holdup. The Chiefs are fine with him playing on the tag this season. And the last one, medicals are concerning on L'Jarius Sneed. So, yeah. What?
The other thing with Sneed, the other thing with Sneed is he had quite a few penalties as well. And I think sometimes when you're playing on a super aggressive defense like that does get pressure on the passer, I think it was a very good defense. I look at that and I wonder, you always wonder, all right, a guy's on an elite unit. What's it going to look like if he's on a not-so-elite unit? I think, frankly, this is what's happened with some of these Georgia defensive players that have gone to the NFL and not been quite the same guys. This is when you're playing around a bunch of studs, you get the very best version of yourself. I wonder if they think, okay, if he goes to a team that's not blitzing so much and where he can't be quite so handsy, or if he is, it's going to get exposed a lot more. Just how good is he?
Yeah.
And he might be a victim of the Chiefs' own success in some degrees because they've got a reputation for getting really good play out of their guys. Kind of like, you know what it is? It's almost like signing a running back out of New England.
Yeah.
Like, wow, look at how good he was as a receiver with Tom Brady.
He's not L'Jarius Sneed. He's LaDeion Lewis is who he is. Yeah.
By the way, Adam Schefter on March 11th. And the Bengals have released running back Joe Mixon.
Okay.
Source.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Not planning to release. They have released them. That never happened.
Right. No, Nick took us through that whole thing yesterday. We'll get to that later in the show. He gave us the whole behind the scenes on how the Mixon trade came about and the due diligence they did on Joe Mixon as well. Nick was very forthcoming on that. We'll get to more Nick Caserio in the 8 o'clock hour. Will Anderson was on Texans All Access yesterday. Anytime you can play Will Anderson audio, it's a good thing. He's super excited about Danielle Hunter, and he had a great answer to a John Harris question about pass rushing. We'll have that. Got a little J.J. Watt coming up for you as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. But first, the Men's Tea Clinic. Friday is my Men's Tea Clinic day. I go every Friday, get my
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Will Anderson was on Texans All Access last night. We love Will Anderson. Will Anderson loves him some Danielle Hunter. You want to get excited about Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, your new dynamic pass rushing duo? Take a listen.
No.
You want to? I know. I
don't
want to.
it.
Ben
I don't
wants.
feel like it, Sean.
Ben wants to. Joe Blow in his car wants to. I can tell.
All right. Okay.
Get excited, man.
All right. Yeah.
Sold. Here's Will Anderson on Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, man, like it was so exciting. I met him at the Pro Bowl, so it's just so crazy. I met him at the Pro Bowl. We chopped it up a little bit, and now we're with the same agency, so we got to eat dinner and everything like that, and really get to know each other a little better. And then when I found out the Texans were signing him, man, I met him up in the office today, and I was just jumping around like a little kid. Like you should have seen me, man. I was literally just jumping up and down, like I was so happy. And I was like, bro, like this is what I wanted right here, man. Like just somebody opposite of me that teams fear. Like I know that's a hard worker, bro. He's physical. He's going to go strike tight ends, and he can rush. Like, I know he's had double-digit sacks since he's been in the league. So, and then just to get an opportunity to learn from him as well, man, that's what I'm most excited about. Like, a vet like that, somebody that's been through, everything, that knows the game. I'm just ready to learn from him as well.
Yeah, I feel like there is an efficiency. Not an efficiency. There is an efficiency with this Danielle Hunter trade where you're getting a better version of Will Anderson along with it.
I also think there's almost no way – I can't envision a universe where sometime in the next 3 years, Will Anderson doesn't start talking about manifesting things. I feel like he is primed to be the guy that just basically believes he can will things into existence and can make a strong case for it. I think actually he's going to start sitting back and reflecting on it, and then somebody's going to give him a copy of The Secret or something. And in his mind, he'll be that's where it can get dangerous. Because for a guy like Will Anderson, who's supremely talented and has incredible energy, if he sits and focuses on something, he can make a lot of different things happen. And it never feels like work to him because he's just moving in the direction that the universe takes him. I think that it'll be a blended version. Into Christianity, obviously, because he's very religious. Sure. But at some point, he's going to realize that he manifested Danielle Hunter coming to this team.
Look, every time I hear Will Anderson talk, I'm like, I can totally see why they traded 2 first-round picks and a second and a third to go get him. Like
I think that when you talk to coaches about players, there's always a certain amount of reading between the lines, because there's going to be some guys that they're not going to bash their own guys, but they're not going to be overly effusive in their praise.
Right.
But then I think especially when a player comes from Alabama and a guy like Saban is probably super effusive in his praise about Will Anderson. And frankly, honestly, if you're an Alabama fan, I would probably blame Will Anderson for Nick Saban getting out of coaching, because I think that Will Anderson and that last crew of players he had
Bryce,
in a year where they weren't competing for a championship, and they decided, like, hey, we're going to play in this bowl game no matter what. We're going to play through injuries. Like, we're not going to sit out so we don't hurt our draft status or anything. I think that was like the last dying gasp of old school college football in Nick Saban's mind. And then the next year, he's dealing with all this NIL,
where's my money,
portal ramped up. Where's my money and everything. So I'm joking about blaming Will Anderson, but I think the contrast is that stark.
I agree. I agree. So they met at the Pro Bowl, Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. They have the same agents. Okay, so that's good. Those are little.
That's a big one. If I don't know if there was any like player-to-player tampering, which nobody cares about, that's all cool and good. I respect that Will Anderson had the sense to not say anything about it, other than mentioning that they have the same agents.
Yeah,
it was he didn't put anything out there for Florio to sink his
right. He's not Kirk Cousins. So when I illegally talked to the trainers,
Kirk Cousins has like a couple little notches in his back for Florio to stick his Twitter thumbs into.
Exactly.
Latch on to this Kirk Cousins news.
Exactly.
I'm going to thumb you the way you like it, Kirky.
This is where you need to be watching on YouTube and Twitch.
This is erotic. The way I'm showing how you're
weird
working with
thumb thing going on right now. Will Anderson on Texans All Access. John Harris asked Will Anderson, is pass rushing more of an art or a science? I loved Will Anderson's answer to this.
I see a little bit for both sides, and I think it's for me, it's the side. So like my left side, that's like my art side, and then my other side, that's like my science side.
Right.
So like I'm really good on one side of just being crafty, of like I can throw some moves on that side, but my other side, I have to break it down, like
more technical.
Yeah, more technical. Like okay, this is what you got to do here. So just a feel for it, but I just kind of say it depends on the side that I want.
He's gonna manifest the hell out of some.
I knew you'd love that.
Okay, wait a second. The left side was the more artsy side?
Yeah.
So opposite of what they say with your brain hemispheres, right?
Is it?
Yeah, the right side's the more artsy side, I think.
Okay.
And the left side's the more ration side.
Yeah.
So, but the right side of your brain controls the left side of your body. So maybe on the left side, he just does genuinely feel more artistic. Oh,
I love that you went into the actual science of this whole thing with the neurology. The neurology and everything. Yeah,
the neurology of defensive linemen fascinates me because it's a different group. It's a different sort of individuals. You've got some of the most freakishly physically gifted, yet at the same time, as a group, I think we tend to probably have the highest rates of either diagnosed or undiagnosed ADHD.
Mm-hmm.
Very much like a very, very short time horizons on life, and very excitable. So yeah, I'm intrigued by him thinking that the left side he's more artistic and the right side.
I knew you'd love that answer. You love that answer.
He spends more time on the left side, so it's more natural. So it'd feel that way. It's like anything else. When you practice and you're comfortable physically, you can just go. And on the right side, I could see that. That's one of the areas he made his biggest improvement. Remember one of the 2-sack games that he had at the end of the year? Was it Tennessee where he had the 2? Oh no, it was when he came in injured versus the Browns, right?
I think it was. I think it was the Tennessee game. I'll go look at his game log.
And he had 2 sacks in a row right off the right side.
That was on Tannehill, sorry, Will Levis. I mean, yeah.
Like that. I don't think he would have done that earlier in the season from the right side.
Yep.
He looked a lot more polished in doing it. There's a couple of really nice rushes.
Yeah, man, Will Anderson. We'll have more from Will as the show rolls on. Now, Will Anderson, the next great Texans defensive end, the greatest Texans defensive end, maybe the greatest Texan, J.J. Watt, was on the This Is Football podcast. And
is that Kevin Clark?
Yes, it is. It's Kevin Clark.
He used to be with the Wall Street Journal, I think, or something.
Kevin
wasn't he?
Clark? Is he? I know he's. Is he with the Ringer right now?
I know this was on. This was on ESPN, so I don't know who the hell he's with. Maybe he sold his podcast to somebody.
Okay, I know he spent time with the Ringer. Either way, it was Kevin Clark that J.J. Watt was talking to. How's the media thing going so far? What's it like being in the media, JJ?
It's been fascinating, man. I mean, there's a million things that I've learned and seen. I don't know how deeply I want to go into it, but the truth is, the biggest thing that I've learned is how important it is to play in the biggest of games, and which is which is obvious. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But for me, being on the player side to me being on the announcer side, I personally know how much effort, energy, time, sacrifice, blood, sweat, tears, injury happens for every team, whether you're the number one team in the NFL or the number 32 team in the NFL with zero chance of making the playoffs. But the amount of care or mind space that you take up is so minuscule compared to the top, let's call it 3 or 4, maybe 8 teams in the NFL. So there's these guys that I know that I've been before, where you're on the second, third worst team in the league, first worst team in the league, and you're doing all the same things that the other guys are doing. Those are the things to me as a broadcaster when I'm sitting in it and we're talking about hey, who should we highlight? I'm trying to highlight, a couple guys where it's I know this guy's great. I know this guy's awesome. Yeah, well, that's not a big game this week. Okay. You're just man, but that guy's playing great ball. You got to be in the conversation to be in the conversation.
He's taking up for the little guy.
Yeah. Don't worry. We'll squeeze any moral fiber out of you, JJ.
Yes.
You just say, listen, sweetheart, I know you just got off the bus.
Yeah.
But listen, these nobodies from these Great Plains states, nobody gives a damn about them. Give us the juice. We want NFC East.
Yep.
We want Raiders. We want we want a couple from the NFC North, and that's it.
Dude.
That's your discussion. That's your talking points for your national broadcast.
Think of the people he's got sitting around him. Boomer Esiason, New Yorker. Phil Simms, New York Giants legend. Bill Cowher, coach of one of the most prestige blue blood franchises of all time. And here's JJ.
Steelers. There's another one. You're allowed to talk about the Steelers.
Yep. And here's JJ. I don't know, man. Buda Baker's a pretty good football player out there in Arizona.
Well, he did. You know what? He did the same thing with Danielle Hunter during the season.
Yeah.
I think that was specifically when he had tweeted out that Danielle Hunter was having an incredible season and nobody's talking about it. I think that's precisely the kind of guy he's thinking about as he's talking here. He probably didn't want to bring up Danielle Hunter again because it would have looked too much like a homer. And as he's learned, nobody wants to hear about the Houston Texans nationally. So that's why he just needs to come back and take on the sidekick role on morning sports radio.
There you go. Our third wheel on Payne and Pendergast.
If he really wants to talk about people who matter,
that's right,
and people who might not get the attention they deserve, you should come on this show and be our news guy.
And you're gigantic.
Yeah, thank you,
yes.
JJ. He said that to me. He said that to me on a Zoom. I was up pretty close to the camera. Look, and we're gonna hear more from JJ here in a second. I'm driving in today, and I was listening to a national show. It was ESPN. I was listening to ESPN, and they were talking about the new faces of basketball and football, and they were debating, is C.J. Stroud a bigger new face for football than Anthony Edwards is for Minnesota? Something like that. Those are the two guys that are going to carry their respective sports into the 2030s.
That's the one thing that can bust through that glass ceiling of teams the nation cares about versus teams that don't, is your quarterback.
Ask the Chiefs.
Like Kansas City, right? Think about the Chiefs. The Chiefs were that team where every single year you'd say, man, you know what, they're a good team. Why don't people talk about the Chiefs more? And part of that was just simply that, they felt like there was a ceiling with Alex Smith. They just didn't feel like he was the guy, no matter how competitive they were. And then all of a sudden things change, and when obviously the Super Bowls make the hugest difference.
Sure.
But Pat Mahomes being there and winning a single Super Bowl alone brings a lot more national attention. So, C.J. Stroud will bring more national attention to not just himself, but other players on the Texans.
Super Bowls make a difference, but I think Buffalo with Josh Allen, they've been to one AFC title game with Josh Allen. They're a much-discussed team on all these studio shows and things like that.
I think they're discussed, but just because of Josh Allen.
Because of Josh Allen,
yeah. And then but even then, they don't. I bet the Cowboys get written and talked about a lot more.
Fair.
Even in years where, like the one they're about to have, where they're not that significant or notable, then I think they'll even get discussed more than the Bills or other relevant.
That's fair. If J.J. Watt could redo one play in his career, what would it be?
I wish there was one play that would have won me a Super Bowl or at least got me closer. I know my answer for sure.
Good.
The Tony Romo play where I beat Tyron Smith right off the line of scrimmage fast. It came in and I was literally trying to kill Tony Romo. I've told this to his face. I was trying to break his back. That was the goal. And he, no idea how he knew it, but he felt my presence coming from behind. He spun out of it through a 57-yard touchdown. And that ended up being the game-winning touchdown. So I would redo that play and I would smoke him. 2014.
Yeah, that JJ had him dead to rights, man.
At first, I thought he was. I know he'd already said that he wanted to smoke him, but at the end, I thought they were going to get together and have a smoke or something, which sounds actually appropriate.
Yeah.
Tony Romo would be a bad influence on J.J. Watt in retirement.
He would. Well, they're coworkers.
Like at some point, J.J. would realize, I got to stop hanging out with Tony. This isn't who I am.
That's right.
This isn't me. It is true. Man, you talk about hearing footsteps or having a sixth sense or anything. Remember in that game, the Cowboys had to go to a silent count because there were so many Texans fans up there in Dallas.
Those were the days.
And as JJ closed in on him, JJ had him dead to rights.
Yeah.
And he just spun right out of it. This is worse than I had remembered.
Well, we may have to.
You know what it was though? If part of it was JJ didn't want to plant his helmet on Romo's torso.
Okay.
So this was, they'd already been super vigilant in enforcing a lot of the new contact rules.
Yeah.
And so JJ goes.
The answer for JJ, yeah.
Yeah, it's the right answer because it was such a huge play, too. It was he either gets him down and the Texans are up 7-3, but instead Romo spins out and hit Williams for a touchdown 40 yards downfield.
Yep.
Yeah, the boomer bust side of that was just huge.
Last one from JJ. Who's the biggest badass that you played with?
Oh, I got to give it to Brian Cushing. The moment I knew it was my rookie year when we were returning an interception, and then a guy tried to block Brian. Brian smoked the guy. Then they were staring at each other talking, and still unknown to this day why he did it, took off his own helmet and headbutted the guy who still had his helmet on. Nobody made him take off his helmet. Nobody ripped his helmet off. He just decided, I would rather headbutt that guy's helmet with my bare head. So I'll give it to Kush. Yeah.
Busted him open, man.
Like a damn Visigoth. That's what sometimes the Roman legions, Sean, when they were going out to take this new territory and stuff. Some of these tribes of warriors would just feel like this armor. My God, that's not a man's way to fight, and they would just throw themselves because they thought they were going to defeat the well-armored Romans with just their manliness. I feel like that Cushing could have been one of those guys.
That's Cushing. Yeah.
Cushing just like armor. They make me wear this helmet by rule. They find me too much when I don't wear this helmet.
We don't need no stinking armor.
It's like, you know what that was. Honestly, we got to talk to Cushing about this. Next time I see Cushing, I'm going to ask him. I feel like that moment comes after having watched Fight Club sometime in the previous 2 weeks.
Yeah, maybe.
Because it's a lot like Brad Pitt getting beat up by Lou in the basement, where he's just going to he's like, nope, I want all the pain. Give me all the pain. I want all the blood, everything. I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
I'm sicker than you are, Big Lou.
That's a good job by JJ to give Cushing as the answer, too, because that keeps if there were any sort of rifts going on in the family, that keeps peace at Thanksgiving time and whatnot.
Yeah.
Because they're brothers-in-law. Cushing and JJ.
You feel like Cushing at some point he'd be like sitting there at the Thanksgiving table seething.
Yeah.
Knowing that JJ had answered somebody else.
Right.
Who was the offensive lineman that Bill O'Brien thought was so tough all the time? That with the Italian name?
Brino Giacomini.
Brino Giacomini. What if JJ said, Brino Giacomini.
Biggest badass.
I used to hate going against him in practice. Oh my! I used to think, my God, I wish I was pass rushing Brian Cushing at this moment instead of Brino Giacomini. Oh
my God. I'm down on the ground, and I know that there's a good chance that 3 seconds after the whistle's blown, Brino's going to land on top of me.
Brino's going to hit me. Thank God I didn't play when Trevor Penning played. Oh, dude. Oh, my gosh. Who was I watching play versus Trevor Penning? Oh, it's Danico Autry.
Yeah.
Oh, Danico Autry in the first game of the year last year versus the Saints. Oh, he just destroyed Trevor Penning. It was like there was no human being in front of him at times. he just slant untouched by Trevor Penning. What a mess. I wanted to go back and watch one of D'Amico Autry's best games, and I came out of that game thinking, I don't know. I got to go watch something else because this Trevor Penning did nothing.
So bad, yeah.
You remember the Texans destroyed Trevor Penning, too.
I do.
Those guys were I guarantee you the Texans defensive linemen were getting in arguments on the sideline about who got to rush against Trevor Penning in that Saints game because they destroyed him.
You're listening to
What a joke and a fraud of a dude, man.
It's all coming together for you with Trevor Penning. You're loving this. All right, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. The 8 at 8, the Ocho. Here we go. All right, let's start with the Texans. Nick Caserio was on with us yesterday, and good insight on a lot of things, including an update on several injured players. I think the injured player most Texan fans have questions about is Kenyon Green, just because he hasn't been around all season long. And obviously, getting that first-round pick to pay off would be some nice found money at this point. Here was the update from the Texans GM on Kenyon Green.
Yeah, honestly, KG is probably as far along as he's been at any point. So, he's dealt with a lot. And I think he's excited about the offseason here. So I think this will be the first really offseason that he'll actually have the opportunity to train and actually go through an offseason program. So certainly moving in the right direction, doing some things outside the building that are hopefully helping him become a better football player. So, as long as they work hard, as long as they have the right attitude, as long as they show up, as long as they're diligent, consistent, they're going to improve. And in terms of when they're on the field, we'll do what's best for the player. We'll do what's best for the team. With really the eye, the most important thing is kind of making sure that they're ready to go for training camp when we need them. So we'll go through the spring, and once we get a little bit closer here, I think the official offseason program starts April 15th. So we'll kind of see whoever shows up, where those players are at that time, and then as we get into May, we'll kind of see what sort of progress they've made.
Okay, I've got
15th.
Yeah, April 15th. I've got no prediction at all of Kenyon Green and what this is going to look like, just because we literally don't know what he looks like right now. How problematic is it for Kenyon Green that he has not just not played football, but not played football in this system for a whole year?
Oh, that's a really good point.
Yeah.
I think that he probably, as a younger player, it's not like he just checks out when he's on IR and doesn't show up to meetings or anything. He probably got a lot of book learning done on this and got to watch from afar. So that'll help. But, yeah, there's nothing that replaces actually doing it versus competition. That's a really good point, Sean.
Yeah.
He's a little bit behind the curve compared to even the rookies, Juice Scruggs and Patterson. Yeah. Those guys have experience actually playing in this system against actual NFL players.
Yep.
Really good point.
Yep. Thank you. Number two. Uniform leak. Uniform leak yesterday. We know the Texans are unveiling new uniforms in April. There are 4 designs. The design with the white jersey and the dark blue pants popped up on the internet yesterday with one of the 4 human models they had wearing the uniforms at the private reveal that several of us were at last week. The reaction did not go well, and I think it's probably a combination of a couple of things. One, it wasn't an actual Texan in the uniform. It was somebody who looked a little more like a man on the street, in shape. Yeah. In shape.
Sean and I have been arguing all morning
Seth
over how in shape
Seth has been taking up for this anonymous person like he's a family member or something like that.
He looks like he could be an NFL player. That's all. But just in this picture, it looks like it was taken with a phone in bad lighting. Yeah. And like the jersey doesn't fit as snug as it would with a lot of guys. So, you're right. And the guy he's wearing number 24, which is Stingley's number, which makes it a starker difference.
Doesn't look like Stingley.
This guy looks like he might be a short linebacker.
Right.
So, but putting him in Derek Stingley's number, I think, was perhaps a misstep by them. Yeah.
We can all agree the reaction to that picture was underwhelming. So the Texans, Cal McNair specifically, owner of the team, CEO, went on Reddit and said, well, seeing that there's a leak, how about we leak one of the pictures of this exact uniform design, but let's do it with Nico Collins and Tank Dell wearing it. What do you say? And lo and behold, it looked better on Tank Dell and Nico Collins. And to your point, Seth, it did look better with proper lighting, in a cool kind of glass, cage thing that you have. It looked like much, much better this time around.
I was just thinking out. The Texans were so smart not to take my advice of having Sports Radio 610 hosts model the new uniforms. You know, because even like that commercial with Dan Marino and Emmitt Smith where they were wearing your
That's
uniforms.
uncomfortable.
It's kind of creepy. Yeah. You're like, oh, this doesn't. I'm not comfortable looking at this.
Yes.
It just doesn't look right. Yeah. If a picture of you and me wearing Derek Stingley's and Nico Collins' numbers would have been awesome.
And you're an actual football player. Yeah, no.
Not anymore.
Well, so the uniform. This is what I'll say about the uniform leak because we got to get on to number 3 here. I've seen all 4 uniforms. They're like, to me, like the really good ones are yet to come. What's so funny?
I like this one. It looks new.
I do too.
It's not groundbreaking or anything.
Yeah.
I like that it looks new and it looks modern.
Yeah.
Everything else had gotten kind of stale.
Yeah.
I like that. I'm sorry, just real quick story. That's when I knew it was over for me. It would have been my 11th season. I signed as a free agent in the summer coming off of a knee surgery with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah.
So they had all my previous measurements from when I was there the first time. So they were like, oh, okay, here you go. I knew I was in trouble because I'd been rehabbing on my own. You know, I signed in August, came in for the 3rd preseason game.
Oh, jeez.
They brought out my old size pants and everything. I put the pants on, and it was like I might as well have been Huckleberry Finn. They were like baggy as hell. I'm like, oh. I asked the equipment manager. I was like, hey, are you sure this is the same size I used to wear? Yeah, those are the ones. Like, oh, boy. I should have quit right then.
Right there on the spot. It's been good knowing you. Oh.
3.
All right, let's get to the Astros. Christian Javier was not good yesterday. 4 2/3 innings, gave up 5 earned runs, which I don't know if that ups the urgency on getting some starting pitching, but one guy they will not be getting is Blake Snell. Blake Snell signs the deal he was looking for, pretty much. Reportedly, he had been looking for a deal from the Astros for $66 million over 2 years with the ability to opt out after the first year. He got that deal with the Giants, just $62 million instead of $66 million. So basically gets what he wants, stays in the NL West, and now the Astros, if they're going to find some starting pitching, Jordan Montgomery is still out there. I saw the Lorenzen kid who made the All-Star team for the Tigers last year doing some throwing. He's still out there in free agency.
Yeah.
They right now, Ronel Blanco is one of their 5 starters in their rotation if the season began tomorrow.
We get every time we did this earlier, and we were just doing it very briefly in headlines, and we had a few texts of people asking like, "Hey, how come you guys aren't talking about Trevor Bauer?" I've got no objection to talking about Trevor Bauer. I do think for a guy who had a known reputation as being kind of a difficult person, I think teams are looking beyond just the legality of what happened and more just the general overall headache and everything that might come with it. And I think there's more than meets the eye to what we as the public are privy to in terms of how the teams are making the decision. There's zero part of me that feels like, well, if the Astros really want it, they'll go after Trevor Bauer.
Mm-hmm.
They've got their reasons, as does every other team that hasn't signed Trevor Bauer right now.
Yep.
4.
Chase Young, one of the bigger name free agents still out on the market. I don't know that the Texans are in the defensive end market to the Chase Young level with Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson now, Seth. 1 year, $13 million is a lot for a guy who would be your 3rd defensive end, but he'd be a pretty damn good 3rd defensive end. He signs a deal with the Saints. 1 year, $13 million. If the Texans had not signed Daniil Hunter and they were still searching for a replacement for Jonathan Grenard, would you have been cool with Chase Young on this deal? 1 year, $13 million for the Texans?
I would have been skeptical of it. I feel like Chase Young already had his chance to come in and show that he was better than or different than what some of the reports had him as a guy that they weren't sure whether he was all in or not. I mean, there's just times where he goes missing in NFL football games. He was on basically a half-year prove-it tryout with the 49ers, and there was no shortage of moments in games where it looks like he just was checked out mentally and physically. And I would have just been more surprised than anything that D'Amico would have wanted him. But I also think that maybe there's a part of D'Amico that feels like, all right, I could have gotten the most out of him or what have you.
Yep.
That the defensive line coach for the 49ers, I'd be curious of what his opinion was or whatever. Maybe if he and D'Amico had a conversation about Chase Young, exactly what they thought of him.
Yep.
5.
Speaking of the 49ers, some bean counters cost them draft picks yesterday. This was an interesting story. The 49ers made a mistake last year when calculating their total player payroll. And according to Matt Maiocco of NBC Sports Bay Area, the Niners are going to lose a 5th-round pick next year and have their 4th-round pick this year bumped to the back of the line in that round due to payroll accounting errors at the close of 2022 that resulted in misreporting the club's cumulative player compensation.
Are you like me? Does it strike you as odd that this stuff still happens? I feel like with something like this where the league has access to all the numbers on all the contracts that somehow this should pop up as a red flag on a spreadsheet somewhere, that even if a team makes a mistake, it's going to be found out. There are still parts of the NFL that operate like no other organization that pulls in $20 billion a year. There's some mom and pop aspects to it, like some inefficiencies that don't make any sense
That's what I was going to say. Like, without knowing exactly what technically happens with all this data and information and who sees what, because I don't know that, it does seem in 2022, which is when this took place, that there would be an error on literally the most important salaries. It's literally the salaries that decide how good your team is. That there would be some sort of error. Now, the Niners remained under the cap at all times, so they're determining there was no ill intent with it, that it was just a clerical error. But they're going to lose draft capital over it. It's kind of funny to me.
Which is, I mean, that's no. I mean, one of the reasons the 49ers have stayed competitive is that they're really good at getting compensatory picks. It's not like this doesn't hurt them or bother them. They care about compiling those through 6th-round picks.
Yes. So they're going to lose a 5th next year.
6.
Quick update on this. We don't need to spend too much time on Aaron Rodgers, but for those who didn't see over the weekend, he will not be running for vice president of the United States.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. We didn't all the Nick stuff yesterday. We didn't really talk about it.
Yeah. So he will not be running for VP.
I guess do you think he would have accepted it if Robert Kennedy Jr. had actually chosen Aaron Rodgers?
I actually don't. I think because I think Aaron Rodgers is a lot about getting attention, but when it comes to nut cutting time, he still wants to play football, and I don't think he wants to be VP. I think he wants the attention that comes with them talking about him being VP.
I think he wants the attention, but I also think I could see where he likes Robert F. Kennedy Jr. too, and figured, okay, this is a time of the year where I'm not creating a real distraction for the Jets or anything. No, we're not even in the offseason workouts. Then I'll just go ahead and get Robert F. Kennedy. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. got a lot of extra publicity because he was attached to Aaron Rodgers for a little while.
He did for sure.
Okay, so I was having a hard time visualizing Aaron Rodgers actually accepting that.
It's the same thing with his Achilles, where he got all the attention from talking about coming back and teasing that he was coming back, and then ultimately, I'm not going to come back. It's just like he likes the attention that comes with talking about him doing things, but then he doesn't ever really actually have to do them. Trust me, it's March. He'll find something else to draw attention to himself between now and the start of training camp.
He's turned into how I am, pre-sex. A lot of talk about big things that I'm going to accomplish and what have you. But I get distracted easily. So there's going to be it'll be something else. I'm talking about all the great things that I can do, and then all of a sudden I'm talking about a conspiracy with the Kennedy assassination.
Right. Yeah. Same exact thing.
7.
Brandy, you better get ready. I want to tell you what. And by the way, seriously, one guy? You think one guy? No, Brandy. No, we're not doing this. That's it. No, you're done. You missed out, sweetheart. Yeah.
Maurice Hurst is a Cleveland Browns defensive lineman who appeared to spill the beans on an item on the schedule next year that's probably a fairly large one for the NFL. Here was Maurice Hurst. It looked like he was on some internal Browns, almost like the equivalent of Mark Vandermeer and John Harris doing Texans All Access. This looked to be a Brown set in the stadium there. Maurice Hurst, Cleveland Brown, doing an interview. Take a listen. He spills the beans on something here.
If you were organizing the room vacation, where are you going? If you're the party planner.
I mean, if we're doing a cruise, I mean,
what if everything's on the table?
Anything's on the table. I mean, we're playing in Brazil this year, so I mean, we could do a
Rio.
Trip. Yeah, just a little Rio trip out there.
I don't know how that would lose.
Okay, that's the first that most everybody, I think, heard that the Browns were playing in Brazil, and we should point out there's only one game that's in Brazil next year. It's the Friday of opening weekend, and we knew that the Eagles were hosting that game. We knew the Eagles were going to be the home team for that game. So I guess the Browns have been told, at least the players have, and internally, And I would imagine that you probably need to start telling some people internally about going to Brazil for a game early on before the schedule gets released so you can start making plans.
Passports and all that stuff, especially it's the first game of the season. They want to be sure they got all their ducks in a row. I bet you that's the passport stuff is probably it.
Yep.
You're trying to get birth certificates from guys and all that stuff. The team tries to walk. Whenever anything like this happens, the team is going to try to help the players out as much as possible. So, yeah, that's I think you're 100% right. So I'm not surprised that they told the players. I'm surprised that anybody expected it to be a secret once you told all the players, or at least some of the players on the team.
That's okay. And that's where I think maybe we need to make the distinction. It could very well be that Maurice Hurst was talking to somebody in the front office. He's working out. He's lifting during the off season. He's talking to Joe Blow in media relations or in marketing or whatever, and they say, "Hey, man, like." They may have dropped it and not even told him, like, it's off the record or don't tell anybody. They may have just casually dropped it, and now he's casually dropping it on Browns radio.
So it's Browns versus Eagles. Remember, we thought and wondered whether Mad Dog Russo had an inside tip on it because he was going off on a rant about the Eagles, playing in Brazil for the opening week. And he was just freelancing, I guess, but he said he got the Eagles playing the Panthers for opening week in Brazil.
Yeah.
And so it turns out that now it's Mad Dog Russo versus Maurice Hurst.
I'm going with Hurst. He's in the building.
I'm going to go with Hurst.
Yeah, I'm going.
Hurst didn't even realize he was doing anything wrong.
Right? Yeah. Mad Dog's just Mad Dog was doing that thing where to make your point. Because his point was, why are we putting this game in Brazil? You make it look the worst possible way you can make it look.
He was painting a picture.
Yes. Yeah. Yep. Real quick.
Dude, I would totally worry about I go to South America with Bryce Young, and I got to buy extra kidnapping insurance and everything.
For sure.
Like that kid, if he gets lost on the street somewhere in Sao Paulo, it's like, sayonara. See ya. Nice knowing you.
Later, kid.
Bryce Young, yeah.
Seth, real quick, I don't know if this is a correction or if this is just the MGM Grand coming back and disputing something. They say, we talked about Bruno Mars yesterday owing the MGM Grand $50 million.
Yeah.
The MGM Grand has denied that he owes them $50 million.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They came back.
Hit piece on
that
Bruno
story
Mars
wasn't.
somehow?
I guess they said the story wasn't true. So I feel it was my journalistic duty to bring that up.
The part that I thought was weird was it seems like most gambling houses are going to cut somebody off well before they get to $50 million. Yeah. But then I learned that Bruno Mars makes $90 million a year on his in-house residency. It's like his limit goes right up to $90 million. Yeah. That's where his cutoff is.
They do not cut those guys off. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
I didn't know Bruno Mars was making that kind of coin.
Yeah, he's making good money, man. Yeah.
I have to go show some leg around him or something. Yeah. That was the times I've met him. I would have been more friendly if I'd known this.
And
I thought he was just catching Jennifer Lopez's strays.
Right,
yeah.
No, man. Show your leg and make sure you pay attention the whole time, Seth. Too. No ADD. All right.
He's gonna. You know how it ends. He's gonna ask me for some money so he can go play blackjack and then never call me again.
Baccarat. Yeah. All right. Texans couldn't get a Keenan Allen deal done. So who else is out there for a holy bleep moment? Our friend Cody Stutz actually put a list together here. What would be the holy bleep factor? And should the Texans be in on any of these guys at the wide receiver position? That is next. I will tell you this. It's probably not $50 million, but boy,
Hewitt.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Appreciate you tuning in. We talked about this towards the end of yesterday's show. The Keenan Allen deal that the Texans tried to get done. He ends up going to the Bears. The Chargers, I should say, choose to send him to the Bears for a fourth-round pick in the upcoming draft. The Texans reportedly, according to Aaron Wilson, had offered a third-round pick in next year's draft in 2025, and then a flip-flop of some day 3 picks. Texans' offer, according to the charts, was a better offer, but the Chargers chose to send Keenan Allen to Chicago instead of to Houston. That would have been a holy bleep moment. If we're coming in on Monday after the Texans trade for Keenan Allen, and all of a sudden you've got a wide receiving core of Keenan Allen, Nico Collins, and Tank Dell, that's pretty sweet. So you and I were talking yesterday, Seth, at the end of the show about, okay, what other holy bleep possibilities are out there? And we'll thank Cody Stutz, who's got his Houston football Substack and YouTube channel. Cody does a great job. His email he sent out yesterday, his post yesterday, was about okay, Keenan Allen, who else is out there now, if indeed they're looking for veteran wide receiver help, which would appear they are. Maybe a specific type, but there are some vets out there. So Cody's got a short list here. I figured I'd rapid fire these at you and get your reaction to these and see what you think.
Give it to me, Sean.
I'm going to give it to you straight. Here we go. Stephon Diggs.
Oh, no, thank you.
Yeah.
I think I love him as a player.
Yeah.
He's awesome. He's incredible. He's perpetually agitated. And even the way his teammates talk about him is kind of the way people talk about Draymond Green, I guess. We're like, hey, you just got to know he is and know, he's gonna make scenes and he needs one of his teammates basically said he needs the attention.
Mm-hmm.
I still go back to what D'Amico Ryans had said about how he doesn't want any energy vampires. And I feel like there's a chance they might look at him as an energy vampire.
I agree.
And that not one that a young quarterback, especially in C.J. Stroud, needs as a competing voice in his head when you're on a team where, unlike the Bills, the Texans already have better diversity amongst their wide receivers. So, and then as far as what it would command, I just don't think that's the splash. The draft pick compensation and a new contract and all of that, like the Texans have already been aggressive enough to not have to go that route. Like the Danielle Hunter contract alone is pretty damn aggressive.
Yeah.
The trade for Will Anderson last year, if you've got like one mega move per offseason, I don't think the Stephon Diggs one is in the cards.
I'm with you. Cody's with you on that as well. And Cody actually in here tries to estimate like what it would cost to get the deal done. So I'll mix that in too. He said he thinks Stephon Diggs probably a second and then some. Plus you got to take on. He's got a big contract already, and he probably want an extension even off of that already exorbitant contract. All right, this is an interesting one. T. Higgins. This is one where there's actually been some rumors. I'm not going to say substantiated, but T. Higgins is, especially on the heels of the Texans being in on Keenan Allen, like them being in on Keenan Allen is all of a sudden going to inject them into any wide receiver trade talk. And T. Higgins is probably the most tradable commodity on the market because he's been given the franchise tag. Cody says probably cost you pick number 42 and then your third round pick, and then you're probably giving T. Higgins a deal in excess of $100 million to become a wide receiver here.
Yeah, I wondered if that was. Like, where does their pursuit of Keenan Allen and whatever contract however they might have juiced it up with him, I feel like that's, Aaron Wilson said that they were going after a very specific type of receiver when they went after Keenan Allen. To that I read, okay, he takes majority of his snaps in the slot, so they're looking for a guy who can play slot. And maybe it is somebody who is a little bit older that you can sign to a 2-year deal and keep consistent with this theme of spending big in this 2-year window before C.J. Stroud gets paid. They're very much utilizing that rookie QB window. So that's the one thing that makes me wonder about giving up draft compensation and a huge contract.
And again, yeah, I think you nailed it. I think, and we're going to go through some more names here, but I think that's the thing that if we're going to pull Keenan Allen's name into the mix as some sort of precursor to them being in on these guys, and I enjoy these conversations, that's the big thing you got to point out, as you just did, is that you didn't have to give up any draft compensation to get Keenan Allen. Well, no, you would have, but it would have been much lower draft compensation.
Much lower because of the age and because of the situation the Chargers were in. It was just that's why Tyler Boyd. Tyler Boyd continues to make the most sense. If Keenan Allen was desired because he's a veteran towards the end of his career, but who can play slot, I mean, that's who Tyler Boyd is to a lesser. He's just not as good a player as Keenan Allen. So the Texans may very well have set their sights on a different Bengals receiver, and maybe they're working on Tyler Boyd right now because he's another guy that I think probably shouldn't expect more than 2 years, $7 million per year. Maybe it's a 3-year deal or what have you. But it's a reasonable guy to bring in who's a veteran, savvy slot receiver.
Terry McLaurin is a name that Cody throws in here. Commanders wide receiver, signed a big extension a couple of years ago. Thinks it would cost you your 42nd overall pick plus a 4th-round pick. And Terry McLaurin's got a fairly expensive contract.
So I would love having Terry McLaurin in here, but I got to go back to my original philosophy and strategy. If you are still building a team, the Texans are snug up against the cap now, and bringing a guy like that in, it's a lot harder to finagle the cap and still worry about your long-term prospects and everything. I hate these little exercises because you're turning your nose up at a really good player.
Sure.
Acting like, well, no, we're too good for Terry McLaurin. No, I would love to have every single free agent that was available this year. I wish the Texans could have signed them all. It's about allocation of resources, and I don't think that's the right spot right now to be allocating your resources.
I would agree.
When you're also going to have to pay Nico Collins next year as well, most likely.
Yep, that's right. Next name on Cody's list here, as I page down, is Jalen Waddle.
Jalen Waddle.
Yep. Jalen Waddle, who is in a different category than these other guys because he is still on. He's just finished up his 3rd year of his rookie deal. So this is one where it probably gets really pricey because the guy's still a young player who's heading into year 4, who can do it all. He's a really good wide receiver. He's looking to get paid. I'm guessing. And
yeah. And plus, I don't like. Are the Dolphins in a situation right now where they're still trying to? I feel like they've done the lion's share of what they need to do to get under the cap. And everything.
They have. It's gonna. Cap issues are going to pop up for the Dolphins again because they haven't made a decision yet with Tua. They've got to pay Tua. Tyreek Hill is still on a really expensive deal, and Jalen Waddle is going to want a lot of money. It's a lot like the Bengals. I'm not saying Tua's as good as Joe Burrow, but they're similar decisions. The Bengals have made the decision they're going to pay Jamar Chase. They're going to pay him elite wide receiver money. They've already paid Joe Burrow your quarterback money, and now they've got T. Higgins, who they have to keep, and they're kind of stuck. The Dolphins, similarly, are going to have to make some sort of decision with Tua. They've already paid and are paying Tyreek Hill, who may be the most valuable non-quarterback in football. And now you've got Jalen Waddle, who I think there's probably there might be 24 teams where if you plunk Jalen Waddle down on them, he immediately becomes their surefire number 1 wide receiver. He's really, really good.
Yeah.
I don't think the Texans are in the market to be – I mean, that's going to cost you major draft capital. It's one cut below trading for Justin Jefferson. It's going to cost you major draft capital and a major contract.
Yeah, I just I don't know. I think the name brand appeal of Keenan Allen may have shocked some people into thinking that the Texans were being more aggressive than they were in going after Keenan Allen.
That's a good point. I like that.
They made a good, reasonable offer. It was probably calculated as being slightly more lucrative than the Bears offer, but the Chargers just decided for whatever reason to send Keenan Allen to the Chargers. But that's the same thing as trading for Jalen Waddle and then giving Jalen Waddle a contract.
Yeah.
I guess maybe at the end of the day, I think what it boils down to, just from some of the listeners that I disagree with on this, I think more than anything, it ends up being that I'm more bullish on Nico Collins than a lot of the listeners.
You think he's a 1?
Yeah, and I get that. Or I don't honestly care about 1s and 2s. But I think he's very good.
Top receiver, yeah.
Yeah. I think he should deserve. Yeah, he's a 1. Yeah. He deserves top 10 money if he plays this way. If he plays this year the way he played last year. Yeah. And I think other people just are either more impressed with other players or more impressed with the name brand appeal or whatever it might be. That's where the difference in opinion is.
Yeah, and
whether or not you want to plan for Nico Collins as the future of the team.
Some are skeptical about Nico still too. I think there's some skepticism on that side. The last name Cody has here, Cortland Sutton. I'm for kicking tires on anything in Denver right now where it looks like they're just tearing the thing down to the studs. Cortland Sutton he's not as pricey as some of these other guys on the contract that he's on. I don't know. Certainly don't think he fits the style. If we're to believe the style of receiver they're looking for is more of a slot guy, like Cortland Sutton is a big-bodied. He's a lot like Nico. He's a big-bodied outside guy.
I'd have a hard time thinking that Sean, how you would wrest him away from the Broncos as well, unless Sean Payton hates him too. Mm-hmm. I don't think we have any reason to believe that Sean Payton hates Cortland Sutton nearly as much as it appeared he hated Russell Wilson. So I would put that in the list of, again, all these guys are guys that I would love to have on the team if it weren't for 18 other issues. But he's the one that seems like the least likely to actually to be pried out of that situation.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. I enjoyed that exercise. Let's circle back to Nick Caserio.
I didn't. I felt like I was, you know what? It felt like I was 14 years old looking through the Victoria's Secret catalog. Like, here's a lot of stuff I'd really love. These are the people I'd like to get to know, but I've got no shot.
Yeah.
How frustrating this is.
That's true. Seth just got teased for 10 minutes here. Yeah, sorry about that.
You just gave me Paulina Poroskova in front of me and then said, no, sorry, Seth. You're 14 and
titillating Terry McLaurin, yes. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's circle back to Nick Caserio. I think there were 3 moves that the Texans have made this offseason so far that people had the most questions about. Nick Caserio answered the questions about each of those moves yesterday, and you will hear that coming up next. I want to tell you right now, though, if you're heavy and you've stepped outside over the last
Exclusions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean,
good to be with you. Yeah, sorry, I got to turn my microphone on. My bad. Good to be with you on a Tuesday. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. The Texans and Nick Caserio. He was on with us yesterday, Texans general manager, and I think there's three moves that got made during the past week or so that people had the most questions about. The one yesterday we got, I think, the most text about was the Malik Collins trade. That was interesting because there was reportedly a trade, Malik Collins for Eric Armstead, that fell apart because the Texans decided to sign Danielle Hunter. And they went ahead and traded Malik Collins anyways to the 49ers for pennies, for a 7th-round pick. Collins, a player on paper who had been a productive player for the Texans. They decided to move on from him. I think the thought was, okay, well, Eric Armstead got released. They'll still sign Eric Armstead, and it functionally becomes a trade anyways. You swap out Malik Collins, you sign Eric Armstead. That never happened. Eric Armstead ended up signing with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So what exactly happened with the sequence of events here with that Malik Collins trade? Did that not go down as you planned it?
I think every situation is different. It's always a case-by-case situation. I'd say in the Malik situation, there actually had been different types of interest in the player at different points, going back to last year and then even during the course of the season. But, we felt that, keeping Malik on the team last year was the best thing for us, and he helped our football team and did a number of good things. So our job is to evaluate and assess and listen. That's part of my responsibility to the organization. That's my responsibility to the staff. And in the end, take the information and then ultimately, whatever decision you make, you're comfortable with whatever the result is, whether it's releasing a player, whether it's signing a player, whether it's trading a player. So I would say in Malik's situation, I'd say there was an opportunity for him to go to a great program or great organization with Kyle and John, and then we felt in the end that was probably the best thing for him and the best thing for us. So that's why we made the decision that we did with his situation.
They traded him for a 7th. I wonder how close they were to releasing Malik Collins.
And exactly what might have been going on. Nick alluded to previous instances where maybe he had been up for a trade or there had been offers. So this feels like something that was in the works. There's a tendency by some people when they describe DeMeco Ryans' defense to kind of lump it into these hyper-aggressive defenses where you rush the passer every down and you play the run on the way to the quarterback. And I don't think that's accurate. I think that is how some defenses operate. I don't think that's how DeMeco's defense operates. I think he likes guys just like Will Anderson who are just as concerned with stopping the run as they are rushing the passer, and they need to be smart enough to know the difference. So actually read, run, etc. But it's an aggressive scheme. I think Malik Collins fits better in one of those schemes that is more along the lines of stop the run on the way to the quarterback. And Malik would anchor down versus doubles. He would do some good things versus the run. He's just not as imposing a physical menace versus the run as guys like Eric Armstead. He's just physiologically not the same dude. I think DeMeco, kind of in the same way that, Nick was describing Danico Autry as a guy that, you'd want with you in a barroom brawl. He's just a bad MFer, as he said. I quote Nick Caserio. And I think DeMeco wants more guys like that. Yeah. And Malik Collins is just not that same style of player.
The trade on Friday of the 23rd overall pick to the Vikings, where the Texans move back to the 42nd overall pick and they pick up a second-round pick in 2025. Here was Nick Caserio on some of the thought process behind that trade.
I'd say a big part of the discussion as well was getting a future second-round pick. So anytime that you can acquire picks in future years, it just creates a little bit more flexibility and optionality for your team and organization. So, in the end, we felt comfortable with the decision that we were making. Does it maybe potentially eliminate a certain pool of players? Potentially, but it doesn't mean we can't come back into the first round. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be good players available to pick. I would say we've sort of run the gamut here organizationally in terms of draft, I would say picks and or compensation from 21 to not having a first and second-round pick. To 22, we had a little bit more flexibility. 23, we had some flexibility, and we traded up, I would say, to the top of the draft. So every year is different. I think we just try to be open-minded and flexible as possible, but also be responsible and just not make decisions to make decisions. But the discussions that D'Amico and I had throughout the course of the week, and specific to this situation, we both felt comfortable. And so in the end, we made a decision that we felt made the most sense for us, and we'll kind of keep moving forward.
I'm guessing when you make a trade like that, Seth, you have to make the trade with the possibility that you can't move out of that spot effectively. You can do anything you want to if you're willing to overpay to move out of a spot, but in my mind, I would want to be comfortable. Like, okay, I might have to pick 42nd in the draft. Am I okay with that? And he talked about bands of players again.
Right.
With us,
There are two things about that. One is that the trade made sense. The trade was more in terms of just the old draft value chart. It made sense. So it's nothing like, they're trading out of the first round and they don't have any assets to get back up there if they need to. But the way he said, are we missing out on a band of players? Maybe. It almost sounded like, oh no, if I spend this money now, I won't be able to buy that AMC Pacer that I was looking for. It just, he doesn't sound all that impressed. He doesn't sound all that impressed with the Yugo that would have been available at 23.
Yeah.
So he's just gonna keep his powder dry, and maybe he likes a few of the used cars available at the top of the second round.
I think it's going to be a really unique draft in that I think it's going to be overloaded early on with quarterbacks, offensive linemen, elite level wide receivers, Brock Bowers, who's a tight end. Like I think there's a whole lot of stuff in the upper part of this draft that the Texans just wouldn't be in on. I just don't think they would be drafting, and I think so it pushes a lot of other things down.
Yeah.
And I think he feels like, okay, well, it's pushing a lot of other stuff down, and a lot of other stuff that in most years we would stick around at 23 to take. But we're probably going to get something pretty close to it at 42, or we can move back up a little bit if we need to.
Well, and I think maneuverability within the second round to where he can sit down in the second round. He has those assets, those 2 picks, and everything behind that. But where they're so heavily loaded with wide receivers. And maybe it would have been different if the Keenan Allen trade had worked out. Those happened somewhat. The Keenan Allen trade was after the first round pick, right?
Yep.
But when they're looking at all these wide receivers, I think the probably thinking is, all right, we can if we like a lot of these guys, we could still move back within the second round. But if there's a wide receiver that we're surprised slipped as far as he did, we can move back up. But that second round, it should be really ripe with wide receiver targets. And at the same time, they can get one of these other position players that perhaps they feel best about. I think. Yeah, at the end of the day, without overcomplicating things, I think Caserio just feels a lot better about the guys that are projected to go in the second round right now. There's some guys that he likes in the first round. It's just he's less likely to get them, so he's just going to wait and see exactly how it all plays
And I'd
out.
rather have a 2 next year. I'd rather have that extra 2. It's a win-win.
I'm okay. The thing that surprised me, Sean, was how quick so many people were to say, immediately, well, this is just Caserio. He's afraid to make it. The dude just spent – it was the second most expensive trade ever in the draft for a non-quarterback. It was the Julio Jones trade last year. It was incredibly aggressive. On the border of recklessly stupid.
Yes.
Except that it worked out. It was incredibly aggressive.
Yep. I think – look, I think people like shiny new things, and a first-round pick to a lot of people is a shinier new thing than the 42nd overall pick. I think there's people that they like sitting down in front of the TV on Thursday night of the first round of the draft, and now their team, for now, is not relevant. They could become relevant on draft night. 42 is not a hard spot to move up from to get up into the back end. Yeah.
This is where the stat nerd Seth gimmick just killed my soul a little bit.
Why?
I have so little actual attachment to any of these draft picks or players anymore. I'm Thanos when it comes to the draft.
Yeah.
You could kill half these guys. I wouldn't give a damn because they're useless. Okay.
Okay. Let's we're up against it here. So the third.
You're just nervous that I'm talking about mass killing half the draft.
They're gonna with a snap of a finger.
Yeah.
The third move that we asked Nick about was the Joe Mixon trade. So I want to make sure we get to that also in the next segment because we've got a nice long one coming up here. Clint Stoerner is a killjoy. I needed to hear Nick Caserio say MFer again just to get fired up after I listened to Clint Stoerner yesterday talking about the Texans as I'm walking to my local tavern. We will have that for you coming up next.
Nobody steals Sean's joy on a Monday afternoon on his way to the bar, damn it. We got issues with you, Clint. Big issues. I'll tell you what, no issues with this, baby.
Yeah. Yeah.
contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we have a text. Catching up on the app, Clint has Coors for Brains saying the Texans aren't better. It says, normally the host, formerly known as Show, is the nonsense. Wild. That's not a nice thing to say. I think those guys do a great job. I just disagree tremendously with something Clint said, which we will get to in just a second. I want to make sure we close the book because I said there were three things.
Close
that book. The three things that Nick Caserio, or three moves that were made that I think people had the most questions about. He addressed Malik Collins. He addressed the trade with Minnesota to move back into the second round. And then there's the Joe Mixon trade, which if you're just taking it at surface level face value, trading for Joe Mixon, a very productive running back, for a seventh-round conditional pick makes a whole lot of sense. They gave him a 3-year extension about the second he walked in the door for $27 million. We'll see how that plays out. I'm fine with it. Only 13 of it is guaranteed, so I'm cool with that as well. The big question that we had with Joe Mixon when the trade went down was, okay, well, he has some things in his background pretty far. The biggest one being in 2014 when he was at Oklahoma and he hit a woman. Now, this woman may have said some things to him. There's a lot of nuance to the situation. We've hashed that out plenty over the last week or so. But it's certainly something that a team like the Texans would, at the very least, you would think, investigate, make sure you've got all your I's dotted and T's crossed when it comes to bringing Mixon into the building. Here was Nick Caserio when he laid out what was the due diligence done on Joe Mixon.
As it pertains to what he went through with his situation, absolutely, you have to consider it. You don't turn a blind eye to situations like that. So I think Joe, like you said, Sean, he's been in the league. He's been a great player. He's been great in the locker room. He's been great in the community. He was a 3 or 4 time captain in Cincinnati. So he's done a lot of good things. One incident from 10 years ago it certainly doesn't define a person. I think Joe's acknowledged that. And, obviously it was a very difficult situation for everybody involved, himself. And, Joe was accountable that, he made a mistake. So, I think we research everything. When I was in New England, we were having similar discussions. You're kind of going through and trying to get to the bottom of what do you have with the person, what do you have with the player, was it an isolated situation? You want to be sensitive to everything that's involved, and then the further research that we did, and then even the folks that were here in Houston, part of the scouting staff before I arrived when he came out, they went through extensive research along the way, and we were comfortable, Houston was comfortable with the player at the time as well. So, we're certainly sensitive and cognizant. It's not something that you turn a blind eye at, but in the end, you try to make the decision that you feel makes the most sense. And, we have confidence that Joe is going to bring a lot, not only on the football field, but is going to do a great job in the community. And we were willing to make a commitment to him to be a part of our program here for the foreseeable future.
That part kind of sailed past me the first time I listened to it, that the staff here back in 2017 when Mixon came out, but not just that they had done the due diligence, but they were comfortable with Joe Mixon.
Right, yeah. That it was all the way back then.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I heard it differently originally, too. I thought it was when they had looked at him in free agents or like as a potential acquisition a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I think that the fact that he referenced what they did in New England, immediately my mind popped to Aaron Hernandez. And we could have started talking about that. I don't think it's fair to Joe Mixon to compare to have that conversation as a comparison to Aaron Hernandez. I would say where some of the differences lie, and Sean, you've watched that recent Patriots documentary.
Yep.
I mean, Aaron Hernandez, from the time he got in the league, there were red flags upon red flags upon red flags. Not to mention the multiple scenarios and incidents that he had been in when he was in college.
Yep.
So I think that's where, when you talk about taking a chance on a character risk, guys, Aaron Hernandez is the extreme risk. With Joe Mixon, when it's something that happened when he was a teenager, you got to look at it and say, okay, A, how has he acted in the league since then? B, how has he acted off the field? And I think with both those things, it's satisfactory. He's been a captain for 3 years in a row.
Mm-hmm.
There's no chance in hell Aaron Hernandez was ever going to be a captain up in Cincinnati.
God, no. New England, right?
Yeah, or Cincinnati. Also, Cincinnati. Well, yeah, okay. All right, Cincinnati would have traded. They would have taken Aaron Hernandez. If Aaron Hernandez had gotten out of jail, he was going to be a Bengal. He was going to be a Bengal.
Or a Raider,
realistically.
Yeah.
But despite all that, I think the other side of it, too, is Mixon has been involved in the community. He's very specifically done things to remedy, I think, not just his reputation. He's tried to grow as a human being.
Yep.
And the fact that he and the victim had a reconciliation of sorts and had discussed it afterwards away from attorneys and everything, and she's had positive things to say about him. I think there's a lot to get you over those humps or boundaries.
Yeah, clearly the Texans are comfortable with it. I mean, they not only they trade for him, they gave him an extension. So I thought I like Nick's explanation there. Now, Nick Caserio talked about how this particular offseason, it seems like there's been just more of guys, of deals that kind of fall apart. During that legal tampering period, the deals aren't done until the league year begins and guys sign their contracts. So a lot of these deals that you hear happening on Monday and Tuesday of last week are all just verbal commitments. It's kind of like college football, where you commit verbally and then signing day comes and that's where you put your name on a piece of paper. Here's Nick talking about how it happened more frequently, or it seems to have happened more frequently this go around in the offseason. And we're leading into something here, because this particular cut you're about to hear led the afternoon guys on the drive into a conversation about the Eagles and Saquon Barkley.
This year, it just seemed like there was a little bit more. Well, a player seems like he's going one team, and then actually it's a little bit different. And it's never done until it's done. So, but I would say, in all fairness, once you have an agreement in place, I mean, we work with a lot of really good agents, and there's a mutual, I would say, understanding and trust that's in place. But in the end, if a player has a change of heart, despite how mad or emotional you may feel, in the end, the player has to do what he feels is in his best interest, and we have to be respectful of that. So I wouldn't say that it happens all the time, Sean. I would say this year it just seemed like there was a few more situations where that popped up, and you just have to be prepared for it. But in the end, the player has to make the decision that they feel is best for their individual situation, and we're certainly respectful of that. And if that's the case, then you have to move on to the next player.
So immediately you think, all right, which is it happening more often, or did it happen to the Texans more often?
Right.
Or did he see it more? Did he just personally see more instances of it, and perhaps players they were interested in? I felt like maybe Danielle Hunter, since it seemed to be a late emerging situation that the Texans realized they had a shot at Danielle Hunter. I feel like Danielle Hunter maybe backed out on somebody. I don't know. That was what I thought when I first heard it. And then I know the guys on our station thought immediately of Saquon Barkley.
Clinton Ron both immediately.
Maybe Saquon Barkley had wanted to come here, and then all of a sudden the Eagles stepped in out of nowhere and he recanted. I don't know, or balked at it. I don't know.
Yeah, none of us know. I mean, it's pure speculation. It's fun to think about. But they both immediately, Clint and Ron both immediately went to Saquon Barkley, and I'm like, okay, well, that's really interesting. Along the way, they were discussing which would have been a better place to go if you're Saquon Barkley, and Clint dropped fairly emphatically as a list of reasons that the Eagles were closer to being a Super Bowl team, which is certainly a defensible take because they've been in a Super Bowl in the last 2 years, and they've still got a lot of good players on their football team. Now, they were horrible at the end of last season, but it was one of a list of reasons, and I'll give Ron credit here. He kind of circled back to that as to how just kind of casually Clint dropped that the Eagles were definitely a better destination for Saquon Barkley to compete for a Super Bowl than the Texans.
Like, if you're sitting there weighing a lot of different things, if you're Saquon Barkley, and then it came to, all right, who do I think I can win a championship with, or have the best chance to win a championship with? With the coach, with everything, you think the Eagles are more equipped?
Without a doubt. I mean, you just look. I mean, they've got a strong core of players, or a strong foundation, if you want to talk about put it that way. They've got superstars across the board. They've done it somehow with paying their quarterback a boatload of money. Yeah, I firmly believe that the Eagles are more of what we saw through 12 weeks of last year and the year before than they are what we saw at the very end of last year, depending on how somebody sees it. But to me, either way it goes. I think the Eagles are
really
absolutely
okay. I mean, like the absolutely at the end, like he's pretty emphatic, which is where you have to be with your opinions. Be emphatic about it. Yeah,
I don't know. I guess the problem is that, man, recency matters to me, especially recency when it matters in the playoffs. And look, the Texans didn't look so hot versus the Ravens. Yeah, don't get me wrong. But in terms of where a team is trending, one of the big differences of the Eagles is simply they're going to have a new offensive coordinator and a new defensive coordinator, and I think both of them will be improvements over last year. So there's that, but then. I think there's a tendency sometimes you just got to be careful and not let that Super Bowl glow from 2 years ago shine too much into thinking that every aspect of a team is awesome or great. So the Eagles, pretty good rushing team last year. You got to add the quarterback into some of that rushing yardage, but they were 8th overall in total rushing. Texans were 12th.
Really?
So yeah, which is a surprise to me even when I looked it up. But I think it goes to show they did make huge advances in the second half of the season. A couple of really prodigious outputs there by Singletary over that 1-2 week span too. Yeah. So it's not like, especially, and then when you take QB rushing out of it, it's even closer than that. That Eagles offense last year was a high school offense. It really was. I mean, it was honestly, when you're watching it, there are so many things they were doing where you're like, okay, you can get away with this in high school, but not in the SEC or the NFL. I mean, they're putting it on receivers to win immediately. Their run game was as simplistic and childish as it gets. Constantly, 100% of the time, running out of gun. And that's got to change, and it will with a new coordinator somewhat. But I don't think it's as simple as, you pluck Saquon Barkley into there, and all of a sudden it's night and day what it was before. And you've lost one of the best centers of the past decade.
Well, and one of your true leaders in the locker room, Kelsey and Fletcher Cox on the other side. Yeah. I think there's a big leadership vacuum on that team. There's a chance Jalen Hurts is kind of leveled off, and this is who he is. Whereas I think this for C.J. Stroud, there's still another level or two for CJ to go after just 1 year. And I think Nick Sirianni's a clown. I just don't, that's your head coach. I think he got exposed. I think the coordinators were a big reason why they were so good the year before. Yeah. I just don't think he's a very good head coach. There's nothing CEO or presidential about Nick Sirianni to me.
I think that, Bill Belichick wouldn't be my choice for president or CEO either. But aside from all that, I think it's more likely, in my mind, based on nothing but hunches, I feel like from the get-go, Saquon Barkley's very public, flirtations with the Texans by following this guy or that guy or what have you was just a way to create leverage and to create an interest or a scuttlebutt that there were one or more teams maybe more interested than there were, and that he always wanted to go back to his home state of Pennsylvania and play in front of, and instead of all these angry New Yorkers, he can play in front of a bunch of Penn State fans.
Sure.
Yeah.
Clint got me a little upset with the Eagles-Texans take, but it's a defensible take. I can live with that. But as I'm walking to my local tavern and I'm getting ready to get myself into a good mood, Ron followed up with, do you think the Texans are an improved team over what they were last year? And I thought this was a fairly easy answer, but here you go.
You think the Texans are a better football team now than they were when the season ended? We look at it, obviously, that's almost not fair. Let's look at it. The healthiest part of the Texans, when they got Tank and they got Nico healthy and everything, you think that right now, like I do, I think they're a better team right now than they were last year. Even at the healthiest point, the team that did what they did, I think they're better. Do you think they're better right now?
No, the Texans?
You don't think the Texans are?
No.
Really? With the additions they've made defensively, Hunter, I know they've had some losses, but you don't think overall they're better at running back?
No.
I think they improved over Blake.
You had a double-digit sack pass rusher when the season ended. You had a linebacker that was covering folks vertical in the pass game and was capable of getting 19, 20 tackles in a game. You had a number 2 corner that was dependable. No, man, I don't know. I think. Now, again, I'm going to continue to lean into this. I think the Texans are incomplete.
Okay, so he leaves open the fact that they've got work to do.
Yeah. The part that I had a hard time with that was, they had a double-digit sack leader or a double-digit sack guy. They replaced him with a guy that got more sacks and twice as many QB pressures.
Yeah.
Right. Danielle Hunter's flat out better than Jonathan Grenard. The Vikings were very much – the difference between the Vikings and the Texans, it's very clear right now, is the Vikings are thinking about several years down the line.
Yep.
And looking at Danielle Hunter and saying, all right, man, it's a lot of money for a guy that maybe by the time we get a quarterback and we're really relevant, we don't feel that good about. Where with, the first two things that Clint mentioned, both the pass rusher and the linebacker, I feel like the Texans feel that they actually upgraded in those positions.
Oh, for sure.
So those aren't losses. When it comes to the cornerback, it's, yes, 100%. You've got to get a quarterback that you feel good about starting the season with. Okudah and some of these other guys are potential nice little finds or projects or what have you, but you don't feel good about cornerback right now. I think the thing is that the free agency market right now has about 10 Steven Nelsons out there.
Yeah.
And none of them are going to get $20 million a year like maybe some of them thought they were going to get or something. It's just a matter of those guys realizing, oh, okay, maybe I can go back to the Texans and not make fun of the general manager's vests. or maybe Nick holds a grudge and I'm out here and I thought I was going to get this huge money, but turns out the Texans are going to take Xavier Howard instead.
Right. Yeah, like I think a lot of the gaps they have, use Clint's word, they're incomplete. The team is incomplete. I feel like there's plenty of solutions out there to address that to the level I expected them to address it. I wasn't expecting them to go get L'Jarius Sneed to be the other corner opposite Derek Stingley. Frankly, I think there's a decent chance Steven Nelson is the very cornerback that Clint was talking about there might be a Houston Texan again next year.
I think the other part that Clint also mentioned later on was just that at defensive tackle right now, they feel that you don't have a bona fide starter. I disagree. I think that you've got bona fide starters, but they're journeymen. They're not Eric Armsteads. They're not Malik Collins, except that Malik Collins, I don't think, was exactly the fit that D'Amico ultimately and ideally wanted. Mm-hmm. And you might ask, okay, then how come the Texans extended Malik Collins at the end of minicamp last year? I think that was a mistake. I think that was in that period of time when Malik Collins, and Nick Caserio and D'Amico were still getting to know each other. D'Amico didn't know fully what he had in various players. So probably over the course of the season, as Nick had mentioned, there had at least been trade discussions about Malik Collins before.
Yep.
That they realized over the course of the season, okay, we need to go with a different type of guy here. And so eventually Malik Collins is going to be off the team. They probably would have liked to have gotten more than a 7th-round pick for him, but that's just the way that it worked. Every Super Bowl champion team has guys who are starting who are journeymen on their team.
Sure.
Like you just don't, no Super Bowl winning team has nothing but all pros and Pro Bowlers every single position.
Mm-hmm.
So they can upgrade at defensive tackle, but with Danico Autry running on the inside, rushing on the inside on passing downs, and with the rotation that they have of viable defensive tackles, I'm not going to panic about that. And I think if you look at the defensive line in total, they've certainly upgraded over last season. Mm-hmm. It's 100% an upgrade and a more fearsome pass rushing unit right now than I think they were last season.
I definitely think they're improved, and I think the fact that they can fill whatever gaps they have left, I think there's plenty of guys out there to fill it adequately. I feel really, really good. All right. Yeah, that just bummed me out, Clint, man. I was going to have a nice happy drink, and he bummed me out on my walk over to Lizards, man.
I feel like I could sense in Clint's voice almost. There's sometimes there's a little bit of just for some reason you decide that something annoys you about, I don't know what it was, but some little aspect of the offseason has annoyed Clint, and it was creating an umbrella over everything else.
Okay.
So I don't know. Ron also has a low-key way of bringing that out in you.
He does?
Sometimes, I think. Yeah. He's not doing it like in a needling way or anything.
Yeah.
I think he just he's almost like challenging you to take a stand, and sometimes you take a stand a little too hard.
Are you on with them today?
No, I don't come on. I think I got fired.
Did?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you went on with them on Tuesdays, but okay.
I haven't filed a grievance over it or anything. I'm just saying HR. I think I got fired. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. The new guys, D'Amico. This D'Amico thing is going to kill me. D'Amico got some nice new toys on defense. Wait to hear Nick Caserio's assessment of at least two of them. Some good stuff from the Texans GM. Damn near cursed from the Texans GM. That's coming up next.
If you are looking for a custom home builder, why not go with the third generation?
all states.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, so DeMeco Ryans has 3 new toys on defense. He has more than that, but the 3 nicest toys that he got underneath the free agency Christmas tree. Danico Autry, Azeez Al-Shaair, and Danielle Hunter. I'm gonna stack these, Seth, in order of how fun the answer was from Nick Caserio about each of these guys.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to start with Danico Autry, who, when you asked Nick yesterday about how to use him and how they're going to use him because he can bump inside, plays mostly outside, I don't think Nick cares where he plays. He just thinks the dude is a badass.
Specific to Danico, I mean, this guy's a badass. I mean, this guy's a junkyard dog. Like, if you go into a dark alley, like, you want this guy behind you. Like, this is a bad MFer. I mean, and a really good football player who cares about football. And we've had to play against him over the last couple of years, and Tennessee, and then he was in Indianapolis. But glad he's on our side, and we're excited about what potentially he could bring.
I tweeted this yesterday, Seth, because that clip was making its rounds on Twitter. We had a few like non-Sports Radio 610 accounts with video floating around to the show yesterday. I thought it was pretty cool. Anything that gets word out. But I retweeted one of them, and I said, that sounds like a guy Nick Caserio has been trying to get on his team for a while.
Yeah. Or, I mean, you've played against them twice a year.
Yeah.
That part of it, too.
Yep.
I think maybe DeMeco Ryans. And honestly, as they've been having these conversations over the course of the last year, perhaps, about guys like Malik Collins, and that's all part of getting to know each other, the GM and the head coach. As DeMeco and Nick have talked about guys, the type of physicality, the type of attitude, all of that. Yeah, Danico Autry, he's not a 3 technique like Malik Collins, different position, but he feels more like the kind of guy that DeMeco wants. DeMeco wants those dudes that are just badasses, the guys that you're kind of nervous about, like you're kind of scared around him. And like Danico Autry is that guy. Just like the Texans' defensive line did for me, Danico Autry also gave me the gift of beating the snot out of Trevor Penning, the offensive tackle for the New Orleans Saints, who tried to basically market himself as the toughest, scariest SOB who ever lived, now routinely gets beat up and down the football field day long.
That's right.
So, like, Danico Autry's not the kind of guy that Trevor Penning wants to run into in a dark alley.
God, no.
He'd just go crying for his mother trying to climb up a fire escape or something.
Go all Caleb Williams and be on his mommy's shoulder.
So that was fun. That was fun to hear. Fun to hear Nick say that.
Bad MFer from Nick Caserio. I love that. Azeez Al-Shaair, linebacker, formerly of the Titans, formerly of the Niners before that, played for DeMeco Ryans. Give us a scouting report there, Nick.
I'd say Azeez is a football playing Jesse. I mean, what did he have, 160-some tackles last year? I'd say, and this is out of, respectfully, Zaire Franklin is a damn good football player. Yeah. I'm just saying there's some similarities between those two players. Yeah. I'd say that their play style, how they play. Azeez has a lot of leadership, has a lot of toughness. Obviously, he has experience playing in this defense and playing for DeMeco. I mean, this was a guy that if we had the opportunity to add to our team, quite frankly, like we tried to add him to the team last year, and it didn't work out, and then we had to play against him, and I think he made every tackle in the Tennessee game. So I would say the fact that Azeez is where he is, I mean, honestly, it's a credit to him and his toughness and his resilience, and the guy's a good football player, and we think he's going to be a big asset to our team and our program.
My big takeaway is still, God, Danico Autry must be a badass. Nick really likes Azeez Al-Shaair. That's very evident.
Yeah,
and he was over the top on Danico Autry.
Well, there's this. I got to tell you, I got to lodge a formal complaint. I didn't file a grievance over being fired off of the drive. I will file a complaint over the use of the term football playing Jesse.
Jesse.
Yeah, there's just something about it that doesn't strike you as like, oh, yeah, that's what I've always dreamed of having, a football playing Jesse. And I don't know why, because my first thought was, I don't know, is it the name Jesse? Like, I think of, wasn't it Uncle Jesse on Dukes of Hazzard?
The most famous Jessies.
That's the first Jesse I think of, which isn't the kind of guy. But yeah, then there's some pretty badass Jessies. There's Jesse Ventura.
Yeah.
There's Jesse James.
Yep.
like kind of badasses. Like Jesse Jackson, notable. Not like I wouldn't want him to, fight my fist fights for me or anything.
Right.
But there's famous Jesse Owens.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know. It's not the name Jesse.
Okay.
It's just something about football playing Jesse that doesn't strike me right.
Okay.
I don't know.
Football playing Jesse.
It sounds like effeminate somehow or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
'cause that's what I think. Because we have Jessie Watt, who's right down the hall. She's the morning DJ, one of them on 96.5. That's who I think of. So, yeah. All right, so formal complaint lodged. Danielle Hunter is the third shiny new piece for the Texans defense. To be fair to Nick Caserio's enthusiasm level on Danielle Hunter as compared to the football-playing Jesse and the bad MF, this was more of a logistics question about like how the whole Danielle Hunter acquisition came about. But here was Nick Caserio, who I'm sure very enthusiastic about signing Danielle Hunter. This we know. Here was Nick Caserio on getting Danielle Hunter into the fold.
I would say specific to Danielle, that was a situation where there was mutual interest on both ends, and then we were able to come to agreement. I think we kind of came to an agreement sort of the end of the day there. It was late in the afternoon, I want to say Tuesday-ish, but that was another opportunity to add a good player to our team that we feel can help us, but by the same token, that wasn't the last order of business that we had in front of us. So you just have to be ready to act. You have to be very nimble. You have to be it's very fluid. Those 2 or 3 days are very, very fluid. And if you have a good process in place and you have good people around you that you can rely on to get information about what's going on about a situation, then hopefully you can utilize it to your advantage and try to make the best decision for the organization.
He said he is more active on the phones last week than he ever had been before.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
He's and at any, not just free agency, during any period whatsoever.
Right.
I think it does feel like more and more trades have become lumped right into. People don't even make the distinction anymore. Like Joe Mixon will be talked about as the free agency period acquisition, even though it was a trade. It's just gotten I think GMs around the league have gotten way more flexible about how they're going to acquire the players. And I do think that Nick's well positioned for that trend. I think that's a guy that he's more like Daryl Morey than maybe any other GM we've had in town for a while, and that he is not bashful about pulling the trigger on multiple transactions.
No, he's not at all. It's going to be fascinating to watch him in a couple of years operate in a world where he does have multiple huge dollar contracts on the team. I mean, it's the nature of becoming a great football team. You look at the Chiefs and look at any other number of teams that have, you got a team with Chris Jones, Patrick Mahomes, and several other high-dollar guys on that team, and eventually they can't hang on to Tyreek Hill because of that.
Well, who is the most likely Houston Texan to ultimately end up bashing Nick Caserio to the entire nation of China at some point? Like if we're going to compare him to Daryl Morey, okay, who's going to pull a James Harden and go over and tell the nation of China
he's a liar,
that he's a liar and that he'll never play for Nick Caserio? Feels like Laramie.
I'll answer once we know where Steven Nelson lands.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I'm thinking more of star players.
Oh, like core players, yeah. I
don't think Laramie Tunsil would never do it as directly. I could see Laramie Tunsil being kind of sly about it, like subtle. Subtle's the word I'm looking for. I could see Laramie Tunsil getting offended and then maybe just try to twist in the knife a little bit, but not as directly as James Harden.
That's a good one. Hey, the the Netflix series that we loved, you and I, so much, right, Seth?
Quarterback.
Not just quarterback. Quarterback. Yeah, like the way Seth
Or you were talking
said
about the Murdaugh murders.
No, not that one. Not American Nightmare either. Netflix is back in the football position-following documentary game. And I'm not surprised at this, that they pivoted away from quarterback, because I think once that series was over, they were having a really hard time finding quarterbacks that wanted to be subject of that.
Yeah, I mean, after all, Pat Mahomes just won the Super Bowl. That was it didn't work out well for him at all, I guess. But
Right. No, but I think they had a hard time finding guys. Instead, Seth, the new series this summer, Receiver.
Oh,
Receiver. Yeah.
You know what? I do like the idea of receivers just because they do, of all the positions, they're the ones that I think get the most frustrated because they can be doing everything right and still not get a ball.
Sure.
There's just there's a part where it's out of your control sometimes, and it's frustrating for those guys. So I hope they got the biggest divas alive. If Stephon Diggs isn't on this list, I ain't watching.
He's not.
Who we got?
He's not. It's pretty
well,
good list.
I just killed
though.
this segment.
It's pretty good list.
Try to entice me, Sean.
Here we go. Devontae Adams.
Okay, I like Devontae Adams because he's got a different approach to a lot of things. He's an original thinker, and I do like. I like him mostly because he's kind of railed out against stupid personal trainer drills that don't make any sense.
Yeah.
He's like, you want to get better at route running? Go run routes. That's his whole philosophy.
Well, let's keep in mind as I name these names, this is in the can already. Like this is all stuff that was filmed during last season. So Devontae Adams.
Oh, that's right.
Devontae Adams is on a very interesting team. I mean, he's on a Raiders team that fired Josh McDaniels halfway through the season. So we're going to get a little taste of that. So that should be fun.
Oh, yeah, that'll be really good. Okay. When's this come out?
This summer.
Okay.
Yeah. Justin Jefferson.
Thanks for the specificity. Okay.
That's some That's what it says in the tweet, pal.
Likewise.
Don't shoot the messenger.
Summer, you say. So when exactly is that in Houston?
Sometime between April and October. Justin Jefferson. Do you like that one?
I do. Again, another interesting team situation. I think.
Yeah, they lost their...
And a cautionary tale for Texans fans.
The double dipperoo of Deebo Samuel and George Kittle. Not Brandon Ayuk. George Kittle.
Yeah,
so they're stretching the definition of receiver a little bit.
But a lot of drama with Brandon Ayuk towards the end of the season there. I wonder if that flows over into any of the – maybe we see a little behind the scenes stuff there.
Maybe so.
Brandon Ayuk appeared to be downright disgruntled by the end of the season in the Super Bowl loss.
He did. Last one. Amon-Ra, St. Brown. Yeah,
Okay.
so we'll get a little Dan Campbell in there, probably.
Yeah, these are good choices.
I think so too.
More total players too. So what is that? 6 players in total?
Five total.
Players in total.
Two on the same team. So I'm guessing we're going to get 2 of them. It's really like 4.5. Since Deebo and George Kittle will probably be in a lot of the same stuff, I would assume. But that's a good list. So
I look forward to maybe seeing a different side of George Kittle. I've seen enough of the corny. He's a little bit like that player from the Astros a few years ago.
Joe Biagini?
He's got a little Biagini in him.
Does he?
Yeah.
Oh, God, I'm going to hate him. Oh, my God.
Got a little Biagini, little like the wrong kind of Canadian vibe sometimes. It's not your Michael J. Fox type of Canadian. Okay,
man.
There's a little too corny and shticky. Yeah.
Speaking of receivers, Nico Collins was on Texans All Access. We'll get a little from Nico Collins on how he's thought about the offseason so far. And how his run after catch this year, he had a pretty fun self-assessment on that we'll get to as well. How would we like to see Nico and Tank on receiver? We'll get into that as we close things out here on a Tuesday coming up next.
If you have been in an accident and it was not your fault,
apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It's different, man. It's real different, man. You see the excitement in the fans, man, talking about the Texans, and OTAs, the free agency, man. You see the excitement for next year, man, and it's setting the tone, man. It's boiling the pot for next year, man. Can't wait to be a part of it.
That is Nico Collins comparing this time this year to this time last year and the excitement level. And I would say, yeah, it's very different. It's very different.
Dang it, Sean. I had made a list at like 3 o'clock this morning of all the things that were different.
Yeah.
And I had misplaced it on the show prep. But here it is. When he talks about the different level of excitement.
Yeah.
In no particular order, I think, or maybe in chronological order, D'Amico compared to Bill O'Brien, David Culley, or Lovie Smith, any one of those things. That's going to feel much, much, much different.
Much different.
From this time last year, people were excited about D'Amico, but they didn't know that it was really going to work yet.
Yeah.
Public Hannah McNair versus maybe just staying quietly and silent in the background as much. Yeah. Public Hannah McNair's been a revelation for this team.
Yes.
There are a lot of times where when I get into any discussion about things that have changed, people insist, like, hey, don't forget Hannah. That's been a big difference. And that was one. I mean, she went out on a limb doing that, Yep. It's very easy to be painted like in this country, well, okay, with humans in general, if they can find a way to blame a woman for something, they'll do it. So, like, for Hannah McNair, if she had stepped forward and things hadn't started to turn around, then she could have been vilified very easily. So it was gutsy for her to kind of take on that new role. But I think it's been a big difference in the way people feel about
I think you've gotten a better version of Cal, too, publicly.
They're like a couple. They present well as a couple.
Very good, yes.
So, like, obviously, I'm not doing this in an order of importance to win it or not. But C.J. Stroud this year versus Davis Mills last year.
Yes.
Or specifically this time last year, I went back and I looked at one of my old YouTubes from around this time last year, and it was when the rumors were starting to get hot and heavy that the Texans weren't going to take a quarterback
right about
at
this
all.
time, yeah.
And you're like, I can remember it going through it. I can see it in my face how just confused I was that this was even a topic, and you start thinking, could this actually be true? So it wasn't even C.J. Stroud versus Davis Mills. It was C.J. Stroud now versus last year, where you're wondering if they were even going to take a quarterback. Or you're crying about the fact that it couldn't be Bryce Young.
We might have been this time last year.
This time this year compared to like pre-free agency last year, Case Keenum. I feel like a valuable addition in terms of just kumbaya factor.
Yes.
Case Keenum is a different feel.
That's a great one, man. This is a great list.
Give a different feel to the team.
This is a great list. Yeah. I agree with that.
Caserio 2.0.
Explain.
I think Caserio, for the first time, has been just way more relaxed. Maybe, I don't want to say bold, but just more forthright at times. Just because I think he's super comfortable with the head coach he has. Those first 2 years, it was just a mess, not to mention with everything going on with Deshaun Watson. I think we've just seen a different version of Nick Caserio, and it helps a lot when you've picked the right quarterback.
Sure.
And they've made obviously a lot of advancement as a team. But I don't think that's one that fans care as much about, but kind of it's one of those things that's it's all part of the milieu where it just feels like a completely different organization than it did a year ago, or let's say 15 months ago.
Yeah. The Nick Caserio journey has been an interesting one.
New unis and Tank Dell.
Yeah, Tank Dell. Always Tank Dell.
Yes.
No Tank Dell this time last year. That's a big one too, man. It's a big one. No, you're right. Lots changed. I
mean, Will Anderson, everything else, but it's a much different feel.
Derek Stingley's hamstrings working. That's good. We like that. A lot of stuff, man. A lot of stuff. And Nico's,
I don't publicly comment on that anymore. I don't want to jinx anything.
Nico's one of those guys. I'll forget I said it.
Okay.
I mean, Nico's one of those guys who's seen a lot of stuff since he got here, man. It's not just now compared to this time a year ago. This time a year ago was March of 2023. Nico got here in March of 2021. So he was here for David Culley. He was here for Jack Easterby. He was here for Rex Burkhead getting 20 carries in a game. Like he was, and then the weird transition to Lovie Smith. Like he's He's among those guys who've seen a lot of stuff.
All right, I wish I hadn't made this list. Now I'm getting nervous. All
Why?
right. That was a little too much. I don't know, a little too much patting ourselves on the back there. All right. Okay. That's enough. None of this new energy crap. Get back to the old. Just hate yourself. Hate yourself.
No. Enjoy, revel.
It's the only way to have success in this life. You have to hate yourself.
You're just stating facts with all these things. That's all.
Okay.
That's all.
It's okay to like yourself
a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. So Nico Collins seen a lot of change. One more, a little bit more from Nico. We just talked about the moves the Texans made on the defensive side of the ball. Always curious, guys on one side of the ball seeing moves made on the other side. What's Nico thinking about the Danielle Hunter, Danico Autry, Azeez Al-Shire type moves?
Major, man. All I'm saying, Nico, man, you know what he doing. You know, I'm on the offensive end, but the defense look damn good. All the D-line, linebacker, secondary. Yeah, them boys gonna probably be the number one defense in the league. You know, I'm calling it right now. If not number one, it's gonna be the top. You know, but the boys gonna be special, man. I can't wait to see it.
Seth's trying to cool the Jets on all the patting on the back, and in swoops Nico with, I think, they're going to be the best defense in the league.
I heard the 2000 Ravens were some punk-ass bitches. The 2002 Bucks were a bunch of Sallies.
Oh, yeah, that is great. That is great. That was cool to hear, man. Let's hear one more from Nico on Nico getting nasty after the catch, and he's nasty after the catch.
Man, it's just you gotta get nasty after the catch. You gotta go score. When the ball touches your hands, it's like, oh yeah. Now everybody trying to tackle you, now everybody watching you, so it's only right you gonna make a play, man. And just you see a defender just trying to tackle you, man. It's only right you just lower your shoulder. It's only right, man. Just set the tone, you know. It show the other team that you're not scared. You know, you out there having fun, enjoying the game, man. And it kind of set the tone for the whole team. You know, I feel like you get that excitement once you get the juice from everybody, the crowd, the team. You know, it's a ball game. It's gonna be a great feeling for everybody, man. Can't wait to get back with the group, man. Get ready for OTAs and just get back and pick up where we left off.
It's fired up, man.
I like that he said it's only right multiple times. I feel like he's almost on the verge of becoming one of those movie villains who's like the gangster who also actually thinks he's got like an edict from God.
Yeah.
Like it's only right that I bludgeon these people as I run towards the end zone.
Yes.
That's it's the chosen path.
Yeah.
This is the chosen path. Why would you knock me off my chosen path?
Right.
Yes. Little psychotic, maniacal God complex is what I need out of my wide receivers.
Will had a similar answer to that, to one of the questions. Will Anderson was on Texans All Access, too. He had a similar answer. I got to find it, Ben, and then I'll let you know what it is.
Well, as far as this goes, as you search for that audio,
yeah.
I wasn't that excited about that little sound clip until I realized I wanted to have some I wanted to have some Nico Collins highlights in my hard drive that I didn't. So I went and I was recording a reel of Nico highlights and the late season stuff. Especially that game versus the Colts, the play-in game, where he wasn't going to be denied. I thought he was going to get an unsportsmanlike for him hitting a defensive back out of bounds.
Yeah.
Like he flipped the tables.
He did.
That was the kind of movie villain I liked right there.
Yes.
That was good. It's only right.
9 catches, $192 in that game, man.
If he concusses some poor soul this year, I'll be standing over that dude saying it's only right.
It's only right.
I'll go to his hospital bed and I'll say it was only right.
And then walk out.
Nico's will was done. Yeah.
Who's that guy that just walked in and walked out?
From surgery. Got my crazy ass, my hair all wild, staring at him. It's only right.
Put me back under.
Now I finish it.
Similar answer. Here was Will Anderson on him being a nice guy off the field versus who he is on the field.
I think I take myself to that point to, like, I'm getting ready to go play football. Like, I'm getting ready to go play a game that's physical. You're going to get hit. You got to hit somebody back. And for me, it's just, like, I don't need anything from anybody. Like, it's the fact that, you know, somebody's lining up against you and trying to stop you from getting what's yours. And I had it saying all the time in Alabama, like, don't be denied what you want. Like, go get what you want. And that's my whole mindset. Like, this person in front of me is trying to stop me from getting what I want. So I have to go take it. So that's just my mindset and how I get myself ready. Like, this person in front of me is really trying to stop me from being the best that I can be.
Yes, yeah. He's got a little of the psycho movie villain sense of entitlement in it. Yeah. Like, who are you to stand in my way?
I want that guy right over there to fall on the ground, and you're standing in the way of what I want.
In my version, I'm standing with my hands, kind of like the way women stand with your hands reversed on your hips.
Yes.
And I'm saying, excuse me. This is me right before the snap, standing erect at the line of scrimmage. Excuse me. That's my quarterback.
And I want that. Give me what I
this guy's
want.
Standing in front of me, and he's in between me and what I want.
This team's so much more fun. Oh, my God, they're so much more fun.
They're getting to be the right level of psycho, too.
Yeah.
If you got honestly, like a firm and hardened belief that you are ordained by God to win a Super Bowl is a powerful tool.
It is a powerful tool.
Yeah.
Yep. They're 9th on the odds board right now. I think you had brought this up yesterday. I don't know if you were looking at the same odds that got dropped in my inbox after the show yesterday. It sounds like you might have been. Were they tied with Green Bay on the odds that you were looking at yesterday?
They were, yeah, because that's what felt right about it.
Yeah.
It's like between the Jordan Love, it's all right, everybody. You're a little late to the party, and Jordan Love had a few years to sit and learn before he popped out of the womb here. But, our little preemie baby, C.J. Stroud, was doing just fine. But they likewise, people kind of lump both the Packers and the Texans together as up-and-coming emerging teams with young quarterbacks.
Yeah, both made some noise in the playoffs last year. They're tied for 9th on the board at 22-1. So they're, the top 10 teams include the Texans and the Packers at the bottom part of the top 10. Here's the scary part. Of the other 9 teams in the top 10 on the odds board, the Texans, this is for the Super Bowl, the Texans play 6 of them next year. Kansas City, Kansas City, Baltimore, Buffalo. I'm going in order down the chart. Detroit, Dallas, and then Green Bay, who they're tied with. They play 6 of the top 9 other teams in the top 10. 6 of the top 9 teams. They're on their schedule next year. Whew.
Man.
It's going to be fun. But where are they? KC Road, Baltimore home, Buffalo home, Detroit home, Dallas road, Green Bay. So 3 road, 3 home. Wow. Going to be fun. Cleveland's 45-1, by the way. Sorry.
I made the mistake of trying to look up strength of schedules from 2023, but then you run into like ones that were updated, ones that are 2024, what have you. As people point out to us every single day, the Texans' schedule does look to be more difficult this year. Mm-hmm. So that's the true test of what this team is going to be. You could be a better team but end up with the same record this year.
Yeah.
And, some of the good teams are going to be bad and vice versa. But, just by virtue of the quarterbacks you're facing, if they stay healthy, in a lot of respects, this is going to be a tougher schedule. So, I do think the Texans are going to be a better team in the first half of the season than they were last year.
Yeah.
Just by virtue of young players and players new to the scheme being acquainted with it.
Yep. Games are going to be in harder situations, too. Some of them are going to be in prime time. Got some cold weather, potential cold weather games here. Green Bay, New York, New England. Yeah.
You know what, though? I feel like the Texans have quite a few guys that I feel very good about in primetime games.
Yeah.
I think, and some of that goes back to the old Nick draft and all these guys from SEC schools and what have you. But Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud, I don't worry about in primetime games.
This group, undefeated in primetime. 1-0. 1-0 primetime.
If they ever stick one of our playoff games in a primetime slot, we might be in trouble.
Yeah, we're years away from that. Don't move the Super Bowl till 2 in the afternoon. When the Texans
the Texans are playing.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That'll be at 2 in the afternoon. We're going to run some reruns of Survivor.
Have a noon kickoff.
Noon kickoff because the Texans are in the Super Bowl. We're going to run Yellowstone reruns. Yellowstone reruns afterwards. Heidi. Absolutely.
We're going to recreate the Heidi experience, everybody.
So I know you guys both, John Lopez, Landry Locker, stepping into the studio here, getting ready for another episode of In the Loop.
Getting ready to dominate is what they're
doing.
Absolutely.
You guys were both there when they revealed the uniforms.
We were.
Yeah. So what did you think? What'd you think of yesterday's sequence of events?
Oh, I've got some thoughts, baby.
Oh, he's going.
Good tease.
Yeah.
Are there any conspiracy theories?
There was one that I said as I was walking into the place to you and Figgy and Landry.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to kind of be the launching point.
I mean, we can just admit it was silly.
The
whole process. The whole process was silly. Like let's just be completely honest. Like, hey, y'all can see this a month and a half out, but don't say anything. So then there's some jamokes, John McClain, who go out there and like say that they saw it, and you're basically just bragging to people. Yeah. It's like when Craig Carton goes on the radio and says, like, either you don't say anything, which we weren't going to say, but then McClain put out, you say, oh, you have no idea what's going on. You're not doing your listeners any service.
Right.
There. Right. So I thought the whole thing was weird.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was. I didn't think it went well. I thought it was a pivot though. I mean, I thought it was.
Yeah, it was a strong power move.
I didn't like having because I hadn't seen him yet.
You're lucky. I shouldn't have gone. That's my biggest regret. I said it yesterday during confessions. I shouldn't have gone.
Yeah, I feel like it was kind of like sometimes when you click on the community section and you're kind of like, oh, boy, I'll go back to the paid actors, please.
Yes. Yes.
That's great.
I didn't want that to be my first vision of well,
it was.
It was going to be a fun
It's kind of hard to get that one out of your mind.
It was, yeah.
Like it is.
Sorry, 2-4.
And by the way, the models were the funniest thing because the one that leaked was actually he probably was the second biggest. Honestly,
yeah, he was.
I've been defending that guy against Sean.
Yes.
Sean's been trying to body shame that guy.
Onslaught from me all day.
Pretty freaking built, man.
I mean, for a normal person, for sure, but I mean, for an NFL player, he's wearing a damn shell necklace, Seth. He's wearing a shell necklace and he's wearing tube socks. So like if we're gonna have like this big ordeal and unveil the uniforms, can we at least get like how many fines is that guy paying if he steps on an NFL field? He might be forfeiting his whole game check. He's wearing a damn Abercrombie and Fitch necklace from back in the day.
That is great. Right. On that
the
note,
only person that we body shame on Payne and Pendergast is The Rock.
Yeah. And this guy, well, one of us. All right, Payne and Pendergast, we are done. We are out of time. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and an ab rocker to you, Sean.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
See, I'm grateful, Lopez, because the comic relief of the Texans, it used to be more serious.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you got some jackass, some bald jackass, like, Ponzi scheme guy walking around, like, making moves and making things that negatively impact your football team. At the end of the day, it's just uniforms.
It's just uniforms.
It's just uniforms. But I will say it was an interesting day yesterday from the leaks to Cal having to go on Reddit and unveil it to now you're in a situation where, and if you're just tuning in, here's the summary of what happened. The Texans showed their uniforms last week. They basically said, no one say anything. We're going to try to hype this up for a month and a half, and don't take any pictures, don't use your phones, whatever. Well, picture leaks of one of the models and one of the four uniforms.
We couldn't take our phones in.
Yeah. And it immediately draws reaction because the model does not look like Nico Collins and Tank Dell doing this uniform. It does it no service. It was a funny process all to begin with. So with this uniform picture leaked, Cal McNair smartly decides, hey, let's just put the new picture on Reddit. We'll put it on the Texans' Twitter, and now you get 25% of a view of your new uniforms.
Yeah.
Boom. There you go.
Yeah.
Hell of an adjustment, hell of a pivot. What are you – I mean, but go ahead.
I got thoughts. First of all, that poor sumbitch, that number 24 –
They were all number 24. Remember?
Well, yeah, but that guy, that poor guy, I mean, he's ruined. like he's ruined because he looks like all the models look like they got him out of the Ross parking lot. Like they were searching for some throwback, Earl Campbell jerseys or something, and they got him out of there.
I said it this way: if those models went in an NFL locker room, the Texans locker room, Kaimi Fairbairn will be giving them wedgies and making them carry his pads.
Yeah, but let's get to what the bigger story is here. Who's the dummy that planned this whole thing? Like not to point fingers, but I'm pointing a finger. Like, is there any way in your mind? And again, it's just uniforms.
It's just uniforms. It's all fun. It is funny though.
But it is hilarious. And did they hire Jack Easterby as a consultant for a day? Like that. I caught a real Jack Easterby vibe. I thought only he could screw the pooch like they screwed the pooch on this one. Like they absolutely did. In what world did you think a sneak peek, reveal that no one could talk about was going to be a good idea? And in what world, certainly not this one, did you not think that a picture was going to get out? Like you're my witness. We're walking into the place.
No, you said there's a 0% chance that this doesn't get leaked.
We're walking into the place, and I'm telling you and Figgy and Sean, after they wand us to make sure there's no other phones, they take our phones, put them in a bag. We signed it. Well, I guess I can say that. We signed an affidavit, non-disclosure or whatever, to make sure we wouldn't say anything. And I'm walking into that place, and I turn to you, Sean, and Figgy, and I say, there is a 0% chance that a picture of this is not going to get leaked.
Then they showed it to fans after.
And then they showed this fan council.
And that was going.
This fan
crazy.
council. There
I'm
was
a part of the fan council.
Kind of. There was a 0% chance, and sure enough, yesterday after we got off the air, this poor son bitch, this picture of him comes out, and they get destroyed.
And then they showed the new one. So
then Cal was the only one with a brain in his head over there yesterday. Now, I'm sure maybe others thought of this as well, but Cal putting that on Reddit kind of mitigated some of the pushback and the criticism and all that. But the whole thing...
It's just uniforms, though, right?
It's just uniforms. But the whole thing was
But it's hilarious.
Bungled.
It's hilarious.
Absolutely bungled.
Well, the other thing for me, and I'm pulling back the curtain a little bit, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you, is... What day was this?
I believe it was a Wednesday. Thursday. Yeah,
Thursday. What time?
About 4:45.
4:45. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
where at?
The Post.
So it was downtown.
Yeah.
At 5 o'clock.
Yeah. That's after a press conference and 2 hours before.
2 hours after a press conference where they introduced the two big free agent signings
At NRG.
So the beat writers had to drive all the way from the press conference. They probably got stuff to write, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming.
Well, I was talking to GJ. He got there late because he said he was writing.
Yeah, I mean, so they have to write. They go to the Post.
And free agency was going crazy, too, around that time.
You're stuck in downtown traffic.
Yeah.
Why not just do it at NRG on Monday after the rodeo?
Going
how about after the rodeo?
Well, that too.
You wait 5 days after the rodeo, we can do it at NRG.
Yeah. And look, it's just so frustrating because it was it was transparent to try to use the media and this fan council like, hey, you guys. And then there's that part too. And you alluded to it with Sean and Seth. Like you're telling us and the fan council, all right, so here's the sneak peek. Hope it all works out. We're going to announce it on April 23rd, which I'll get to that in a minute as well. But you can't say anything about the uniforms. They just wanted us to like, hey, man, these uniforms are basically be in PR as well, which that's fine. I get it. You give and take. But like it got to the point where no one said anything. Like the only people who spoke were those who said, yeah, I saw them to kind of show off or whatever. And now you got to wait. Now there's these two pictures out. The one that Cal sent, thankfully.
So
God.
Are they going to drop these on the 23rd now?
I hope they do not.
Like, are they going to wait till April 23rd now?
No, I hope they do not. That is it's more than a month away, right?
Yeah, and plus the draft, you don't have first-round picks. So.
Yeah, but here's what they need to do. Football is about adjustments, right? You bungled this. Now, I do want to say this. Somebody messed up big time. But by and large, and I said this when we were walking in too, I'm not going to torch these uniforms. I'm going to let fans decide because these.
But you can talk about the ones they showed.
Yeah, I'm going to
talk about those.
I'll get to that too. I'm going to show you, get to that. But I said these people worked so hard. They put so much into this.
No doubt.
Well, salute to the Texans, starting at the very top with Cal and Hannah, and then they brought in Doug Vosick, and this was his baby. But someone screwed this up. Like there was no way they thought this would work. I mean, well, they did, but there's no way they should have thought this would work.
Is there a chance they leaked it on purpose?
No, zero. I mean, look what they leaked. Look what they leaked.
Are we just all being played a
This
fool?
might be part of the plan.
Is this like part of the plan?
Well,
and
if
it's hip, and you released it on Reddit, so you look good. Could this be part of a master plan?
If you're on YouTube, I'm rolling my eyes because
what if it's just a master plan?
Well, then they bungled it even more than I thought. If they did this on purpose, because already, and the reason that they need to move,
I think they should release one a week at this point. Like you got one next week, we're gonna do the next one. I think you should do one a week at this point.
I think Cal should release a picture, not the whole uniform, every couple of days. And the reason for that is Cal started this, and thankfully he did, because it would have been like if they ignored it, it would have been an even bigger disaster. But if he does one every couple of days, all of a sudden you're going to get opinions and popularity, or not. But maybe the uniforms are going to be real popular as you go along. And they need to just completely trash that April 23rd thing. They need to just trash that.
Well, because you're 25% leaked, right?
And it's over a month away.
Yeah.
Like leak one every couple of days, and then move up to like next week or the week after the big reveal or whatever. Because this was, I don't know who it was, and if you think I'm picking on you, I'm not picking on you. I'm just telling you the obvious. You screwed this up. You screwed this up from the start. There's no way they could have thought this was going to work. Like some bozo like me's walking in telling you guys 0% chance this doesn't get out. 0. And you knew it was going to happen. In today's world, and then that uniform. By the way,
what was with the models, man? Can we just address that real quick? Because that was the weirdest thing for me. Because my whole thing was, and they were actually, I think they were actually filming reaction.
Mm-hmm.
If someone's out there, can you get the reaction when they walked out? I was laughing. No, I'm dead serious.
I know you were. Behind you.
I was cracking up.
Yeah,
like I was tickled because they bring out these models and they're in shape. Like I'm not sitting here saying that they brought out, the dad that wore that Florida jersey. On the recruiting trip, but they brought out 4 models who you wouldn't even be allowed to wear those in an NFL game. The guy was wearing tube socks and a Abercrombie and Fitch early 2000s necklace.
He said he had a shell necklace.
Dude, he did. And they're coming out there, and it's not even they're not even wearing it the way that it's allowed to be worn on an NFL football field.
Yeah.
And you could just taken a tarp off of some mannequins.
The mannequins were fine.
Yeah, the mannequins look better than that, but that was my first look, and I was just sitting there like,
Man, they look like they played for Bishop Sycamore, man.
A texter on YouTube says, I think this white uniform thing is a red herring. It is not. Okay? It is not a red herring. I can tell you that much. We saw them. That was one of the ones we saw, and we can talk about that uniform in itself. Yes, it does look a lot like an Atlanta Falcons uniform, but there are differences. There are some differences.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. It looks a lot like that.
That is a new blue.
That is they're going to call it, I believe, the same. They're going to call it deep steel blue, but it's very deep.
Well,
it's very deep.
Some people thought it was black.
It is very, very close to black.
They say it's a midnight blue.
It is very, very close to black.
Some people would say it looks a little black.
I'm wondering if it's going to look a little bluer in the sunlight, but we won't know that for a while. No, like the whole thing, I'm just fascinated by it.
I'm fascinated by your fascination.
Because, like, how do you do this? A $1 billion company that puts so many resources.
The good thing is, what matters the most is under control.
Yes, yeah, the team.
What matters the most is under control. Like if you look at, just think about it this way. From a football perspective, when it comes to drafting, free agency, and anything, Cal McNair he could turn his phone off.
Yeah.
Nick Caserio, D'Amico, they got that on lock.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, that's what's going to be what matters the most.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to game day atmosphere, they got that on lock. They've improved that. I think they're top third in the league now.
Yeah,
and there's only one way to go. That's
players. Remember the NFLPA?
Right.
The survey.
Yeah.
This is the players regard this as a top organization. All that's true
from a PR perspective as well. They've handled everything perfectly.
Yes, they have, except this. So and that's why
I don't know if this. I don't know about this.
That's why I was catching an Easterby vibe. This had all the markings of Jack Easterby doing this, and so I'm walking away. I'm watching yesterday all the reaction.
Why you got to bring him up?
Because it felt like it. Did it not? It absolutely did.
I mean, if Jack Easterby were going to unveil uniforms, I would imagine it going like this.
Yes.
That's fair.
And so my big point on this is, this was your plan? This was the plan? Like, there's no way that it was executed even close to how it should have been. And why are you doing this sneak peek? And telling people you can't say anything? Because all that's happening is people just clamming up, fans clamoring for it.
McClain called 40 minutes after.
40 minutes after. And then the other thing that's happening here that I think was maybe a bit of a mistake is the buildup has been for more than a year, practically a year and a
that's
half.
my thing. I don't know that there's ever been a uniform in the history of the world, unless there's like no colors and no logo.
Yeah.
Like if this were if the Texans had just arrived in town and you're unveiling it, then there would be that. But I don't know that any uniform in the history of the world could live up to the hype that they've attempted to instill on these.
Well, the thing is,
it's kind of a tough spot.
Yes, and you could have done that differently as well. See, the old adage of under promise, over deliver. Well, they're over promising and under delivering. And that's what is fascinating, and it kind of tickles me.
There's a lot of they leaked the photo stuff going on.
No way they did.
They leaked it because they don't have a first-round pick, so they're just bringing a buzz for people.
No. I can tell you with authority that is not what happened.
The best thing about the leak for me, and I am glad that we can say something about it. The best thing for me was there. First of all, the model speaks for itself. That dude's an effing legend. But the best thing for me was that people were saying, "Nah, there's no way those are the uniforms."
Oh, when it first came out?
Yeah, those don't even look like real Nike NFL jerseys. No way.
Yeah, those got to be fake.
Yeah.
They got to be fake.
I saw somebody said, look at all the pixels on this one picture. You can tell it was Photoshopped. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. But then here's the other thing, real quick, on the year and a half buildup. Not only are you over-promising and under-delivering, you teased a lot the H-Town blue. So what are fans expecting? They're expecting the H-Town blue. Now, I'm not going to say one way or the other because I signed that affidavit, what the gist of the H-Town blue is, but just when you're making this announcement, understand that that's what's expected.
Okay. There's one thing that they effed up that I can say based on these jerseys, and I think they effed up. They said they were listening, and they said we were going to listen to people who didn't want change and wanted tradition. We were going to listen to people who wanted, whatever color. The one thing they effed up, because I think this has the highest approval rating of anything that the Texans have done in the last couple of years. The red helmet should be the main helmet. Period. Point blank. End of story. It should not. It should be the main helmet for every single jersey. The red helmet. Period, point blank, end of story. You can keep the traditional logo. I don't know, how much were you really listening? Because I don't know that I saw 5 people total say that they didn't love the red helmet. Even the traditionalists love the red helmet. So the fact that the red helmet is not the helmet that you wear all the time, I think they screwed up.
Again, not to expose anything that we were privy to.
The red helmet was loved.
But I will say this. The discussion that was had walking out of that place was about red helmet and white helmet, and whether or not this was going to be a part of it in the future. I'll just say this again. Who put this together? Who put this together? Because it was screwed up from the moment you decided to start teasing it for a year and a half. Let's go through everything.
So how would you handle this?
Well, let's do it. Let's do it this. Let me lay out what happened, then I'll tell you how I would have handled it. They teased it for a year and a half and built up expectations. So by default, almost, you're going to overpromise, and people are going to expect that. Secondly, the whole fan council and media sneak peek without being able to say anything about them, and thinking that it's going to turn into a big PR juggernaut. Third, the models and how you did it. Fourth, how the hell do you think that this is not going to be leaked? I said it walking in. There's no way, 0% chance this is not going to be leaked. How did you not realize that in today's world? And 5, the whole plan build up a month and a half after it's already out there in some people's minds, you got to move that up. So how would I have done it? First of all, Figgy, and
let's get this on the back end.
All right.
I want to get the Lopez plan. Because it's one thing to say they screwed up. I want to get the Lopez plan. I don't know if it's going to be much better.
Why don't you do it?
I actually think his plan will be worse.
No, it'll be better.
All right, we'll see.
You know this is my hobby.
We'll see. We'll see. On the text line, Adam Martinez says, shout out to you. Shout out to all the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. He says, WTF cares about the stupid uniforms. It's not going to bring us a title, so move on and let's talk about something important.
It's the news.
It was the number one trending topic in the NFL.
Yeah.
The owner pivoted and had to adjust. And it's about presenting information. So, Hardo Adam, sit crisscross applesauce. The OG is going to fix the problems. We're going to get in the time machine. The OG is going to unveil the Texans uniforms next.
All right, guys. I can fix that issue.
Fitness. Get that big fitness energy.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 6 p.m.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, so the uniforms, they got the internet going nuts. We are a month and a week away from the draft. Internet going nuts. We've seen one of the 4 uniforms. Didn't go according to plan. How did you describe the execution of this thus far, Lopez?
They screwed the pooch.
Okay.
I mean, I got a lot of friends over there, a lot of people I know very well and talk with often.
At you.
That's not to flex. I'm just saying, I'm just being honest. They know it. They know how I feel about them. They know how I get along with them. But they know I can't help but be honest. That's why I've been in this industry for so long, for better or worse.
Yeah, and I think that's the only way to be.
Yeah.
So what would you have done?
All right, so
what would Lopez have done?
Seriously. Let's be serious here because they screwed this up.
Do we have to?
Well, we don't have to. But I think number one, I've got 5 things.
Oh, wow.
I've got 5 things that I would have done differently.
Oh, wow.
That's how bad it was.
Want to start with number 1?
You got 5?
Let's start with number 1 because it's the most important.
Came in with a PowerPoint?
I came in with a PowerPoint, Excel spreadsheet, the whole 9 yards. Because this is the most important thing, number 1.
Número 1.
Don't even announce that you're going to do this. That year and a half of buildup was destined to fall. I'm not going to say it's going to fail because I'm going to let fans decide on the uniforms. But when you build something up for a year and a half, sure, as a member of the media, I'm glad that they included us in the whole. Remember, even a year ago, they had us over there and talked about some of the ideas they had and all that stuff. That was cool, but don't do that. A year and a half of buildup is destined to build people up, and you know how this world is. Like they're going to have very high expectations.
So no buildup.
Keep us out of the loop.
Okay.
I would prefer. I'm glad you did, but oh well. Number 2.
Número 2.
You got them before you even start doing these uniform redesigns. You got to make sure that all the I's are dotted and all the T's are crossed on the things that you really want.
Did you see that Texans graphic with the Reds?
Yes. They were badass. They were badass.
Did you see it, Figgy?
Yeah.
Of course I saw it.
Yeah.
Bro, at Texans on Twitter. I tweeted it out yesterday. He put this out based on these?
Yeah. And so here's why all the I's need to be dotted and the T's need to be crossed. Because if you're going to solicit input from media and fans on the down low.
Yeah, the candy paint pants.
Yeah, they were badass.
Candy, like the red helmet, which should have been the case to begin with.
If you're going to just solicit
So you don't think everything was dotted?
No, and let me explain.
This just keeps getting worse and worse.
Let me explain. Some fans wanted, now this is out there, so I'm not trying to I'm being very careful here, but some fans like the traditional look. Some fans were very adamant about the H-Town blue. Some wanted a whole total redesign. Some wanted hints of what they were already.
Right.
You better make sure you can pull these things off and you have the approval of the league.
I don't think you're going to be able to satisfy everyone when it comes to uniforms.
No,
either.
you're not.
There's going to be disagreements.
But if you have certain things that you want and fans want, don't leave it to Amy Adams Strunk or the NFL. You better have that all figured out before you even start.
Part of me actually wonders, if we're being honest, like if I was just looking at this whole process, part of me wonders.
Like maybe they did? That's what I was wondering.
No, like part of me wonders if talking too much and gassing it up kind of maybe made Amy Adams care more than potentially she would have had you not built it up. I think whenever you see the quotes and it's like, oh, they're going to look at the blue or they're going to look at the blue, I don't know that Amy Adams would have cared as much, but you're basically giving her a warning sign.
That's why I go back to
And that's why she brought those throwbacks out to begin with.
Yes, and that's why I go back to number 1. You had a year and a half of this. Don't do that. Keep it in the house. And then, number 2, make sure you go to the NFL and you get their approval on what you want to do before Amy Adams can even, rear her head from her cave or whatever. The NFL already said we can do this. Sorry, Amy. Whatever. Number 3.
Número 3.
Don't do this nonsense of you can't say anything, but we're going to give you a sneak. Here's what you should have done. About a week at most, maybe a few days before the official reveal, just leak some information to like a handful of trusted media. Just leak it. So then those national people can kind of build up, oh, wow, Texans new uniforms, I understand, or, I'm reporting that it's going to be this, and this. And then you actually build up the energy and the vibe. Number 4.
Número 4.
For God's sakes, use players if you're going to use them as models. For God's sakes. Like that looked like 2 totally different uniforms that were revealed yesterday.
Or at least make them wear the uniform how you have to wear it on the NFL field, not wearing tube socks and a Abercrombie and Fitch choker.
Yes.
Number 5.
This is another very key one. Make sure the big reveal has regular fans there. Not cynical media, not cynical, fan, whatever they call it.
It's a good self-evaluation on your part.
Because, do it. Here's what I would have done. Just have a free event like you did at the draft at Miller Outdoor Theater where fans that, by and large, just watch games on TV, real fans, the tough middle class can show up because they would go nuts. They would go nuts. They wouldn't be cynical about it. They wouldn't do anything. You have 8,000 people at Miller Outdoor Theater. Here comes C.J. Stroud in one uniform. Here comes whatever.
We're going to rip Miller Outdoor Theater to unveil uniforms?
Yes, because then you have the optics of fans cheering and like they did at the draft. And here comes in one uniform C.J. Stroud.
That was draft.
I know, but this
wasn't a uniform unveil. What a uniform reveal?
A uniform reveal for regular fans.
You're saying you want less hype and then you want to have a damn Zoolander fashion show?
At the end.
That doesn't make sense.
No, it absolutely makes sense. Because what you're getting is you're getting people that can't afford to go to a game invited there like the draft, and they'd be going nuts.
To see uniforms?
Yes. Look at what it's doing today. Look at what it's doing today.
I told you his idea might be worse.
No. This is better.
I told you.
This is absolutely better.
I don't know about this.
Yeah. Oh, fans they'd be driving in from all over.
You lost it.
They'd
driving in from all over
to watch the uniform reveal. Yes, music, entertainers, all that stuff.
Lord.
Yes, they should have hired me.
No,
they should have hired me.
They should have hired D-Texans at D-Texans on Twitter, and he could have done it in 20 minutes.
Well, the actual uniform. I'm talking about the reveal and how you planned it.
No.
Come on, I'm right.
No. You have one more?
No, that's it. 5.
That's 5? Mm-hmm. So reset them one more time for the people. Is the Lopez plan any better? Lay out the 5.
It is absolutely better. Don't waste a year and a half building this thing up, number 1. That was a big mistake. Number 2, make sure you can get what you want on the uniforms before you even start planning them. Don't let Amy Adams or anybody else go to the NFL, get all the I's dotted and the T's crossed. Number 3, leak the information only a few days before the big reveal to a handful of trusted media who clearly will be all about it. For God's sake, number 4, don't use models that you got in the Ross parking lot to use actual players, pictures they're going to use. And number 5, the big reveal, get regular people out there that is a target-rich environment, fans that are going to be excited about it no matter what. This is the bottom line. I don't know who put this thing together. I'll say it again. They screwed the pooch.
John Lopez, the plan for the execution. Coming up, 2-year progress report of the Deshaun Watson trade. What matters the most is going perfect. That's the good news. We'll dive into it next.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
2-year anniversary yesterday, the Deshaun Watson trade. Mary Kay Cabot in the Cleveland Plain Dealer, she put out a headline that I thought was pretty damn funny. It said, "The gift that keeps on giving for the Texans, the Deshaun Watson trade, and how the Browns can win this trade." What on earth could the Browns potentially do to even think about winning this trade?
I mean,
they have to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they have to win the Super Bowl with Deshaun Watson.
Or at least get
That's it.
there.
No, that's it. They got to win a Super Bowl. How do you feel about that?
I mean,
I wouldn't even care.
I wouldn't bet on it.
That's true too.
I wouldn't even care if they won it.
I would think that would make it maybe a win-win for both sides.
Yeah, like Figgy said. Yeah.
I don't think the Texans regret making that move.
Hell no.
Here was Steve Smith. So I guess Browns fans, with the arrival of Jerry Jeudy, they have decided that they want Steve Smith to come on their shows. He had a message for the Cleveland media types. This was Steve Smith, former NFL receiver, now with NFL Network.
All y'all Cleveland media need to stop DMing me, stop hitting my representatives, asking would I come on the radio shows and all that stuff to talk about Jerry Jeudy. What y'all need to really start talking about is how the backup quarterback for the Cleveland Browns took him to the playoffs. Deshaun Watson is injured, getting back healthy. So stop trying to use me as your clickbait to get people to listen to your show. I want y'all to start just doing your job.
He seems kind of angry about it.
The Deshaun Watson trade with Nick Caserio, I think a number of things happened that made it ideal. First of all, you hit rock bottom. You had Deshaun Watson hanging around, you hit rock bottom. Hitting rock bottom is better than – you can make a case that winning a couple of games is better than winning 6 or 7.
For sure. Yeah, we talked about it.
Sometimes you're in no man's land if that happened. Number two, because of the stuff that happened off the field, you weren't in the market for a quarterback, at least not at the top of the draft in 2021, which is a draft class that in which the quarterbacks have just been completely dismantled. They've all been traded. So you kind of got to hold off, and then 2022, there was no quarterback worth taking. And then in 2023, you found yourself at the top, and you got C.J. Stroud, assuming that C.J. Stroud is going to be better. So you actually, not only did the patience pay off, but there was also a little bit of luck sprinkled in that paid off as well. And you can take it to another level and talk about the snowball effect, the Bryce or bust movement that we were talking about that ended up kind of backfiring. That speaks for itself. But there's no possible way that the Texans lose that trade. So it's a wrap. Cleveland can maybe salvage it by reaching heights that they've never reached in their entire life that are difficult to get to. But there's no chance at all, no matter what happens to any of these draft picks or anything, where you look at the Deshaun Watson trade and say, well, the Texans really screwed up there.
Yeah.
They benefited the most out of the trade.
It's a wrap.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You ended up getting Will Anderson, Tank Dell, John Mechie, Christian Harris, Damian Pierce, Kenyon Green, a 2024 first-rounder, a 2024 third-rounder, and Xavier Hutchinson.
Well, you also traded back this year and got the 2 seconds.
You got the second.
So 2 seconds.
2 seconds, yes.
You got the
2025 and the
2025 and the 2024.
Yeah.
So it's kind of
how do you lose that trade?
Snowballing.
Can't lose that trade.
Can't.
And then you talk about luck. Like, you could easily argue that if they didn't make the trade when they did 2 years ago yesterday, I think it became official today, 2 years ago, but either way, they wouldn't have all the chips wouldn't have fallen in such a way that you even get D'Amico Ryans. You know? Like, because they made it then and they hit rock bottom.
Yes.
They got D'Amico Ryans.
And the draft equity was probably part of the appeal.
Exactly.
You had the 2nd and 12th pick.
Yeah.
In the draft.
So you got D'Amico, all those players I just mentioned. Who knows what Nick Caserio's status would be, if you didn't make that trade at that moment in that time, if you settled earlier or held out or went somewhere else, et cetera.
And the reality of it is you you bought a window to try to capitalize on a quarterback being on a rookie deal, because I think there'll be a time like 2 years from now where C.J. Stroud is still your biggest strength, but he still can kind of be your biggest obstacle, because unless you're talking about Patrick Mahomes right now, the quarterback making 30%, 40%, whatever they make of the salary cap is one of the biggest hurdles that you have when it comes to building a roster. That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily saying that it's the wrong decision to pay the quarterback. It's always the right decision to pay the quarterback, but it becomes much more difficult. And if Deshaun Watson's contract had kicked in, you wouldn't have been able to do all this team building.
Yes, not even close. I mean, you'd be in a situation kind of like, depending on how he's playing, if he's healthy, and what's around him, you'd kind of be like in a Trevor Lawrence situation. You got to pay him; he's paid, but are you that good? I mean, are you good enough to compete at that level? You know, I don't know. I mean, it's an absolute win for the Texans, no matter what.
Yeah, no matter what, it's an absolute dub. So there you go. The 2-year anniversary of the trade. And by the way, Deshaun Watson just started throwing this month, too.
He's supposed to be throwing in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So he hadn't quite yet started throwing.
Oh, well.
He's played.
That's a little closer to April. I thought he was throwing in March.
Yeah. He's played. Well, I thought he was ahead of schedule. He's played 12 games the last 2 years. Some for suspension and some for injury. He's played 12 games. I mean, it's a mess in Cleveland right now.
Do you think that Nick Caserio cares how the uniforms get unveiled?
No, I don't think he cares. He's gonna be the company man and say all the right things, but I don't think he really cares. D'Amico might care a little more because he's he's H-Town and all that stuff.
He's chilling.
I think he's not. It's not like some of the people in PR or Cal and Hannah, but I think he cares.
Figgy, we haven't gotten your take on that. Just the details of the uniforms.
How it happened, or the actual uniform?
Just the uniforms.
I think they look much better. I feel better about it seeing Nico and
Do you
Tank.
think they're better than the old ones?
I don't. I like the old ones. I have a problem with the old ones. I think the only issue I had was I wish they had a little more of that H-Town blue in it. Now it ain't had to be a lot and all that stuff, but I didn't have an issue with the old uniforms.
And just to be clear, we can talk about the uniform that was revealed now because people are that little, I guess, piping, the big thick on their shoulders.
That was a horn.
Those are horns.
Yeah, those are cool.
I like that part.
Yeah,
I like that part.
I didn't really care for that part.
Really?
Nah, I ain't really care for it.
It's like on the sleeve. It's not piping. I'm thinking of the word. I can't. But it's sort of like a uniform, a horn that's coming up. Do I like them better than the last ones? The fact that I'm pausing kind of means it's a toss up. How about you?
Yeah, I think they'll grow on me. I mean, I think I do got to understand, like, there's a big age gap between the young kids that are rocking them. Like Tank Dell, Nico, CJ, they're they're in their early 20s.
Yeah.
So they know what's cool. I'm assuming that they like them a little bit more. I think they're okay.
I think they wanted to put more of the bull.
Should have been a red helmet. Like, period, point blank, end of story. Should have been a red helmet or should have been a white helmet. That's my problem.
Like 90% of the time, right? Because they do have a red helmet.
They what?
They do have a red helmet. They wore it last year, right?
But I think it should be the main helmet.
Okay, that's what. Okay.
I think the red helmet should be worn the whole time. I have yet to find one person who didn't like the red helmet.
Yeah.
I think that was a big missed opportunity. Like, that's the same basic ass helmet in a different color.
Yeah, a little darker color.
That's the point.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Now, keep in mind, some fans wanted that classic look.
Yeah, I was about to say some fans wanted to
you can
keep
have the
it the
classic
same.
look, but put the red helmet on there.
I'm going to be interested to. I got to be careful here. I'm going to be interested to see how fans react to the alternate uniforms. I think that's going to be key to the whole thing.
All right, let me ask you this. Since we're tiptoeing around, they put us in this position. Yeah. This isn't our fault. This isn't our fault. We weren't even going to say we saw them. If you had to rank the uniforms, and we already know that there's 4, where would the one that we saw and that we've seen...
I'm not going to comment on the other 3.
No, but where would it rank among your favorites? I'm not asking you to describe.
Thinking.
Where would it rank? You don't even say which one is ahead and which one's what. Where would it rank on your 4?
All right, but you two got to say it too.
Okay.
Third.
This would be your third favorite?
Yeah.
I would say it's second or third.
Yeah.
Second or third.
Biggie?
See, I look at it as a regular uniform, though. Like, I don't think it's anything spectacular.
But you're ranking them 1 to 4.
Don't say anything
Think about
the
what
other
you
3.
saw. Think about what you saw. Is there any of those other 4 that you like less than these? And this will this is an opinion. It's going to change. You're not going to get the same opinion on the
honestly, I would probably say last then.
This is last?
I think so.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's regular. I think it's nothing spectacular. I don't think they did
nothing else there was regular.
I think. See, I ain't trying to say too much.
I mean, just look to your left a little bit. Just go back to where we were and look to your left a little bit. You don't think that was worse?
No, you talking about worse.
That one's gonna get killed.
I feel like
that one's gonna get killed.
I feel like the one that was.
I think I know which one.
That one's gonna get slaughtered.
Yeah.
That one's gonna get slaughtered.
But see, the one that was
chopped up like hibachi.
I just feel like the one that was unveiled yesterday is the regular one out of all the other ones.
Really?
Yeah. I
You
think
agree with him?
People couldn't even tell the difference.
Okay.
I think they're third.
People couldn't even tell the difference.
I'll reserve judgment on the other 3, but I think they're third right
The
now.
other ones, you would probably see a clear difference.
Yeah.
But I just feel like this one was just regular.
Coming up next, C.J. Stroud is being compared to a quarterback draft prospect. As much as stuff has changed, some of it remains the same. C.J. Stroud being brought to the forefront of the quarterback debate next.
What are the Texans getting in new running back? Odyssey app.
C.J. Stroud being brought into the quarterback drama leading up to the draft. Who's going to go number one? Who's going to go number two? We remember it like it was last year. And it was.
You know
C.J.
why?
Stroud and Bryce Young. It seems like a long time ago,
It does, yeah.
If I'm being honest. Dan Orlovsky's bringing C.J. Stroud into the debate. He was breaking down Jaden Daniels, and this is what Dan Orlovsky had to say about watching the tape of the LSU Heisman-winning quarterback.
Unbelievably tremendously talented, and the power in his arm and the playmaking is there. But when I watched Jaden, it was like, that's what it looks like. Honestly, I've said this. Watching Jaden was like watching CJ Stroud. Watching Jaden was like watching CJ Stroud. Now, CJ probably had a little bit more control of the line of scrimmage, and I think CJ threw people open more consistently, but that was also because teams, candidly, concept-wise, Ohio State had different concepts that, CJ would throw with a little bit better anticipation than Jaden did.
Right,
but Jaden has plenty of examples of it.
All right, is this where we're going now?
Mm-hmm. No, that's a good thing.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
But that's where we're at now?
Yeah,
same.
That's a good thing because C.J. Stroud is being recognized as like an answer, getting the pick right. I like it. First of all, I like Jaden Daniels. You know that. I don't know if I would make that comparison.
I don't see it, but I'm not Dan Orlovsky. I don't watch tape near as close as him.
Exactly.
I don't, or at all, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But it is funny now that C.J. Stroud, like you're making your case for the guy to go one
with C.J. Stroud,
and C.J. Stroud's your guy. Last year was kind of like a mix with Bryce. We were Bryce, and C.J. Stroud ends up being it. And now the guy that you're trying to make the case for to go number one, you're mentioning C.J. Stroud as part of the case.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Fluid process.
Yeah.
It's a fluid process for sure.
Yeah.
When it comes to the draft, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. So with this process with D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, when it comes to the NFL draft, now that they've traded out of the first round, how do they attack this? And I'm sure they're going to try to keep it fluid. They're going to try to be willing to adjust based on whatever happens. But do you think at this point they talk themselves into drafting guys in that certain range and just completely tap out of the first round?
If I had to pick, because he even mentioned when he was on with Sean and Seth yesterday, I mean, who knows? We could move back in the first round.
But I think he's just saying that to cover all ground.
Yeah.
Because what he actually said was, we had the discussions. After discussions, we decided that we were going to go back.
Yeah.
That to me tells me that they don't think they can get who they want at 23, and there's enough of a divide in the room to where they feel there's a couple of guys that they like at range, and they can get those two guys. I look at it like as a similar yet different approach to what they did last year when they decided, okay, these people like Will Anderson, these people like C.J. Stroud, let's trade up and let's get both of those guys. I think they did the opposite thing, and instead of giving up assets, they acquired assets, and they moved back, and now they can get a combination of guys. I don't know that they're in love with anyone at 23, and I just wondered if they just tap out altogether of the first round and just focus on the second.
He kind of told us that, and then he covered himself, as you just mentioned. If I had to bet, you give me $100. Give me $100, Landry. And I had to bet $100 on where they would draft. It would be right in that 25 to 45 range. They're at 42. They might be able to manipulate a little bit and move up if they like someone. I would bet that they love that cluster of players, as he put it, in that range, and that's where they're going to end up drafting. By the way, Nick Caserio, as we speak, is personally at Texas A&M's Pro Day, which is going on right now. There's a couple of big-time second and third round players that are at A&M. The one I like a lot, Edgren Cooper, is the linebacker, and Anaya Smith is in that mix as well. So, I mean, he's kind of been telling us that's where their sweet spot is.
I hope we would go to Texas A&M Pro Day. It's an hour and a half away.
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, I mean, Cooper's a player that's right in that wheelhouse.
Yeah, he's someone they met with at the Combine as well.
Mm-hmm.
Linebacker, D'Amico likes to mentor the linebackers.
Closing speed. Big time.
Sideline, can say it.
Kind of.
You know you want to.
No, I don't.
Just go ahead and say it. Get it out of there.
I do not.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. I just want to sit back. I don't want to trade back into the first round. Just relax.
Yeah.
You made the move. You made your move, sir. You traded your first round pick. You made the move. What do you make of this notion that perhaps he should have waited to make the trade. That's something I don't think it's like a frequent opinion, but that's something that I'm seeing. I don't know that's a good approach. I mean, the value to trade back 19 places, it's similar to what the price
second
would be.
rounder, man.
Yeah, and you got it's the 2-year plan that Nick Caserio speaks on.
2 this year, 2 next year.
I think sometimes I find myself, I'm not going to separate myself from the people. I find myself just thinking in a 1-year window, and you see that they have 2 seconds instead of a first and a second, and you say, damn, this isn't much different. But you ignore that 2-year window and that they're going to have 2 seconds next year.
2 seconds this year, 2 seconds next year.
Yes.
That's huge.
But you kind of ignore it because you're just looking at this short thing. I did think it was interesting that yesterday he brought up the Lions. He brought up a couple of Detroit Lions players that were drafted in the second round. And if you look at where the Texans are trying to get and what the Lions were able to do with their draft last year, those were 2 pieces, Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, and they got Branch. Those are 3 pieces that were able to kind of put them over the top and add a complete new element. And I wonder if that's kind of the approach that Nick Caserio's taken. He's drafted Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Christian Harris on day 2. So maybe he's kind of approach and says, we kind of want to duplicate what the Lions did, and much like they went to the conference championship game, we're trying to get there as well. And
look at what those 2 guys did. Look what those 2 guys did. That's a template that everybody should be looking at if you feel like you're close. The only thing that I'm wondering as far as like trades, and it's not going to be a second rounder per se, is they still are going to try to get a wide receiver. So I'm wondering, like, the only manipulation of the draft that they have, the capital they have, is maybe to get a receiver, to toss it, someone like Cortland Sutton. That's apparently is going to be on the trade block. Well, they're cleaning house in Denver. So,
well, do you think the style of Keenan Allen, a guy who lines up in the slot a lot, do you think that that's something that they're looking for? Or you just think it was the quality of player with Keenan Allen?
See, the other thing that I think it was Nick Caserio said is they're looking for a particular, maybe it was a report, they're looking for a particular style of wide receiver, which tells me, they've got the 2 guys. They got Noah Brown. And they got the 2, Tank Dell and Nico Collins. There's 3 right there that were on the roster. So are they looking for a guy that can play slot and outside? Because there is no defined slot receiver, very few anymore in the NFL. So someone like that, someone like Mike Williams, someone like that can go inside or outside. That's what I think they're looking at.
I heard Seth and Sean talking about this morning. Payne and Pendergast 6 to 10, right here on Sports Radio 610. They were they went through the list that Cody Stutes sent out yesterday on Houston Football of potential receivers, and I think Seth said something along the lines of, I think people got perhaps lost in the name brand value of Keenan Allen because he's a big name, and it kind of minimizes, it kind of oversells the Texans' aggressiveness when it comes to trying to find a receiver.
I think everybody gets swept up in the big-time name receivers, that are on the market. I mean, we were swept up from Mike Evans on down. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the one that they're looking for, or that's the fit, that they're looking for. There's still some receivers out there. There are still some receivers out there that could definitely fit with C.J. Stroud.
But when you say they were obsessed with the name value, for me, I think that's a little bit misleading as to what kind of season this guy had last year. He had the second most yards in his entire career. He had the second most touchdowns. He had 1,243 yards and 7 touchdowns, and he had 108 catches, which is a career high.
Mm-hmm.
So this isn't like you're bringing in Xavier Howard or some big name. I mean, this is a guy who had an elite season last year in Keenan Allen.
Yeah, no,
I don't think this is just.
But I'm saying from a fan's perspective, you get swept up in the names, the ones that you see on your fantasy teams and the ones that you see on the highlight reels and all that. But he's one of those guys.
But I mean, I do agree that you're not going to trade second round picks and give contracts for guys.
Correct.
Like some of the names that are being thrown out there with the Higgins and the I wouldn't think.
Yeah.
But the Keenan Allen thing, to me, it tells me. I mean, I don't think that's that's aggressive. That's $16 million and an extension and perhaps your best receiver.
Yeah.
Depending on how you feel about Nico Collins. A lot of people are really bullish on Nico Collins, but Keenan Allen is at least in the discussion as your best receiver.
Well, yes, and keep in mind that they've been spending a lot of money, which they should, as we've been talking about here. So, but they still have, I want to say, like $26 million plus of salary cap. So there are things you can still do, whether that's the route you want to go or not, in terms of giving him another contract.
So we'll see how that goes. But, yeah, that is something to keep an eye on, the Keenan Allen type of situation. Meanwhile, the Houston Astros, they missed out on the big move they were going to try to make. We talked about potential game-changing move for the Texans acquiring Keenan Allen. He ends up in Chicago for a 4th-round pick. Blake Snell, he ain't going to be here. He signs a 2-year deal with the San Francisco Giants, 2 years, $64 million. So the Astros miss out on Blake Snell with the uncertainty in their pitching rotation. No Blake Snell.
No Blake Snell, and frankly, if we're just talking honestly here, I think it's a big disappointment. I think it's a big miss. Their one place that they've got question marks is starting pitching, and those question marks have multiplied here in spring training. I love what they have at the back of the bullpen. We know what they can do offensively. And Blake Snell would have been just an absolute perfect fit. The thing that's frustrating, it's the same contract.
Well, the thing that's frustrating for me is that they're already over the tax.
Right.
And, maybe I shouldn't give a damn about the tax no matter what, but you're already over it.
Mm-hmm. No, you're over it, and so what's going to hurt you? The window is now. Blake Snell is going to be, could have been, and the absolute perfect place pitcher for this team. I was disappointed. Frankly,
the buzz started generating.
Yeah, and the contract.
And Chandler Rahm reports that the interest was real.
Yeah, and the contract wasn't like something that was going to break you, especially if you're talking about another World Series run. That's not to say they can't do it now, but boy, Blake Snell would have made it a lot easier, a lot better.
And that's something that you look to now if you're an Astros fan.
So he's a giant.
If Blake Snell goes out there and just completely dominates, that's something you're going to look to if you're an Astros fan.
Yes, and this is aside from our show's, love for the guy.
Snellzilla?
Yeah, I'm talking about just baseball. Forget, whether or not he plays video games and talks bad to Josh and all that stuff. Forget all that, all right? He would have been the perfect fit for this team right now where they are.
Well, especially 2 years.
Yeah, that's all you want.
And he's got, I don't know if he has the opt-out or not, but that's what he wanted.
Who knows on Tucker, who knows on Bregman, moving forward. Who knows on some of these key pieces, but you could have had them all right now with Blake Snell. That's what was disappointing.
No Snell, man. No Snell. Damn shame.
Mm-hmm.
2 opportunities, 2 drops of the ball. So what do the Astros do now? They're just going to roll it out there and then – because the problem with the Astros is part of you would say, well, they could wait till the trade deadline. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're Adam Spillane. Adam Spillane's going to join us tomorrow. Their farm system isn't quite equipped to just be unloading guys for top guys. That's the other thing about the Blake Snell thing is they're not stacked when it comes to a farm system. It's been drained. They went 2 years without a first-round pick. They've been relatively aggressive in trading guys. Spillane was upset with the prospects they gave up for Verlander. So now, as soon as that season starts, and I don't know, are you going to go sign Montgomery now? Do you call Montgomery? Is that what you're going to do?
Maybe.
The guy who beat you up last year?
Maybe, because you're right. Like, if you wait till the trade deadline, first of all, where are you going to be? We have to see how the season plays out, the first half of the season. And secondly, you're giving up assets that you can't afford to give up. Whereas with Blake Snell, it's money. And I'm going to totally channel Adam Spillane here. Money, it's not my money.
Well, I think it's especially not your money whenever there's no tax.
Correct.
It's one thing to tell Jim Crane, hey, avoid the tax or whatever. But now that the tax is already there, it's $33 million. How long does it take you to make $33 million with the Astros? I don't know. Like it seems like one Yankee game to me. I'm dumb now.
Okay. Maybe more than that.
You got the Yankees coming to town 4 times. I don't know.
Yeah,
and that seems like playoff type of revenue. They're going to come in there. You ever been on the concourse during a damn Yankee game when the Astros take them on,
or a playoff game
opening day?
It's very much like a playoff game. So what is their depth right now in the pitching staff?
None.
Yeah, Urquidy is. I wouldn't count on Urquidy.
Well, you're also crossing your fingers with McCullers and Garcia.
August,
those are pipe dreams.
Or September.
Yeah, those are pipe dreams.
Garcia and they've said it. Like they're expected back like in August or September. Well, good.
I never thought in my wildest dreams that JP France would be around as long as he has.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was, he'll be here for a few weeks and then bye-bye.
Yeah. Ronel Blanco?
Yeah. I don't know what you're going to get out of that.
Brandon Bielak?
Thank God for the bullpen, though.
Yeah, but you got to get there, and they're not going to pitch every day. It was to me, it was just disappointing. I mean, I'm sure they had their reasons.
They're fine though. They'll be good.
No, they'll be good.
They'll be in the mix.
But we're in the business of championships and making runs at championships, and I thought that would have been huge to get you.
Well, you thought because the buzz really kind of started to pick up.
And also when he went down to 2 years, I was like, okay, he clearly wants to play for the Astros. But then the Giants come in and give him the same deal.
It kind of all comes down to though, is Fromber cooked?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what everything comes down to.
Because he's got to be your number one. He's opening day starter. He's got to be a number one.
Yeah, it's been like a emotional roller coaster even when he's been at his best. And the thing for me is the fact that you're thinking about acquiring a left-handed Cy Young caliber pitcher. It kind of tells me where Fromber is right now.
Your confidence level.
Yeah, if Fromber's cooked, you're done.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be cooked, but he's got to be an ace.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah, he's got to be an ace because Verlander's a number 2 or 3 at this point. Yes, I said 3. So I said 3.
Spo said 3.
Yeah.
That was his whole thing. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Astros season actually begins next week. We're less than 10 days away from the Astros beginning. So we'll see how that goes. But Trevor Bauer getting some mentions. Is he even good anymore? I saw him giving up hits to Barstool talent.
Isn't he playing for a team in Mexico?
I think he's going to pitch some exhibition for.
I know he was getting rocked in Japan.
Yeah.
Last time I saw.
Yeah, I think Trevor Bauer's gone. That would be pretty desperate, to say the very least. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up next. The wide receiver position. What wide receivers could the Texans target? We'll get into that and a lot more as In the Loop continues in a moment. First, though, guys.
Football season is here, and Texans All Access is back. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered as we head towards the 2024 draft. Inside information, in-depth analysis, and behind-the-scenes interviews you won't get anywhere else. All on Texans All Access. Listen every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
All right, what wide receiver could the Texans be looking at? Plus, what did Nick Caserio have to say about three guys looking to bounce back? Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. And none of these veteran names are really sticking out to me. You got to do something, but I don't think you just do something for the sake of doing something at the wide receiver position.
I always believe that. Yeah. Just because, my goodness, we need a wide receiver doesn't mean you just go get any wide receiver. But that said, there are wide receivers out there, and we've established they need to get one. They've established it. I mean, they made a run at Keenan Allen. There's been other interest reported as well. So do any of these guys sort of figuratively speaking, blow up your skirt?
I mean, I don't like that analogy. I think that's really weird, actually. I don't know. Like, that's just what
I did that on purpose.
But why?
Because that's a
blow
saying.
Up your skirt?
Yeah.
What kind of, you need to get rid of that one.
No, it's in the rotation.
That's trash.
Where did that come from?
It's an old saying. Yeah. Doesn't blow up your skirt?
That's as weird as your token ass, we'll talk to you later when you're by yourself.
Token.
It's token as hell, man.
Yeah.
It's your people.
It's Texas.
It's your people. It's your demo. We'll talk to you later.
No, it's called being from Texas.
It's not.
So Landry, if you don't know, always gives me a hard time.
It's not.
Because even if it's just him and I,
it's awful.
And we go our separate ways. All right, we'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that? That's being a Texan.
It's not, dude. You don't know. You're not more Texan than me. Like you're not. Like you don't. You're not telling me about Texas.
I am.
John, I've lived in every area. Like you're
all about being.
You've lived in San Antonio and Houston, like right there.
I've lived in San Antonio. I've lived in Houston.
That's
I've
it.
lived in College Station.
That's it. Yeah. Oh, that's that little bubble right there. Like, come on,
that's
man.
Texas, baby.
Come on.
All about being
been
a
in
Texan.
The West.
I've lived.
Been in the West. Been up 45. Been here. I mean, you're not more Texan
in
than
the words
me.
of Johnny Cash.
We'll talk to you later is whack.
In the words of Johnny Cash, I've been everywhere, man.
Yeah,
I have been.
You got on vacation everywhere.
Abilene, Odessa. I'm talking about in Texas. There. Abilene, Odessa,
we'll
all the way down to the
That's
valley.
Texan. Come on.
Up to Texarkana for I've been
all about being a Texan.
I've been everywhere, man.
We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, we'll talk to you later.
I don't like any of these free agent wide receivers. I like the possibility of drafting, and I like the possibility of some names that could be on the market after the draft. I don't think we're at a pause right now, but I do think we're in a situation where the draft is the next step, and then whether it's teams drafting guys and then those teams releasing, I think that's kind of where we are right now when it comes to a potential receiver. I just don't see any of these names like Mike Williams, Tyler Boyd, all that, and say the Texans need to make this happen. Especially, I kind of think you've kind of set the standard when it comes to the quality of guy that you're looking for in Keenan Allen. Mm-hmm. So bringing in a Tyler Boyd now and trying to sell that, I don't really like the pitch.
I'm not a big fan of Tyler Boyd, but let me state the case for 4 wide receivers that have been mentioned. And you tell me if any of these guys, figure you too.
I left out Austin. God, I've been everywhere.
If any of these blow up your skirt. Number 1, T. Higgins. So he played in 12 games last year. It was not his best year, 656 yards and 5 TDs, but he only played in 12 games. He had consecutive 74-catch, 1,000-plus yard seasons in the 2 years before that. So T. Higgins is one. Next is Tyler Boyd. You just mentioned him. He's a true slot guy. He's a number 3, wouldn't cost a lot, well within the Texans' cap, and he'd be done by the time Stroud's deal comes up. Next, this guy's kind of growing on me a little bit. Mike Williams, good value. He tore his ACL, but he did it week 3 in September last year, and in the 2 seasons before that, he had 13 TDs, 2,000 yards, and he's an absolute burner. Then the 4th one is you mentioned after the draft. A trade post June 1st is going to save the Broncos $14 million in cap space. Cortland Sutton. I mean, they're cleaning house in Denver. He's a big-time red zone threat. Had 772 yards and 10 touchdowns last year, and the Texans would just take on 2 years and $26 million. So T. Higgins, Cortland Sutton, Tyler Boyd, and Mike Williams. Any of those guys?
No thanks.
Do it for you?
No thanks.
Figgy?
I guess maybe Tyler Boyd, but I don't want to trade for T. Higgins, man. That's a no for me.
I like Mike. Mike, I shouldn't say I like. He's kind of growing on me. If he's quote ahead of schedule, or gets back from, it'll be a year, since his ACL, and he's been productive. Mike Williams. If I had to pick any of these four, it'd be him.
I don't even think they're in on him.
I don't know if they are or not.
Yeah, I don't think he's really a slot guy.
He's done some. He did more last year than he'd ever had before, but mostly an outside guy. But last year, I think like 28% or something like that, if I'm remembering it right.
Yeah, we're good on Mike Williams. I think. I mean, I don't know what they're going to try to do. So do you go from Keenan Allen to Mike Williams?
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, he could be on the market. I think they'll try to figure something out. What about the guys that are already here? What about those guys taking the next step? Nick Caserio gave an update. We'll go back to the running back position. This was Nick Caserio's update on Dameon Pierce. Tell me if you believe that Nick Caserio believes in Dameon Pierce, who wasn't even playable at the end of last year. I like what he said. I like what he's been made up of, like his makeup and his mindset. But this was Nick Caserio's update on Dameon Pierce.
DP's a great player. He's helped us, win a number of football games. He's got good skill. I think all been in the league and seen the league now, you need two good backs. So Damien's a good back. He has good skill. So once we get started here in the offseason program, we'll see what improvements a player can make. A lot of this is about individual ownership and the fact that, Damien was honest enough and accountable that he wants to improve and get better. It says a lot about who he is as a person. I think that's the type of mindset and the type of people that we want to continue to have in our building. So DP is going to help us win football games, and ultimately we're trying to put together the best team possible, and whatever that looks like come September, whatever the cut down is, or whenever we have to put the 53 together, then we'll see where we are. But glad DP's here. Got a great attitude. He's been in the building here. I think DP's excited about the offseason, and everybody should be excited about the offseason just in terms of their individual improvement and just try to become a better football player, because that's what this is about.
You know the one thing about Dameon Pierce that I think he will thrive in?
What's that?
The preseason mop-up duty stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Like Dameon
Alfred
Pierce,
Blue?
Dude, if Dameon Pierce is going against third stringers in the preseason, he might rush for 275 yards. Because that's all he knows how to do is run hard. So let's say Dameon Pierce, they bring in another running back, and Dameon Pierce is competing to be the third guy. Yeah. You ain't beating him out in camp. You ain't beating him out in camp. He might score 6 touchdowns in one preseason. If you put him out there in the third and fourth quarter of preseason game 4, he is going for 7 touchdowns.
That's a bit extreme. But, listening to Nick Caserio there, you kind of get the feeling they really like him and they're really hopeful, but we'll see. I mean, he kind of said that. Like, whenever it gets down to cuts, we'll see who's on the 53. I'm like, damn. But they really like him. And I think they like the way he's working. I mean, how could you not? Because he has.
How much do they like him, though?
Exactly. They're hopeful and they like him, but they're just not sure. So I think it's a huge offseason and camp coming up for Dameon Pierce.
By the way, the Texans have signed a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
Journeyman. Mario Edwards Jr. 1-year deal. Ian Rappaport with the scoop. Mario Edwards Jr. So they're just adding some bodies
in the middle
to that D line.
They didn't settle. They got Mario Edwards.
Yeah, it's kind of did though. Maybe even more so than that. So
yeah,
the revolving.
And he's the guy that
bodies.
go inside a little bit too, inside outside kind of guy. At least he did in Seattle.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I'm not. Yeah. I don't have a hot take on.
No,
I don't even know that.
That's just what he is, though.
I don't think he makes the team.
I don't know.
If we're being honest.
30 years old, been in the league a long time. He might make the team.
That's a hell of a sales pitch.
No, I'm saying he's got experience, so he might be one of those guys that's kind of in there somewhere.
Yeah, but so do the guys they brought in.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
How has Mario Edwards been doing lately? 15 games last year for Seattle. 1 start. 1 forced fumble. There you go.
Yeah.
Right,
5 tackles for loss.
Get in there and work, man.
Yeah. No, they're just looking for guys to fortify the middle.
I remember his dad at Florida State.
Who was his dad?
Mario Edwards Sr.
How did you come up with that? Mario Edwards Sr. at Florida State. Why am I drawing a blank on that?
Yeah, who was his dad?
Yeah. I didn't know he was a junior. Yeah.
You had Mario Edwards Jr.
I didn't know he was a junior.
Oh, word, who was that?
Yeah.
What's his dad's name?
I didn't know he was a junior.
He said the Texans signed Mario Edwards Jr.
I didn't know he was a junior.
And you go, wait, his dad played at Florida State? What was his name? John.
He played 5 years in the NFL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was at Florida State, man.
Mm-hmm.
He's a senior.
I didn't know that.
Edwards is big. He's getting a kick out of that.
I didn't know he was a junior.
So
I said Mario Edwards. I didn't say Mario Edwards Jr. You said Mario Edwards Jr.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think his dad's number. If I can get this, then I'm gonna be impressed with myself.
You should be.
I think his dad's number might have been 27.
27?
Maybe
at Florida State.
Perhaps.
Dude, that would be impressive.
I could be wrong. I think he wore number 27 at some point.
Yeah.
Mario Edwards Sr.
He was number 15
at Florida State.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have the single. What was he in the NFL? 27.
Okay.
So there you go.
Okay.
27 on the Cowboys.
So he was a linebacker?
Nah, he was a DB. He was a corner.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Had dreads.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember him.
Pretty violent dude.
Yeah, I don't really remember him.
Yeah, he's good.
Obviously.
He wasn't terrible.
Yeah.
He's a senior.
Now I know that.
Junior.
Now
There
I
you
know
go.
that.
Coming up, two of the Texans' most important pieces speak on two of the biggest moves. We're going to hear from Will Anderson and Nico Collins, and also we're going to get into the departure of one of the biggest pet peeves of one of our Sports Radio 610 teammates. The hits are lit next.
Do the Texans have an advantage in free agency thanks to their coach? Sounds like Nick Caserio thinks so.
Who doesn't want to?
take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, let's hear from Will Anderson. Let's hear from Nico Collins. The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Will Anderson. He was on Texans All Access. He was asked about adding Danielle Hunter. You heard Danielle Hunter talked about how giddy Will Anderson was. Here's what Will Anderson had to say about having a guy who had 16.5 sacks last season opposite of him.
Yeah, man, like, it was so exciting. I met him at the Pro Bowl, so it's just so crazy. I met him at the Pro Bowl. We chopped it up a little bit, and now we're with the same agency, so we got to eat dinner and everything like that and really, get to know each other a little better. And then when I found out the Texans were signing him, man, I met him up in the office today, and I was just jumping around like a little kid. Like, you should have seen me, man. I was literally just jumping up and down. Like, I was so happy. And I was like, bro, this is what I wanted right here, man. Like, just somebody opposite of me that teams fear. Like, I know that's a hard worker, bro. He's physical. He's going to go strike tight ends, and he can rush. Like, I know he's had double-digit sacks since he's been in the league. So, and then just to get an opportunity to learn from him as well, man, that's what I'm most excited about. Like, a vet like that, somebody that's been through, everything, that knows the game. I'm just ready to learn from him as well.
Man, it's just cool listening to Will Anderson talk. He's so excited about everything and such a good interview. But everything he said, I mean, that's what we've talked about, like putting him on the opposite side. That's only going to be good for Will Anderson.
So if I asked you right now to predict how many sacks Will Anderson's going to have next year, how many would you say?
I think he'll hit double digits.
Just 10?
Well, at least 10.
15?
10, 12, somewhere in there.
12?
Maybe 10 or 12.
Okay.
Yeah. Opposite of Danielle Hunter for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, obviously, but how much do you think Danielle Hunter has?
Probably about the same, huh? He had 16.5 last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking 10 or 12, and you take that all day long. 20 to 24 sacks from your ends? That's a problem.
I would say, I think Will Anderson has 14.
Oh, really?
14, yeah.
And Danielle Hunter?
Probably about 15.
Oh, wow. You're shooting higher than I am
29,
even.
yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I think they're going to get after the quarterback.
That's the whole idea. And Will Anderson also going into his second year.
Yeah, he's going to only be better.
Yeah.
He got real scientific, talking about, man, my right arm's more science, my left arm's more math. We'll hear that 1 o'clock when we go around the NFL. I don't know what the hell he was saying, to be honest.
What's your right arm?
I have no idea. I don't know. Don't know how to answer that.
Yeah.
Nico Collins, he's going to be on the final year of his contract. Dalton Schultz just got a new deal. Here's Nico Collins talking about Dalton Schultz.
Man, it was huge, man. Since day one, Dalton, man, came in, we always, talking, always asking him questions, just him being that vet, man, is huge, man. We need that shoulder to lean on. We need the advice from him, man. And for him to come in and do what he did, man, for him to get the extensions, man, it's well deserved. Everything he got, man, is well deserved, man. I'm happy for him. And, he's about to lead his team, man, and the whole offense, man. We're just about to continue to improve, continue to push each other, man, continue to have fun and play for one another.
Yeah, man. I think the Dalton Schultz thing's going to make all the receivers and C.J. Stroud happy. Still a little bit apprehensive about the tight end position, though.
They need depth.
Yeah.
They need depth. Like Brevin Jordan, cool, but you need depth. You need someone who can block.
Yeah, and you still don't know.
Between Schultz and Brevin
You don't know. You feel good about Brevin Jordan, and you certainly don't know about Quatoriano.
I mean, it's the exact same as it was last year.
Yeah. It's a running it back.
The wide receivers are the exact same. The tight ends are the exact same. The running back, you've added Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
So you got to add some weapons. They know that, though.
No, they do.
That's the other thing. They know that. That's why they were in on Keenan.
Mm-hmm.
Allen, Tavier Thomas, man.
Don't say it.
He's gone.
Oh, man.
Signed with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Anybody check in on Clint?
Clint Stoerner does not like the way that Tavier Thomas played football. This is the best of Clint Stoerner. This is his final mention of Tavier Thomas before he signed with his new team. Started out as a conversation about Jalen Petrie, and then it went into Tavier Thomas.
If Tavier Thomas can be on this roster and can be a defensive back on this football team and consistently get run and consistently be viewed as a positive for this defense,
allow you to cut Des King,
Jalen Petrie is nowhere near not good enough to play. And I don't care how you slice it. There's a lot of dudes that we saw get a lot of run.
Xavier Thomas is a corner, so that there's
no, he's not, Ron. No, he's not.
That's what they have him listed.
Absolutely not. He is.
Tyler, he's Pro Football Focus #1 corner.
No, he's a linebacker.
He's got to be happy. He doesn't have to watch
I just like
this
the way
guy
he
play
says his
football
name.
anymore. Tavier Thomas.
Tavier Thomas.
If Tavier Thomas.
Atta baby.
Blake Snell not going to be an Astro. He signs with the San Francisco Giants. 2 years, $64 million. So when Nightingale reported what the amount was, he had the exact amount.
Yeah.
He had the exact amount, and the Giants ended up getting him for that. So no Blake Snell for the Houston Astros. Astros begin their season in 9 days. Did not happen. So where do we go from here? Hopefully to the bullpen sooner rather than later.
I just hope it was a case of Blake Snell saying, nah, I want to go to San Francisco. He lives in Seattle. It's an easier flight. I just hope it's that because if the Astros didn't want to do this deal, I just don't understand it given what they need and the injuries and putting off McCullers and Garcia.
It's about the bread, dude.
I hope it was just Snell saying, yeah, I'm going to go to San Francisco because the Astros should have made this deal.
March Madness, does it begin Thursday or does it begin tonight? I'm going to ask you. Today there's the play-in game. You have Wagner versus Howard in the play-in in the West. That game tips off at 5:40 on True TV. And then also on True TV, Colorado State taking on Virginia. The winner of that one actually going to take on Texas in the Midwest.
Yeah.
So does the tournament begin today or does the tournament begin Thursday? I'm going to ask you, Mr. College Hoops.
Yeah, I watched today, but it begins on Thursday.
You're going to watch that?
I'll watch a little bit.
You're going to watch Wagner play Howard?
No. I'm going to watch Colorado State and UVA. Probably because it times out perfectly with when I'm done with the podcast. So I'll be eating my dinner, watching.
So you're not going to watch Wagner Howard?
No, I'm not. It starts on Thursday, right? Have you done a bracket yet?
Yeah, I did it.
Yeah, figure you done a bracket?
I did it last night.
Not yet.
Just because the boss sent it, I don't want to.
Oh, I haven't done that one yet. I need to do that one.
Yeah, the boss asked for it, so I filled it out.
I've done a couple.
I really didn't put a lot of thought into it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's probably good because I'm not Mr. Wagner Howard scout.
No. I'm not. I don't care about that.
I got A&M.
You got them beating UH?
I got them beating the Cougs in the second round.
You're not alone. A lot of people are doing that. I did, but I'm biased.
I hope it doesn't happen, but I just did it just because, I know that there's going to be a lot of people that pick U of H. It was more of a strategic move on my end.
Yeah, my son was not happy with me, the one that went to U of H, but whatever. Well, you got to pick one of them. You got to pick one of them in that game. I've said this a couple times. I am, compared to previous years, almost blind on some of these. Like, I did a little bit of digging before I made my bracket, but it's going to be just spitballing. And I'm kind of ashamed of that, but it's just spitballing most of these.
It's a bracket.
It's a bracket.
It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
You'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. I hope I'm fine.
Be good.
Yeah.
Tillman Fertitta introduced Drake to the squad 2 days ago.
Have we decided which team Drake likes the best?
He likes Kentucky, right?
Yeah. Well, he's been
in their like layup line.
Mm-hmm.
So now I guess since he's a quote Houston resident, he's going with the Cougs, perhaps.
How far do you have your horns going?
One and done.
Really?
Yeah. Like win one and then done.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. Rick Barnes beats their ass.
I think I've got the same thing.
Yeah, I think I got him winning one and then Rick Barnes beats their ass.
Yeah, I've got the same thing. I'm looking at my bracket now. Who do you have winning it all?
UNC.
Oh wow. I've got Arizona.
They're strong down there, man.
They are strong.
Plus, they got I always have a theory that I think it's better to lose in your conference tournament, especially if you're going to be.
I do too.
Same with the Cougs.
Yeah, I do too.
Cougs benefited from it too, but UNC got beat by NC State, so I thought. Plus, they got that dude that's freaking 80 years old.
I have 4 number 2 seeds in the Final Four. Iowa State, Arizona, Marquette, and Tennessee.
Armando Bacot.
Mm-hmm.
This dude's 24, man. Which I guess isn't that old, but it seems like he's been there for 100 years.
He's been there for a minute, man.
Did you see the Japanese?
He's looked like he's 50 since he got there.
Yeah. God, I hope I'm getting this right. Let me double check before I say anything, because I don't want to.
Yeah, I picked UNC.
Yeah. Yeah. Casey Tominaga. You see him making the rounds on the internet?
I have not.
The Japanese Steph Curry. Aggies are facing him. He goes to Nebraska.
The what?
The Japanese Steph Curry.
What do you mean?
Like, they call him the Japanese Steph Curry. Like, he feels it, man. And he does all these wild.
My God.
What?
You kidding me?
I'm worried about him. The Aggies are facing him. Look at those highlights. That dude can fill it up.
And he's a lefty.
Yeah. Lefty does the step
So the
back.
Japanese Steph Curry.
Yeah. That's what they call him.
The Japanese Isaiah Thomas.
He's filling it
The
up.
Japanese Steph Curry. What are we doing?
Hey, man. Not my words. That's what they call him. And he always does this whenever he knocks down a three.
Puts his hand over his ears?
Yeah, like earmuffs. Landry hates him already. You just found out about him and you hate him already. He's got that step back, man. Aggie's got to worry about him.
I love when the fat gets trimmed in the tournament. I might not watch till the Sweet 16. I'm serious.
Just get to the good teams.
I got to avoid the Japanese Steph Currys and that other fatso that's doing his thing. Oh, they got left out, right?
Yeah, Cream.
Thank God.
Yeah, they got snubbed.
Thank God I don't have to do that.
You can always go to Caitlin Clark. Man, they're trying to shove this Caitlin Clark stuff down our throats. It's going to be the most watched women's tournament ever. I hope so. I really do.
What is that saying, though? I'm not trying to be a jerk, but what is that like? It's the most watched women. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Compared to what?
Since when?
Yeah, they say most ever. Watch.
Okay, I would hope so. You're putting it on ESPN.
Yeah.
And you're like starting shows with it.
This is no disrespect.
I've never watched Caitlin Clark play.
I think I've only watched her like twice.
Yeah, I've never watched.
Yeah.
I've seen highlights, but I've never like sat down and said, I got to watch Caitlin Clark.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, I hope they do, break the record.
Someone says he's the Japanese Chris Mullin. I can get down with that.
Oh, that's because, why can't he be Steph Curry?
Because he's a lefty.
So he's got that step back, man, big time.
Yeah, but he's a lefty.
Yeah, we'll see if the Aggies can go a little wrench in things there.
Wasn't there like a College Station portion in your Tex Ags group that wanted Buzz Williams fired?
Oh, for sure. Oh, just like every other fan base.
Really?
Yeah, he went.
Why would you want to fire Buzz Williams?
I did not. I did not want to fire. I like him a lot.
What was going on
there? They had a 5-game losing streak. They were like really good early on. They beat Kentucky twice. They beat Iowa State. They beat somebody else really good. Tennessee. They beat Tennessee. And then they had a 5-game losing streak, and they were like, fire this guy. Can't get rid of him quick enough. And then, of course, they go on a big tear. And they're in the tournament as a 9 seed. But I like Buzz. I really do. I think he's a good dude and a good coach. But, no, they wanted him fired. I think maybe some people in this building wanted him fired.
Text line 361. I don't think Landry knows what one and done means. I know what it means. I know one and done is when you get bounced in the first round. I was just saying they win one and then are done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Win one, done. But, yeah, I got it, dude. Gotcha. Thank you very much, sir. Caitlin Clark getting eliminated in the first round. We got women's predictions on the.
I don't even know where they're seated.
Line. So
I don't even know where I was seated.
You got to be a 1, right?
I would guess.
I mean, I would hope so with all this coverage. Tell me she ain't on seed.
I don't know.
I mean, I would hope so. If she's not a 1 seed, then ESPN's lost their damn minds.
They're going to promote the hell. That was my point. I hope they do break the records, all that stuff. But
I mean, they're going to break the records.
They're just going to just throw that down your throat.
Yeah, they're throwing it out there.
Yeah.
Coming up, John Lopez. He had some really, really bad vibes yesterday.
Yeah, I did.
When it came to the Houston Texans. You do not want to miss this. Lunchtime on In the Loop next.
What did Daniil Hunter see from the Texans? Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, so yesterday, first time in a while that the Texans were kind of getting roasted on the internet. Now, obviously, a much smaller scale. We're not talking about a dysfunctional organization. We're not talking about anything that really matters. The stuff that matters is going great, going lovely. Thank you very much. Texans are a dark horse to win the Super Bowl. But yesterday, the Texans' attempt at unveiling uniforms kind of hit a little bit of a speed bump as there was a leaked photo of the uniform, and it was in a model, which they used some models to unveil them. Did they? Yeah, I mean, depends how you look at it. They used people and put uniforms on them.
Yeah.
And as a result, Cal McNair went on Reddit, kind of a cool thing, put out the actual other uniform, one of the four, and now we know 25% of what the Texans new uniforms are going to look like. John Lopez has some takes on this, and boy, does he have some takes. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one. It's a good day where we're laughing at uniform unveilings instead of actual organizational stuff. So let's just make that very clear. The state of the Texans organization, the franchise, is as strong as it could be. But yesterday was, I'll say, amusing. John Lopez might say a lot more than I.
No, it was amusing. It was fascinating. It was comical, if we're being honest, and I think a lot of people are laughing at it. Here's where, okay, so first of all, this is not like really, really important. The good news is it's not football. But that doesn't mean that they didn't completely screw the pooch on this from the very start. And you know, I have a lot of friends over there, and they know that I'm just going to tell you what I think, and they don't have to like it, but I'm still their friend. Whoever put this thing together from the very start screwed the pooch, like beyond words.
Okay.
I mean, it was awful. Like from the moment that they decided a year and a half ago to kind of get this thing out there and build up expectations, and then there was what happened yesterday with the leaked picture. Like I literally was walking into the little sneak peek that we got, and I turned, and this is after we put our phone in little sandwich bags, and they saved them for us. We got wanded and make sure we didn't have another extra phone or whatever, and signed all these things to make sure we didn't reveal any information on it. And we all did, gladly. But I'm walking into the place before the uniforms were even revealed. They're still draped. And I turn to you and Figgy and Sean, and I say, there is a 0% chance that this is not going to get leaked somehow, some way in today's world.
Yeah, you called that.
0%.
Yeah, you called that.
How am I the only one that thought that?
There's no way you were the only one.
Well, that only one. How did someone with the Texans not realize this is going to get out?
What if it was part of a master plan?
It's not. Trust me on that one. Because I've talked to some of my friends.
Do you think it's being pitched as
maybe they'll pitch it?
Hey, this is cool. This is like when shoe releases get leaked and albums, and now you look revolutionary because you're going on Reddit.
Yeah, but when they're released, they actually look good. Like this was some dude, and he was actually, you pointed this out, he was actually one of the more athletic looking models and still looked like that.
These guys were all in shape. They just didn't look like NFL football players, and they weren't wearing the uniforms like NFL football players.
It was kind of being worn frumpy, right?
It was hilarious when they first walked out. And I know they have the video footage out there. If y'all have it, I know they tend to listen over there. Go look at my reaction when y'all were recording. I couldn't keep a straight face.
Yeah.
This guy walked out here. I honestly, for real, I was actually kind of excited because when I saw these models walking towards us, the initial look of the uniforms was weird, but I thought we were getting orange slices and Capri Suns at the halfway point of this meeting.
Yes. Everybody gather around.
At the halfway point of that, I thought we were getting orange slices, Capri Suns.
Listen to Dad. I mean, Coach. I mean, this is so like not to just like
this model's gonna be a legend, by the way.
He is a legend, and I feel bad for him.
Do you think he's the one that put this out though?
I don't know,
because it looked like he was just kind of posing for the picture.
I hate, bro. Take my picture.
Yeah, because he was never against that wall during.
Yeah, no, that was in the backstage.
No, they came right out and they actually stood out there.
That had to be backstage somewhere.
That was probably before they came out.
Yeah.
So you think he put it out?
Someone he knew.
So they got dressed and, hey, bro, take my picture.
Yeah, someone he knew.
But they look good on Tank and Nika, though.
They look great. Thank God for Cal McNair. Like, thank God for Cal McNair to kind of mitigate this thing. He didn't stop it, because that picture and those uniforms it's not going well early on. But keep in mind, there's 3 other uniforms that are going to be released. But to the whole thing, the whole idea of, hey, let's build this thing up for a year and a half, then let's bring in the media. What was it, 6 or 8 months ago, to kind of give them an idea of what we're going to do.
Which, by the way,
yeah, why are you doing that?
But that was not the same as what we saw.
No.
If we're being completely honest, like what that was not. Let me just be honest with you.
Yeah.
Completely honest, because that's what we do. What we got told 6 months ago and what we saw, that was not quite.
Well, there's a reason for that.
The same.
And I think it's another way they kind of like just tripped over themselves on this thing. Sorry, but you did, because you're building this up. It's getting out there, using the media and this fan council thing to kind of say, hey, Texans are going to get new uniforms, and they're going to have this and this and this as far as we know, whatever. We had Doug on here and asked him. Remember when we had Doug in and we asked him, all right, people want to know about the H-Town Blue. And I'm not saying that's the be-all here. And he said, we got you, right? So I'm not going to talk about the uniforms themselves that we haven't seen, but I'm going to talk about when you're building it up and you have people like us, talking about it and kind of trying to create this kind of buzz, then you allow someone like Amy Adams to get her antenna up. And go.
And she proactively goes at it.
Yeah, and go to the NFL. Yeah. Like you should have done this on the down
low. I actually think the leak, as much as it wasn't planned, I do think it's kind of cool, especially if they adjust now.
I think Cal should release
one a week,
one every couple of days.
One a week.
Yeah, one a week, one every couple of days. They need to just ditch this April 23rd thing.
Yeah, one a week.
That's over a month away. People are already going to.
We already got 25%.
Yeah, and they're already going to be forming opinions on that 125%. Yeah. So if you release them every couple of days or every week, then maybe you're going to get a bit more positive kind of feedback or whatever. But that whole thing at the Post, the whole plan, the year and a half, that was bungled. Like that was just flat out bungled. And once it got out, Cal did his thing, and that was good for him, and he should continue to do that. But you got to move up that April 23rd thing. Because it's not going to get better, but it can if you start releasing other uniforms.
Have you ever seen that GIF of? By the way, this is the funniest interview I've ever watched in my entire life. I've probably watched it like 120 times. Beetlejuice on Howard Stern.
Oh, I have.
Where he's wearing a Clay Matthews jersey and he walks out.
Yeah.
If the Packers had models, they would. They would look like this. If the Packers had models, the Texans models, they would look like this.
Oh man! But they
need to run with the model now.
No, they don't.
No. Seriously, no, seriously. They need to find. They need to find the littlest people possible to model these uniforms. You got to run with it now.
Do a little little league team.
The model thing
That'd
was
be cute.
The model thing was hilarious because it looked better on the mannequins.
It did. It absolutely did.
And that was my main takeaway was, man, those models did not do it justice. And then that was the picture, and everybody was just cooking it.
Yeah.
This can't be real. Are you kidding me?
They thought it was photoshopped.
Oh, come on.
And everything else.
What is this building that this guy's on?
Oh, it was real.
Reading the comments.
It was real.
Somebody was like, it looked like they in the back alley in Harwood.
And I kept getting listeners asking me like, hey, what can you say on this? I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
I don't know. Before they actually, I was like, man, hey, people are asking me about this. I don't know what to say.
Yeah. No, I agree.
I mean, the dude was wearing an Abercrombie & Fitch necklace.
A shell necklace. You said that was hilarious.
And I mean, these dudes are in shape, but we're talking about NFL players.
Yeah,
like it's a different look of a uniform.
Yeah. It was a big letdown. I thought the planning, I don't know who was in charge of this, but they messed it up. And the only way to make it better is to kind of
pivot.
And football's about adjustments, right? Make your adjustments.
Omaha.
Make your halftime adjustments. Make your.
So what are we gonna do? Once a week?
Yeah.
What do we got till the draft? The 20. We could do once a week.
I'm good with that. Control the narrative. A little better. Because I don't.
Because now that one uniform's out, like if you try to make a big deal about it the 23rd, it's gonna be a dud, right?
Absolutely. I kind of half thought that they might have hired Jack Easterby back to be a consultant on this thing. It felt like a Jack Easterby joint.
This would be the way that, like, if Easterby were in charge of the uniforms, in fairness, I could easily see something like this happening.
Yes.
But then it gets adjusted. The goalpost gets kind of moved.
Then they fix Easterby's mistake.
The goalpost gets kind of moved. Well, see, this is hip. Everybody's talking about it. Look at that Reddit. You were the number one trending topic.
Yeah, well.
Now, Cal, you look awesome because you went on Reddit. See?
Yeah. Keep doing it, Cal. I think so. But seriously, like, who had this plan?
It's actually pretty funny, though. It's not like botching a trade or something like that. It's actually pretty hilarious.
And it's not that important in the big picture.
No, but it's funny.
It's funny, for sure. But, like, and using the media like they tried to, that was a no-win. Because you're
well, that's why I told you yesterday my biggest regret of the whole thing was
that you even went.
Yeah, because what am I doing?
Yeah. Okay,
I'm supposed to be honest with my audience. What am I doing?
The fan council, which was probably about 20 people, I don't know, somewhere in there.
Shout out to them.
And the media that they invited for the sneak peek, they invited you in and then said, you can't say anything about the uniforms. You just got to build it up and
build it up. What if I think they stink?
Well, that's not my job. First of all, I get it. I mean, I know there's give and
what
take,
if you think they suck?
And we help each other out. But yeah, what if they suck? But the second,
I don't think they suck. I mean, they're okay.
Well,
the light ones are cool.
Well, what I'm saying though is, you're telling us all this, and I want the fans to be able to decide.
Well, the fans are not going to agree. The fans are not going to agree.
Yeah,
it's not going to be a unified opinion. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
My perfect scenario would be you release it and we would have never seen anything, and then we get to react with you.
Yes.
On the go.
Yes.
Off the dome.
And we've seen them now, but I'm still we're not reacting to this uniform until it was released, and we're not going to react to the other ones. I want fans to pick it out, and the fans it's been built up so much. I think it's getting obvious. They kind of built it up too much.
Yeah, and that's my thing. Like, I think you and I mean, I'll speak for myself. I think I don't mind gossiping.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? Do you?
No, not always.
You don't mind gossiping, right?
Yeah.
Figgy, do you mind gossiping?
Of course not.
Okay, so if we're gossiping and one of us tells the other a secret, and they say you can't say till then. If it's just a miss secret, but you're supposed to hype it up like it's a big deal, I'd feel weird about it.
Yeah.
Like, that was the whole thing. Like, oh, okay, John McClain goes on and he says, "Oh, we saw the uniforms, blah blah blah. They're fantastic," and then we're kind of in no man's land now, where he saw. Well, yeah, we did, but can't say anything. You're going to expect a month from now to see the coolest uniforms you've ever seen in your entire life. So you're almost setting the bar. You're almost setting the bar too high, no matter what.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's my point. That you're building it up. You're building it up. Not only are you setting the bar very, very high, you're giving Amy Adams Strunk the opportunity to
stank,
to kind of just chop you at the knees. Like, I am convinced, like, if they had done this on the down low, and I could be wrong, but I'm convinced that if they'd done this on the down low and Amy Adams was just kind of like hearing things within NFL circles, they would have gotten the exact uniforms they wanted, and I'm not sure these are the exact uniforms they wanted.
Potentially, yeah.
My opinion.
Yeah.
My opinion.
Yeah.
I think that they wanted something else, and because of all the noise that she made, they kind of compromised. And now you've built it up, and how are fans are going to react? Well, we'll see how fans are going to react.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah. Seriously, who had this idea? Like, you're sitting in a meeting.
The red uniform, the red helmet should be permanent. I don't know. I like the red helmet.
I do agree with that. But you're sitting in a meeting, kind of planning all this, and you're saying, well, let's take their phones, let's make them sign this thing, let's tell them that all they can do is hype it up. How in the world do you believe that it's not going to get out in this world, in today's world? Like, it's good. Things get out. They get out. And I predicted it, and they did, and it's just it's not kind of a no-win.
I will say this: I think the uniforms are. I think they're more fan-friendly, perhaps, than even like the visual on the field. I think there's a lot of detail to these uniforms, and there's a lot of quality to these uniforms. So where if you are buying the gear, I think that it's going to be something that you're really, really enjoy. If you're looking at these uniforms and you're looking at these white uniforms and you're comparing them to the white uniforms of the past, you might say, I don't see much of a difference there.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I kind of like this a little bit more. I like this.
Yeah.
Like, there might be a little bit of a bounce, but I think as far as like the extra detail, there is it's a pretty consumer friendly type of
and fans will see them and they'll make their decisions. But I will say this: we had another conversation afterward, and we're walking down the stairs at the Post, and this is something else I told you, and I feel bad right now that I'm being so honest about it. But I told you guys this as we're leaving. I don't want to really share any opinion because they busted their ass. Like they worked hard on this. It was a passion project.
Yeah,
it was a passion project from the top down.
I'm just glad they got new uniforms,
and they put a lot of resources.
And I'm glad I got to see them on a player.
Yeah,
because all we saw was a mannequin in that damn model.
Yeah,
I mean, imagine that.
Yeah,
imagine if you're sitting there and the first thing you see is that model walking out with 3 others, and they're wearing the uniform like that.
Yeah,
what in the hell is this?
Yeah, but it meant so much to so many people. They put so many resources and so much work into it. I was walking out with you guys and said, I'm just going to reserve opinion because this is something that they worked really hard on, and I respect that, and I'm happy for them in that regard. But let's let the fans decide. And that's what I told them, too, when they asked my opinion. But, like, the way they pulled this off, you should have done the exact opposite. You shouldn't have made a 1.5-year build-up. You shouldn't have shown the media and the fan council. It should have been a big reveal with players, not models.
Now, do you think perhaps, John?
Yeah.
That because when they started this, they didn't have much to look forward to on the field.
Maybe.
That perhaps you kind of approach it a little bit different.
That's what I thought.
And there's also less of a consequence. Like, let's say the
Texans,
because
1.5 years ago, they needed something positive, man.
They had
no, that's fair.
And they also needed to show that they were changing before there was actual like substance to it. So the strategy 1.5 years ago, you've got to try to figure something out. Now, I will say this too. If this would have happened, and let's say that the state of the Texans was the same as it was 1.5 years ago, then they would be getting roasted way more. But the thing that matters the most, they have the benefit of the doubt of. But they also, it was a different time when they started this.
No, that's a very solid point. They needed to kind of signal something to fans.
Yes.
Hey, we're changing.
Yes.
I'll tell you how much we're changing. We're changing our whole look. But that doesn't change the fact that they maybe should have done other things differently. But I look, guys, and I know we have a lot of people from the Texans listening. I totally respect it. I understand the hard work, but this was bungled. Like, this was bungled, and it's playing out right now that it was bungled.
Coming up next, I'm being accused by John Lopez of being a butt kisser, man.
Yep.
And I really think this is unfair. I really think this is unfair. We'll get into it next.
All right.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
If you
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. Some are unfair claims against your boy. Whoa. But we're transparent with you 24/7. We let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You got something a little bit on your lip right there.
Figure you see that? Oh man, don't do that.
You got a little something on your lip, Landry. You got like right here. Go like the wipe off.
Come on, man.
Wipe it off like this.
Come on, man. What are you talking about?
Landry is a kiss ass. So not even an hour ago, you're like, we bring up the men's basketball tournament, the March Madness. Then we say, I asked you, are you filling out a women's bracket? And you're like, I don't even know who's in it, blah, blah, blah. Caitlin Clark came up. Is she at 1 seed? You didn't have a clue about Caitlin Clark in the women's bracket, nor did you care.
Yeah.
Then, Figgy, that break, I said, oh, crap, I got to fill out my office bracket. And so I filled out the men's bracket, and I said, did you fill out a women's bracket too? Because I'm not. Because it's not my cup of tea.
Yeah.
All due respect, it's not my cup of tea.
It's not really mine either.
You know what Landry did? Oh, I got to fill out the women's bracket because the big boss asked us to do it.
Yeah, she sent us 2 brackets.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I filled out a women's bracket.
You didn't even know the teams.
Who cares? The office secretary wins the poll. She asked us to do a men's and women's bracket, so I did it. And you know what I titled it?
What?
You know what I titled my bracket, my women's bracket?
What?
My bracket, my choice.
Okay, that might not help. Actually, it is. She'll laugh. But you're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite. Oh, I don't care about the women's bracket. Oh, wow. The boss asked us to fill one out. Okay.
My bracket, my choice, John.
Okay, I'll fill it out.
My bracket, my choice.
You missed a little spot right here. Right here, you missed a little spot.
All right, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I think the model that was in the Texans league, I think this guy needs to be a thing from now on. I think this needs to be a thing from now on. He needs to be, I don't know, like whether it's there needs to be some sort of theme with this model.
They need to bring him back to the stadium in uniform. He needs to lead out the team one day.
He need to drop some more pictures,
in
man.
uniform.
He needs to come out the tunnel at a game.
Or they're going to sue him. I don't know. One of the other.
He needs to come out the tunnel for a game.
Yes. I'm with you.
I don't know how they're going to unveil the uniforms like at the time.
They should send them out first.
They should send them out first. Like, y'all ready to see the uniforms?
And here comes little
And they come
whatever.
out flexing.
I mean, you called him a legend. I'm not going to disagree. Like, but I'm sure the Texans aren't happy. Although they might end up happy. But, he's got to be somewhere in the mix with the Texans. They got to talk about leaning into a story, owning it, all that stuff. Bring that little sucker back.
Little sucker.
Well,
these are my confessions.
I'm worried about the Japanese Steph Curry. Flat out. I think Aggie basketball has been on a roll. Buzz Williams is a really good tournament coach. They got a tough game, though, against Nebraska and the Japanese Steph Curry in round 1 before they face the Cougs, perhaps, in round 2. Casey Tominaga.
Say that again?
Casey Tominaga. The Japanese Steph Curry.
Okay.
He is filling it up for the old Cornhuskers. I'm worried about that cat. Are you worried about him? You looking forward to watching him play?
I mean, I like watching Asians hoop.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that sounds weird, but I like watching Asians hoop because you don't see as many of them in college basketball. It's like back in the day. I liked seeing
his highlight film
before there was more African American quarterbacks. I like seeing African American ball players. I like seeing White Chocolate go out there and break boys off like J-Dub. I like seeing that.
Now
sign me up for that.
His highlight reel is legit. Get by the Japanese Steph Curry, and it's all downhill from there. Outside of U of H.
Oh, the Cougs would swallow him up, though.
Would they?
Yes.
The Aggies are one of the best
You let
defensive
Kelvin Sampson just focus on that? Kelvin Sampson will swallow him
Aggies
up.
are one of the best defenses in the country. That's how they got in the tournament. No, that's how they got.
hype now.
That's how they got into the tournament. Look, trust me.
It's hype.
I'm not hyping up. I'm just telling you facts, baby.
We got hype, man.
Facts.
Belita hype. Shout out to him.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
They need to have like the model, the uniform model. This is a good idea from a loophole. I'm going to add to it. 713. He needs to be in an HEB commercial.
Oh, yes.
Where he comes out and and it's like a before picture, and then he eats something like whether it's like their protein or something like that, and then all of a sudden the real Derek Stingley walks out in the uniform. So he's like the before picture. This is
Dude, that's gold.
This is Houston Texan Derek Stingley before he started eating the fajita meat at HEB, and then he eats it, and then all of a sudden the real Derek Stingley comes out. Muscle like looks like a real football player.
It's like spinach for Popeye. I love that.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, this might get me canceled. I'm kind of over George Strait.
Come on.
He's having another comeback concert
at College Station.
105 people. He retired.
At College Station.
He retired 5 years ago, and then he's had like 10 retirement tour concerts since. Love you. I mean, he's a legend. Amarillo by Morning, maybe the greatest country song ever written. Just go play golf. Go fishing. He's got a big old house in Rockport. I drive by it all the time. You don't need to do that. Why is he having another concert?
Are you not going?
No, I'm not
That'd
going.
be sick. I'd go to it.
105,000.
Where could I get tickets?
I can get you tickets.
No, you couldn't.
Hand of God.
All right, can you get me some tickets?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Mark this.
Yeah, I can get you tickets.
All right.
I mean, you might have to pay for them. But
Yeah, that's fine. No, I can pay for them.
I can get.
I can pay for them.
Yeah.
If I can go see George Strait and Parker, I'm in.
Yeah.
I'll go to College Station. What day is this?
I'm over it.
It's June 15th.
It's. I don't have the exact date. But
I'm there.
Yeah, I can get you tickets.
Oh, if you give me tickets, yeah, I'll pay for them. Yeah, I'll pay.
Yeah.
That's a broadcast Hall of Famer at Texas A&M if I've ever.
Yeah, I can get you that.
All right.
I
haven't been to A&M in a while.
The King of Country. Only show this year. Tickets on sale March 28th. Concert is June 15th.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sign me up. Sign me up.
I mean, come on. He doesn't need this.
Show some appreciation.
Oh,
for a
I
legend.
have a lot of appreciation.
Show some damn appreciation
I have
for
a
a
lot of
legend.
appreciation for George Strait.
832 says George Strait is retiring like John McClane did.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So, one of my favorite places in the world, they don't pay me a penny.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just a loyal customer. Very loyal customer. No strings attached, nothing at all. Although I do wish the sales staff could actually maybe like try to make something happen here.
Mm-hmm.
It just kind of seems like it might be natural. Pluckers.
Yeah,
Pluckers
I went to Pluckers about 2 weeks ago.
Big Pluckers guy.
Yeah.
I feel like though I've kind of ruined my experience now.
How's that?
Because I tried something random because I was kind of tired of wings.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried something random.
You get a burger?
No.
Their burgers aren't bad.
No. I've never gotten a burger there. That's
chicken wrap. You got a chicken wrap.
They didn't have a wrap. Know the menu, Figgy. Don't you?
All right. I can see you getting the chicken wrap or something.
No, it's even crazier.
Chicken salad.
It's even crazier. And the thing is that it's so good that now I don't know if I can go there without getting this or with getting the wings.
Really?
Or if I'm going to even be a fat ass and get now wings and this. Because it was that good. And I don't know where this came from. I didn't know they had this in their bag. I was not familiar. I was not familiar with your game, Pluckers, on this.
Mm-hmm.
The chicken cheesesteak.
I didn't even know they had that.
I kid you not. Between the queso, the onions, the soft bread, the seasoned chicken, the chicken cheesesteak at Pluckers. Again, they don't pay me a penny. I just go there. I'm a customer. It is to die for.
That's a bold statement.
And now I'm like, what am I doing here?
Yeah, I mean,
because I like the wings.
I'm eating this.
I like the wings, but man, it went in, to say the very least.
All right, now I got to try
chicken cheesesteak.
How about that?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I kind of feel bad. Trevor Bauer kind of interests me.
Oh, wow.
He kind of interests me.
You just lost a listener.
I did. They're switching the music. You know, he's pitching against the Yankees, I think this weekend or something like that.
Yeah, he's doing an exhibition.
An exhibition. I'd have a scout there. I would have a scout there. He's pitched pretty well. Didn't he pitch in Japan? I think he's pitching an exhibition for a Mexican team. They need something. Does Trevor Bauer give you any... Are you interested at all in that, Trevor Bauer?
No.
Why?
Because I don't think he's good anymore. Like, if you're going to take the risk of...
Have a scout there, man.
I mean, if you're going to take the risk of Trevor Bauer and all the stuff he said, and by the way, I think he's one of the most reckless pieces of crap when it comes to the Astros cheating ever.
I don't disagree.
I think he added to the John Boy thing where the Jose Altuve buzzer thing was going down. I think he was a reckless piece of crap, fake news idiot, and I think it's actually kind of karma that whatever happened to him happened, even if he didn't do what he did. The way that he besmirched the name of Jose Altuve and playing up that John Boy stuff, going on his podcast, being a jackass, he got that exact back when he was going through his situation, despite other proof. And I think he sucks now. So I wouldn't. If you told me that he was Trevor Bauer of 3 years ago, then yes, it would be worth it. But the bottom line is, I think he sucks, and I don't think it would be worth it. I think if you're going to roll the dice on something like that, it better be a Deshaun Watson or a Trevor Bauer or something like that. Because regardless of what did or didn't happen, you know what you're going to have to deal with when you bring that guy like that in.
Yeah. No. Everything you said is true. You need pitching. You need pitching. You absolutely need pitching.
Is that like your Michael Jackson wrote Thriller?
He didn't write Thriller?
No, I mean, I'm like, yeah, well, Michael Jackson did this. Yeah, but he wrote Thriller.
But he was a legend.
But O.J. Simpson won a Heisman.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, who knows with Trevor Bauer? I do find the dude to be just a total weasel.
He is. You need pitching.
And if he could still pitch, I would be able to ignore the
That's
weaselness.
the thing.
Yeah, if he could still pitch, then I would be able to
At
ignore
least
the
get a
weaselness.
scout there, man. It's an easy flight to New York. Easy flight to New York.
Easy flight.
Yeah.
For sure. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up next, the Houston Texans had a celebration yesterday. Amidst all the viral moments, the Texans did have a major, perhaps the biggest reason to celebrate. We'll take a break from the roast, and we will celebrate yesterday next.
All right, guys, you've been feeling.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, 2 years ago, the Texans made the trade for Deshaun Watson. I kind of remember where I was. So we had actually been following it, obviously. Business was picking up. I think he'd settled all but 3 of the cases, 2, 1 maybe. And we were told that morning or the night before, Cleveland's out. Cleveland's out of this thing. Then I guess Dave Mulgeta went behind the back and negotiated a contract, allegedly. And I found out I was actually eating at, I think it was On the Corner, and found out that Deshaun Watson was traded to the Cleveland Browns. Not the Atlanta Falcons, not the Carolina Panthers, not the New Orleans Saints, but he was traded to the Cleveland Browns. The compensation at the time perhaps would have liked an extra second-round pick, but you got what you got. You thought Cleveland was getting one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And let's be honest, they probably didn't think he was going to get suspended as much as he did. I don't think they were anticipating a 10 or 11 game suspension.
I don't know about that. I'm not sure. I mean, literally don't know.
And then business has picked up, and here we are 2 years now. You feel like the Texans have a quarterback, perhaps a better quarterback than what Deshaun Watson currently is. He might start throwing today, but he's been very mid. He's been out of the lineup, and he struggled. And when he got hurt, backup, the ghost of Joe Flacco, took them to the playoffs. So it's not an ideal situation for Deshaun Watson. I think this will always be somewhat of a celebration, somewhat of an appreciation of Nick Caserio because Nick Caserio was very patient with this. He handled this about as patiently as he could. They took it on the chin as an organization. They had Deshaun Watson on the roster, but there was no hurry. They were just getting through the mud, and I don't think anyone, even in their wildest dreams, could have anticipated a better situation now 2 years ago. Like, I don't know that you could have laid it out more perfect than where the Texans are right now 2 years after they traded Deshaun Watson. And now they have DeMeco Ryan, C.J. Stroud. Nick Caserio seems to know what he's doing. The vibes are getting better. The stadium's getting fuller. The energy's getting better. Is there anything in that 2 year stretch outside of like some nitpicking where, you know, maybe you wanted to draft someone other than Kenyon Green or whatever, but that happens to everyone. I don't see that this could have been a better layout 2 years after the fact. Well, I just don't see it.
I mean, it's still not completely written yet, because we've got to see about these players, and there's still some picks out there, and Deshaun Watson. But right now, it's one of the best or worst, depending on your perspective, from Houston or Cleveland, trades in the history of the NFL. Because the term butterfly effect is thrown around a lot. But the butterfly effect of Nick Caserio, I mean, this was the highlight of his career so far. Being steadfast, being very determined to get a particular thing, you know, from a Deshaun Watson trade, paid off like it couldn't have paid off better. Because not only are we talking the players, and let's go through them, that you end up getting Will Anderson, Tank Dell, John Mechie, Christian Harris, Damian Pierce, Kenyon Green, a 2024 first, a 2024 third, Xavier Hutchinson, and a second-round pick based on the trade that they just made. Like, that alone right now makes it one of the best trades in the history of the league. We'll see if Deshaun Watson, you know, kind of evens the field. But it's not going to ever be a bad trade for the Texans. You mentioned that earlier. There's no way it'll ever be a bad trade. But the Browns might kind of elevate themselves if Deshaun Watson can win a Super Bowl. But for now, Deshaun Watson has played 12 games in 2 years. They are lost. Some people over there would rather have Flacco or even Jameis now than Deshaun Watson.
I don't know about Jameis.
Maybe. And then there's the butterfly effect that I just talked about. I don't think you get DeMeco Ryans.
Well, if you keep Deshaun Watson, chances are
– or you trade it at any other point.
Well, if Deshaun Watson stays, and let's say they make right with Deshaun Watson, you're not hiring David Culley.
No.
Like, you're not getting in a situation where you're getting through the mud and you're going to hire David Culley, you're going to hire Lovie Smith. So you're probably going to hire someone perhaps a little bit more competent, and there's going to be a 2-year plan. So it's not. I was fine with the one and done coach. I loved it. San Francisco did it in an indirect way. I was fine. Like I didn't love having to watch David Culley coach football and go to the press conference and look goofy and stuff, and Lovie Smith doing what he did. But I had no problem with it. You never heard me. You never heard me. Really, I was willing to get on that McCown train.
Yeah.
I mean that's where we were at. So yeah, I agree. I don't think you have D'Amico Ryans. Unless he just wants to come coach Deshaun Watson, but then you would have had a coach fail in 2 years.
Yeah.
Right? Because that would have been the situation. But yeah, and I also don't know Deshaun Watson, there was a change in personality on the back end of it. So I don't know that we were going to get the same guy. Cleveland hadn't seen that guy.
No, they haven't.
They haven't seen that guy.
No, they haven't. They've seen the guy that left here. And even Nick Caserio, like I said, that was his opus, as people like to say. I mean, just being able to do that so well. A little bit earlier or a little bit later, everything changes, including maybe even Nick Caserio. I mean, who knows where he would be if he would be here, even him. Like if it was done earlier and it messed up or whatever, got less and didn't work out, they fall off a cliff, whatever. The impact of that trade 2 years ago yesterday could not have been more fruitful for the Texans. Just couldn't have been.
No, I couldn't. And you look at what people are saying about the organization, how people are talking about the organization, and you know what the faces of your franchise currently look like, the draft equity you had, and all that, and really the pairing of D'Amico and Caserio. Yeah, don't think that things could have got better. And I don't think there's any way Cleveland can maybe say that it's a wash. If Deshaun comes back and they win Super Bowl or whatever, then they can say that, but. There's no scenario. I saw this in the, I think, what's Mary Kay Cabot right for? The Cleveland Plain Dealer, whatever the hell it is?
Mary Kay Cabot? Cleveland.com.
Cleveland.com, okay. You know, how the Browns can still win this trade. They can't.
They can't.
Because if they could go back, the reality of the situation is if the Browns could go back, and I always talk about this imaginary time machine, if the Browns could go back, I don't care what they say. I don't care what face they try to put on. I don't care what kind of front they are. If you give them that imaginary time machine, you take them back 2 years and 2 days, when it's reported that the Browns are out, they're out.
They're out.
They are not giving Deshaun Watson that much money. They are not bringing Deshaun Watson in. They are not doing that. Matter of fact, I would venture to think that the Cleveland Browns, if you told the Cleveland Browns right now, that we're going to give you this imaginary time machine where you can go back 2 years, but the cost of this time machine is a first and second round pick.
Oh, man.
And first, second, and third, and you can go back and not do that trade, I bet you they would do it.
They'd give up draft picks.
They would give up a first, second, and third round pick just to not do that. All the headaches that they had to go through. Let's not forget that it wasn't even over with Deshaun Watson. There were more lawsuits afterwards.
Yes.
The suspension was way more hefty.
Yeah.
He went up there and handled the media about as bad as you could handle the media. Quincy Avery's going out there pissing off everyone around town. He comes on the field, he's not good.
Didn't he say he had no regrets?
Something like that. just all that type of stuff. And then he goes on the field, he's not very good, and then he gets hurt.
Yeah.
They might actually say, okay, the Texans can keep half the draft equity if we can just go back in that time machine and we don't take Deshaun Watson. Seriously.
No, I don't think that's nuts if they could turn back the clock. And
because now you're in a situation, what is he? His cap hit's like $70 million the next 2 years.
It's 60, I think it's 63 the next 3 years. His cap hit 63.9. I think I looked at it yesterday, or 68.9, something like that. Yeah. Like think about it, $60-something million for the next 3 years is his cap hit. That's comical.
They would say, okay, you can keep half the draft equity if we can go back and just never have traded for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
For the price of that time machine.
And then there's the
Jimmy
Texans.
Haslam and then would take it.
Then there's the Texans.
And the Texans, and the other thing, the craziest thing about it, I don't even know the Texans got as much as they could because he had a no trade clause.
Yes.
So Atlanta might have been offering more.
Miami was in early. Remember that?
Oh, yeah, Miami early, but it was Atlanta. At the time, it was Atlanta, Carolina,
New Orleans.
And New Orleans. And we saw what Carolina gave up for Bryce Young.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who knows what they would have given up for Deshaun Watson? It wasn't even
probably
their
would have added some players and stuff, too.
Yeah. And you know what those teams are saying? Oh, my God, thank God.
Thank goodness we dodged that bullet.
All right.
Yeah.
There you go.
And he hasn't even started throwing yet.
No, he could today. They said that Quincy Avery and Njoku are in L.A., so he might be going in L.A., but they don't know. It could be today.
He was just in Europe
week,
again or
whatever.
somewhere. So
is he?
Yeah.
He's quite the traveler, for sure. So, yeah, that cap hit's crazy. That time machine, man, they would love that. And really, let's be honest. Like, we can talk about luck and all that. I mean, you really got to give credit to Nick Caserio, Cal McNair, and Hannah McNair for not saying, hey, let's give up on this.
Yeah.
That was they went through it. They went through it, and they came out very, 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 very well when it comes to this Deshaun Watson trade. Could not have been better. Landry Locker, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig with you. The Houston Rodeo has concluded. We have a record.
We have a record?
We have a record. The Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo had over 2.5 million guests in their 23-day window.
Dog.
2.5 million.
Talk about people working hard. And those volunteers.
Man, those people out there,
do they
like,
do that?
throwing around the food and stuff.
Yeah.
Did you go grub at the fair when you went?
I did.
What'd you get?
Well,
Street corn?
We were playing.
Dork.
I actually was looking for it. It's good.
It's $10.
What did I get? Oh, I just got the what's the funnel cake?
Okay.
Yeah, because we'd already eaten.
So funnel cake?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, I got me sausage on a stick. Had a bite of a turkey leg.
Mm-hmm.
Some nachos. Trail burger.
Is that all? Talk about people that are busting their butt. It's like having a Texans game for 20 straight days.
Times 1,000.
Yeah. Because it's people at the fair, too.
Times 1 trillion.
Yeah. The people at the fair and the people at the stadium and everything else.
Dealing with a lot of drunk people, too, man.
I mean, think about how big an event one Texans
it's
game
open
is
till midnight.
Every Sunday or every other
Carnival's
Sunday.
open till midnight.
Yeah. And then you're doing that, whatever. Is it 20, 22, whatever it is, straight days.
And everything that goes into the rodeo.
Yeah.
Man.
Incredible.
Salute.
All that.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Shout out to the rodeo. Keep breaking records, man. Good to have that thing in full swing. I think it's setting the bar. It's only going to get better. Coming up, comeback season for a few members of the Houston Texans. And could this impact player be making his way to Houston? An NFL insider weighs in on that as we go around the league next.
What are the Texans getting in new running back Joe Mixon? Just ask him.
One is a leader. You know, when I speak, I lead, and guys, you know, they listen and they feed off of me. You know, I'm here to make sure we all gel together at a high level. We all competing, and we're going to do that each and every day.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef?
There were actually a number of cool things that happened between the time I went off the air yesterday to the moment that I cracked open the mic today. But nothing cooler than this. The Philadelphia Phillies are trying to find a new closer to replace Craig Kimbrell, who left for Baltimore. There is no doubt the front runner is Jose Alvarado. Give him the job. I'm Jim Rome.
Spring is here, and I know a lot of you guys are saying, all right, this is the year I get my landscaping perfect. Your trees are a huge part of that. That's why you want Louis Flory and Ability Trees on your side. Louis Flory has been Houston's tree care expert for decades. He's going to come out to your place, look at your trees, and spot any problems that the average person might miss. And then he'll put them on a plan to keep them healthy and beautiful and strong all year long. And it starts right now with deep root fertilizing your trees. In addition to spraying for insects and disease, Lewis is going to keep your trees fed and pruned. They'll be less susceptible to wind damage and uprooting, and you'll end up with a canopy of trees that you always dreamed of having. Don't wait. Protect your trees today by calling Louis Flory and Ability Trees at 281-441-4179. That's 281-441-4179. 4179, or visit the website at abilitytrees.com. It's Ability Trees, Houston's leading tree care professional.
Lansdowne Moody's zero-turn preseason blowout is on, and that means a whole lot of Kubota. Cut like a pro, turn on a dime, and ride high in the saddle. Kubota zero turns make easy work of your world for a lot less than you might think. Get 0% APR for 60 months with no money down on select in-stock Kubota zero turns. Grass is growing. Let's get to work. Hands down, it's Lansdowne. LMTractor.com. now through March 31st. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for more information.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And with My Lowe's Rewards, your savings just keep coming. Save money with member-only offers and earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards just for you. Because Lowe's knows you earned it, literally. Learn more about our new loyalty program at Lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowes.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
You're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need Advanced Hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments. And get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. It starts with your free consultation. Call 832-688-HAIR, 832-688-HAIR. If you qualify, you'll also get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. 832-688-HAIR, or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
This time of year, of course, is rodeo season in Texas, which means that it's also truck season, but not just any old ordinary truck when you go to Bayway Chevrolet. I'm here with Trice Ham, the general manager at Bayway Chevrolet. And Trice, you're doing something special for anybody who buys a truck during truck season at Bayway.
Yeah, of course, Seth. You know, it's not enough to have a new Silverado. A lot of your friends might have new Silverados. It's the hottest truck in the market. How about you have the best looking Silverado, a lifted Silverado?
I like it a lot, and I like that I don't have to pay anything for it. You guys did this, and it was wildly successful. I'm guessing you just ran out of lift kits and had to wait to bring it back.
We couldn't believe how many of them we sold, but we thought we needed to take a break. There were too many lifted trucks on the roads. But during rodeo season, we're bringing it back. So when you buy a new Silverado from Bayway, free 4-inch lift, free 35-inch tires, and free 20-inch wheels. We'll make sure you got the best looking truck, whether you're at the rodeo or pulling up to the golf course. Everybody's going to want your truck.
Rodeo season is truck season, which means it's free lift season at Bayway Chevrolet. Online at baywaychevrolet.com. It's Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. We've helped over 30,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares. If your timeshare agreement goes on forever, if you were told timeshares are a great investment, or your maintenance fees will never go up, you have questions, we have the answers. At Wesley Financial Group, we're dedicated to helping timeshare owners get out of their financial nightmare. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call now for your free timeshare exit information kit. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Is Houston's sports
and accountable that he wants to improve and get back. September, whatever the cut down is, or whenever we have to put the 53 together, then, we'll see where we are. But glad DP's here. Got a great attitude. He's been in the building here. I think DP's excited about the offseason, and everybody should be excited about the offseason just in terms of their individual improvement and just try to become a better football player because that's what this is about.
That's what it's about. DP, how many football games has Dameon Pierce helped them win?
Some. Wasn't there Jacksonville game? He had that real big-time run at the end to kind of clinch it in Jacksonville. Let me put it this way, because I want you to kind of rate the comeback seasons on these guys when we get through them.
Okay.
But he sold it.
No, I think you can be on the team. If you can make Dameon Pierce your third best back with his attitude, with his makeup, you can sign me up for that.
Yeah.
I can get down with that. Next contestant on comeback season. One of the highest paid right tackles in the NFL.
Okay.
Despite the fact he didn't really play much right tackle last year. Really didn't play any. Titus Howard, come on down. You're the next contestant on comeback season. Nick Caserio, state the case. Give us an update on Titus Howard.
Titus had some work done there in the offseason or after the season. Honestly, Titus is a tough dude. I mean, he's very tough, physically tough. He probably played more hurt than maybe people realized last year, and then ultimately, we decided to shut him down or had to shut him down. So, he's had a good attitude. Some of the pain has subsided, so I think the procedure that he had done hopefully will help him. But, I mean, he's been here. He's been here every day, so he's starting to make progress.
See, that's the one thing that I'm kind of holding out hope on. We've heard that he had some injuries during the season. We heard that it affected him at right tackle in terms of getting out in the outside rush and all that. I don't know if I'm buying it, but I'm holding out hope that maybe he gets better.
Dude, the other day he quote tweeted Stephon Diggs and put eyeballs. Stop doing that, man.
Mm-hmm. I'm just playing. He said that.
Stop doing that, dude. Quit.
I agree.
For real. You're a veteran now.
I agree.
Stop acting like the childish rookie that you were.
Mm-hmm.
Lonnie Johnson says he's going to change the second time and quit doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Stephon Diggs, eyeballs.
He really does, doesn't he?
Yeah, quit. Grow up, man.
Yeah.
Seriously, you're a good dude. You're a tough dude. Stop playing online so much.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Next contestant on comeback season, Kenyon Green. Kenyon Green. Been a rough couple years to the start of his NFL career. He's the next contestant on comeback season. Nick, how you doing on time?
KG is probably as far along as he's been at any point. So, he's dealt with a lot. And I think he's excited about the offseason here. So I think this will be the first really offseason that he'll actually have the opportunity to train and actually go through an off-season program. So we're moving in the right direction, doing some things outside the building that are hopefully helping him become a better football player. So we'll do what's best for the player. We'll do what's best for the team with really the most important thing is kind of making sure that they're ready to go for training camp. Certainly encouraged by the progress that they're making.
All right, there you go. So Kenyon Green, okay.
Actually kind of effusive about him. Not effusive, but very positive about Kenyon Green. So 1, 2, 3. Best comeback seasons: Pierce, Howard, Green.
Howard has to be one. Has to be.
What do you think, though?
Nah, he's got to be. Got to put him at one.
You think he'll be the best of this bunch coming back?
Yes.
Figgy?
Yeah, I feel like that's the best by default, though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to start, man. Got to be.
That means he's going to be good.
Can't be worse. You think he's going to be worse at right tackle than he was guard? He was terrible.
Like I said, I'm holding out hope that this injury thing really
and hurt,
affected him
according
there.
to Caserio.
I don't see Pierce or Green being better than him. Bouncing back better than him.
I'm talking better comeback. Like if Green comes back, just as an example, I'm not saying I'm picking him, but if Green comes back and becomes a regular player at left guard, even if he's not spectacular, that's a better comeback.
I'm going with Titus Howard.
Yeah, I'm going with Titus Howard, too. I was just stating the case. I think I'll go Howard 1. I might go Green 2.
I got Pierce 2.
Pierce 3.
Third string running back, Dameon Pierce.
Yeah.
And then Kenyon Green 3.
That's not really a comeback.
Well, we'll see what happens with Kenyon Green.
Yeah.
What do you mean it's not a comeback? He wasn't even playable last year.
He goes from starter to third team.
Daria Gumbawale was getting carries over
But
him.
he went from starter, he's our guy, to third team?
No, he went from
starter
third
to
team
not playable to
third team not playable to third team playable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that ain't no comeback. If he third string.
That isn't a comeback.
It'd be a comeback if he made, if he's the second running back.
And he's in the rotation.
And getting some carries.
Yeah.
Well, then don't call it a comeback. Going around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Will Anderson. He was asked to describe his pass rushing style. He got pretty deep. Here's the second-year DN Will Anderson talking about his pass rushing sides.
I see a little bit from both sides, and I think it's for me, it's the side. So, like, my left side, that's like my art side, and then my other side, that's like my science side.
Right.
So, like, I'm really good on one side of just being crafty of, like, I can throw some moves on that side, but my other side, I have to break it down, like.
More technical?
Yeah, more technical, like, okay, this is what you got to do here. So, just a feel for it, but I just kind of say it depends on the side that I'm on.
I actually get that, right? Like, he's more creative with, and he's talking about, like, which side of the line he's on, which side is to the outside, et cetera. And we saw some of that at the end of the year when he threw that spin move up there, and we asked him about it. It kind of came out of nowhere, and we're like, all right, where'd that come from? Yeah, I kind of can see what he's talking about.
You can?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tavier Thomas, he's gone. He's going to Tampa Bay. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to miss Clint Stoerner talking about Tavier Thomas.
If Tavier Thomas can be on this roster and can be a defensive back on this football team and consistently get run and consistently be viewed as a positive for this defense.
Allow you to cut Des King.
Jalen Petrie is nowhere near not good enough to play. And I don't care how you slice it. There's a lot of dudes that we saw get a lot of run.
Tavier Thomas is a corner, so that there's
he's not, Ron. No, he's not.
They have him listed.
Absolutely not. He is.
Tyler, he's Pro Football Focus #1 corner.
No, he's a linebacker.
Justin Simmons, still on the market. Most interceptions in the NFL since he came into the league. Broncos had to get rid of him. Safety market's crazy. Pretty deep. They're not getting paid much. Here was Adam Schefter on ESPN with Pat McAfee giving an update on Justin Simmons and where he could potentially end up.
I think in part because the safety market has been so crowded. If you go back and look, that may have been the most crowded position there in running back. And the run on running backs went on early, but the safeties are still out there. And Justin Simmons is going to be pretty selective as a guy who's intercepted more passes than any player in the league since 2018. So he can afford to be a little bit selective. I don't know where he's going to wind up right now. I don't have a home to give you for Justin Simmons, but again, you look at the safeties that have been out there. Jamal Adams is still out there. Other safeties still out there. Justin Simmons still out there. Don't have a home for you right now.
All right, there you go.
No
home.
Is he being patient or is it talking to him?
He said no home.
I don't know. He's out there. He'd be a great get.
So the San Francisco 49ers, they got in a little bit of trouble. They will forfeit their original 5th-round selection in the 2025 draft and will have their 2024 4th-round selection moved to the end of the 4th round behind the comp picks. This action resulted from a league review that found administrative payroll accounting errors at the close of the 2020 league year that resulted in misreporting of the club's player compensation. The NFL determined that the club could have remained under the salary cap at all times regardless of the year, and there was no intent to manipulate the cap.
Was there? Was there not? Don't mess with the cap, man. Don't mess with those numbers. That's how you get in trouble.
So you can lie about I don't get it.
Oh, it was an accident, Landry. Didn't
But
you
how
know?
does that happen?
I get just fancy accounting, man.
Seems wild.
Little fancy accounting going on there.
Seems really interesting to me. I didn't know you could do that. So Netflix is announcing a new series going around the league here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. They're going to follow receivers.
Yeah.
It is going to be called, you might remember the series called Quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Get this. They're going to call this Receiver.
The receivers.
Receiver. Just receiver.
Oh, really?
Yeah, receiver.
I guess I wrote it down wrong.
NFL Films and Omaha Productions and 2 p.m. Productions that brought this year's quarterback series, they will be behind it. The series is going to follow Devontae Adams, okay, Justin Jefferson, okay, George Kittle. He's going to be so extra on this. It's just going to be too much. Debo Samuel and Amon-Ra St. Brown.
How about his dad?
His dad better be on it.
How about his dad?
His dad has to be on it. They can't not have Amon-Ra St. Brown's dad on this.
Yeah, I actually had this.
And his brother.
Yes. I had this penciled in with internet going nuts because people are talking about this. I like the idea. I think it's going to be highly entertaining. Receivers in general are better personalities, more outgoing, all that stuff. Kittle, yeah, he's going to be extra, but you know it's going to be funny.
I don't know if it is.
Really?
It's getting a lot. It's getting to be a lot, man.
I will say I got a little bit tired of him staring at the overhead camera and making faces and all that stuff. Like, all right, let's just play football.
Hell of a ball player, though.
Yes, he is.
I will say that. Kirk Cousins, by the way, he's going to wear number 18 with the Atlanta Falcons. He's not going to switch to 8. So Kirk Cousins will wear number 18.
The 8 is
Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, Kyle Pitts.
So that will not happen. The 49ers, we talked about the possibility of Chase Young signing one-year deals. 1 year, $13 million. He's going to go play for the New Orleans Saints.
I think it's a good investment.
Good luck for him.
Yeah, I liked him as a one-year guy.
So we've talked about the distaste that Cameron and Mace have for, as they say, older women preying on young men. Jalen Green comes to mind.
Yeah.
By the way, congratulations to him, Western Conference Player of the Week.
Yeah.
He is playing.
He's been balling since the news.
He's been balling since the news. He's feeling good.
Well, he's got bills to pay.
Feels like a guy that only has basketball to live for now.
He playing like the rent is due.
Yeah, he's got bills to pay.
He's basically like, all I have is basketball now. I'm not leaving the house.
I need that other contract.
So Cameron and Mace have talked about that. I did not know that this was a thing, but have you followed what's going on with Trevon Diggs of the Dallas Cowboys? Have you followed this,
No.
Vicky?
Yes, yeah.
So we already know
It's
that
actually impressive.
he has one of the most star-studded kids that there is, Aiden Diggs. Just a lovable dude. Seems like the family does a good job with him. The grandma, him, all parties involved do a good job with Aiden Diggs. Well, Trevon Diggs is expecting another kid.
Okay.
And the woman who's going to be having his baby, she has a couple of other baby daddies.
Okay.
She has kids with Bow Wow.
Oh, here we go.
And Future.
Oh.
And she got Trevon Diggs right after he signed his contract extension.
Of course she did.
Mason Cameron just said this is a bad look. They were just saying this is not great. This is not good to let this happen to you. You should not be a sucker and let this happen. That's their opinion.
That's fine.
Trevon Diggs fired off on Twitter at him, to which they responded. Here's their response to Trevon Diggs being upset with them for talking about it.
Seems like Trayvon Diggs has responded to our opinion on what we said last week about him and his situation. And he tweeted out, "I was 5 when you was rapping. You like 50 mentioning me on your platform." First of all, I was rapping before you was born. You was born in 98. I was rapping before you was born. We're not rapping up here. We're talking about the situation at hand. This has nothing to do with rap. I'm going to tell you right now how this works for Trayvon Diggs and anybody else. The way we come up with our topics is this. Treasure sends us our topic. Then from Treasure sending us our topics, I called a barbershop in New York. Asked them what's going on in New York. They tell me. Called a barbershop in Chicago. They tell me. I called a barbershop in Ohio. We are an extension of what is talking about anyway. When you say our platform is speaking for what want to say but can't get to y'all. We're not here to rain on your parade. We actually support it if that's the type of you are. We wasn't dissing it. I just said I'm not into that. I'm just telling you what Cam can and cannot do. We're on every morning. I don't want to make you the focus. I don't want to lead the show off with you because I didn't say half the things that I really could say.
We was trying to be, really good about it because I know he was just really saying he's not into that. He's not into wifing up something two got rid of that we know. Yeah. That's common sense. A girl may feel like if two lit chicks passed on a You wouldn't be a third chick that thinks she's lit. She wouldn't go and say, well, I'll take him now.
It may not be a problem, but May said it best. It goes both ways. But as far as Trayvon, look, you like it, we love it, we wish you the best. But we're not going to not talk about what they talking in them barbershops, and we're not going to act like we don't see it.
All right, so there you go. Man, that's tough, though. That's tough. Bow Wow and Future, that's tough.
Yes, it's tough.
That's a tough one, man.
Yes, it's tough. Oh, man. They actually answered that quite well.
She's actually a pretty damn impressive chick.
How so?
What do you mean, how so, John?
Like to be able to pull that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you see a lot of women like that been with people, but not getting pregnant by them.
Yeah.
Because when you say what you want about Drea, she wasn't getting pregnant by all of these dudes. They knew what it was.
Move over Kobe, move over MJ. This is one of the most impressive three-peats I've ever seen. I mean, goodness gracious.
Trifecta.
Good Lord.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that.
But is he going to date her? Like, are they together?
That's the thing.
Are they?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
A vacuum down
I don't
there?
know nobody else that got like.
Maybe.
I don't know nobody else that have like.
She got vacuum surgery?
Maybe. It could well be. Oh, man.
Galveston doesn't have stuff swimming upstream that fast.
That thing needs to be in the Smithsonian.
I mean, my goodness. Bow Wow and Future, man. What's with them liking the same chicks? Is she from Atlanta?
Why, is she not the first?
Ciara.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Ciara was with Bow Wow and then with Future, and she has a baby with Future. Like, those guys there's Eskimo bros and there's Eskimo bros.
Maybe they text each other.
I mean, yeah. She has to be from Atlanta, right?
If I was to guess, I would probably say yes.
Mm-hmm.
Man. Hopefully they end up together and it's just cool.
Well, I would hope. What about Jalen Green?
Hey. You heard what Drea said. Your hodins can get deleted. Man.
Mm-hmm.
Ron Diggs, not happy. Cameron and Mace just trying to
keep it real with him?
Yeah, just trying to help you out a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know about them calling all these different barbershops, too, to see what they
he's lying about that.
Do you think? I actually believe that.
Well, I don't know if he's calling actual barbershops. I don't think that Cameron's picking up the phone and
But
saying,
I think he knows
is
people.
this 8th Avenue Cuts?
No. I think he knows people.
No, I think he knows people from each city.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Which is pretty cool, I think, if he is doing that. He's getting the pulse. He's getting the pulse, so to speak.
Pulse of the streets.
In all those
What the streets saying.
In all those cities, yeah. Not a literal barbershop, not per se, but doing that.
What do you mean not a literal barbershop?
Just knowing the guys in different cities who presumably go to barbershops.
Is your barbershop lit, Fig? Is it chill or what?
Well, my barbershop?
Yeah.
No, I actually had somebody come to me now.
You got your girl back,
Oh,
huh?
wow.
No, so he had to close his barbershop up because the place got too high.
Mm-hmm.
And so now they're looking for a barbershop, like an actual place. So in the meantime, he got he mobile.
Yeah. And he was out of the loop for a while, right?
No, not really.
I thought you tweeted something that you got your...
Oh, no, so my hairstylist, that's somebody different.
You got a barber and a hairstylist.
Yeah, I got to.
Does she come to you too, or?
I go to her.
Okay.
I go to her.
Okay.
Barber and a hairstylist.
Yeah. Yeah, you know.
Got to, man. I got a lot going on, man.
You do have a lot going on.
And
I can't go to easy
and
cuts.
a film crew.
I can't go to easy cuts like y'all.
Nah, I go to Sports Clips, man. Sandra.
Easy cuts.
Yeah, Sandra cuts the hair. That's it.
Yeah. I don't have a stylist.
Used to be Lizbeth.
Go figure.
Yeah, I can tell.
Go figure, yeah.
I can tell.
I still want to make the Van Gundy bet with you.
Which is?
You make me do something crazy, but if I win, you have to get the Jeff Van Gundy haircut.
I'm not going to do that.
Come on, it'll grow back.
I don't care. I am not gonna
Please,
do that.
man.
Not going to happen.
You can pick the bet.
Yeah.
But you have to do the Van Gundy cut. It's not even that far away. It's one snip.
It's not one snip. not going to do that. Why would I walk around with the Van Gundy head?
It's 7 snips and you got a Van Gundy cut.
It's not 7.
No, it's if you lose the bet.
Yeah.
You can make me get a tattoo. You can do whatever.
No.
But you got to get a Van Gundy cut.
Why would I do that? Why would I want to look like that walking around
It's
town?
not that you want to. It's if you lose the bet.
Yeah,
you got to get a Van Gundy
Would you
cut.
rather have the Van Gundy cut or go totally bald?
Totally bald. 100%. Totally bald. Yeah.
Come on, man.
You're so weird.
The Van Gundy cut would be an awesome bet.
No, it would not.
Come on,
We
man.
couldn't do a show. You'd just be looking at my head the whole time.
I'm a professional.
Yeah, I know.
I would look through it. I would
no,
look
you
through it.
would not.
But you can shave it after.
Randomly,
but you just
burst out into laughter.
You just have to have the Van Gundy cut for one day.
No, it's impossible to have it for one day.
Oh, then you just have to shave your head.
And what if it doesn't grow up? Go back.
You're bald. Eventually, we're going to get there anyways.
Yeah, we are.
Coming up, the internet goes nuts. I think you all know why. Next.
All right, guys, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing. Just got this interesting little nugget. It's Auto Awards.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Stuff that broke the internet. I think you know where this is going to start. The uniforms.
Yes. I got the
uniforms.
Going nuts.
The model.
The model specifically, the uniforms in general, and the reaction. Like, we haven't even, we've talked a little bit about, like, what the people are saying about all this. Figgy, how would you put a percentage on? I'm saying it's about 65, 60%.
Now, you talking about the good picture or the bad picture?
Either.
The bad picture, it was 100% hell no.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the bad picture.
Yeah, the model picture was rough.
Yeah.
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 I would say once the professional picture came out, I saw a lot of people saying how fly it was.
Yeah, they look good.
I seen a couple people say they ain't really like it, which I cool.
They look all right.
I think the biggest
it's about the 80%.
The biggest reaction was it looks like Atlanta's, or it's not that different.
Yeah, that's the conversation. And I saw Uniform Fashion Police on Twitter. They kind of they kind of put the side by side,
kind of indifference.
Yeah,
about it. And
there's definitely a difference, but
wanting to see more
depends how much detail you pay attention to.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily negative now that you see the players in it, but it's not overwhelmingly positive either. It's kind of like,
you kind of got to explain what's new about this one.
Yes,
which is kind of
you
the way of
hear
the world,
the story.
right?
Yeah, you got to hear the backstory on what they changed.
Yeah.
What do you mean the backstory?
Like
the horns on the shoulder.
Yeah, the horns on the shoulder. That it's a darker
color.
blue and all this other stuff.
We need a backstory on this.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
To kind of explain it. What was the new change of it?
Yes,
because if you wasn't covering the team, you'd be like, "What's different?"
Hey, and when we first saw that uniform walking in, I was like, kind of looks like the old one. Until you start noticing some of the other stuff.
Didn't you? We're going to get a backstory on this.
Yeah, you probably don't want to have to give a backstory if it's going to be a big hit, right? You want it to.
Didn't y'all hear the backstory?
Oh, I heard the backstory.
But they're going to release that before they release the uniforms backstory.
I hope not.
I don't know.
I hope not. Look who you're talking to, man. This thing was messed up from the start. It was messed up. I don't know who was in charge, but it was.
So you want a backstory for this?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
I didn't say anything. I said you would have to hear a backstory to explain the changes.
Yeah, get a better feel for
it.
What?
The blue. So it's a new blue. It's a different blue.
It's darker.
Yeah, you would have to have the backstory on.
I need to get a backstory on why you changed the color blue.
Yeah, you have to. They will have to explain why. This is different from the last one.
How's that going to make me feel?
Yeah.
Like, what's the story? What's the story that's going to make me feel?
Well,
they went darker.
But this is a darker blue from the previous one.
So if you get new uniforms and I don't like the way the uniforms look, let's say hypothetically I don't like the way the uniforms look, and I like these fine.
I see what you're going.
You're telling me that you're going to give me...
Hold on, let me give you the backstory.
Hold on, let me get... Whoa. I know you don't like the color
Now, you're saying something different now.
No, I'm saying, why do I need a backstory?
I'm saying if you don't know anything about the team or anything and you don't really see a difference, they will have to explain what's different. So this navy blue, this is not a navy blue, it's a midnight blue, which is the blue they used back in 2002.
Yeah.
That's the backstory.
So is that supposed to make me like them more?
No, that's the point.
No, my thing is I don't think nobody would have noticed if they didn't say that.
Yeah.
They would have. We all would have said this is the same blue.
Do I need you to show me the uniform and give me a backstory?
No. You
shouldn't be the case.
It should be able to pop right off.
It should speak for itself.
It should just be able to pop right off.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, you're going to have to know the backstory on this one uniform. We're not talking about the other three. On this one uniform, you're going to have that backstory, and that ain't great. You want people to be able to say,
just see it and say that looks cool, right?
Yeah.
Because when we first saw it, we really didn't see a difference.
I thought it was the old one. I thought they were kind of
until they started setting
up the new ones by showing us the old ones. Then I went, oh no, those are the new ones. Here's the other part of this, like with the uniforms. Most of the responses I've seen, the reaction to this uniform that was released,
they're going to be clean. The players are going to make them look clean.
Yes.
Like, that's a fact. They're going to make it look clean. Now, there is going to be one that's going to be more difficult than the other three to make look clean.
Yeah. Is there?
Yes. And it's a significant downgrade, in my opinion.
But most of the reactions that I've been getting have been, well, I like them, but maybe this. Well, I like them, but maybe that.
And you're not used to them. You got to see them on the field.
You got to be able to see them in the sun. You got to see them on the field, all that stuff.
But what are we saying on this backstory? What are they going to do? What's the deal?
They're going to tell you.
I mean, if you can't tell the difference of it, they're going to have to explain what's different about it.
Yeah. No, he's right.
And then I'm going to say, okay.
If you see these uniforms and you say, hey, what's different about it? It look the same. They're going to have to explain what's different about the uniform.
Yeah.
Well, what if it's even different? Do I need a backstory? Like, I don't need a backstory of a uniform.
No, I absolutely
agree.
I absolutely agree with you, and I hear what you're saying.
I think a new uniform, it should speak for itself.
On these particular ones, you're going to have to say, oh, okay, so that's different.
So here's the history here.
Yeah.
If you look at this, like, this is, what are we doing?
I agree. I get your point.
It is generating discussion. Is the discussion a good thing?
I think by and large, people are kind of waiting to see what else is coming. And that's one of the reasons I think they need to make this. They need to expedite.
Yeah, you can't wait till the 23rd at this point.
Can't wait till the 23rd.
Well,
because then the discussion.
We're saying once a week, right?
Once a week. I said every couple of days I'll take either one. Like Cal on Reddit, just a picture, and then do a big reveal like next week or the week after that. But you can't wait till the 23rd.
So once a week.
Yeah, I'm good with that. And they got to release one.
Well, before the 23rd, they told us, right? Like, this wasn't.
What's that?
They were going to do like a week before backstory.
Well, start it now.
Do we want the backstory now?
No, I don't want the backstory.
Now that we've seen one of the uniforms, do we need the backstory?
I don't think so, but I think that it's going to be necessary.
Do you feel like the other ones look the same?
All right. Restate your question so that I make sure as I'm getting cross-examined, I don't. Can you ask that a question again, please, sir?
Do you feel like the other uniforms look the same as the old ones?
Maybe some more than others, I would say. And perhaps worse.
Let the fans decide.
Perhaps worse.
Let the fans decide.
I think there's a case to be made that this is an improvement of what it's replacing. I don't think I can make that case, me personally, as strongly on something else that's being replaced.
Okay.
So
is that fair?
So do you think the ones that was released yesterday, do that look the same as the one from the old one?
They look similar, but they look. I think they look better. I think they do look. I think they do look better. Now, we have to take this all into account, right? Like, I'm going to take this all into account. I won't tell you what you have to do or anyone else. This was a lot of hype for it to be like similar.
That's been my whole point.
Like, this was a lot of hype for it to be similar.
That's the
like, if these would have dropped out of nowhere, like if they just would have said new uniforms, who this, and they'd have thought, oh damn, that's clean.
Look at that.
Yeah, but this is a lot of hype.
That's my point.
But maybe they trying to please the people that didn't want to change. They kind of like how it was before. So they trying to.
No, they had the focus groups and all that stuff. I get it.
Yeah, because there was a lot of people that didn't want to change the uniforms like that.
The build-up was just.
It's a lot.
It set a very high bar.
Yeah, but if you're not going to change much, you don't need much build-up, right? Why even talk to them? Because if at the end of the day you're going to lean towards the ones who didn't want to change, then what was all that for? Because I tend to, and this is just based on the interaction, and you can say whether it's more or less than the average person. When I talk to Texans fans, I could say, for example, Nico Collins is the number one receiver.
Right.
You're going to have a chunk of Texans fans on this side. You're going to have a chunk of Texans fans on the other side. Okay?
Yeah.
I could say that Laramie Tunsil's an all-pro tackle. You're going to have a chunk of Texans fans on this side. You're going to have a chunk of Texans fans on that side. In my personal experience, Red helmets. I had a large chunk on one side that wanted the red helmets.
Okay.
People loved them.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It was a lot.
It's at this point, it's not even really. I mean, the fans are going to judge, and only one uniform is out. So it's not really about the uniform.
And you can't please everyone with the unis.
Exactly.
That's a fact.
No, that's absolutely true. But at this point, because just one uniform has been released and we don't know if they're going to continue to do this or not, it's really not so much about the uniform, but about how they kind of screwed this whole thing up.
I think it's cool. I think I'm enjoying it so much because it's a blunder, but it's so minimal when it comes to the big scheme of what matters.
Right.
Because it all doesn't matter. Like, it all matters. Kiss my ass. That was the stupidest thing I've ever heard. That was just justifying stupid stuff and maximizing power. Like, this matters very little.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not talking about botching a trade. We're not talking about firing great guys. We're not talking about, botched PR. We're talking about uniform release.
Yeah.
That's hilarious, by the way. The funniest thing about that model is my man thought he was working it.
He thought he nailed it. Nailed it. Hey, bro, take my picture.
Hey, bro.
Yeah.
Put the H up.
Put the H up.
Check me out in this uniform,
Do I look like Daryl Stingley?
bro.
I look like Daryl Stingley. Derek Stingley? I look like Derek Stingley, don't I? Yeah. No, you don't. You don't.
Derek stung me, maybe.
Derek Stinkley.
Yeah, that guy is going to be a legend for a long time. That model.
Yeah.
Is
we'll see how the Texans handle that.
Absolute beast. Coming up, March Madness and Starch Madness. We're going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to embrace debate. It's about to get real heated around here. In the Loop continues on a very, very fun Tuesday. Glad you're with us. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Starch Madness next.
All right, Low T Center, customized, convenient health care for men with low testosterone. That's the best way to put it. They can treat your low testosterone, and that's the first key step toward feeling and being your absolute best. If you get into your late 30s, into your 40s, things start to change. Low T can contribute to a lot.
Exclusions apply.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
If the goal is to make the boss look good, though, Cal McNair does look good in this uniform thing.
Oh, thank you.
It goes on Reddit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a sweet, timely
if
move.
the goal is to make the boss look good, the boss looks good.
The boss looks
Yeah,
good.
He looks real good.
He played it right too.
Oh, he played it perfect.
If y'all gonna leak that photo,
Yeah.
check out this one.
I think you should run with it.
Yeah, he looks
We've
good.
talked about it.
Yeah, it's the Cal takeover.
Yeah.
The Cal uniform unveiling takeover.
There you go. Every couple of days, every week.
And Cal is now the face of the uniform unveiling. The Cal uniform unveiling
Let's go.
takeover.
Good for his brand.
There you go.
Good for turning this kind of funny.
We already know you would say it's good,
experience.
though. Let's be honest.
Why is that?
I mean, you throw him a party because he flipped some burgers in a parking lot.
No, I did not.
Let's be serious.
No, I did not. He invited me to that party.
Yeah. And you and Sean acted like it was like the best thing since sliced bread.
Not
the
true.
burger flipping.
Not true. But it was good for his brand, and this is even better.
He needs to take it over. The Cal uniform unveiling takeover.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
Capitalized, done. You're welcome. You don't have to pay us anything.
Let's go.
You don't have to pay us anything. The Cal uniform unveiling takeover. Next week, we unveil another one. The week after that, we unveil another one. The week after that, we unveil another one. And then the next week,
on
it's
his
available.
Reddit or Twitter.
And then the next week, because we're going week by week. So next week, the 26th, we unveil one. The week after that, we unveil another. Week after that, we unveil another. And then the week after that, Team Shop
Boom.
open for
Let's go.
purchase. Team
Let's go.
Shop open to purchase the uniforms.
Right after the reveal.
Come to the Team Shop
Yep.
and get your. And then the draft is the next week.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Free 99.
But if you want to pay us.
But if you want me to hold a thou, I'll hold a thou.
Let me hold that for you.
Or if you have some hand-me-down boots, size 14.
I don't know. He might be a 14. He's a big dude.
He might be a 12.
He's pretty big.
13.
Yeah,
Maybe.
13. I'm a 13.
Hey, if it's a 14, give me a hand-me-down pair of boots.
Hey,
You're
Cal,
welcome.
if you wear size 13s, that's what I wear.
Hey, Cal, I might be able to slide into those 13s, but if they don't fit me, I'll throw them to J-Lo.
Okay. I'll take that.
The Cal uniform unveiling takeover.
Yeah.
Boom. Adjusted.
Mhm.
Bye. There you go.
Yeah.
You got it. Do his thing.
I'm with you.
Or it could be the Cal and Hannah uniform unveiling
I don't think I can
takeover.
fit into her shoes.
No, but don't think so.
No.
Starts Madness here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 16.
You saw
We know
this,
March,
right?
March Madness starts Thursday. I'm not into these playing games. For me, the tournament starts on Thursday. Lopez has a little game in the spirit of March Madness, Starch Madness.
Well,
we like a good starch here.
Yeah, we do. ESPN actually put this together, so it was kind of making the rounds. And it's right in our wheelhouse, especially your wheelhouse. So Starch Madness. This is the bracket. I'll just go through it and you can pick.
All right.
Hash brown potatoes versus boiled potatoes.
What is this?
Starch Madness. Hash brown potatoes versus boiled potatoes.
Hash brown.
Hash browns all day.
That's easy.
I don't know what Duchess potatoes are or what Duchess is versus a waffle. Waffle, come on. Right?
Yeah, waffle. I don't even know what that is.
I know. Roasted potatoes against shoestring potatoes.
Roasted.
Shoestring.
Roasted.
Roasted?
Yeah.
Au gratin versus mashed. This is an
Mashed.
8-9. This is an 8-9
Mashed.
seed.
How is mashed potatoes a 9 seed? That's whack.
Yeah. I'm going to go mashed, but I love au gratin potatoes. Sweet potatoes against chips. Potato chips.
Chips.
Chips?
Yeah, I'm with you. Waffle fries versus baked potato. That's a monster.
Waffle fries.
That's a monster matchup
Waffle
right there.
fries.
Biggie?
Waffle
When's
fries.
the last time you ordered a baked potato?
All the time. I'm
loaded baked.
I'm
Man,
going
you ain't
baked
here
potato.
to the loaded baked potatoes,
Dude, I order baked potato at least once a week.
Okay.
All the time.
Okay.
Croquettes versus potato wedges.
Wedges.
I'm gonna go wedges too. Potato skins versus tater tots. Another monster matchup.
Gotta go with the skins, man.
Yeah, I'll go with the skins.
I'm going tater tots. I like the tater tots from Sonic. I get them all the time when I go. So, yeah, we're not going to go through the whole bracket here, but what is your Starch Madness best starch?
French fries.
Fries.
Of course.
I'm going to go baked potato, man. I love a good baked potato. Loaded? Come on.
I'm good.
Come on.
It's all right.
It's more than all right. It's more than all right.
Chop it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, not too down on that. Golick put together a better Starch Madness, if you ask me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you ready for this?
Yeah.
This is a fast food version. You ready for this? You want to play the first round of this, Figgy? You ain't ready for this one, though.
Let's go.
I don't know about this, dude. I don't know about you in this one, man. All right. The McDonald's Double Quarter Pounder versus the Burger King Whopper.
Double Quarter Pounder.
Yeah, Quarter Pounder goes in.
I love the Whopper, though.
Man, I'm about to say, don't sleep on the Whopper, man.
I'm not sleeping on the Whopper.
Y'all snoozing on the Whopper.
I'm not sleeping on the Whopper.
Y'all said that too fast.
Yeah.
Man, that is a double. Man, I want a Whopper now.
Yeah.
I'll go to BK. My mouth's watering. Mm-hmm. No, I'll go with the Whopper if it's double. Yeah, I'll go double Whopper.
Yeah, but the other one's double, too.
Yeah, but Quarter Pounder, I don't need a double Quarter Pounder. That's too much.
You want a double
Plus, at
Quarter
McDonald's, I'm going there. I'm probably getting nuggets or something.
So now you're overthinking it.
Well, that's fast food, sir.
Which one is the better burger?
Double Quarter
depends.
Pounder? And I love the Whopper, but double Quarter Pounder.
What are you going with?
I'm going to go with the Whopper, man.
Crunch Wrap Supreme from Taco Bell versus the In-N-Out Double Double.
In-N-Out Double Double.
Yeah, I'm going double double too. Crunchwrap Supreme's nice, but it's not something that I regularly order from Taco Bell. It's actually a real outside chance that I'm even going to get it.
Yeah.
What do you got?
I go with the In-N-Out if it's in Cali.
You just lost a listener.
If it's in Cali,
Okay. What about Vegas?
Vegas, I never tried them in Vegas, but I'm guessing it's good too.
Chick-fil-A Spicy Chicken Sandwich versus the Wendy's Baconator.
Oh, Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, I think
Chick-fil-A.
that's an easy dub. How is that at 3-6?
Yeah.
Popeyes Chicken Sandwich versus Arby's Beef and Cheddar.
Ooh.
Arby's Beef and Cheddar all day.
Ooh.
Arby's Beef and Cheddar all damn day.
The early Popeyes chicken sandwich before the buzz.
Yeah.
That was legit.
Arby's Beef and Cheddar all
This
damn
is a
day.
toss-up for
all
me.
Damn day.
This is a toss-up.
Arby's Beef and Cheddar might win this damn bracket.
I love Arby's Beef and Cheddar.
Man, it's good.
Yeah, it's good. Get some horsey sauce.
Man, throw some Arby's sauce on
Yeah,
there.
I'm going to go with that. No, you got to go with the horsey sauce, as they call it.
1 seed, Taco Bell Baja Blast versus Baskin-Robbins Freeze. What the hell is a Baskin-Robbins Freeze? I'm neither one of these.
I don't want
I don't
either
even
one
call
of
it
them.
Baskin
I'm good
Robbins.
on neither one of these. I don't know what we're doing here.
How's that a 1 seed?
I don't know. Starbucks iced coffee versus Popeye's Cane iced tea. Popeye's iced tea ain't even good.
No, I'm trying to remember if I've even had it.
It's not good. It's not consistent.
I got to go with I got to go with
I'll go with.
Starbucks.
I'm not even a Starbucks guy, but I mean,
Yes, Starbucks.
Sonic Cherry Limeade versus Panera.
Done.
Panera Lemonade.
Sonic Cherry Limeade is really good.
McDonald's Fountain Coke versus Dunkin' Colada. McDonald's Fountain Coke.
Yeah.
Put them in the final against the beef and cheddar
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah, I'm going with that. I'll do.
All right, McDonald's fries versus Bojangles Dirty Rice.
That's good.
I never had it.
But I'm going to go McDonald's fries.
Go McDonald's fries.
McDonald's
Starch Madness here on Sports Radio 610.
Popeye's biscuit versus KFC mash and gravy. KFC mash and gravy. you can
Popeye's
sleep on it.
biscuit all
Yeah, I
day
agree.
long.
But here's what I do with the Popeye's biscuit, though. I dip it in their mashed potatoes and gravy, and that basically puts its nuts on the chin of KFC mashed potatoes and gravy, Sean Kemp style.
Popeye's biscuits are so good, especially with their dirty rice. I mean, their red beans and rice.
Sonic Tater Tots versus Cookout Corn Dogs.
Sonic Tater Tots for me might be a Final Four team.
Really?
Yeah. Sonic
That's
Tater
wild.
Tots are legit.
McDonald's Hash Brown versus Culver's cheese curds.
Cheese curds all day. There's a Culver's in Atascocita. I highly recommend you go there. It's terrific.
Wendy's Frosty versus Taco Bell Cinnamon Delights.
Nah, Wendy's Frosty. Wendy's
Cinnamon, the cinnamon
twists. Those go in, man.
Nah.
I got to go cinnamon twists.
Nah.
If they're hot,
you
brother.
sleep, man.
Those
You
cinnamon
sleep.
twists go in. You throw those in the bag, and you know what? You don't even got to go in order because those are the ones that you can munch on before you get to the crib.
Yeah, no.
Crazy.
Give me that Frosty.
Cookout Shake versus Culver's Concrete Mixer. Don't know about either one of those.
I've had
things.
that Culver's, but I don't know much about the other one.
DQ Blizzard versus BK Hershey's Sundae Pie.
Give me the Blizzard.
Blizzards go in, man.
Blizzard. Give me the Blizzard. Make sure Spoon sticks up in there.
And then McDonald's McFlurry versus Subway cookie. What is a cookie? at
Subway
What
cookie?
are we doing?
What the hell, a Subway cookie?
What
the hell is going on here? Oh, man.
Boy, they must have been in a bad conference to get in the dance.
Like, what are we going to do?
They must have been in the bad
They were in the
conference to get in
playing
the
game.
dance.
They were in the playing game with an Oreo. I mean, come on. What's going on here? That's
I promise you, I've been to Subway, I don't even know, probably 1,000 times in my life. I've never gotten a cookie. It's never even like crossed my mind. I got to get a cookie.
I've danced with the cookie.
You really?
The macadamia nut and they had the recent one is that little cheesecake number they got.
Cheesecake cookie?
It's like cheesecake.
They have
and,
footlong cookies now.
I don't.
And they have footlong churros.
Oh no, I've done those. Listen, I wouldn't put it in a bracket.
Yeah.
I mean, I've danced with the Subway cookie before. Just sit there and got you a sandwich. Just say, let me get that meatball. Here, let me pick up them cookies.
So they should have put Subway meatball on there.
I like their meatball sub.
Yeah, put the meatball
I like their cold cut combo. Whew, that's good.
I always just extra fat mine. Let me get that meatball. Can you put some pepperonis? On the bottom
yeah.
and load that pepperoni on there.
Yeah.
Get a little extra cheese.
A little extra cheese. I want.
That's a good call.
Do you need to toast the meatball?
Yeah, I toast it.
Yeah.
And I want that. I want that.
Yeah, the hot.
And then I get the mixed cheese spread.
Oh Lord.
And Parmesan. I'll tell you.
Oh Lord.
You don't do that nowadays, do you?
I haven't had a meatball sub in quite some time.
But now you're thinking about it.
But yeah, I've sat in there and just really kind of worked it. My combo.
Damn.
Ooh.
Doing his thing.
Parmesan hits it. And I want the Parmesan after it's toasted. I want everything.
Yeah, put it on, sprinkle it on top.
Sprinkle it
Because it's all about the presentation.
Yeah, it's.
I don't know that this is a flaw, and I mean I don't know that I've ever been able to just like go an extended period of time of just like, let me get that sub.
Yeah.
Let me go get this pizza.
Yeah.
Let me hit this ice cream.
Not even at your fattest.
No, I mean not at my most undisciplined times. Like I mean, it's just like I don't know. Like that, I was reading those over Landry's shoulder. Like I don't know that I've had half of them. My problem is like I sit at home and I go, damn, I want one. So I don't whatever it may be. Like I'm not going and getting a meal and going, let me get that sweet on the side. It's like I'm gonna drive all the way across town to get that whatever that dessert is. That's my problem.
Man. So what did y'all think about the uniform unveil situation yesterday?
I love it.
Yeah, it looks good, but you got to admit, if you would have seen those models, you would have been a little bit.
The models?
Yeah.
And the fact that they put them in black shoes. You're right. When I looked, I didn't know what the difference was, but I was like, man, them models, that's bad, man. What the hell? I mean, first of all, where are they finding these guys? I mean,
exactly.
There's got to be like football uniform specific models in the world. Like all these people want to be models nowadays, and everybody that wants to get on Instagram and all this kind of stuff. You got to do better than that.
I could have thrown them Clint, Landry, Tyler, and Seth.
No, I'm good.
And it would have looked better.
No.
We could have pulled it off.
No, you four would have pulled it off.
Well, the thing is, like, how many fines are you letting them take on? Like the uniform fines, that was at least $80,000 each. My man's wearing an Abercrombie and Fitch necklace and he's rocking some white tube socks.
Yeah, that wasn't it, man. But the black shoes, that's where I was trying to.
What are we doing?
Why does one look so bad, other than the obvious, and one look so good? I'm like, it's the regular socks
versus the hose.
Oh, versus the white tights and the white shoes.
You're listening to KILT-AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
Yeah, the Drive is live. I had them about 7.5. They're about 7.5. They're cool.
I had them at a 9, but then I saw the reflection in the mirror, and I've got to see them.
Well, now
I've seen the big thick red stripe down the quad, down the side, with a little white pipe. I've got to see that in person to figure out whether I can get down.
I saw another version. It is clearly the stripes down the side.
You saw another one. Where'd you see another one?
I saw another one where it's got like Derek Stingley in the field. It is clearly stripes down the
big
side.
red. It's a thick red stripe too.
Thick red. I think
How
a
in
little
the
white.
hell do you get two guys in that picture? One of them squatting, one of them standing up, and the angles didn't show the red stripe at all. I had to look in the reflection to get it. Now, they couldn't do that if they wanted to, and they somehow accomplished it. I'll be damned.
Another person we didn't acknowledge yesterday is Javier Thomas is officially a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. Damn, Ty.
Damn it.
Old burnt brisket. Old barbecue brisket is he's no longer here. All I can think about, Clint, all I can think about is not your not disdain for him, but disdain that he was thought of as a corner and continuing to play over guys that clearly he didn't give a better chance to win than others. But all I can think about, Clint, is Tyler, I wonder what Todd Bowles was thinking when he sat down and watched that film. Like when he's watching that film and he's looking at him like we're thinking about bringing him in. You think he was thinking, I don't know. All right, here we go. We got a linebacker here. We got us a box safety. We got a linebacker here. We got a box. You think he's gonna play him at corner?
Well, I mean, is he a camp body or do they plan on him making the roster? Because I mean, here's the deal: if ultimately the kid needs to be put in the best position to have success.
I hope he is. I hope he is.
That is maybe. I don't know how big Tavier was. He was a big nickel defender, big, damn sure big corner like John McClain and PFF and them boys wanted to make him. He needs to be a box safety. He needs to be a nickel linebacker. He needs to be a short yardage safety DB.
Put him in places where he gets to tackle.
That's it, baby. Don't put him anywhere he's got to cover. Don't put him anywhere where a good coordinator's got to get him matched up on Christian Kirk or anybody of that nature consistently. I mean, to think. And I don't want to start the show this way, Ryan, but you did it. I didn't know that was coming with Tavier Thomas. I just wonder what
Todd Bowles was thinking. To think
that somebody in that building over there said, Tavier Thomas is my starting nickel. Des King, we're good, man. We don't need your services.
Pro Football Focus
and then to think that there's some folks out there that watch a lot of football wanted to tell me, he ain't fast enough. He can't cover good enough. Des King, that is. Thinking, what are we doing here? Nonetheless, Des King is here. Tavier Thomas is a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. And the secondary with Des King in it was much improved.
Yeah, it did. Yep. But Tavier, you're right. Ultimately, I hope they put that young man in positions that show the best parts of his game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because I think he can play in the league. More safety.
Play zone, play the run.
Yes. First, second down.
You got to avoid man at all costs.
All I can think about is Todd Bowles sitting there. Good God almighty. Why they keep if you watch that Jacksonville game, why the hell they keep putting this man in coverage?
Yeah, look, I mean, to me, that's a guy that he needs to be a special teams guru, and he needs to be a depth guy that can play a box safety or a linebacker. That's where you at.
Every time you call that man a linebacker, man, it just gets me every time.
Which one's closer to being accurate, linebacker or corner? Which one's closer? Be honest.
When you jump past outside corner, past slot corner, past free safety, past strong safety,
straight to linebacker,
and you get to LB.
Hey, ain't nobody want to talk about that one though. They want to talk about how I thought I knew who Nico was. Nobody wants to talk about the other one.
Hey Tyler, I used to want to say this, and I kept it in last year. I was thinking, I wanted to put a thought of who would you rather, 3rd down and 8, cover the slot receiver, Tavier Thomas, Christian Harris, or Blake Cashman? I used to think about this, and I never brought it to the table. Who would you rather, 3rd and 8, you got to have a stop. Who would you rather be in coverage between those three?
Oh, man. Golly.
That's quite a predicament.
No, you can't think it was the #1 corner of Pro Football Focus. This is clear.
No. I mean, I'm thinking if it's a real shifty little small quick ride receiver, none of them really have a chance. But
what game was that when he turned into barbecue chicken?
Jacksonville.
That Jacksonville game was rough.
Yeah.
It happened 2 or 3 times in the preseason. But everybody, PFF clearly did. They act like they didn't even see that.
Sean Pisani, he leans towards trying towards more of the positive route of it. I remember I was out. He couldn't. He could have. When he kept calling him barbecue chicken, I said, "No, you got to go deeper." that was barbecue burnt brisket right there, boy.
Somebody got drunk and left the brisket on the pit overnight.
Yeah, we ain't talking about burnt ends either.
Somebody fell asleep. Somebody fell asleep on that bad boy, and that temperature took off on them. And they woke up
that next morning.
And it was at 350 on that pit.
That's happened a time or two.
All right, the Texans did, however, make a move. They did, however, make a move. Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans coming together. They added to an area that you're really concerned with. They added to the defensive line. They added Mario Edwards Jr. I think you know his daddy, didn't you?
I played with his daddy, yeah.
Yeah, you played with his dad. He was in the secondary, wasn't he?
Say a corner, yeah.
Corner, yeah.
Corner.
So Mario Edwards been in the league 10 years. They get him on a 1-year deal.
1-5.
1-5?
That was his daddy's name, 1-5.
1-5? Oh.
He wore 15 at Florida State.
1-5. Yeah, 1-5. Oh, he carried that to Dallas?
I can't remember if he had. I don't think he had 15.
No, I know he didn't have it 50. But
that was his nickname. He didn't.
But he continued to be called 1-5.
He came in. Two of the coolest cats I've ever met, by the way. He came in. It was two DBs from Florida State. One of them was a safety, and one of them was Mario Edwards. And one of them was 1-5, and one of them was Black. That was the two nicknames.
1-5 and Black.
Black and 1-5, baby. And Black had that voice of like the older man in the hood that been smoking since he's about 12. So Black 1-5. It was always that's all. He didn't even call him by his name.
Just called him.
So we didn't have no choice. 1-5 was going. 1-5 was going to carry. It was going to travel to Dallas.
He was 27, but he was 1-5.
You're right. He wasn't the 20. Did you look that up or something?
No, I didn't.
He was 20-something, if I remember correctly.
I would imagine he's a corner. I'd imagine at that time you were forced into it. I would imagine
1-5.
Yeah.
Old Black had one of the most spiral fractures on his leg. He was a player too. Now he went kickoff. He goes down there, and we're watching the ball. You know, all of a sudden we hear somebody scream, look down on old Black's got his leg held up in the air and his foot pointing the wrong direction.
Oh, God.
Say, Black, what happened, baby?
Cool, baby.
Cool. Hey, good with it. Little rehab.
Hey, listen, man. I said yesterday I think they're going to add somebody because I still cannot believe that D'Amico would walk up to the podium and talk about how big a deal the front seven is.
Yeah.
And they would end up with this in the inside. Because now on the inside is what? Foley, Khalil Davis, Settle, Heinisch, D'Amico Autry, and now Mario Edwards Jr. And D'Amico Autry's really a tweener, in and out, inside, outside. But, Clint, it feels like to me with this move that maybe they aren't going to go with a more definitive, hey, that dude's a starter in the league. We know he's the starter in the league. I know some people have talked about guys like Jonathan Allen with the Washington Commanders. There's some thought that he may potentially be tradable with Washington, doing a lot of different things. But I don't know. I look at this, it feels like they may look at trying to fill this with numbers. And then hoping that D'Amico Autry, especially in passing downs, can be a guy that's coming as a three technique. We're starting to get down to it. Their draft is, if they trade it back, so the Byron Murphy dream is probably shot there, and maybe they try to get somebody in the second round. But I don't know if you could really look at that guy and saying, well, he is definitely going to be a starting caliber defensive tackle to start the year. It looks like to me they're going to throw numbers at this thing.
Well, I mean, they threw numbers at it last year. I mean, I've never met a defensive coach that didn't say we're going to rotate X number of defensive tackles through there. They're going to throw numbers at it.
Yeah, but they threw numbers at it, but they still had, Malik Collins and Ridgeway.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to do more with less, I believe, this year, without a doubt. I do believe that in obvious passing situations where you're able to slide D'Amico Autry down, then you're going to be in pretty good shape in that particular situation. I am curious to know. It appears to me like the D'Amico Autry plan may be D'Amico Autry a defensive tackle a whole hell of a lot more than defensive end, and he's going to be on the field in a starting role.
Definitely now, right?
You got to be. I mean, that's the only way.
With Will and Hunter on the outside.
Yeah, that's to me. That's the only way that this thing can work. I mean, because you've got a bunch of guys that aren't starters in this league.
Or at the very least, low end.
Yeah.
You know, at the very help, somebody going to be a starter. They're going to be a starter for the Houston Texans. All right, with that, all right, because we've had a lot of people kind of respond to this and talk about this, and I even heard Seth and Sean talk about this, and I will get to them in a second. I've even heard Seth and Sean talk about this. When we look at the guys they have down there, right, and Autry is I guess included in this, but Heinisch and Settle and Davis and Foley and now Mario Edwards Jr., who has added to the mix. Can you envision those guys, because it felt like Seth could you envision those guys getting to at least the Malik Collins, Sheldon Rankins level? Because I don't think those, like, we're not putting them into the camp of Armstead. Obviously, they're not comparative to them, or, you know, Matabike or Jones or anybody like that. But can any of these guys, Khalil Davis, Settle, any of them, can you envision any of them at least getting to that level? Because if they can get to that level with what you had to the outside, you know, it could work. Right? I'm not confident or betting on it right now, because I'm with you. I don't think these guys are to those guys' level. But is there anyone you can see reaching that?
I'm not betting on it. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not betting on it. You're talking about a good.
Khalil Davis would probably be the one,
right,
that I look at.
And that would be a hell of a story, going from the XFL to a top 25 paid defensive tackle in the NFL in 2 football seasons. That would be a hell, and I'm here for it. Look, if it happens, great. If somebody sees something in Khalil Davis, I saw flashes. If that happens, great. I mean, I am absolutely here for it. But no, there's not, of all 4 of those guys, I would not bet that they're going to turn into guys that you can trade to the best team in the NFC and he's a plug-and-play starter. Or, a guy that you don't go after in free agency and he signs a $13, $14 million a year contract with somebody. No, I don't see it. I don't see it from any of those guys. But sure, Khalil Davis could jump up there and have a year.
Because the other guys, to me, Foley and Settle and Mario Edwards, I mean, these guys have been in the league a while. It feels like they are who they are. Like, those guys feel like they are. And Heinisch, to me, feels like he has kind of a ceiling, too. We've seen him now. This will be 3 years. Khalil Davis is the one we've seen flashes from. Yeah. We saw him kind of at moments make his presence really shown and make some plays. He'd be the one where it's like, all right, I could make myself where I wouldn't be shocked by like week 10, week 12. We're like, all right, he's kind of similar to what you were kind of getting from a Malik Collins or Sheldon Rankins. I wouldn't bet on it, but he would be the guy that I would pick out. The other guys, I kind of get the sense that they are who they are. So.
Yeah, look. There's no doubt about it that Nick and D'Amico they did a good job last year with all 4 down line across the board on the defensive line position. They did a tremendous job building depth. When guys got hurt, you had pieces that you could plug in that didn't hurt you, that were good rotational guys. Really across the board. Derek Barnett was a great sign late in the season, ended up helping you, being productive. He's not a guy that you want to go into the season and go, that's my starting defensive tackle. He is a depth guy. He's a rotational guy, right? The 41, the Myjai Sanders kid they traded for, I think, out of Arizona last year, was a good little rotational piece. And when everybody was banged up, you put him in there and you play to his strengths, and he did some decent things. I don't have any concern about the Houston Texans, D'Amico Ryans, and Nick Caserio plugging the Mario Edwards in of the world and getting a good rotation. This conversation about defensive tackles is never about the rotation. The conversation about defensive tackles is getting guys in there that can change the game. To me, that's the conversation about the Texans across the board in general. You know, I mean, you re-up Dalton Schultz. I like it. He's a guy that with the chemistry he's got with CJ can change the game. In my opinion, you sign Joe Mixon. That's a guy that can change the game, that takes your offense, the whole unit, adds a dynamic, adds an element to your offense. I think both of those guys do that. If you go sign a wide receiver, whether it's a true blue slot guy like Hunter Renfrow, which, by the way, I know that the Texans have not been tied to Hunter Renfrow to my knowledge, but I'm just saying in general, hell, he may have already signed somewhere. But I'm just giving you like a true blue slot receiver or a true blue big-bodied man-to-man beaten wide receiver. Those guys add different dynamics to your team, right? We're not talking about rotational players. You know, we're talking about guys that you put in there and they take your defense to the next level. And right now we're at a spot where Danico Autry sliding down to defensive tackle along with Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson. You've got a pretty promising, a really good pass rush on obvious passing situation. You got to play football several other downs though.
This is someone trying to come at me with a aha. Ron, your Chiefs won a Super Bowl with Mike Pennell coming off the street 5 weeks before the Super Bowl and play the most impactful minutes other than Chris Jones. But he has Chris Jones next to him.
Yeah, other than.
By the way, Mike Pennell has played for the team for the previous 2 years, but he has Chris Jones next to him. You have the best defensive tackle in the game right there. Hold your own over there. Why? Because he's got 2 or 3 people on him. That's pretty important who's playing next to him. You're talking about putting, like the depth chart, honest to God, right now says Settle and Davis.
Unless you slide, which to me it seems like.
Unless you slide Autry.
Unless you just slide Autry down and expect him to be a true DT the entire time. But yeah, that's your.
Yeah, like the Rams for years. Whoever that other D tackle was with Aaron Donald, man, you got a shot.
Yeah.
He's in the interior taking on a lot of people. All right, coming up. Listen, I don't know, and yes, Clint Tyler, we're switching gears. I don't know if there has ever been a topic more perfect for this show. Now, Clint doesn't know it yet. He is going to be knee deep into this. This is knee deep Clint Stoernerville right now. I'm in it as well. Tyler, he's in it as well. Tyler, you going to be ready for this?
Oh, I'm very ready. This is going to be good.
You need to do.
Yeah.
Oh, God. We've talked about this briefly with the Astros before, but this is made for the drive with Stoerner and Hughley, ... T-Mill. I mean, this is made. Yes. This is made for us. We'll get into that coming up next. But before that, hey, guys, I just saw
Thanks to Planet Fitness, there's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. Back to The Drive. I had some completely different plan for this segment, and I don't mind getting thrown off. Guys, I saw this from Brian McTaggart, and this is made for us. And the Drive family is going to have to get involved in this. And you can go to my Twitter, Real Ron Hughley. You can go to Brian McTaggart's if you feel better about doing it that way. But Brian McTaggart put this very important thing, and this may be the most important conversation we have about the Astros leading into 9 days away from playing at Yankee Stadium. I know what Jake's doing. I know what Dubon's doing. I know what Framber's doing. I know there's some injuries, but this is more important. Clint, Tyler, here it is from Brian McTaggart. Astros closer, Josh Hader, has narrowed his ninth-inning walkout song options to 3 choices. He's going to make the decision, but he wants to see what fans think should be his song. What say you? I'm going to read that again.
This is great. This is awesome.
As my uncle, pastor, Grace Unlimited Missionary Baptist Church, would say, hear ye, hear the reader. Astros closer, Josh Hader, has narrowed his ninth-inning walkout song options to 3 choices. He's going to make a decision, but he wants to see what fans think should be his song. What say you? Here are the 3.
Sounds like it's time for us to help him make a decision.
I want you to play these for me.
Before he plays them, can I just tip my cap? I mean, this is the way it ought to be.
We talked about this.
I mean, they listen to the show, man. Let's be
clearly
honest.
You're right.
Let's be honest. I mean, at the end of the day,
Dana,
this is the way it ought to be. Josh,
is beautiful.
Well done, man.
This thing, and I'm serious.
Well done.
Drive family, you need to vote on this. All right. Here is the first one. This is DJ Khaled. Every chance I get.
It's a bopper.
You coming in, all right? Imagine coming in, all right? The gates are down there. He's thrown his last pitch, his wild-ass delivery, and then they start playing this. The gates are about to open, and Josh and his long legs come running out to this number. All right, that's the first one, DJ Khaled, every chance I get. That's one option. That's one of the 3 options. Here is the second one. He comes on out. This is my favorite artist of all time right here. I just say that. So I'm partial to this. Comes out a little Jay-Z, DOA, Death of Auto Tunes. And see, they'll have to mix this up because they got to get it to the.
I don't know if they will though, Ron.
You don't think? I think they get that start off the da 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 da. They do that, and then they come in, and they move it when that beat comes in. They hit this.
He's to your point. He's got to come out of the pen when that beat hit.
Yes.
He needs to be walking to the gate.
Yeah.
The goodbye thing,
and then the gates
boom.
open. Bam. Boom.
Well, there's a 2 or 3 second pause between goodbye and when that beat hits, right? So that's when they can do the lights or whatever. But when that beat hits, that door's got to swing, and old giraffe's got to come running out there.
All right, that's the second one. The third one. And I feel like this is difficult. By the way, since we started this segment, it had 900 votes. Now it's up to 1,262. I feel like the Drive family has stepped up. Here is the final one. This one's hard to beat.
This one has got to be the winner, bro.
This has to be because it has so much meaning. All right, give me the third one. Give us the third one.
Oh, you can't beat it. That's the winner.
And, listen to what he says, though. He says he's going to put the fire out.
A fireman's coming.
He says on the song, this is the instrumental. I think we need to get I'm going to put the fire out and let him roll. I mean, they got to clean that up. I need the words to this because when it first
Fireman's coming.
After the sirens, he says, "Fireman's coming."
Yep.
That's it. He's the fireman. He's putting it out. This has to be it.
I got to go with Wayne on this one, boys. I don't even. I mean, it ain't even. And I'm with you. I'm a Jay-Z
Yeah, clearly
guy.
DJ Khaled is last.
Yeah, that's last.
Yeah, that's.
Appreciate that. Appreciate the effort
nice.
there.
Yeah, this sirens hit.
Oh, it's over.
And you know, like everybody's waiting on it. Them sirens hit.
Them orange towels started waving.
And he's up there, and then the gates open, and he says, "I'm gonna put the fire out."
Hey,
and then he takes his ass. Oh, come on!
Let's go, Josh.
Hey, the most beautiful part of it though is like obviously he's gonna start the night, and so everybody's gonna know it's coming.
Yes.
I mean, it's just, you're just sitting there. You got to be in your seat. You're anticipating it. And all of a sudden, it's and if he does it, like what's old boy's name? Edwin Diaz.
Right there, come on! I'm
Dude, that gets me excited.
I do that again. I need that again. And warming up in the ninth inning, Josh Hader. Oh, man.
That's it.
I think Joe Espada got him out his seat.
Oh,
that's it.
And Joe Espada standing there with the ball waiting for him to come out.
I need opening day like right now.
Come on, man. It's in New York, so they probably ain't going to play that for him.
Wait, and they need to do like Edwin Diaz did, right? Just bring Wayne in.
Bring
Wayne in.
Hey,
bring
Drake
Wayne
lives here
in.
now.
Yeah, he's got it. I think he
got a place to stay with Drizzy.
I think he got to do something first.
Let Wayne come in and stand just outside the dugout, and when that thing starts, give him a mic. Let him be the one live.
I love it. People are talking about the lights. The lights can come up right there.
Oh yeah.
Man.
Oh my God. How about it, Josh? By the way, right now the latest I see is Fireman Wayne is 66.8%. 12% of people win every chance I get. I don't get that. Ain't for me to understand. That one, boy, that there, boy, that's it.
I mean, yeah, DOA is good, but this has got to be
strong.
it. This has got to be it.
This is it. Does Ryan Presley still get a song in the 8th or the 7th?
Does Johnny Cash? I think he can have the song, but they gotta get rid of some of the extra stuff like the lights and everything. That's just for the closer. No, I love Presley. We all know I love him.
Now you ain't taking. You already took the ninth inning from Presley. You're not taking the intro too.
Well, let's just start having all our relievers walk out to stuff.
Why not?
Because that takes the hype away.
Between you and Bajani, the rest of the league doesn't do it like that.
No, I don't care about that.
I don't give a damn. Hey, when you got the 1-2-3 punch the Astros got, let them all get music and lights. Let them all. We're going to introduce and put on a show the 7th, 8th, and 9th.
I don't think Rafael Montero deserves it.
I ain't talking about Montero.
You
talking about Abreu.
Abreu?
Yeah,
let Abreu.
Yeah. Montero. No, Montero, he's a middle inning guy. These three guys, they starting the 7th.
Hey, I got a song, and I want a couple of lights. Montero said, I want some pyro.
Hey, man, come on. See? You get a little Wayne, you get a little Johnny, and you get a little, what would Abreu be?
I don't even want to try.
Is that Cuban? Is he? What is he?
He made like Timberlake.
No, he got. You got to bring a little different flair to it. Yes, indeed. See there? I mean, you can't get no more Houston.
How do you know this is what
you can't get?
This is a banger.
How do you know this is the area he would go in?
You can't get no more H-Town, man.
He might want to come out to what's Beyonce's song?
Oh, Texas Hold'em.
Texas Hold'em. That might be where Brian's feeling it right now.
He called my name and my
Come on, man.
Nah, man, they get that ninth inning. They hit that ninth inning. Boy, he roll out there with that fireman. Yeah, this is what I think. This is what I think Brian Abreu's coming out here.
That doesn't do it for me. Sorry, Queen Bee.
Right? It may not do it for you, but this may get Brian Abreu in this spot. He took it right out. All right, coming up, I got to address something. This is getting ridiculous from you, Seth and Sean. Sean, I think you was in it, too. I felt like you did it, too. This is getting ridiculous, what Seth and Sean tried to do to me. All right, this is utterly ridiculous. We'll let you hear that coming up next. Before we do that, guys out there, listen, this is serious. It's a serious conversation because our health is very, very.
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I mean, this is getting ridiculous. By the way, Tyler, this thing is up almost to 1,800 votes the last I checked. Fireman in the lead. If you are just rolling in, this is fantastic. Josh Hader is narrowing down his ninth inning walkout song to 3 songs. Fireman by Lil Wayne, Every Chance I Get by DJ Khaled, DOA by Jay-Z. By the way, you surprised at all by the choices?
No.
You're surprised that Josh was going this range of the choices?
No, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at the choices. I'm surprised DJ Khaled was even that was even in the conversation. The other two were on a whole other planet.
That's what I was gonna say. The DJ Khaled doesn't really fit the theme of the 3, with the other 2 being what they are.
If he picks that one, he said he will make the decision, although he wants to feel the fans out. Boy, if the fans go 65 to 70%. Wayne, and then he goes with clearly the third choice, I'm going to be disappointed.
That'd be like Daniil Hunter wearing 99.
I'll attend fewer games.
Millersville, Maryland's own, the proud son of Tom and Patricia Hader. He goes with all hip-hop in the 3 of the genre.
Did you just make those names up for his parents, or is that their actual names?
He's on Wiki.
I'm looking it up. I just want to see where he's from.
You know more athletes' families' names than gotta be anyone.
I didn't know Tom and Patricia. I just looked up Tom and Patty.
You always have the spouses' names.
That's parents. Tom and Patricia. Yeah, he's going that route. How about that? All right. This is getting ridiculous. To be honest with you, and I really don't appreciate it. So yesterday we had a listener, or we had Victor, our guy Victor, who texted in and said, "Typical Ron, pessimistic. I think your pessimism is starting to wear off on Clint." And I'm like, hold on, the hell?
Hold on, so
it's Ron. Larry, how in the hell am I getting blamed? I said I thought the team was better. Now, Victor obviously came back and apologized. Said, my fault. Just assumed it was you. I'm riding this morning. Got my breakfast in the car. Got me 3 Jimmy Dean turkey sausages.
No bun?
1 bun. Got some.
Be honest, Red's listening.
1 bun, kind of folded up like a hot dog, crustless, whole wheat. Got a little butter on it, a little bit of hit of butter on it, toasted. Got me a little energy drink. 10 calories. Shout out to The Rock. I'm in here. I'm just enjoying myself. Taking Nicholas to daycare. About to drop off Bear. As he's going to training school, just chilling.
Ron's got a 4th kid.
Dude, yeah, going for training school. Got to do something. I'm sitting there, I'm listening, and I hear this. I'm listening to the morning show, Payne and Pendergast, as I always do, and I'm riding around, and I'm listening, and clearly Sean was listening to us on his way to his to the bar. And said that Clint put him in a rough spot.
Come on, Sean.
He did. He said Clint kind of depressed him a little bit. But then I just took a shot for no reason. And I just think this is becoming ridiculous. But this is what I'm listening to, eating my Jimmy Dean sausage, crustless, whole wheat toast sandwich in my energy drink.
They've certainly upgraded over last season.
Mm-hmm. I definitely think they're improved, and I think the fact that they can fill whatever gaps they have left, I think there's plenty of guys out there to fill it adequately. Yeah, that just bummed me out, Clint, man. I was going to have a nice, happy drink, and he bummed me out on my walk over to Lizards, man.
I feel like I could sense in Clint's voice almost there's sometimes there's a little bit of just, for some reason you decide that something annoys you about, I don't know what it was, but some little aspect of the offseason has annoyed Clint, and it was creating an umbrella over everything else.
Okay.
So I don't know. Ron also has a low-key way of bringing that out in you.
He does?
Sometimes, I think. Yeah. He's not doing it like in a needling way or anything.
Yeah.
I think he just kind of, he's almost like challenging you to take a stand. And sometimes you take a stand a little too hard.
Are you on with them today?
No, I don't come on. I think I got fired. Yeah.
Okay. I thought you went on with them on Tuesdays, but okay.
I haven't filed a grievance over it or anything. I'm just saying
HR.
I think I got fired. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's your fault, Ron.
Text line. Still can't believe that Ron, formerly the show Hughley, fired Seth Payne from his Tuesday slot. Heard that this morning and cannot wait to hear Ron's rebuttal.
They lopped it off when I was 17.
And now
he tried to do away with Tyler's turd. He tried to do away with Tyler's turds, and then he fired Seth. I mean, what else is he going to do?
Now you're carrying on with this. Now Victor blamed me for Clint's take, and now Seth comes on and says it's me. I've got a way.
It's your fault, dude.
I've got a way of pulling it out of me.
I mean, I in no way, shape, or form want to even remotely give you credit for
Hell no.
a take.
You had your own thought
that I am going to stand completely behind. By the way, but you do have a way.
Oh,
I mean,
up.
you got a way. No, look, I like it. I appreciate it. I think it makes all of us better. I like when you ask a question and then you nice, softly just kind of push me into the corner and make me take a stand. I like that.
If you all know how this works, and I'll pull the carpet back a little bit. In some way, sometime it's like, yo, hey, Clint, what you hot on today? Ron, formerly show, what you hot on today? And then deeper, Tyler, what are you feeling today? What are you hot on today?
What's up, T-Money?
And we kind of get a feel for it. And then, we kind of lead each other down the road sometimes, pulling the carpet back. And Sean and Seth, you know that, mostly Seth. Clint couldn't wait to get this off. Clint has been chopping at the bit yesterday to get this off. He's been wanting this. And I said the opposite of what Clint said. I said, I believe they've gotten better. That was the setup.
But it's your fault because you made him say that by the way you act.
He said Ron's got a way.
You have an effect, man. It's clear.
And now Clint just agreed with me.
He's got a point.
Do you have a way? I have a way of forcing someone to say something.
No. I can't make sense of it. I mean, it'd be one thing. I'm not saying you couldn't have that effect on someone, but let's not act like Clint Stoerner is a type of personality.
I had to hold the gate closed before I let Clint get out. It was like the Kentucky Derby.
But then you swung that thing wide the hell open.
I know it was the Kentucky Derby. He's chomping to get out, and I let it out.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
You know
Damnedest thing I've ever heard.
Maybe I need to go back and listen now because now Clinton agrees.
You need to go back and listen.
I have a way.
You need to go back. You need to go back and listen.
Now listen. I will listen. I will completely take. I will give my opinion in my setup.
No, you've got to. No, look, it's part of your talent. You've got a way of asking a question that forces people to have a more specific response than just talking around your elbow to get to your mouth. I mean, you got to. That's how you do. There is, and I mean, no. Like I said, honestly, I appreciate it, but you definitely got a way of asking questions that forces somebody to say, yeah, they're either better than the Eagles or they're not.
I just got the red carpet.
By the way, Sean disagreed with that too.
I'm sure that I forced your hand on that.
I don't know. I mean, we're talking about a franchise that won 27 games the last 2 years.
Not good, Sean.
YouTube and Twitch. Ron, you brought this on yourself.
Apparently. According to Noel Southers.
Just own it, man.
I wonder does Seth feel like that on Tuesdays. By the way, Seth knows he's not fired.
I literally talked to him and said, so the season's over. We'll circle back when the season starts again next year.
The season's over.
Well, that's a soft way of letting somebody down.
Now,
you let him down softly.
Now, if we come back in September or August and Seth's not showing up on Tuesdays, then I think Seth's got something there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, I think it just clearly y'all fired Seth without me knowing, and I think Seth is right with the point he's making. I think he was completely wrong with what he thinks that the Texans, without a doubt, upgrading. But on you, he's very accurate.
Shut up, man. I've got a way of driving it. I just asked you a question. Say yes or no.
It's like you hypnotize us, dude. It's like you crawl into my brain and you make me say these takes. All the bad takes I have, that is your fault.
He almost made me choke on my Jimmy Dean sausage. Turkey sausage, Red. Almost made me choke on my... I couldn't believe that. I said, damn. Boy, if y'all only... Are you kidding me? If y'all only knew how bad Clint wanted to get that off.
Oh, there ain't no doubt. I think we may have even circled. I may have tried to get it off when Bajani was here. I think I may have circled back because it was so hot.
We might find. Listen, that's like me saying Ron's got a. Ron, Tyler, that's like me saying. Someone said, "Boy, Ron really forced Clint's hand on that Tavierre Thomas take." There.
You probably did. We know now.
Until I asked him those questions, his feelings was never that strong.
I appreciate you pushing me in that direction.
It's like Clint's your puppet, man.
That one we got a lot. We got a long life out of that.
All
one,
right,
man.
I could not believe. Oh, I said, what in the hell? I hope Seth doesn't feel that way on Tuesdays that I post questions to him. Hey, come on, yes or no, damn it. Get out of my head. Get your ass on here. That's probably.
Well, he clearly feels that way. Why he just said it?
I was thinking about myself. Maybe Cal and Hannah, they probably do. I was probably pushy on that red jersey thing, wasn't I?
Hold on, Joe.
Yes or no, Cal?
Nah,
Cal wouldn't budge, would he?
No, it is really good. Yeah.
All right, the Texans, they made a move to a position that Clint says he is very, very concerned about. We'll see if this leads us to understand what they may be doing with that position, as well as Jose Urquidy. More news on him and more news on Justin Verlander. We'll discuss that coming up next right here on The Drive.
Texans GM Nick Caserio on trading the 23rd pick in the draft. access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
All right, here we go. A lot going on here with the Texans and the Astros. We'll get to the Texans first here. And that is this, Clint. They have made a signing to that interior defensive line. I know that is a position of concern, not just for you, but for many that are Texans fans. But it is not, I would say, a big name or someone that I think clearly jumps ahead of the other guys. All right, they've signed Mario Edwards Jr. You played with his dad with the Cowboys, so he's been around about 10 years. It'll be his 10th season. They signed him to a one-year deal, similar to what they did with Foley and what they did with Khalil Davis. So they signed him to a short-term contract. And this according to Aaron Wilson, since the start of free agency, the Texans have added a lot of defensive line with signings of Danielle Hunter, Danico Autry, Tim Settle, Mario Edwards Jr. now, and also they re-upped with Khalil Davis. Obviously, they've lost Malik Collins, who they traded to the Niners, Jonathan Grenard in free agency to the Vikings, and Sheldon Rankins to the Bengals. So just right now, to me, Clint, it appears, I don't know, maybe I'm too early on this. The draft hasn't got here yet or whatever. But it doesn't feel like, to me, Clint, when I see the numbers of players they're throwing at here, that they're going to sign what we would look at as a bona fide starting defensive tackle. Because I don't know, maybe you think Mario Edwards Jr. fits that role.
No, look, I've said it from jump. I don't think they've got a starting defensive tackle on this roster. I mean, right now, I think Danico Autry. I guess I can see where maybe their thought is to slide Danico Autry down and not just not. I mean, right now he's going to do more than just pass rush from the interior, the way it looks. So yeah, look, I think they're doing a great job. Nick said they're going to rotate 8 defensive linemen in there. I think they're doing a really, really solid job of 2 through 8. And if you want to say in passing situations, Danico Autry's the other guy. You got to play more than just passing situations. And so I'm still in a spot. Mario Edwards signing again. Great depth piece. Great
Feels
rotation
very similar
piece.
to the Settle, to the
guy that you can roll through there when he's on a limited snap count and he's fresh and he can choose some snaps up early so that your game changers are in there in the fourth quarter when it matters most. Sure, great. I like Mario. I like Settle. I like Fatukasi. Say it right. I like these guys as those kind of players. But as we discussed many a time with the Texans is we're into big game hunting. No pun intended. Danielle Hunter type dudes, Joe Mixon type dudes, and I just firmly believe that I feel strongly about this. That I will be shocked if D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio take the field week 1 in the NFL season next year, and you don't have a bigger impact player at the defensive tackle position. Whether that's a guy you draft in the first round, or hell, early second move, however you got to acquire that guy early on and plug and play him, or they trade for a more established, game changing type of interior presence. You mentioned it earlier. A disruptive defensive tackle that causes problems is what I would say the Texans are in need of the most. And I'm going to be honest with you, I feel strongly enough about it now to where I would be surprised if Nick and D'Amico don't view it the same way and don't, by the time we open the season, they haven't added at least one.
So you haven't given up the thought that they're – because to me it feels like they're throwing numbers. And numbers.
Well, they got to do that. I mean,
they the same type of player.
Well, yeah, they've got to do that. I mean, Nick has done a hell of a job with these 1-year guys that still have some tread on the tires, if you will, to sign them to a 1-year deal, motivate them to go out there and get the next year's deal. Whether that's an older player that's looking for a 1 or 2 year deal, or it's a younger player that's trying to revive a career and get a longer-term deal, whatever it may be. Nick has done a really good job with that level of player. I just, at some point in time, like for me personally, this isn't the time when you're trying to go from division winner, 10 wins, to AFC Championship, Super Bowl. This isn't the time to sign a bunch of one-year deals at the defensive tackle position and hope guys play above their ceiling. That is too important of a position. Well, again, I don't believe that Nick and D'Amico are done, and I don't believe their plan is going to be to go into a season without a bigger, stronger presence inside.
I hope they don't. I hope they go, knocking on the doors of some of these guys that are out there, like maybe a Jordan Phillips with Buffalo or with Washington once been popular, or Jonathan Allen that fits that. Ooh. But, Clint, if they don't, which I don't know, man, they're loading up with these 1 year, 2 year, these guys up here. Now, clearly they do have flat out 2 Pro Bowlers from last year, right? They've got the defensive rookie of the year, Will Anderson, on one side.
Yep.
They've got Autry as well, who can flip both ends, and they've got Daniil Hunter. What do the interior guys have to be? Because if you got stars right there, right, what do the interior guys have to be for this defense, in your opinion?
Well, ideally, you would need 2 guys, I would say, equal to Sheldon Rankins and Malik
Answer
Collins.
the damn question, Clint.
Well, that's what I would say. Just generally speaking, going into a season, I would say you need a couple of those guys, right? And good, solid NFL starters that are productive at the NFL level. 6-7 sacks isn't anything to turn your nose up at from an interior defensive lineman. Just because we're living in a day and age where Aaron Donald and Chris Jones and these guys are just taking over games and getting double-digit sacks kind of thing, the mid-range, true starting D-tackle in this league that's been productive, a couple of those guys would be nice inside. If we're being – but, I mean, again, when I look at it, Ron, I look at it as like you're at a point where if you get one dude that is a potential double-digit sack guy, a guy that commands a double team inside there, right? Now as a division winner, you're moving the needle to become a AFC champion. Now a team that won 10 games, you're moving the needle in terms of interior defensive line to potentially win 12 or 13 ball games, to be a difference in those 2 or 3 ball games where you typically struggle inside. So that's what, one or the other. I mean, you can't backslide from Malik and Sheldon, and I think they've done that.
That far, yeah. So we'll see what they do. Listen, I agree with you. I think they need to kind of at least upgrade. I'm not saying they got to go get stars. It does feel like they would be better to upgrade from what they have in the interior right now. Because I don't love the thought of Autry playing exclusively as a D tackle, because I think you lose a little bit what makes him really, really viable and what makes him at his best. So we'll see what they do. But right now it looks like they're throwing numbers into similar type players and really going to lean on those pass rushers on the outside with Autry as well. So that is the latest there. A new addition, Mario Edwards Jr. They had him in yesterday, and then they go ahead and sign him.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, a couple things pitching wise coming out of West Palm with the Astros. One, Jose Urquidy, according to Joe Espada, the manager, will not throw. He'll pitch. He will not throw for a while.
Urquidy
will not throw for a while. So we knew he was starting on the IL to start the season, but this forearm issue that he has, muscle strain, is going to cause him to not throw for a while. Don't know what a while means, Clint. It feels like, I don't know. It feels like weeks to me when I hear that. And then good news here, Justin Verlander is expected to face hitters in live BP the next day or two. So that is the news with those 2 guys that are starting on the IL. But the big concern there is with Verlander, this is kind of the pace that you were thinking is they're going to start him on IL, not going to rush him. But Urquidy, who is somebody who is going to be dependent as one of the starters right now, this looks similar to last year, Tyler or Cheryl back there, how long he was off last year. He missed a big chunk of the season in the middle of the year. I want to say it was months that he was out
with that shoulder,
wondering
Jose
Urquidy, wondering to see. Hopefully, it's not a situation like that. But this right here, not throwing for a while, feels like this could be more than just, the first 10, 15 days of the season.
Yeah, and the bad part of this, you mentioned this yesterday, is I think you're talking about when it comes to getting you through the regular season, chewing up innings, a guy that you feel like you know what you're going to get when he gets out there. You're going to get a good, solid outing out of Jose Urquidy. So a guy that you would depend on to bring some level of stability, at least to getting through the regular season, giving you a chance to win some ball games, chewing up a bunch of innings in a time when you've got a bunch of guys that are hurt around him. This, to me, Jose Urquidy was kind of one of the more stable. He wasn't going to be in your top 2 starters, but he also wasn't going to be the 5th guy. He was going to be in that middle somewhere and somebody you could depend on. And now,
of the 5 or 6,
second year in a row, here it is.
Like you said, of the 5 or 6 guys, I mean, he was up there at the top of the list of at least knowing what you were going to, feeling like you knew what you were going to get.
So last year's injury occurred on April 30th, and the next time we see a game log for Urquidy was August 6th.
That's 3 months.
Lord. Let's hope it's not
3
that.
months.
But he has been having these issues, whether it's the shoulder, the arm. This is, since I've been here for the last 3 or 4 seasons, he has had issues. So hopefully this isn't a long time. But it does seem like, Clint, historically, Urquidy, it takes him a little longer to get back from health. Like you said, last year it was even longer than I thought last year. So that is the latest there. Verlander expected to face hitters live BP in the next day or two. And Urquidy, it could be longer. Not going to throw for a while, according to the manager, Joe Espada.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
And then that leads, Clint, to the news that happened late last night. We were talking about this yesterday. We had a conversation about Blake Snell. We heard the numbers from Bob Nightingale, 2 years, $66 million is what he was seeking, and the San Francisco Giants decided to jump out and pay that. And they are going 2 years, $62 million is what Blake Snell is going to get. He is the reigning National League Cy Young Award winner, and it includes an opt-out after this first season. So they keep the opt-out in. I'm sure Jim Crane probably wasn't a fan about trying to keep an opt-out in, and I understand that. But Blake Snell is off the board, Clint. Is this a feel to you of, all right, well, he's off the board now, the Astros got to do with what they got, or do you think if they were looking to add Blake Snell, they should be actively trying to add an arm?
Well, if they were actively trying to add Blake Snell, which to some degree they were, because the reports were that they were at least keeping an eye on him. Hell, Dana Brown said it as much. I just don't know how the Astros sleep well at night. Dana Brown, Jim Crane, I don't know how they sleep well at night, knowing that your World Series window obviously is wide open. They believe that because of the Josh Hader move. They believe that, and then I don't know how you sleep well at night given the current situation with the Astros starting rotation. I feel like I've been one of the more kind of even-keeled, hey, glass half full with this starting rotation. But boy, as we get closer to opening day with Framber Valdez needing it, hell, I don't care if it is spring training. He needs to go out there and get him a good solid 4 or 5 innings. Pitch him the next time that you face somebody's minor league team. Let him see a little.
You talking about anybody?
Anybody. Let him see a little success. Damn. I mean, look. It's. I'm telling you, man. I'm growing a little bit concerned with the starting rotation as it is right now.
You want him to get 80 pitches against the Space Cowboys?
Yeah, go get 8. Yeah, go. I don't care who it is. Just we need a goose egg in the run column. Maybe keep it down to 1 or 2 hits and get you a bunch of strikeouts.
Feel good about it.
Go back to get you a 6 or a Coronas or something. Get him good salt and lime. Fully dress him, jokers.
Fully dress him. Yeah.
Swell that face back up.
For me, man. Maybe he needs the hair back.
Swell that face back up.
Swell that face back up.
You feel like Frombert's at his best when he's
Oh,
a stone.
man.
A stone.
Late night where you lost count of the fully dressed Coronas you were drinking.
Damn puffer fish.
Yeah, man. Wake up the next day and you're like, whoa, man, what happened?
He's at his best when he's a stone's throw away from gout.
Retaining that water.
from having that gout. No, man, I just think, all right, Blake Snell, that's it. There are some other available out there, but they got to get a veteran starter, like right now.
You got to get somebody, right?
Like they've got to get somebody they know that can start. I know Zach Greinke is still out there available. There are some others out there available. They need to. I don't know how I feel about that. I watched Zach Greinke. Hell, Zach, I think Zach could give you 4 right now. I don't know who's coming in after him, but they got to get somebody to add to this group because hell, they're an injury away from. I don't know who the hell's coming up. Rookie? I don't know. So they've got to add somebody. And if you were in the Blake Snell business, you were at least talking 30. Like you were at least entertaining that a year.
Hey man, what about Forrest Whitley?
He's hurt.
Coming up next. I am real boy. I am true. He's in the bullpen. I am truly excited. He was somebody I was thinking they might pick up after Zach pitches. I am truly excited about Will Anderson's season. I think there is a potential that Will Anderson really, really balls out. Hell, I expect it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if the last couple of years have taught us anything, y'all, it's that we got to value the things that we can control, man, and addressing that hair loss problem that pisses you off every morning.
Clint on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to Cardio Day. Killed me today, Clint. I'm fighting. I went to go get a drink, and I thought, oh, man, I may be pushing. I may be back here a little late. Let me pick it up. And I didn't have any to pick it up with.
Gotcha, huh?
I started to try to.
That's what you paid a man for.
I started like I was going to try to, slow jog it to it. I didn't have it.
You left it all on the field.
I really did. I left it all over there.
Good. I bet you feel really good about yourself right now.
I feel good about myself. I don't feel really good.
That's
but
okay.
I do feel really good about
Payne, man.
About myself.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's good for you.
Yeah, legs are fighting it right now. A little bit.
Said the guy that ain't done legs in about 2 years.
Yeah. He always gets me, and I think it's over. Really was. Looking at the clock, man. He said, hey, man, let's just do 4 sets of 10 on these pull-ups. Like, bet. Looking at the clock, I finished. It was 10:57. He said, hold on. Let's do 15 squat to press, 15 15 jumping jacks, and then a lap around the building. 4 rounds.
4 rounds of that?
It was 11. It was 11:08. 11:08 before I walked out that bad boy. It's all right, though.
You were on vacay. He's trying to get that San Antonio out of you, man.
And there's a lot to get out. I'll tell you that. All right. As we keep rolling here, Clint, last night, if you missed it, you ought to stay tuned. Texans All Access. I'm telling you, after we get done, it's not over. Texans All Access follows us, and then Area 45, they follow them as well. So we keep it rolling for you all the way to 10 o'clock. But he was on. Will Anderson Jr., the reigning defensive rookie of the year, was on last night with the fellas, and he talked a lot, but he spoke in particular. This kind of jumped out to me just overall, but he spoke in particular about kind of taking the next step after the way the season ended in Baltimore.
Yeah, I really think that was a really great, test for us. I think that showed everybody what you have to do to be able to be prepared for situations like that, taking care of your body, the longevity of the season, everything like that. And I think the plan that Coach D'Amico has, it's an awesome plan. Like, he knows how to get us prepared for a game. So, like, now we know what to expect. Now we know how to be more detailed in practice. Now we know what it takes to try to have to win those games. Like, we got to get to the quarterback get better. We got to be dialed in. We can't have a lot of MEs. Like, everybody got to be taking care of their bodies and stuff like that. So that's the next step, is just everybody, like, being detailed, more locked in, and taking care of their bodies for the longevity of the season.
I love that. The next step for them, I think, to me, what I'm really intrigued about is the next step for him, Clint. And I'm going to tell you right now, it is hard. It is hard for me to envision if Will Anderson is healthy and he plays, 15 games and he's healthy. It is hard for me to envision, Clint, him not having an even better season than he had last year. It is just like I come to a point where I'm sitting there thinking, Clint, now we've talked about the interior defensive line and maybe there's something there, but as a quarterback, certain guys you look out there, you're going to try to slide protection that way. Y'all had game plan before you came in, before the game started, before you got out there, who you're sliding protection towards. You're out there with the Cowboys, you see Strahan on one side and whoever else is on the other, you're going to slide protection towards Strahan. This dude is the defensive rookie of the year who really came on late, especially in the sacks department, was up there and, as you know, all year we heard, pass rush win rate, all right, got pressure, was really, 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 really good, made the Pro Bowl in his rookie year. Clint, this is a dude that the protection's not going to be slid towards him. The protection's going to be slid towards that maniac on the other side who's got 16 and a half sacks last year, who's got multiple sacks over 4 years, over 14 sacks. Yeah. They're going to be sliding protection over there towards him. He's already going against the right tackle, which is generally the weaker of the two. He's going to get a lot of one-on-ones against right tackles because people are going to be more concerned, even more than they were concerned with Jonathan Grenard, more concerned with Danielle Hunter. Man, I can't even envision if this cat is healthy, him not putting up major numbers next year. If he doesn't have double-digit sacks, I will be absolutely floored.
Look, I'm convinced that Will Anderson is. I'm convinced that he's going to be an elite pass rusher as well as elite against the run. I will be shocked if he doesn't have double-digit sacks. I'm gonna be honest with you. It'll surprise me if he's not the guy that they more are sliding, quote unquote, sliding protection.
You think so?
Yeah, because look,
Really?
there's just Danielle Hunter doesn't play the game as violently as Will Anderson. I like Danielle. He's strong. He plays bigger than his size. I get it. He's a hell of a pass rusher. No, he does that. But I'm talking about play in, play out. A guy that has the ability. There's a difference between sacking the quarterback and a guy that can collapse the pocket, push the quarterback one direction consistently. And Will Anderson can do that down in, down out. I think the one area in his game where we can see the most growth is, and he talked about that on Texans All Access as well, in terms of just, being able to be a more well-rounded pass rusher and having more tools in his toolbox, if you will, more ways that he can rush the passer. I think he is going to get significantly better in that category, like the finesse aspect of pass rushing. I think he's going to get significantly better. There's nothing in this guy's makeup, the way he plays the game, the way he plays injured, the way he's eager to learn and develop and get better. I'll be shocked this year if he doesn't have a breakout year and double-digit sacks is something that's within reach really early in the season.
Yeah, because to me it's just I hear what you're saying, especially if they're going to run the ball towards him. I think definitely we'll see stuff shifted that way. But I think people are going to be extremely concerned with Hunter coming.
Oh yeah, to start
and
the season, that's going to be the deal. Now I think they'll find a way to double both of them. But you're right. Pick your poison. And I think right now Danielle Hunter is going to be the one that you would rather not leave on an island with a tackle.
I think he's going to work himself to 5.
Oh,
like relentlessly work himself to 5. Like my concerns with him, and I still stand by what I've said during the year, where I don't know if he is that just. Hey, I don't care if you put double teams on me. I'm still going to get to the quarterback, like we see from guys like, Hunter, and Max Crosby and Mack and Garrett. I don't know that he is that. But hell, if he gonna get a chance to go one-on-one with a right tackle, like for over the course of 17 games, more than not, like you're right. Sometimes they'll probably double him. But
but you bring those names up.
You're
bringing up, and there was a time last year when obviously you don't have a 17-game, 19-game sample size to lean into. I wouldn't hesitate right now to say that Will is going to be in the company of those players before long. Now I don't know if it's going to be his sophomore year, but the way in which he plays the game is very similar in how those guys play the game. Like you're not going to be in the conversation with the great players at a D-line position unless you play violently and play with this ridiculous motor and have like crazy strength for your size. Now, in order to get there, he's obviously got to put the numbers up, and in order to get there, he's got to get better. And again, the finesse side of rushing the passer. But I think that's something that's coachable. I think that's something that he can work his way into. You can't, in an offseason, get a guy to play the game as physical as he plays the game. Like watching him play the game, and again, playing injured a lot of the times, but play as violent as he played for every game that he was out there. To me, that's the part you can't coach a guy. And after watching that, I'm convinced Will Anderson is it's going to be a consistent, as long as he can stay healthy, it's going to be a consistent double-digit sack guy, and he is the guy that can absolutely wreck a game.
And they've added 2 guys that had double-digit sacks last year, in Autry and in terms of rushing the passer, Autry and Hunter. If I don't see 10, 11, 12 next time, I would be floored if he's not hurt, if he's not injured coming up next year. All right. Will Anderson, who is prime and set boy when you look at what's around him, to have a big season. Coming up, you've been here before, and I am curious how you would handle something that is potentially going to be a thing in Chicago. We'll discuss that. And Tyler was one of the worst takes ever. I mean, just one of the worst takes.
It's probably your fault.
Damn, that's good. That's good. That's coming up next.
All right, chronic joint pain.
Save money bundling at Progressive.com. And enjoy more lunches far away from Kyle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we continue rolling through here on The Drive. Coming up here in just a second, Tyler with one of his worst takes ever, in my opinion.
Oh, hell.
We'll get to that in a few minutes, and I've got it ready to read verbatim. By the way, if you missed it, something we just thoroughly enjoy, and this Josh Hader thing, it's up to almost 3,000 votes. If you missed it, Josh Hader, he is narrowing his ninth inning walkout song. 3 songs: Fireman, Lil Wayne, which I voted for. Every Chance I Get, DJ Khaled, DOA, Jay-Z. Right now, almost 3,000 votes, 67%. Fireman.
Does it get to 70? And does Josh listen?
I mean, if it as dominant as this is, if it gets to 70,
he's got to go with Wayne,
Josh,
huh?
and if he goes Every Chance I Get, which is 11.8% right now, last.
Is there more than 3 options on there?
It's 3. I mean, if he get the DJ Khaled.
Oh, is that
song,
DJ Khaled?
That's the name. Yeah, and if he and Jay-Z's at 21%. I mean, it's so far out. I mean, he's got to go. He's got to go with Fireman, and I mean, and they got to, and then they've got to execute the whole thing. They've got to get lights. They've got to something. All of this together.
Yeah, I mean, flames on the all the TVs in the stadium.
Absolutely.
I mean, that is a beautiful thing.
The sirens, that'll be that'll be.
Well, as I recommended, I firmly believe they should bring Lil Wayne in early in the season to go ahead and just one up Edwin Diaz with the Mets.
Yeah. Why not?
I mean, I think it can be done.
How's Wayne doing these days?
I think he's doing fine, doing a lot of interviews.
He's doing good, but his hair is not.
What's wrong with his hair?
It's bad, man. It's just bad.
It's just. I don't know if it's just.
Is it coming out?
It's just. Is it gold? Like what?
I mean,
it's blonde.
It's dyed blonde. It's thinning like crazy, but he's still holding on to the dreads a little bit. It's
not. It's just he has. He is just not
critical, man.
I'm just saying,
dude, I've seen Wayne in multiple interviews recently, and not one time the golden jumped out.
I am certain Brandon Scott looks at him with disgust,
as anyone should. You will agree, Clint.
I am certain of it. If you've seen Wayne, that portion of the audience, 713-572-4610, those are on YouTube and Twitch. If you've seen Wayne lately, I see him on Undisputed. But
it's not a. Is it a Father Time deal?
To me, I don't know. To me, I don't know if it's as much as a Father Time deal or him just not
the abuse he's done to his body,
or him just not going and getting it redone.
You know what? For a guy that eats once a week, stays up till 4 a.m. playing video games, and drinks like a fish, you better leave Wayne alone about abusing his body.
Yeah,
is this what you're talking about?
I've not had a seizure from drinking lean, though.
It looks worse than that.
Oh, okay. No, I'm asking if that's like a.
Yeah, it's rough.
That's probably it right there that you're worried about, isn't it?
That's part of it. Yeah, that's part of it. It's just like, he just rolls with it. He just goes. Like we talked to Brandon, gets his stuff kind of relocked and does things every so often. Wayne got more money than Brandon Scott, I believe. Just says to hell with it.
How old do you think Wayne is?
He's got to be
mid-40s.
You got to remember
early to mid-40s.
Because he was really young on the scene. I'd say Wayne. I'm 40. I'm 39. I bet Wayne's like 42. I bet he's something like that, 42, 43 years old. I would guess.
Born in 82.
Yep, his 42nd birthday is coming up in September.
Felt it.
Nailed it.
Damn, I'm good. Damn, that boy's
nice.
I'm tired of being right.
Well, he's 41. You said
close.
42.
It's close.
I mean, let's not. I mean, well, hell, it was close.
Being right.
Were you just if you get within 1 year of somebody's age, you're right.
I nailed it.
He's 41. You don't get to say 42, and he said, no, he's 41. Oh, but he'll for 42. If it's this year, I was right. No, he was 41. Oh, I didn't see it. September, I think is what it said. Yeah, September the 27th, 1982.
Right there. Basically nailed it.
So me and Ron are younger than him.
You were spot on. Not me. I got a couple years on Wayne. I got a couple years on Wayne.
Wayne was real young when he came on the scene. So.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of age issues, I had just gotten a fresh cut, and if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, you can see a little bit. I've moved here, and it's been several years since I've made this move. I've gone straight goatee. Usually I've gone with the full beard wrapped around, like that. I've done that for, got to be 7, 8 years now. Then I decided, hey, let me clean this up a little bit. Let me clean this up. I'm going to go just straight goatee. Just went straight goatee.
Looks good.
Sent the photo, went straight goatee. Clint said, goatee is clean, though, cuz. I said, appreciate that. Tyler Milner, you're officially old when you start rocking a goatee. I'm just saying. That's ludicrous. That is one of your that is not
okay. I reflected on that take though.
I had a strong goatee in high school and college.
Oh,
I reflected on the
I
take.
straight stone cold in college now.
I need to adjust the take just a bit.
Let's hear it. I'm open for change because that felt like you were sitting somewhere and you just fired that off.
Well, what the take should have ended with, it should have read the same. Once you're rocking the goatee, you've reached a certain age, you've reached a certain seniority, but I should have added if you're a white dude, because that is factual.
Or maybe
really?
if that's the case, then that shouldn't have been your response to a black dude.
Right. That's why I have to make the correction.
I don't even think that's fair though.
Oh no, it's not. But I'm playing in his field right there.
I don't think I've ever seen a white dude with a goatee that was younger than 40 or 45.
Well, first off, Clint just told you that
I had one through all college, man. And
it was a different era.
It was live.
I've seen it.
I just that was I saw a lot. I saw a lot of people.
The bad thing is, everybody in my world that I can think of is exactly what Tyler's talking about. So the ones that they're
I'm telling you,
45-year-old white guy.
I'm trying to think.
When I was growing up, all my friends' dads straight goatees.
Straight goatees, huh?
Mm-hmm. My dad, when I was a kid, goatee.
Text line: I had a goatee when I was most of my 20s and 30s, and I'm 30 and now I have a beard.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say that there's never been a young person rock a goatee ever, but I'm saying the vast majority. I think it's a real take. I think it's true.
White guys with goatees, I don't.
I think you should make yours a goatee, Tyler.
Never will.
I think you could. Yes,
Why?
it would look good.
I like the full beard. I'm always going to rock the full beard.
I mean, let's be honest. It's kind of thin and you may want to call it advanced hair.
Wow, my beard?
Yeah, on the sides.
That's not even a little bit true. I have the opposite problem. This stuff's too coarse, too thick.
Got
to trim it too often.
You're on the verge of being an ideal candidate.
I just saw that. I bucked. I said, "Hold on, what the hell?"
Hey man, you're getting older, but you're not as old as Clint.
I mean, I'm getting older.
And you never will be.
I'm getting older, but it wasn't like it wasn't like a. All right, man. Now I've hit this age where.
I think it looks clean, man.
Let me go with the goatee.
You do need to start plucking those white ones, though.
No, I don't. I'm not plucking my grays.
I think it looks clean. It looks clean, and it makes your, which you noticed this, probably why you did it. It makes your face look thinner.
Well, I didn't notice that until it was said to me a few times. So I appreciate that.
There you go. Makes your face look thinner. Thinner.
From the Ron, Tyler should be the last person you listen to for fashion advice. LOL. Listen, I mean, this isn't even really.
You can't even see me, whoever you are.
Yeah, they can't.
Stupid.
Unless you just started watching on Twitch or YouTube, they've not only have they seen you, they've seen your nipples.
They've seen a lot of what you have to offer. Yeah, they've seen.
Point.
Bajani tried to say he didn't look at his nipples.
He did.
He came in here, Ron. Boom, pulled his shirt up, both nipples, and Bajani said I didn't see them.
Any, like honestly, any person who lifts their shirt up,
you're gonna look and be like, "What the hell's going on?"
I don't care if it was rest in peace, Barbara Bush. I don't care if it was Tyler, I don't care. Was it right there? Sean Bajani.
Hey, Bajani nips.
I didn't know he got little nips too.
He's got little ones.
I didn't know you could hear that good.
Oh, yeah.
I thought the damn building was falling, man.
That kind of.
Gosh, dang! I didn't know.
Sean Bajani.
I looked at both of them, Sean, just in case you're wondering. Both of them.
What is when you say age? Because someone texted in, I'm 32 and I still rock a goatee daily. Like, what's the age that's old?
I would say 40s.
Oh,
40s and up. I'm telling you.
You got to get out a little bit, man.
I get out more than y'all.
Well,
you got to get out to different places.
Yeah, like we said, I ain't talking about the heights, cuz.
I get out everywhere, man.
I ain't talking about the heights.
I get out in Magnolia.
I ain't talking about
I
the
get
heights.
out over in
Magnolia.
Oh, boy.
What's that other one you always butcher?
Did you go to the rodeo?
Oh, damn. Mike Williams got signed up.
The rodeo would be the best place to find a bunch of old men with goatees.
Opposite Garrett?
Yep. Damn. Garrett Wilson. If you missed that, Mike Williams, who was on the
smart
the
decision.
open market there. Maybe one of the receivers some people have talked about and looked at. He
1 year,
is off the board.
$15 million deal. I would have loved to have seen old Nicky and D'Amico sign that one.
Go for that 1 year?
1 year, $15 million?
Easily done. What you got coming up at the 4?
I got a football horny clip of the day. That boy Nico's over there talking, and it turns me on. And as you did earlier, I got a little bone to pick with the old Payne and Pendergast this morning. Just a small little bone, nothing major, just a small little bone I got to bring to the people here. And they've kicked an ant bed. I got people coming at me on Twitter and all kind of stuff. And so we just got a few things we need to address there. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. But before I do that, I got to tell you about Renter's Warehouse.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
It's been a minute, y'all. It's been a minute. We hadn't had a football horny clip of the day. What did we come up with, by the way? We came up with baseball boners, and then what was the did we come up with? I
don't think we narrowed anything down for basketball.
It has to do basketball. Has to do with hardwood. I mean, it has to do with
or
wood.
Basketball blood flow.
Well, that's not bad. It's not bad.
That just came to me, man.
Some folks may not understand what blood flow is, but nonetheless, we'll get it. We'll get to it. Nico Collins, guys, this is one of the best stories of the 2023 NFL season. Literally, Nico Collins is a guy that was drafted in the 3rd round. I think Nick Caserio moved up to draft him, had sat out the COVID year, hadn't played football at Michigan, had some issues with his weight and that kind of thing, figuring out where he wanted to settle in at, didn't sat out the COVID year, gets drafted, comes here, obviously a big-bodied player. You think he's going to be the 50-50 ball catching, going up and just snatching balls over people's head, and he goes through, has a couple of seasons that are really quiet. Doesn't show much promise. Lovie Smith is saying, hey, man, you see the body. You see the mismatch. He's a matchup problem, man. This guy's a matchup problem. Go out there again, for whatever reason, just not able to play a convincing brand of wide receiver at all. And then in comes DeMeco Ryans. And not only does he go out there and go for 80 catches for 1,300 yards, averages over 16 yards a catch, scores 8 touchdowns, but he does that in a way in which I don't even know that – I know for me, I spent a lot of times thinking about, especially the pass game, like I don't even know that I ever saw Nico even remotely close to being a – great route runner, a guy that's extremely patient in his routes, a guy that's got great feeling versus zone defense, a guy that's got strong hands and catches the ball through contact, and then the run after catch is obviously nasty. So it's not just that this kid, it happens all the time in the league from year 2 to year 3 or year 1 to year 3, a guy develops and he comes into his own. That's not what we watched. We watched a guy that really ultimately reinvented his game. He was nowhere near what we were led to believe, or hell, what his tangibles would tell you he brings to the game of football. He was and I mean this respectfully, he was a very precise route running, almost possession receiver that happens to be 6'4", 215, that could run after catch the way you would expect a 6'4", 215. So the story is much broader than just, a guy developed and he came into his own. The way in which he did it it's second to only the way in which C.J. Stroud became the best rookie that I've ever seen play start to finish. Like it's very comparable the way that C.J. Stroud, because C.J. just didn't have a good season. The way in which C.J. compiled stats and became rookie of the year and was in the MVP conversation, the way in which he did it is important to tell his story because it makes it tenfold more impressive. Same thing with Nico. I mean, what he was able to do, Ron, and you were one guy that you said, I'm going to be patient with Nico. I want to see what Nico brings to the table.
Yeah, but not to that.
But, 1,300 yards, 8 touchdowns, 16 yards plus per catch. And he missed a couple of games. You're talking about a guy that – how many games he missed? I know he missed 1. Did he miss 1 or 2?
Technically 2, but he really missed 3.
Because he got hurt early.
In the Jets game, 4 plays in.
So, you're talking about a guy that could have went for 1,500 yards easily.
Nico has got him on fire.
Yeah,
baby.
And CJ missed 2 games.
Yeah, good point. Good point. So, it's just the way in which these guys had the seasons they had. The context matters in this situation. These aren't just a bunch of go balls. These aren't just a receiver that happens to play in a run-first offense that's throwing a bunch of post and go routes, play action over the top. They earned every single yard and every single catch in a way that, again, I've never seen a rookie do what C.J. Stroud did
I'll be honest with you, I've never seen a receiver come out of nowhere the way that Nico came out of nowhere. It's about more than just developing. But the football horny clip of the day, let me get to this thing, because Nico joined the Texans All Access guys, which, by the way, at 6 o'clock every night, when we go off, the Texans All Access guys come on, Mark and John. They do a tremendous job. I mean, hell, who have they had on this week? They've had Will Anderson on. They've had, obviously, Nico Collins on.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
When Mixon and Daniil Hunter were in town, they had those guys on. Who's on today? Is it Jalen Petrie? Did I see where Jalen Petrie, I think?
I'm not sure if it's today, but I know this week they are going to have Jalen Petrie on at some point.
I know they got Indy Kalu coming on with them.
Well, Indy, former Houston Texans, so they do a great job. So make sure you stay plugged in to Texans All Access as well as our Area 45 guys. But football horny clip of the day. Here's Nico Collins. And the beautiful thing about this, guys, is this is how he went from really nobody outside of Houston caring or knowing who Nico was to being, when you talk about wide receivers in the league, you talk about the 10 most productive wide receivers in the league last year, you can't leave Nico off the list. And this is how he got it done.
Man, it's just you got to get nasty after the catch. You got to go square. When the ball touches your hands, it's like, oh yeah. Now everybody trying to tackle you, now everybody watching you. So it's only right you gonna make a play, man. And just you see a defender just trying to tackle you, man. It's only right you just lower your shoulder. It's only right, man. Just set the tone. You know, just show the other team that you're not scared. You know, you out there having fun, enjoying the game, man. And it kind of set the tone for the whole team. You know, I feel like once you get that excitement, once you get the juice from everybody, the crowd, the team, you know, it's a ball game. It's gonna be a great feeling for everybody, man. Can't wait to get back with the group, man. Get ready for OTAs and just get back and pick up where we left off.
Come on, man. I turn you on a little bit, Ron? A wide receiver that'll get after him like that right there with that mentality?
I like when he says nasty.
Yeah?
That turns me on.
I bet you do, you nasty son of a gun, you.
I am.
Beautiful thing about this, CJ, Nico, and I'm going to add Dalton to this. Dalton Schultz as a Texan. Look, we can cuss and discuss whether there were better options or yada, yada, yada. At the end of the day, Dalton Schultz is the Texans tight end, and we know what he brings to the table. And what I like about CJ, Nico, and Dalton, I'm not ready to put Tank in this category yet. May piss some people off, but I'm not ready to put Joe Mixon in this category yet. We may get that. May piss some people off. But those three guys right there, I feel like, just like last year, I thought I knew who Nico was, which was a contributor, a 2, a 3, maybe a 2 receiver on a team. I feel like I know exactly who these guys are. CJ, Nico, and Dalton. And what we watched last year, I think we're going to see a lot more of. Now, it may not be to the tune of 1,300 yards because that is a monster year.
Yeah.
Right? And to think a guy's going to do that consistently, I think is probably a little bit unfair. Just to think he's going to get that volume of targets and that many opportunities, maybe he's a little bit unfair. But when you look at how CJ had success, I think it was real. I think it is very believable that we're going to get more of that. It wasn't some fluke. You look at how Nico did it, same thing. You look at how Dalton did it. The chemistry that he has with CJ and the way in which he plays the game is very quarterback friendly. I think those three guys, I'm very convinced offensively we are going to get the A-plus product that we got last year. As long as they're in a Texans uniform, I think we're going to get something pretty damn similar.
Yeah, I think so. Dalton is the one that I wonder about of the group you're talking about. But yeah, I do think that we should get something close. Like you said, 1,300 yards. That's big. That's big. And obviously, Tank missed a back half of the year, which I think really kind of picked up his targets. But I do think it is safe to say that you have at least a 2. Right, like maybe we don't know for sure he's not a 1. Really, the only thing for us with Nico, at least for me, is like to really put him in the category that I think some Texans fans already believe he's in, and Tank, is to see them replicate it. Like that's just the only thing really left, because what we watched with Nico looked real. And to me, the postseason, and I even start with that Colts game because that felt like a postseason. That was a winner-go-home game itself. But the Colts, the Browns, and even to an extent the Ravens, he was getting open and made some plays in that game too. He was the guy they were focusing on, and he was still eating. Yeah. And he was still making plays, and not just plays where hey, Bobby Slowick was just in his bag and he did. Some of it was that.
The run after catch.
But some of it was like the catch he had against the Browns that was over the shoulder that he kind of helped out CJ there. It looks real. So for me, the only thing is, can he replicate not exactly 1,308 touchdowns, but can he replicate where you're looking out there on the field all the time and all right, man, you look up and he can be a prop.
Well, Ron, I think that's the beauty with Nico too, of him just emerging. I think this thing's twofold. If we're being honest, I think it's can you be a 1,100, 1,200, maybe 1,300 time-to-time guy? Can you consistently do what Brandon Cooks did and throw up 1,000-yard seasons? Yeah. You just stay healthy and you play enough and you're an impact player enough to where if you just stay healthy, you're going to be a 1,000-yard guy. Can you consistently throw those kind of seasons up, which is a big ask, but can you do it? And then number two, as I said before, I watched Nico's game. Given how he had all the success last year, Ron, there's a step that he can take in terms of those more difficult catches.
I've refused to believe he can't take the step with the 50-50.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I think there is a chance with just the level, the chemistry between him and CJ, the level of confidence that he has now versus 2 years ago. It wouldn't shock me. Now I'm not betting on it, but it wouldn't shock me. Now you're talking about, because that guy then becomes, now you're up in that clear number one. I don't care if you're with the Texans or anybody else. Wherever you go, you're going to be a number one receiver.
That is the next step. That's the other thing is he wasn't last year as potent as his body would look like it should be in the red zone in particular. He got touchdowns on screens, and things like that, maybe some slants, but his body type screams he's open no matter what, and it just didn't seem like he got a lot of opportunity.
I do wonder how much and I love this about Bobby and Gerard Johnson, by the way. I do wonder how much they want to take that low percentage risk, that low percentage throw, and waste downs like that versus find the higher percentage, find the answer, get the ball out. So he may be limited in opportunities to do that, which will be fine because clearly he can put up huge numbers otherwise. But there are two different areas where Nico Collins can even take the next step and become more real, and that is, again, putting season after season together of 11, 12, 1,300 yards, 8, 10, 12 touchdowns, and then also taking his one-on-one game to another level. We've seen flashes of it.
Yeah, we just see a ton of fades and a ton of things like that.
Yeah, we'll see how that ends up rolling. But Nico, I appreciate that little horny clip there, bub. Red 22. I need to get some. I wonder where the people are at on this. 713-572-4610. I'm through. I'm over talking about the defensive tackle stuff. That's an island.
Sure you are. It's probably good for your health, man.
Look, it's just an island I'm gonna die on. I don't know how anybody in their right mind looks at this and goes, yeah, we're all right, we're set. I just don't know how anybody does that. But nonetheless, you asked a question yesterday. This was another part of the Payne and Pendergast segment about where ultimately it got blamed on you, right, was the Eagles question. Are the Texans better than the Eagles? And I'm somewhat shocked. I just got hit on Twitter again by Sean's kicked an ant bed on Twitter.
Yeah, they were saying it to you.
I mean, somebody said I'm the only guy that don't think the Texans are better right now and that they aren't better than the Eagles, who lost convincingly, I'm paraphrasing, to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the playoffs. And I just want to clarify this, okay? I mean, I don't have time to go into the D-tackle thing, but I want to clarify this, y'all. I mean, are we at a spot where after the Texans win 10 games, win a playoff game, win the division, get to the second round, are we at a spot where we're really ready to sit here and have a serious conversation about the Texans being a better football team than the Philadelphia Eagles right now? The Philadelphia Eagles have won 27 football games in the last 2 years and made an appearance in the Super Bowl. The wheels came off the last month to 6 weeks of the season last year, And clearly they had a very elementary offense. My boy Brian Johnson's catching some serious hell over that, but which I think is take it however you will. I think Brian's a scapegoat there, but
shout out Baytown.
But nonetheless, I get what happened with the Eagles late. I get the struggles. I get that their quarterback was hurt. I get all the deal. Are we really ready after last season with the Texans?
They brought in Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio as their new coordinators.
We're talking about Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Devontae Parker, Dallas Goedert, Jordan Mailata, Landon Dickerson, Cam Jurgens, Tyler Steen, and Lane Johnson. Are we really ready to talk about the Texans' offense being better than that? Are we really ready to talk about the Texans' defense being better than Jordan Davis, Devin White, Hassan Reddick, Bryce Huff, Nakobe Dean, James Bradbury, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Darius Slay?
I think Jalen Carter's in there, too.
Jalen Carter's in there, too. You're right. Former number 1 overall pick, wasn't he? Nolan Smith's in there, too. Nolan Smith's in there as well. Are we really ready right now, based off of a 4 to 6 week span of what happened in the last – I get it, versus Philly. Are we in a spot where we're going to say, nah, man, the Texans are better than that?
I can hear more defensively, but no, I think the real only true advantage is the coaching, which is a big deal.
Sure, I agree with that. Across the board, I think.
The head coaching. Vic Fangio's pretty good.
I'll take Bobby Slowick well over right now.
Over Kellen Moore, yeah.
Right now I would, yeah. But I mean, I think there's a huge chunk of people that wouldn't right this second.
But they're improved. But I think that's the only real thing. But they've got more dudes.
Well, I mean, they've got more dudes, and they have won a lot more convincingly of late. We beat Gardner Minshew to sneak into the playoffs because the running back dropped the ball last year. I mean, I'm getting called crazy because I said the Eagles are better.
How long ago were they in the Super Bowl?
2 years ago.
All right.
And they won 11 games last year.
Their quarterback did take a massive step back.
They were 10-1.
I think
11 weeks into the season last year. They got beat by San Francisco and Dallas back-to-back, and the wheels came off.
They played a hell of a schedule. Yeah.
Well, I mean, but Jalen was hurt. But, I mean, those are all – hell, everybody's hurt. I've said it before. Everybody's in the NFL's hurt. CJ was hurt. But I mean, wow. I'm thinking, damn. I mean, I got a hit a while ago. You're the only guy that thinks the Texans aren't better than the Eagles right now.
That person really believes that, too.
Terry?
Was it Terry? Damn it. I knew it was Terry.
I'm just looking for clicks and attention, by the way.
Yeah, you are.
Because I said the truth.
And as we come back, Tyler.
Oh yeah, we got to go, don't we?
I bet Clint's idea with this Eagles thing came from you, Ron.
Yep.
They damn sure did. He led with it. He led with it, and I somehow wanted clicks because Ron asked me a question.
It was Ron's fault. How's it you wanted clicks? Because
Ron asked me a question.
I backed him into a corner.
Backed me into a damn corner. Out of the gate yesterday.
All right.
Welcome back, Ron.
The Astros are going to have to take a different approach. They lost out on Blake Snell, but do you feel like they got to add somebody, and if so, who? We'll discuss that next.
All right, before we get there, I got to tell you about Ron Kraft Chevrolet, y'all. Ron Kraft Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I was really disappointed
What are you disappointed in,
I was
man?
disappointed that Blake Snell wasn't going to be a Houston Astro. I saw that late last night. Jeff Passan, ESPN, a couple of other people as well, that Blake Snell's going to the Giants. And there was talk. The Astros name was rolling in there, and there was talk that they may land Blake Snell. We heard reports that the owner, Jim Crane, was really, really into Blake Snell. And then when we started to hear the number 2 years, $62 million or so from Bob Nightingale, USA Today. Hotel lobby, Bobby. Hey, Bobby get a lot of flack sometimes at being wrong about some of his takes or some of his reporting. He was right on this one. 2 years, 62. He said that's what he informed the Astros that they were looking for. I wondered if they would do that because that seemed a little steep, especially with what they have there in luxury tax wise. So they don't go there. And I was hoping to have Blake Snell. My whole dream was to have Blake Snell on, and I'd have two of the 35 to 40, as I call white unicorns, all together on the same show. You and Blake. Once again, folks out there, the white unicorn is the white guy who has the ability to pull the white woman who has predominantly dated black men. That is, to me, the toughest one.
I feel pretty confident about that.
I think it's tougher. You like Tyler. Tyler can go right now. He could pull a black young lady. Obviously, Megan, if you weren't around, he could pull a black young lady. He could. He's got that in him. Sean Bajani around there. I just saw Sean's nipples. I think he can do it.
Saw the look on Tyler's face.
I think he can do it.
Tyler's looking at Ryan like, yeah, no crap.
No crap, yeah. And then
been there.
I just walked past our guy Bill. Bill in sales. I think Bill can pull a black lady.
Bill?
Yeah.
I think Bill's pulling times behind him.
But I don't think Tyler, Bill, and Sean Bajani can do is pull and Ashley, who has dated black guys her whole time, to pull her back over. I don't think you can do that. I don't. Listen, I'll be honest with you. Now, some sneak out on you. I didn't think Pete Davidson had that. Pete Davidson clearly had that with Kim Kardashian. But I didn't think Pete had it. You found out other things about Pete.
That was a shocker too, wasn't it? I mean, until you found out the other stuff.
You found out some other things about Pete. Well, I guess
she was interested. She was
that right there can fight through a lot of battles.
There ain't no doubt.
But I hate to see that Blake Snell. Yeah, you go. I hate that we didn't have that potential opportunity to have you two on there. That would have been fantastic. But
hell, the odds of getting him on as a Giants might be
a little higher. Yeah, let's go try to get him on. Yeah, maybe Tony Gwynn's got it in there.
Tony can get the hook up.
I bet you if I explained that to Tony, Tony would die laughing. I bet we'd lose Tony. We'd lose Tony for 5 minutes. All right, so Blake's gone, but we're in agreement. They need to add somebody, right? They've got to add.
Well, it would. My sleep schedule would improve.
Yes, I mean, if the latest news today is that we know that Verlander is going to be on the IL to start the year, and he's going to face live batters here in BP coming up soon, a day or two. But the Urquidy news, he's going to the IL, but Joe Espada, Clint said it's going to be a while before he even throws again.
Yeah,
and we know that. That means you got to throw
flat ground.
That means you got to get flat ground. Yep. That means you got to punt. That means you got to
spin a couple.
You got to pass. You got to do a whole lot, right? We saw several barriers that Lance just never got to hop over.
Hey, I tell you what, them damn Space Cowboys, them tickets gonna be through the roof. I mean, they're gonna be some serious. At some point, the Space Cowboys liable to have the best pitching staff in the minors.
I'm telling you, man. They got some guys that's gonna come. But I think they need to add somebody. And to me, if you were looking at Blake Snell, then you are willing to spend a certain amount of money. Now, at the high end, Jordan Montgomery is still available, right? And Jordan Montgomery was one of the only two starters basically the Rangers had in that World Series run. That the Astros, we saw Jordan Montgomery multiple times in that series. He's still available. Michael Lorenzen, who was with the Tigers, I think ended the season with the Phillies, is available. Zach Greinke is out there. I think a guy you got to look at, Tyler, Jake Odorizzi.
Get the hell out of here.
I'm just saying.
Don't mess with me.
Jake's available, a veteran
I don't
starter.
give a crap.
He's familiar with these guys
No.
here.
I think it's bullshit. It sucks to suck.
No. Sucks to suck. Odorizzi era is done.
I'm
It's
just
over.
saying, like,
take his whiny ass somewhere else.
You need somebody to chew up a few innings, man, at least for the first month.
Oh, he'll chew
Right?
up some innings, then he'll chew on my ears with this complaining he's always doing,
That's
whining
fine.
and everything.
But as long as he can, that's fine. You
Whiny
just gotta-
ass crybaby
you gotta-
Odorizzi.
that's
Hell
fine.
no.
That's fine. That's fine. We heard one of Tyler's worst takes earlier. This is probably one of his better ones. His disdain for Jake Odorizzi.
It sucks to suck.
I'm just saying, if they don't want to go spend, and I'm looking, Jordan Montgomery's a $15 to $20 million a year guy. Now, hell, if you think to yourself they're going to get Blake Snell, that would be in range. If they don't want to go that high, because I can understand them saying, we're going to get Verlander back. They probably believe in Framber and being an ace more than we do. They probably believe in Christian Javier a little bit more than maybe fans do. So they may say to themselves, we don't need to go and get, a Jordan Montgomery. We just need somebody who can fill innings. And maybe a Jake Odorizzi makes sense, Tyler. I'm just telling you.
I'm with Tyler. I can't get with you. Like I hope the struggles right now. I hope the injuries right now and Framber and Javier, or Framber really struggles. Like I hope it pushes them to getting a piece that actually helps when everybody's healthy. Not just a guy that's going to chew up a few innings, and then when everybody gets healthy, he's going to be pushed down the chart, down the list to the bullpen, and probably never seen again. I hope it's a piece that is at least the top 3 starter on this team.
Oh, so you're in the Jordan Montgomery.
I hope, yeah. No, I hope that would allow me to sleep a lot better and give us a lot more options for that. Again, that middle relief out of the bullpen. It'd give you a little bit of wiggle room for these guys that just can't stay healthy. Who knows what Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers is going to come back looking like? If we're being completely honest, between Javier and Hunter Brown, we don't know that those guys can handle the workload year over year that Major League Baseball throws at you. So, again, Father Time with Verlander, I'm not overly concerned about it. I trust that Verlander's going to get back and take care of his body and be able to go longer than most.
He's already going to face live pitching.
But I mean, boy, it sure would be nice to have somebody in that top 3.
I mean, the thought is, if you're serious about Snell, then you have it.
You're going to be at least entertaining Montgomery, right?
You have it to get there. And I see people saying, Jake, I know Jake signed a minor league deal with the Rays, but it's a minor league deal. You can get somebody for a major league contract.
Oh, no, hell no.
Jake could be done. I just think, man, you got to look at all the options. Jake could be an option.
I think it's bullshit.
I mean, I'd take him over Greinke.
Nope. Give me an ephus ball. Greinke, come on over. Keep Odorizzi away.
Give me an ephus ball. That's what it says. Give me an ephus
Little
ball.
whiny bitch.
Jesus, man. All right. D'Amico added to the defensive line room. Are they telling us what they're going to do? Are they telling us what they're going to do? Or are you still holding out that they make a bigger move than they have so far? We'll discuss that coming up next.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
If you had to grade this free agency
NPR. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right.
That's disturbing about you two, by the way.
What?
How many y'all can name?
All right. I mean, we'll do it. I mean, we'll pull it out. I mean, we don't. We'll pull the carpet back a little bit.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I was just watching this deal, Van Lathan, solid podcast. Somebody I follow. Used to be at TMZ. He was challenged to name 25 porn stars, and me and Tyler, we feel confident we could do it.
It's not much of a challenge.
Clint said he's got 5.
I don't even know, and 2 of them I've never seen. I just know they're porn stars. Oh. Ron Jeremy would be one of them. Isn't Jenna Jameson? Wasn't she one?
Mm-hmm. Good for you.
I've never seen either one of them in action.
Perform, yeah.
But I just know they are. I got Lisa Ann. I got Ava Adams.
Guess you didn't say you hadn't seen those perform.
Well, I mean, curiosity got the best of me on a couple of them.
Hey, it happens. We don't need you to start.
I don't have 5.
I have 25 easy. Easy.
When Ron asked Tyler if he had 25, it was a cocky yes, like
didn't
hell
blink.
Yeah.
I said that's a challenge.
I mean, how where are you guys at at a point like how you know like dudes?
Oh, I didn't say that.
I do. Yeah, I mean,
but Ron used to sell them. He sold them out of his trunk.
I had a little deal during.
Okay, that's a different deal. I'm not. I mean, look, I'm not
in the microwave.
To each their own. If that's what you're into, that's cool. But like, I didn't think either one of you were. And I'm like, how do you know? I mean, Ron rattled off 10 dudes.
Ron needed to know his product. He was selling. He was doing business.
There's some classics. I mean,
got to be able to promote his products he was selling out of his trunk.
Yeah. Herschel Savage? You remember him?
No, I ain't got Herschel Savage. I ain't got old Wally Pipes or whatever you said his name was either. Wesley. I ain't got Wesley Pipes either. No, I don't have that one.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Who's that bald dude that's in like everyone now? What's his name?
I don't have it. I need more of a description. By the way, they've got it.
Who's the bald? 3 married.
I guarantee you. Listen,
3 married men on March 19th, 2020.
I'm sure.
Who's the bald guy that's in all of them now?
I guarantee you, from that clue alone, the text line's about to light up with his name.
There's several bald guys.
I guarantee it.
There's one dude that has a pistol tattooed right to his waist.
On his hip?
Yeah, right on his hip. Twin Bills. He's bald. I don't know if that's who you're looking at.
His name is Twin Bills?
No, I'm just saying I can't remember his name. But I don't know if that's who you're talking about.
Did I see last week where Pornhub was outlawed in Texas?
Yes, sir, it is.
Oh, that's too bad. Tough for some of you all. Had to find a new one.
Tyler had the answer. Didn't even have to Google, boys.
It was a big headline.
Yeah, sure. You attempted.
And they talked about it on In the Loop.
All right, guys, okay. We don't need you to start unloading male porn stars on the text line. Please. By the way, they have got to stop showing. I am worried for John Collins. They've got to stop showing this Anthony Edwards dunk.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it is. We've been here just sitting in these seats since about 1:55. I've seen it 17 times. If you did not see that dunk, Anthony Edwards, who plays for the Minnesota Timberwolves, just, embarrassed John Collins. He was holding his head, his forehead. He was struggling.
Said he dislocated his finger?
Yes, stayed down. And they have shown this. Like I'm almost concerned how John is taking this. I'm sure he's.
This is the second.
This is overly embarrassing.
This is the second one Edwards has had in the last couple weeks. Didn't he have one a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, well, he had a crazy block the other.
That's right. It was the block
last week or so. Yes. But at some point, he's got to be like, damn, man. How many people you think been sending him stuff like that? Because if John Collins was my dude, I'd give him 15, 20 hours, but then
you got to unload.
Then I'm going in. I check first, like, hey man, you good? Or, hey dog, your finger all right? Damn, you didn't have to let him do like that. Somebody texted in, it was not a dunk. He just threw it. Okay. I don't care what it is, whatever you want to call it. He absolutely embarrass the hell out of that man. And they keep showing it over and over and over and over again. I feel bad for the young man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be because there's so many ways that you can end up on the other side of just an embarrassing dunk. You can't be hurt too.
You can't lay down afterwards.
Like, you holding your head and your hand hurt. Like you gotta walk off and then they had that one dude with the bad hair and sitting over there, big head. He's sitting over there looking at him like, damn. And they keep showing.
Bad
Anderson,
hair, big head. That's a bad
Anderson.
combination.
Oh my God! What's my man's name? It's Anderson. I think it's Anderson. He's slow mo. He got it. He has a huge head, bad hair, but he was sitting there looking at him like, damn, man. Like for me, like I'm John Collins. I don't really want to see Anthony for a little bit.
Well, no, hell no.
Like I don't even want to shake. I'm not ready to shake up yet. Like it ain't nothing you did wrong. I just need about 2 weeks. I need a pay period. Is what I need. But I'm gonna need them to stop showing that for that man. Man, that's embarrassing. I feel bad for him. I don't know what I'd have done. I'd probably been more likely to do what that kid did from UT, from Texas Arlington or whatever, who just picked up that ball and threw the kid in the back.
It's a hell of a throw.
Yeah, that would have been funny as hell. You get dunked on and you just pissed off, just stand up and throw the ball and hit the guy with it as he's going back down the floor. That'd be great.
I want to get ejected out this piece. That's where I am. All right, Clint. The move this morning, we talked about it. They added Mario Edwards to that defensive line. And maybe I'm off. Maybe you disagree with me, but I am starting to come to at least the realization and preparing myself with the Texans, Clint, that they are going to they're going to handle this problem. Because this was not the plan. The plan clearly was to get Eric Armstead. All right. But it looks to me, I'm preparing myself that they're going to try to handle this with numbers and with guys that are in the range of the Settle, Foley, Davis, Mario Edwards. I feel like they're going to do. I just put myself in the understanding like this is kind of the level and how they're going to attack this, and I don't know if they're going to get, as you would say, a bona fide starter in the league. I think this is how they're going to handle this, and maybe get someone in the draft and maybe adds to it in the second round. But I don't know that they're going to add, I think, what you would view as a bona fide starter. I'm preparing myself for that.
Well, all signs point towards that. I mean, other than what DeMeco Ryan said in terms of investing in this defense in an effort to not let what happened in Baltimore in the second half happen again. That points me towards we're not talking about journeyman in the D tackle position. We're not even, to be honest with you, obviously wasn't talking about Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins caliber players at the D tackle position. So, yeah, I mean, I look at this and I believe they're building two. They're going to rotate. If they want to rotate 8 guys, the defensive tackle on the defensive line. As it pertains to the interior guys, what are they going to take? They're going to take 4 or 5 of those. Is that how that's going to work?
Yeah.
You've built, I'll say 2 through 5, or you've built 3 through 6. However you're going.
So you've not given up the thought that Nick and DeMeco are going to still try to add somebody that is of a higher caliber player than the guys they have on the inside.
Yeah, I would be surprised if Nick and DeMeco didn't take a swing, let's say at the very least with the most premium draft pick that they end up having. Whether they move back up into the first round or they draft in the second round, I think at the very least they're going to take a swing at a defensive tackle, a disruptor there, if not put themselves in the position where they have to trade for somebody. I mean, you used that word yesterday and it stuck in my head. Like you have got to find some guys inside that are disruptors, and I'm not talking about moving. I'm not talking about in obvious passing situations. I'm talking about for 4 quarters. I'm talking about in critical moments in the fourth quarter inside, to keep Jonathan Taylor from going $180 on you and to stop Baltimore from doing what they did in the second half. Like that, like you've got some good journeymen. You got some good pieces. You got some good depth. You got some good rotational guys. But if this team's going to go from 10 wins to 12, 13, if this team's going to go from winning one playoff game to winning 2 or 3, then you're going to need – I think you're going to need more, significantly more than what they have right now.
Text line sliding in with, is Danico Autry not a bona fide starter? They're definitely starting him inside. I think to the point that it looks like he may be.
It looks like that's the plan. And if so, and it turns out that works out well, cool. I'm here for it.
He's your second highest paid defensive lineman.
Yeah, I'm here for it. If that's the plan, is to bump him inside and not just in third down situations and play him as an interior force.
As you say, interior force, like he is 90% of his snaps are going to be inside.
Yeah, I don't
love that.
I mean, I don't.
I'm not saying he can't do it.
Well, it may work. Hell, they may roll the dice with that, and it worked like a charm.
I'm cool with 90% of his pass rushes, like any pass rushing, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how he is on the field. I don't love like him all the time because I think that takes away his value. I think his great value is he has the ability to move in and out, move in and out, and if he is just and we'll see how much he weighs. I think you said that yesterday. If he's a 280-pound defensive tackle, I know many of you that Aaron Donald is 280 pounds. Aaron Donald is the most unique player potentially in the history of the NFL and what he is able to do with his size and strength and play inside. So I don't know that I love that, but to the point you're making, I mean, only Hunter makes more than he does. They brought him in, and we heard Nick, he loves him. And he may be in there as a inside guy, but they were still trying to get Armstead. I still wonder if that was the thought was to make those two guys, on the inside. I don't know. So we'll see on that. All right, news and moves being made at a certain position that it looked like the Texans wanted to make some moves at. We'll discuss that. And tournament starts tonight, baby. Tournament starts tonight. We'll get into all of that coming up at a little 5 o'clock fire.
All right, spring is here.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dilf. The big Dilf. And Psycho T have the latest for you. And the latest is, before we get to some of the wide receiver news in the NFL, Clint, Jose Urquidy. This coming from Joe Espada, the manager of your Houston Astros. 2 reports on Verlander and Urquidy. We'll start with Urquidy. Jose Urquidy will not throw for a while, Espada said. Not sure how long that is. If you remember, they placed him on the IL to start the season with that right forearm muscle strain. So now the reports are he's not going to throw for a while, whatever that means. And then Justin Verlander, who has also been placed on the IL to start the season, he's expected to face hitters live in BP in the next day or two. The Urquidy news is concerning to me, Clint, because just, one, they need him right now, and as soon as they can get him. And historically, like clockwork, he always has an arm injury. Now, it's not like Lance where it may cause him to miss a season, but he generally misses time. Last year, we saw he missed almost 3 months with a shoulder. He's had the forearm thing before. He's had something with his arm that caused him to miss time, but it takes him a while to not just get back, but just get back on a major league mound. It takes him a little time. That one's concerning when it says will not throw for a while from the manager.
Yeah, it does. It seems like when he's gone out, it's taken an extended period of time for him to get back. Now, obviously, that's the nature of the injury, and it happens. But the biggest, to me, Jose Urquidy, man, is. I mean, we say that right after talking about how often he got injured and how long it takes him to get back. But to me, he was a guy that brought some level of comfort to me as an Astros fan in terms of them being able to weather the storm of all the JV injury, the Lance McCullers, Luis Garcia injury, the struggles of Fromber kind of deal, the youth at the back end of this thing with JP, France, and Hunter. It's like Jose Urquidy was just that one dude, like you felt like he's going to be in the middle of the rotation. When he's out there, he's going to give you 5 or 6. It's going to be not going to be great, but it's going to be solid. You know what you're going to get from him. You can really lean into it. And now here we got to deal with this. So it's more of that. Like, he was the more stable one of the bunch. It's crazy to think that, but he would be, in my opinion, he was more of the stable one of the bunch of where you really feel like.
Yeah, not the best, but it's you know what you're going to get.
Yeah, look, it's not electric. It's not that top-end stuff, but you know what you're going to get, and you can trust and rely on Jose Urquidy, and then here this injury's thrown in the mix. And so now you've got a bunch of guys that whether they struggled at the back end on the back end of last year, they're young, you don't know if they can handle the workload. They're trying to add pitches. You really don't know exactly what you're going to get from these guys year in, year out yet. And it'll all work itself out. I'm not overly concerned, but damn, Jose Urquidy right in the middle of that thing would have, I'm being honest, made me feel a little bit better about the rotation.
Yeah, when you're looking at potentially, I like Nail, but Ronel Blanco may have to enter in it. Brandon Bielak may have to enter into it. And even with the other guys, right? Like, I have more confidence right now that I can more accurately determine what Urquidy is going to do than Hunter Brown and Javier and hell right now than Framber. and those guys are far better pitchers with far better stuff than he has. But at least you come out there, I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty confident he's going to give me 4 to 5 and keep you in the game. Those other guys may throw a no-hitter, or they may be out in the first or the second, or they may be wild, or you never know. So that is going to be hopefully not long a potential loss with Jose Urquidy not throwing for a while. And then I think this is good, seeming to be on target where he should be news with Verlander. He's going to miss some time, but now they're going to take their time with him, and he is going to be facing hitters in live BP the next day or two. That sounds like that makes sense, of where they're potentially targeting him maybe a couple of weeks into the season.
Well, anything other than a setback is for me is music to my ears. The Verlander. So
We're
good.
9 days.
We're only 9 days out.
9 days before they are in the Bronx, in New York, facing the Yankees to kick this thing off with Framber Valdez on the mound.
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
I know you.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, some receiver news, Clint, and I know one really hurts you. The first one earlier in the day, the Cleveland Browns. We know they traded like a 4th and a 6th round pick to get Jerry Jeudy from the Denver Broncos, but now they've extended him, Clint. They gave him a 3-year deal, $58 million is what that extension is with Cleveland. How the hell, I'm sure many of you, how the hell is Cleveland doing it? I'll be honest with you, I'm trying to figure it out. I mean, as I say, that thing is not real, but they got Myles Garrett, they got Deshaun, they got Amari, who I know they want to do a new deal, but it ain't like he's not making anything. Right, they got some dudes over there. They got Denzel Ward, who's making money over there. Right, they got some old linemen making some money over there. Nick Chubb's one of the higher paid running backs. So, but they give him a 3-year, $58 million extension.
3 years, 58, $20 million per.
For Jerry Jeudy. We'll see. Well, I'm not sure what the guarantees are, but I'm sure it's probably in the
I like Jerry Jeudy. I really like Jerry Jeudy.
I didn't needed to see one more. Woo!
Yeah.
I needed to see a little bit more before I jumped on out.
I tell you, I really like Jerry Jeudy. The stuff, again, with Steve Smith on the sideline, although I put a lot of it on Steve Smith, is the way that Jerry Jeudy handled that is somewhat disturbing to me. But, man, $20 million a year? Woo!
That's aggressive.
Boy, that escalated
They
quickly.
knew they were going to get him. I guess now, are they going to get or extend him? I guess.
Yeah.
The 6th round, the 4 and the 6, maybe. I guess maybe it's a little bit more sense.
I like what's Buddy's name that came out of SMU that's there now. That the word is he could be in a trade block for long. The other big receiver, 14, Cortland Sutton. Yeah, I like him, man. Yeah. I heard in the loop talking about him potentially being a guy that could the Texans may be interested in. If he does come available, boy, I sure enough would like that.
Well,
I like him a lot, man.
Somebody you also liked a lot is not going to be available because Mike Williams, formerly of the Chargers, they gave him a deal a couple years ago, but he tore his ACL, tore it in week 3, though. So the thought is he may be trending to be ready for them when the season starts. But Mike Williams signs a 1-year deal worth up to $15 million. So the guarantees probably are in the 11-12 range, I would imagine.
Well, I was wondering with Mike.
He goes to the Jets.
It's that simple.
I was wondering with Mike, like how. I mean, is he really in a position with the knee injury? Is he really in a position to accept a 1-year prove-it deal? Like, I didn't know, would it be a 2-year deal, 3-year deal? Does he still have that left, or is it a 1-year prove-it deal? Clearly, it's a 1-year prove-it deal, and he picked a great place. Assuming Aaron Rodgers can stay healthy, I mean, he's immediately obviously going to play opposite Garrett. What's the kid's name? The Ohio State kid. Garrett Wilson. And that 1-2 punch with Aaron Rodgers. Nobody throws a damn back shoulder better than Aaron Rodgers did with Devontae Adams. So
and he can go up and get it.
Yeah,
right.
And Mike can go. So it's a 1-year prove it deal. This is the one for me. If I'm being honest, offensively, talking about the wide receiver stuff, like.
You wanted the Texans to take a look at that?
Yeah, man. I just think that type of receiver is the ideal complement to what they have here. It's what they're missing. And a 1-year prove-it deal, 1-year deal worth $15 million. I really like Mike Williams. I mean, you're talking about a guy that could potentially go for 1,000. You're talking about a guy that gives you an immediate red zone threat, man-to-man beater in the red zone. I would have liked to have seen the Texans make a deal like that.
I wonder if they even really seriously kicked those tires. Clearly, they seriously kicked the tires with his teammate.
Well,
Keenan Allen, obviously, but I wonder if they were even really looking at him as.
It wouldn't surprise me if they didn't run, because we talked about this before. It seems like Bobby Slowick he wants that wide receiver that can play anywhere on the field. I'm more of a. Give me the true old school X receiver that's a big bodied, man beating, receiver at the X position, boundary position. Give me a speed guy that's a great route runner, that's a good move guy like Tank at the Z on the wide side of the field, outside wide receiver, and then give me a true slot guy that sees the game through the lens of a quarterback that is crafty and shifty and does all those things. Very cerebral player. Like, I'm more of give me those guys and then give me their backups that are built similar that can do the same things where it seems like the Texans, and like Bobby Slowick, and he said it multiple times, is he wants his receivers to be able to do it all. He wants all of his guys, everything's interchangeable. Guys can go anywhere, play anywhere, inside, out, boundary, field. And that's obviously it's worked for them. But as we talk about and talk, acquiring receivers, man, that big-bodied 50-50 ball guy excites me more than just another guy that can run routes and is a veteran cerebral player. Like, I don't know. It seems like Bobby likes the more well-rounded, polished, cerebral guy versus the bigger-bodied guy.
Well, there's some dudes still out there, but these two are – well, we knew Jerry Jeudy was off the board, but Mike Williams officially off the board as he goes to the New York Jets. Aaron gets those two. It feels like the Jets are maybe not just as much, hey, Aaron, who you want? Look like they're kind of making some moves. And I'm sure Aaron was cool with it, but the Jets, look at them. We know they had a really good defense. They've added offensive line help. They got 2 new tackles in Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses. They add Mike Williams to go along with the receivers. They've added some defensive linemen. They're trying to bolster themselves as well as they should. Hell, when you got Aaron Rodgers,
fresh out of the Poncha Karma,
you wouldn't do what they had to do with his age. You're trying to go for it all.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, how do y'all lean on this? Because I'm a believer. The tournament. Do you believe the tournament starts tonight?
Yes.
They're in Dayton. It's the first 4, as they call it. Howard versus Wagner, 2 16 seeds. I got Howard in that game, by the way. And then Colorado State versus Virginia. I'm a believer. I heard Lopez says he'll watch, but he believes it starts Thursday. I know a lot of people believe that, feel that way. I'm a believer. I enjoy. Now I know I'm unique with the college basketball thing. Like, I'm gonna be locked and loaded for this. I enjoy it, and I'll even watch Howard Wagner. Just NCAA tournament, the music, all of it. Just, really spirals me out of control, to be frank with you. So I'm gonna be into this thing. Colorado State, Virginia. Tyler, are you this nuts? Are you betting on this?
I'm not betting on this, but I will bet my ass off for the next 2 weeks.
Why don't you start now? How come you're not going to bet the next 2 nights? I mean, I'm not trying to push you.
We should all just throw $100 in and make one bet tonight.
Let's calm down here.
Why not?
Let's pump the brakes.
I'm talking to Tyler here, somebody who is a big-time bettor. Tyler, you routinely bet on things that you don't have a whole lot of idea about.
But I don't just – I research as best I can.
Quickly.
Yes. Very quickly.
He'll research those Jazz Celtics games.
Yeah.
Real quickly. Nah, yeah, man. So you're going to bet big time.
Oh, yeah. I love betting on the tourney.
How much you think you're going to bet during the tournament?
Like, how much am I going to risk altogether?
How's your what do you do? You just bet in each game, or what do you?
It just depends on what I like. I'll bet over-unders. I'll bet spread. I'm in on a lot in the tournament. A lot.
What do you think your total risk will be?
Total risk money, probably somewhere around a stack.
But that is so much crap.
What?
The entire tournament, you're only going to risk $1,000.
Yeah, I feel like that's a lot.
What are you doing? You betting $20 bets in there?
I mean, sometimes.
Not any big ones.
I mean, you can't be walking around talking about maroon money, deep pockets, betting $20.
Oh, yes,
Can you make a bet of A&M right now to the Sweet 16? Is that something you can you do that?
I think so. Yeah.
I think you should do it.
It's not a bad idea.
I think maybe you should do it, Ron. Quit betting with somebody else's money. Won't you put your own bread out there, man?
I just can't wait to see the Aggies take down those Cougs.
Oh, wow. Got the Huskers first. Got Japanese Steph Curry first.
Japanese
That's true.
Curry.
That's his nickname. He takes bad shots like Steph. But, Steph makes some of his bad shots, and some of his bad shots get closer.
Yeah.
My man down the stretch of that game against Illinois, they played in the Big Ten tournament. He came down. I thought Fred Hoiberg, his coach, was going to just clothesline him. He just came up, and just imagine, I'm Steph. I'm Japanese Steph Curry. He pulled up, man. Clint threw one over the entire goal. Cleared the rim, backboard, threw it over the top, threw it to the camera.
So, as long as he ain't chewing on his mouthpiece like a D-bag, I'm
Second
cool.
half.
You know, Tyler, there's very few people in this world that I trust blindly. One of those people, Texans said, Virginia tonight. That's the bet.
You got Virginia tonight?
All right, I'll tell.
What do you say? You got to put 100 on it?
I want to know.
Ron, can we get a Hughley 100 on it?
I wanted the only thing that
Can
I
we
would
get one
bet
of
on
them small
this,
head
first off,
Hughleys on it?
I think he's wrong. Colorado State's a better team. But I would love to bet. I would love to know what the over/under is on this, because Virginia they play lacrosse.
120.5.
Oh wow, really
low.
I mean, Virginia. They play a lot of.
Yeah, Virginia's underdog. They're plus 2.5 right now.
They'll play a game in the 40s and drag you down with them.
Let's get one of them small head Hughleys on it. Let's get one of them Hernerts on it.
I bet.
Well, don't pull your wallet out. That's going to be singles. Oh, there's a 20 in there, Tyler. He got a 20 and a 10 and a 5.
Christmas miracle.
I made that.
He's got $38 in his wallet, Chief.
Where'd you find that?
Damn, you counted that quick.
I can't believe you have even one bill in there.
Damn, you counted that quick.
Well, you thumbed him slow. I saw.
He picked up. I don't know if you caught all the ones. That quick. All right. One thing, one of many things that I think Texans fans ought to expect, ought to be excited, and should be chomping at the bit to see this year from one of your top players. We'll discuss that next.
All right, whose house you watching the tournament at? It's not a house at all, silly. Get down to your favorite Twin Peaks lodge.
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a little update on Jose Urquidy, as we just talked about here in the 5 o'clock fire. He was slated not to throw for a while, according to Joe Espada. Well, a recent report here from Chandler Rome, Jose Urquidy said his UCL is fine and there is no damage there. There is inflammation in his forearm muscle, and he will not throw for 10 to 15 days. So that's as good as when they said not for a while. I'm thinking, boy, that may be weeks, a month, but 10 to 15 days, and hopefully he is back quickly, because I think they desperately need him to get back as quick as possible. As quick as possible.
Yeah. They're gonna need that, and it's what is it right now? We're looking at that. The first 2 weeks, first 3 weeks of the season is going to be that's the tough part of this thing is getting through it and having enough arms and having enough middle relief and getting to that 7-8-9, that nasty 7-8-9 we got.
Yeah. Tyler in my ear. I'm sure Greg probably told him. And I made an error.
You did?
We all do it sometimes.
And I want to blame it on somebody else. I heard say it, and I think that's why I've been rolling with it. But I will not do that. A true leader does not blame others. Clearly, as the lead, the self-proclaimed leader of this show.
Hell, spit it out. The hell happened?
Yeah, the Astros will be hosting the Yankees to start.
You better not have hand gestured me over here.
I didn't know. Wasn't you? Anybody else? I heard say it. Just kind of went with it. I trusted that person. Somebody Greg really loves. Was wrong on that. The Astros will open here in Houston hosting.
9 days.
I was wrong.
Be bumping
9 days.
Is that right? Is 9 days right? Yeah. Did you get that right?
Yeah.
Tyler?
I believe so.
I mean, it may not have been 9. Let me count that.
But the thing is here, Ron, Clint probably put in your head somehow that it was in New York.
No.
It's probably his fault.
It wasn't Clint. Somebody put it in my head.
Clint ain't even thought about where that first game
Somebody
is.
Somebody put it in my head. Somebody who was going to be in New York during that game put it in my head. But that was on me. That was on me. Say true leader does not blame others. I will not do that. Somebody who else I think is a bona fide true leader like myself. Will Anderson Jr. He was on Texans All Access last night, and he was talking about taking the next step. And he even talked about it for the team after they lost to the Ravens in the playoffs.
Yeah, I really think that was a really great, test for us. I think that showed everybody what you have to do to be able to be prepared for a situation like that, taking care of your body, the longevity of the season, everything like that. And I think the plan that Coach D'Amico has, it's an awesome plan. Like, he knows how to get us prepared for a game. So, like, now we know what to expect. Now we know how to be more detailed in practice. Now we know what it takes to try to have to win those games. Like, we got to get to the quarterback, get better. We got to be dialed in. We can't have a lot of MEs. Like, everybody got to be taking care of their bodies and stuff like that. So that's the next step, is just everybody, like, being detailed, more locked in, and taking care of their bodies for the longevity of the season.
Not only do I believe Clint, as he's talking about taking the next step, and I look at that as a team. I can't wait to see what the next step for him is. I think at the very least, Clint, one, we know this kid is going to work his ass off in the offseason. We get that. We can say we know that. With great confidence that this guy is a hard worker and somebody who is, as Nick will call, a gym rat. But I expect major influx in his numbers and production. In particular, the number that gets guys paid the number that gets you a two-year, damn near fully guaranteed contract for $49 million. If you are Danielle Hunter, and that's sacks. And Clint, I get the feeling, I'm excited to see it, that Will Anderson is going to have a big sack number this year, a big pressure hurry number, because Clint, hell, he may not be the second best pass rusher on this team right now, like today, right now. D'Amico Autry, who had 11.5 sacks playing inside and out with the Titans last year, joins this team. And then clearly one of the best pass rushers in the game you got in Danielle Hunter, and you paid big money for him. Clearly, to me, Clint, third downs, critical passing downs, I think the first person that they're going to make sure doesn't kill him is Danielle Hunter. Because if you leave Danielle Hunter by himself a lot, you're going to have problems, right? You're going to have major, major problems. They're going to leash chip. They're going to double team. And to me, if you see protection that I think will most likely be slid to his side, you're going to see a lot of Will Anderson in some one-on-ones with right tackles. And I think that could be a recipe for a big, big productive season, especially when it comes sacks. Clint, I will be floored if he plays and he's healthy and he doesn't have double-digit sacks. I'll be absolutely floored.
Yeah, look, I'm convinced. I had a big concern of Will coming into the season after seeing him at the draft and everything. Is the size? Can he handle not just speed rushing? Can he handle the violence of the game at this level? Can he like be violent versus 300-pound or 280-pound offensive tackles at the NFL level? Can he do it for 4 quarters? Can he, with that frame, can he do it for 17 weeks plus? And I'll be honest with you, it transitioned in a major way where he plays much bigger than he is. He is much more violent than I think anyone thought. After in college, obviously he was a big fish in college. You get to the league, it transitioned in a big way. The part that you can't coach, the energy, the violence, the effort, the motor, all those things you can't coach. What you can coach is the different technique things to be a better pass rusher. I'm convinced that Will Anderson is going to have a monster year this year. He's great against the run. He collapses the pocket versus the pass. He does all of those things effortlessly, if we're being completely honest. Really what's left is for him to hone those pass rushing skills, which now after covering him for a year, there's nothing fake about the way he approaches the game and how coachable he is and how open to being coached he really is. I expect this guy to have a lights-out sophomore year without a doubt.
Because the start of this thing, the first couple months of the season, I mean, it's going to be like, all right, 55's over there. We got to make sure he doesn't just ruin the game.
Yeah, sure.
And when that comes to play, you're going to see they're probably going to take their – and if you have Autry on the inside, there's some concern there that you just can't – but he's going to cause Autry – one of them, Autry or Will, to see single coverage. And that is going to, I think, bode extremely – I think he'll just work. He'll relentlessly work himself into 5 sacks.
Yeah.
I think just going one-on-one with a guy, bull rush and all that. Like you can see him having a huge year, and then hopefully by the middle of this sucker, the thought is, hell, man, we gotta do something about this dude too.
Yeah.
And then maybe they have to start playing more straight up. You allow Hunter to have a chance to be able to go one-on-one. All right, coming up, this is getting ridiculous. What I'm getting blamed for, I'm really over it, to be honest with you, and. We push Tyler to the wall. We push him to the wall here. Yeah, that's right. We push him to the wall. All of that coming up next as we close things out here on the
ride every time or your money back. With all the parts you need at the prices you want, it's easy to bring home the win. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I just, I don't really appreciate. I feel like I'm just being the person very easily to just be blamed about things. I saw somebody on YouTube or Twitch. They were talking about something. They said, I just find it more enjoyable to blame Ron.
I saw that too.
Man, it's getting out of control. And like anything, and one, like the determination of negative, or one would say someone's very fair opinion. Like people are losing it on Clint. Losing it on Clint about his Eagles take. When he said it yesterday that the Eagles are better, like somebody just, lost it. In what way are they better? Right now, they are losing it like it's a crazy take. Like his Eagles, it's not negative. It's just his opinion on it. And when it's a fair opinion, I think it's a fair opinion to say, yes, today I think the Eagles are a better team than the Houston Texans. It's not insane. It's not crazy, right? Just like I think it's fair. I think it's fair to get yourself by saying, well, the two most important things on a team is coach and quarterback, and I think that the Texans have a really, really, really large advantage when it comes to coach and quarterback. I could get there, but it's not insane. Say that team that has A.J. Brown, Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts, maybe the best offensive line in football, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, pass rushers all over the place. I don't think that's unfair. But people call it negative, and it feels like to me that I feel like I'm just blamed by anything that maybe the fan base doesn't agree with. I think that's where it is now.
Oh, damn. So
yesterday, Clint was very, very, very clear to be the one that didn't think that the Texans were a better football team than last year. Fully healthy, a better football team than last year.
And they say no.
And I said yes. But Victor, in his head, heard that damn Ron again. Now, to Victor's credit, he apologized.
Attaboy, Vic.
And then said, it was me. I was rubbing off on Clint.
Who said that?
That's what Victor said. The hell? No. That grown-ass man got his own takes. Y'all be forgetting his. His ones that are against what you want to say. They do. They won't forget this one. They won't forget this one. And the wide receiver one.
No, man.
They won't forget this one. But then my colleagues.
My colleagues. He must be serious, Tyler.
Yeah.
Sean, Pendergast, not as much you. Seth Payne. This is utterly ridiculous. This is utterly ridiculous. They were obviously clearly had issues with what Clinton Jacob had to say.
Good pull.
Oh, yeah. I got a text from Sean right when the segment happened. I need you to pull that for me.
And somehow, this guy, the self-proclaimed clear leader of this show, gets drug in there for no reason. It's absolutely insane for no reason. Listen, I'm driving, as I said, driving earlier today, eating my little breakfast. Got my 4-year-old son in the back. Got Bear's crazy ass in the back. Got my little Jimmy Dean sausage, turkey sausage. My toast. I'm listening to this. And then they're talking about Clinton. I'm listening to this and I'm thinking, maybe I ought to see what they got to say. And then I get drug in the front of the car, not even under it, in the front of it. They hit me like I got hit by that car in Jackson, Mississippi when I was 8. Running across the street from Dairy Queen. Just had to have Dairy Queen. I got hit by that car. That's what I felt like. Got hit by a car. That's a true story.
They've certainly upgraded over last season.
Mm-hmm. I definitely think they're improved, and I think the fact that they can fill whatever gaps they have left, I think there's plenty of guys out there to fill it adequately. Yeah, that just bummed me out, Clint. Man, I was going to have a nice happy drink, and he bummed me out on my walk over to Lizards, man.
I feel like I could sense in Clint's voice almost. There's sometimes there's a little bit of just for some reason you decide that something annoys you about. I don't know what it was, but some little aspect of the offseason has annoyed Clint, and it was creating an umbrella over everything else.
Okay.
So I don't know. Ron also has a low-key way of bringing that out in you.
He does?
Sometimes, I think. Yeah. He's not doing it like in a needling way or anything.
Yeah.
I think he just he's almost like challenging you to take a stand. And sometimes you take a stand a little too hard.
Are you on with them today?
No, I don't come on. I think I got fired. Yeah.
Okay. I thought you went on with them on Tuesdays, but okay.
I haven't filed a grievance over it or anything. I'm just saying
HR.
I think I got fired. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes, ridiculous.
It's your fault, dude.
Just ridiculous. There's a couple of things here first. One, just out of control. All right. I can't figure out if Sean said he does. If he said it as a question towards Seth of like, hey, he does, or if he said, you know what, I agree, he does. So I actually at this point, I'm just going to take it as you agreed, okay? Because you laughed.
Come on, Sean.
And as I've always learned, if you're grinning, you're in it.
Not good, Sean.
So you end it, Pendy. Pendy.
Gosh damn it,
That man over there. If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, I'm pointing to him probably out of my own window and into his. But that dude over there, he got his own voice.
Nah, dude.
He wanted that. I didn't lead him.
You've had an effect on him, dude.
I'm not an attorney. I'm not leading the witness. That man had his own thoughts.
Yeah. And the more I study it, the more I hear, the more I believe it.
Shut your ass up.
One of my favorite parts was Seth just completely dissecting and diving into how complex the tone of voices was for Clint.
Is there? So what did he say? There's something you can hear it. You can just hear it in Clint's voice that there is something about the offseason he's not thrilled about. Is that what's causing the defensive tackle thing? Is there something in this?
I'm not thrilled about what they've done at defensive tackle.
What'd you say?
Clearly,
What'd you say, Clint? Damn it, you're right. That is it.
You are exactly right. Yes. I wanted Saquon. I actually love Joe Mixon. I wanted a different. I thought they could go a different route at the tight end position. I'd like for them to add another tight end position, but I'm good with Dalton Schultz. I can find the path to winning ball games.
The thing is, you've said all that.
I like it. I'm just. As you're talking, Ron, I know this is about you, man, and I know this is about you getting thrown under the bus.
Throw it was in front of.
And
run over with all the tires.
If you get thrown in front of you end up under. So
no, I'm athletic. I flip up.
Oh, you turn sideways.
Those sweet feet. Just runs up the bus.
Yeah, I flip on top of it. Yeah.
You do. Look. I love these kind of that kind of stuff from Seth and Sean because it makes me go back and rethink and reevaluate and look at it again and again it's just I've looked at it multiple times today after that segment this morning and I don't know how you look at the two deep that I'm looking at right now and you think that you are convinced the Texans have without a doubt improved.
Yeah, they did come in your thought of they're like, and he said they don't have a bona fide starter. He said they do say that there needs to be some improvement, but they don't. I don't think they have the same feel of lack of starter there as we do. I think Seth did say, yeah, they've got I think they've got guys who can start in the league. So I don't know if they
two of them gonna have to.
They're gonna have to.
Although, man, judging by Seth's tone there, I'm really starting to think the more I listen to it. He didn't sound quite as confident as I thought maybe he was. I've listened to this a few times now, so I think maybe we can convince him. Ron, maybe you can jump into Seth's head and get him on board this train right here.
I feel now I'll be honest with you, I feel bad. I feel like on Tuesdays, which we did not fire him.
No.
By the way, the season ended. We had to give him a little hiatus, all right?
We love old Sethers.
We tried to pull Seth through that little voice, that throat issue he had. We still try to have him on during that. Dadgummit, he's not fired. Not at all. Tuesdays during the football season. The Tuesday, it's Seth. I feel bad. I feel like Seth maybe feel like I've had him like a cornered badger on the phone with questions I've posed to it, where he's felt, damn it. All right, I got to say yes or no. I'm telling you right now, anybody I pose questions to, Clint, Tyler,
no, you
Brandon,
gotta,
any
look,
of you.
Seth is right about that.
You have an option to say, I don't know.
No,
you have an option to say yes.
That's a lame-ass way of going about it.
I mean, that would be anything, like any question.
Well, hell, I'd have to tell you I don't know 5 times a day. That'd be some great radio.
I'm just telling you,
no,
got
hell,
an option.
I got a damn opinion. I'm not scared of your tough questions. I'm not scared to get on here and say it's crazy to think right now that this Texans roster I'm looking at is as good as a team that's won 27 ball games and went to a Super Bowl the last 2 years and has the roster that the Eagles have. I don't have a problem saying that. I don't have a problem looking at a 2-deep that's got Dylan Horton, who last time I checked was left the team. And neither one left the team last year because he had a sickness.
Yeah.
Okay, he's in the 2-deep at defensive end right now. Guess who the other one is? Myjai Sanders. He's in the 2-deep at defensive end right now.
He's a little light. He weighs as much as Tavier Thomas.
Guess who your starting Sam linebacker is? Henry To'oTo'o. Guess who's on your 2-deep at the linebacker position? Jake Hansen and Deshaun Phillips. Y'all want me to keep going?
I'm with you.
I mean, I just like because the fellas made me go back and look at that. They made me do some little digging on that Eagles stuff too, and I started looking at that roster, and I'm like, now this is a roster where you go, hey man, there ain't no holes. You can't win a Super Bowl with this one right here. Your ass needs to draft another quarterback and start over.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm with you on this thing. I am surprised that people aren't a little bit more concerned about it or thinking that they can roll with this crew. Someone did text in, Ron, you do kind of ask questions like an attorney.
I agree.
What? Text line, Brent from the Heights, starting to feel like Ron has beef with each show on 610. At this point, who's the problem? I don't have beef.